Chapter 351, A Sealing Formation. This deep canyon was about 600 to 800 kilometers deep. Han Fei sat on the lotus seat and watched the wormfish retreat from him, none of which dared to step forward. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but be surprised. Hey, little cute lotus, can you understand my words? The lotus fish was swimming around Han Fei. It looked a little weak at the moment, just occasionally sprinkling its colored mist. Han Fei had a guess in his heart. It seemed that it was not as easy as he imagined to cross the worm sea. This lotus fish seemed to have paid some sort of price, but Han Fei didn't understand why the lotus fish behaved like this. Since he entered the sea grassland, he had been through many dangers. Especially in the seaweed city wall, he was almost killed in that damn place. He couldn't imagine what would have happened to him if he hadn't prepared in advance. After that, he met the lotus fishes. But after that, he entered this wormfish abyss. It happened to be that the lotus fish could help him get through this abyss. Was this a coincidence or deliberately designed? Why were the two completely mutually exclusive species living next to one another? Han Fei could only attribute it to the magic of nature. Thousands of species could live in an ocean area, so it was a natural thing that they reinforced and restricted each other. Just like submarine volcanic craters, geothermal springs, coral bushes, deep-sea jungles, these places actually had their own complete ecological chain. Maybe the fish here were too strange, so he felt strange. After all, the lotus fishes were really cute. After crossing the wormfish abyss, Han Fei saw a seashell beach similar to the lotus fish sea area. On the ground, there were also many color crystal mussels. The seaweed and rocks were also covered with various shells and snails. Occasionally, crabs crawled past and then got into the soil. To Han Fei's surprise, there were lotus fish here too. When the lotus fishes here saw Han Fei coming over on a lotus seat, large swarms of the fish surrounded him. For a time, the sea waters were filled with colorful stardust, which made this sea area like a fairyland under the sea. Han Fei was very surprised. Why are there lotus fish on both sides? It seems as though the wormfish were sealed in this abyss. But how was the wormfish abyss formed? Han Fei smiled and shook his head. What does this have to do with me? With my current strength, I might be swallowed by the fish within a second if I go down to the abyss. Han Fei teased the lotus fishes for a while, then stroked the head of the lotus fish that had just sent him over and said, "Thank you for sending me here. I'm leaving." This time, the lotus fish seemed to know that the danger had passed and didn't stop him, but sprinkled a colorful mist on Han Fei. Han Fei swam forward. He guessed that Yang Ruyun must have been here. That woman was very foxy but still dared to come here alone. She must have a big secret. He swam more than 500 kilometers and the scenery at his feet kept changing. After passing the lotus fish area, everything was no longer so peaceful and harmonious. Along the way, he encountered crabs, piranhas, mess-swallowing worms, and creepy seaweed forests. This place is full of spiritual energy. Han Fei stopped here. The spiritual energy levels here were more than twice as high as other places. He couldn't remember how many different scenes he had seen. Anyway, within this huge sea grassland, there were hundreds or even thousands of ecological systems. Right now, this was a colorful space. The place where the lotus fish lived was elegant and tranquil, while this place was brightly colored and magnificent. On the water plants, dozens of sea urchins of different colors were gnawing on plants. On the ground, he saw 4 or 5 snails digging at a single glance. In cracks in the stones, claws stuck out from time to time. Seeing the blue sea wandering dragon daggers floating beside Han Fei, however, those sharp claws retracted. There were also some pearl fishes that swam past, above Han Fei's head in groups, but they did not attack him. Of course, these creatures were of no threat to Han Fei at all. Besides, what dominated this area was not sea urchins, snails, or crabs, but starfish. There were a lot of starfish here. On the sand, starfish were everywhere. Some starfish were as big as a palm, but their tentacles could be several meters long. Some starfish had carapace on their backs, and their tentacles were like sharp blades or darts. Of course, more starfish were common species, but they were very large and of various colors. It appeared that this was simply a gathering place of starfish, as it was full of them. The only thing that made Han Fei thankful was that there was no deadleaf starfish here. That thing was literally a cancer of the level 3 fishery. Like deadleaf worms, they could also absorb the vitality of others. Among these starfishes right now, not only were there no cancer-like starfish like deadleaf starfish, but this place was even full of tonic starfish. For example, Han Fei saw a furry starfish named Star Sunflower. Eating it could make the blood boil, so as to promote physical tempering and get twice the result with half the effort. If it were before, Han Fei would have caught all these Star Sunflower starfish right away. But now, he was more cautious and didn't act rashly. Since he came here, he had not found any particularly powerful creatures in this place. But was this possible? No. In places like the sea grassland, there could be dangers everywhere. Without the protection of powerful creatures, a place couldn't develop so safely to this day. The lotus fishes were different because their color mist seemed to be able to purify the soul, and even wormfishes would retreat when they met them. That was their talent. But if there was no creature that could protect this starfish gathering place, it was really strange. With this in mind, Han Fei did not touch any starfish here. Of course, when a tentacle starfish crawled over and strangled his ankle, he still cut off its claw mercilessly. Swish, the starfish whose paw was cut off ran away swiftly with a speed that common starfish wouldn't have at all. Hanfei snorted. He really hated creatures with tentacles. The soft and sticky tentacles were so gross. But of course the squid was different, whose tentacles were so delicious after being grilled. After Hanfei chopped off the starfish's claw, many creatures here began to flee, including the dumb snails. In the ordinary fishery, those snails wouldn't be so smart as to know to run for their lives. Hanfei couldn't help exclaiming. The level 3 fishery was indeed a place where wisdom was born. Even though most of the creatures were not yet truly conscious, they still could perceive danger and knew the preciousness of life. Hanfei gradually sped up. This place was beautiful but not safe. He was not going to stay here long. However, Hanfei had only swum for less than a few minutes when the place he just passed by suddenly gave off a dazzling light. Hanfei was vigilant and hurriedly evaded. However, before running 100 meters away, he hit an invisible shield with a boom. Fuck, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Hanfei grabbed the water-dividing seal and hit the invisible energy shield. Boom, crack, the force of the blow, weighing more than 10,000 caddies, directly blasted the invisible energy shield to pieces. Is this sealing power so weak? Hanfei was a little surprised. According to his experiences, this land of starfish couldn't be so simple. As he was thinking, Hanfei swam 100 meters away, but with another, boom, he bumped into another invisible seal. Oof, another one? Let me hit it again. Boom. In this way, Hanfei swam less than 2 kilometers, but had broken 5 seals. Who the hell is so crazy as to set so many seals in this damn place? Hanfei was speechless. Shit. This kind of seal was neither strong nor weak. Why did that guy bother to set so many of these seals here? With Hanfei's current strength, even the seals that could trap peak-level dangling fishers couldn't necessarily trap him. No, it is impossible for anyone to set so many seals here. Is this a formation? Hanfei landed. This must be a certain formation. Whenever an enemy invaded, it would automatically set a seal. Hanfei couldn't help swallowing. This was amazing. If what he guessed was right, it meant that he had to break through thousands of seals if he wanted to cross this land of starfish. If there were only 3 or 5 seals, it was all right. But if there were really thousands of seals, he might not be able to get through this formation even if he consumed all his spiritual energy. Chapter 352, Master Hexagon. Again, having figured this out, Hanfei didn't hit the seal again because no matter how many times it was smashed, it might not work. A good formation is invisible and formed naturally by the heavens and the earth. However, since the formation is formed naturally, there must be a way to break it. This was the first sentence in the spirit-gathering scripture left by old Jiang, which meant that a good formation was not necessarily made but naturally formed by the heavens and the earth. Only this way could the formation be invisible. However, it also explained that any formation had a way to be broken. Hanfei had studied formations for a year. Although his knowledge about formations was not profound enough, he knew the basics. For this kind of formation that was naturally formed, in many cases, the formation eyes were not fixed. It was possible that an inconspicuous little thing was the formation eye. This was also the most terrifying part of a naturally formed formation. You couldn't even find the formation eye at all. How could you break it? Hanfei's feet fell on the ground and began to move forward step by step. Wherever he went, the starfish ran away. After walking about 120 meters, Hanfei encountered a barrier. Hanfei did not stop but turned sideways and walked to the side. After a while, Hanfei stood in this small seal and muttered to himself. It's 600 meters wide and 600 meters long. If a single seal is so small, it's not so difficult to crack it. After pondering for a while, Hanfei swam to a height of about 20 meters and wandered around in this area. After a while, when he found a stone several meters high, he smiled. Stones on the bottom of the sea usually have a long history, so they were either covered with seaweed or moss or had shellfish inhabit them, but this stone was so smooth. Hanfei took out the blue sea wandering dragon bow, shot the stone to pieces with an arrow, and swam out quickly. Sure enough, the limits of the seal were gone, and Hanfei successfully broke through the seal just now. Of course, every few hundred meters, Hanfei would enter a new sealed area, but he didn't panic. It didn't take him long to break them. According to his experience in formations, however, these small formations shouldn't be underestimated. The reason that being in the formation could be dangerous was that many small formations were interlocked. But once the formation eyes of the small formations were destroyed, the large formation would be damaged as well. Fortunately, the person who arranged this formation was not very clever. If Hanfei had such a great formation setting ability, he would definitely hide the small formation's eyes well. At least, he would bury them under the sand. How could that person just expose the formation eyes on the sand? At first, Hanfei tried to find the formation's eyes, but when he broke through 10 or so small formations in a row, he found that the guy who set this formation was lazy, very lazy. All the small formation's eyes were relatively new, which either had been moved or conspicuous. Thus, it was very easy for Hanfei to break the formations. In just 1 hour, he broke nearly 50 small formations. Not surprisingly, 50 small formations were nothing but a drop in the bucket in this area. To Hanfei's surprise, among the nearly 50 small formations, there were as many as 20 small spirit-gathering formations. Although the spirit gathering formation had a sealing effect, their essence was still gathering spiritual energy. Could it be that the guy setting the formation lacked spiritual energy? Han Fei had guessed why the guy who arranged the formation was so lazy. Because this area was too big and was probably circular, just like the Seaweed City wall, encircling the heartland inside circle by circle. According to the method of setting this formation, these formations were likely to be made by the same person. This person must have waved his hand casually and arranged this formation as he swam past this huge area. He didn't even bother to think about how to hide the formation eyes. That would be such a waste of time. Han Fei grinned because he felt that he had guessed what that guy was thinking. That guy set up the formation at will, which showed that he was very strong, but the strength of the formation was not enough, so on the whole he was not unimaginably strong. And to arrange such a formation, it must have consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Therefore, the guy who set up the formation also arranged a large number of spirit-gathering formations in this formation, which indirectly led to the enriched spiritual energy here. You can arrange a formation, but I can do it too. Han Fei smiled mysteriously. Instead of breaking the small formations one by one, he might as well break them as a whole. When Han Fei found a formation eye of a small formation again, he didn't touch it, but moved it. Then, overlooking from a height, he rearranged many places in the formation. Repeating this process, Han Fei spent more than 3 hours transforming 7 or 8 small formations, which covered several kilometers. Han Fei threw a piece of white coral under his feet. Then he clapped his hands and chuckled. It's done. Han Fei suddenly sat on the ground and began to draw a formation under his bum. In a moment, a small spirit-gathering formation appeared. There was a formation at the place where he sat, and he replaced it with a small spirit-gathering formation. When this small spirit-gathering formation appeared, in an instant, with Han Fei as the center, 9 sealing formations illuminated at the same time, and billowing spiritual energy surged. Han Fei smiled. I may not be good at arranging other kinds of formations, but making a spirit-gathering formation is too easy for me. Yes, Han Fei had transformed the 9 formations. Just like the plantation circle at the entrance of the Thug Academy, Han Fei just reproduced it. However, unlike the plantation circle, the spiritual energy contained in it was natural spiritual energy, which was much less than in the ocean. Therefore, it couldn't set off a spiritual energy storm. However, it was different here. The seabed, especially places like the seabed forest, had a lot of spiritual energy. And in this land of starfish, spiritual energy was more than double that of other places. At this moment, coupled with this serial spirit-gathering formations, almost in the blink of an eye, a spiritual energy storm was set off. One after another spiritual energy tornadoes formed underwater, and these spiritual energy tornadoes converged right under Han Fei. For a time, the billowing spiritual energy was like a raging wave and came straight at Han Fei. Han Fei was not afraid at all and even began to practice the void fishing art. At this moment, Han Fei was enjoying a gluttonous feast. At the right time and place, the massive amount of spiritual energy poured into his body, and it only took half a moment for him to absorb nearly 10,000 points of spiritual energy. Cultivating here for an hour was equivalent to swallowing a spiritual fruit from the level 3 fishery. Han Fei was overjoyed. Half an hour later, somewhere in the land of the starfish, a voice said depressedly, "Who is snatching my spiritual energy?" Yang Ruyun was trapped in another place in the land of starfish. She was really annoyed. According to her information, there weren't so many formations in this place. She suspected if she went the wrong way. However, seeing the starfish all over the ground, she knew she was right. But why were there so many sealing formations here? A large spirit-gathering formation could collect spiritual energy in a wide range, so not only in the land of starfish, its existence could also be sensed in many other places. Above the wormfish abyss, 8 lotusfish were carrying 8 people to the other side of the abyss. Young master, there seems to be a spiritual energy wave. A young man with his eyes closed, stroking the lotusfish with one hand, lightly said, "In the ocean, a spiritual energy wave is common. What surprises me is that Han Fei is so fast. How could he surpass us so much?" Beside the young man, someone said, "Young Master Mu, that guy is so weird it's hard to imagine that he can walk through the seaweed wall alone." The young man nodded slightly. Yes. If Han Fei has no means, how could he have snatched the sea token? Father said he even has a legendary contractual spiritual beast. Anyway, catch up with him first. Although the young man called Young Master Mu looked calm, he frowned. There were a lot of dangers along the way, especially that seaweed monster even tried to lock him a soul lock. If they hadn't fought desperately together, that monster would have succeeded. However, even so, they had lost 6 peak-level dangling fishers along the way. This cost was not small. If anything happened again, he was not sure whether he should continue chasing him or not. Of course, they had also gained things too. The seaweed monster told them that Han Fei had come there. Han Fei was overjoyed at the moment. Only an hour later, he had absorbed 80,000 points of spiritual energy. If he could, he felt that he should cultivate for 2 months here, and then he would get 100 million points of spiritual energy. Bam, bam, bam. However, at this time, the spiritual vortex in the sea suddenly collapsed, replaced by purple light beams. Fuck, who is it? Han Fei lunged to his feet, only to see a huge starfish. There was a sudden silence. He and the starfish stared at each other silently, and the anger on their faces was replaced with embarrassment. Han Fei shouted in surprise, "Master Hexagon?" Chapter 353. Caught up, Han Fei himself had never expected to see the hexagon starfish again. At this point, the barrier around this place was laden with starfish, crabs, and conchs. However, as if time had stopped, the hexagon starfish opened its 6 big eyes and stared at Han Fei in shock. "You've mistaken me for another starfish." The hexagon starfish was rather panicked. It had only been free for 2 years. Why had it run into this wicked human being again? Seeing that the hexagon starfish was about to run, Han Fei shivered and took out the white stone that he had never squeezed so far. He shouted quickly, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, I'm going to squeeze this if you run." Han Fei was amused. Back when he was a fishing master, he couldn't take reaction in time when the hexagon starfish fled, but now that he was a dangling fisher, he could squeeze the stone before the starfish ran 100 meters. He felt lucky that he didn't abandon the stone, and he decided that he would never give anybody else his essence, or it would be terrible if someone else squeezed him like this too. "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, it's been a while. Why don't we have a talk?" The hexagon starfish was almost weeping, feeling that its life was full of difficulties and bad guys. However, since its essence blood was under Han Fei's control, it dare not flee at all. The hexagon starfish shrank into the size of a pot cover before it floated to Han Fei. "Human being, how have you grown so fast?" The hexagon starfish was rather speechless. After only 2 years, this man had turned into a dangling fisher. Han Fei spoke telepathically with a smile. "Ah, the cultivation of human beings is always fast. You've surpassed level 42, haven't you?" In Han Fei's eyes, this hexagon starfish was level 42. He remembered that it was only level 36 when he first met the starfish. But Han Fei wasn't really surprised. After all, the general fishery had much fewer resources than the level 3 fishery had, and the hexagon starfish was starving back then. At this point, it looked perfectly healthy. Han Fei looked around and asked, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, you didn't set up those arrays, did you?" The 6 big eyes of the hexagon starfish were full of helplessness. "I was caged for 300 years, and you stole half of my spiritual energy. I'm only trying to absorb some for myself. It's only been a year. Why are you here again?" Han Fei said, Hey. Mr. Hexagon Starfish, I'd like to point out that I'm really a passerby this time. I was going to the depths of the sea-worn prairie, and I didn't expect to see you." The hexagon starfish said quickly, "Then off you go. I'll clear a path for you. You go there and do your business." Han Fei was briefly stunned. This starfish had turned smarter after 2 years and wasn't as stupid as they first met anymore. He suddenly remembered the seaweed monster's remark that something with a similar vibe to him passed the wall of seaweed a few years earlier. Could it have been the hexagon starfish? Han Fei asked tentatively. "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, did you pass the wall of seaweed when you came here? One of the seaweed monsters can talk." The hexagon starfish was still considering how to make Han Fei leave. It didn't think too much about what Han Fei said, but simply replied, "That was a vicious seaweed. I would have been caught if I hadn't run fast enough." Han Fei was rather surprised. The hexagon starfish indeed had been the stranger. In the meantime, he realized that the hexagon starfish couldn't have been more than level 40 a couple of years earlier. So to speak, this hexagon starfish was quite awesome in that it escaped the seaweed monster as a dangling fisher. Han Fei immediately had other plans. The hexagon starfish was definitely an expert in arrays, not to mention its other shining points, such as how gullible it was and how great it was at escaping. More importantly, he didn't think that the hexagon starfish wasn't here for treasures. Why would this guy come here if nothing was attractive? He even suspected that the hexagon starfish was here for treasure hunting when he accidentally spotted the land of starfish. Since it had abundant spiritual energy, the hexagon starfish decided to cultivate here for a while. Han Fei couldn't help but grab one of the hexagon starfish's tentacles, but the hexagon starfish swooshed dozens of meters away before he said anything. The hexagon starfish said with wariness in his 6 big eyes, "What are you doing?" Han Fei smiled bitterly. "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, I'm just catching up on you. Why are you dodging me?" The hexagon starfish revolved and kept a distance from Han Fei. "Just talk from there. I will not give you any treasure." Han Fei was lost for words. Who's asking for treasures? I guarantee that I won't ask you for treasures. Hearing that Han Fei was not here for treasure, the hexagon starfish was relaxed. It stopped revolving and simply waited for Han Fei to talk. Han Fei said with a smile, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, there is an area of big red trunk in the depths of the jungle behind you. Did you know that?" The 6 eyes of the hexagon starfish constricted. "That's a dangerous place." Han Fei asked in surprise, "So you've already been there?" The hexagon starfish waved its tentacles and said, "I only paid a visit to it. There are a lot of annoying and bad fish in that place." "Fish?" Han Fei was briefly stunned. The hexagon starfish described them as a lot and bad. It meant that the fish near the big red trunk were so tough that even the hexagon starfish had to keep a distance. Han Fei asked again, "Do you know what those fish are?" The hexagon starfish rolled its eyes and said, "No, I've never seen them. They hid themselves at the center, but can control those trees." "They can control the trees?" Han Fei was rather surprised. He had seen fish that could control trees before. The Millennium Snapper, for one, could control all kinds of spiritual plants. Han Fei asked, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, do those fish sing? The Hexagon Starfish was confused. What is sing? Bam, bam, bam. Right when Han Fei was about to explain, a blue gigantic electric arc glittered in the water at a distance and broke 100 arrays in the blink of an eye. Both Han Fei and the Hexagon Starfish were greatly shocked. The Hexagon Starfish complained, Why did you bring so many people here? Han Fei blinked his eyes and said, I didn't, you can perceive them. Staring at Han Fei, the Hexagon Starfish said, Those guys have broken into my spiritual energy absorption arrays. They're too strong for me. Enough chit-chatting. I have to run. The Hexagon Starfish was about to run when it found that Han Fei had grabbed its tentacles. He said gloomily, I'm going to squeeze your essence blood if you run. Tell me, how many people have come and how strong are they? The Hexagon Starfish was dumbfounded. Having no choice, it said unhappily, I think there are 7 or 8. All of them seem stronger than you. Damn it, how can they be so fast? Han Fei asked, his face changing greatly. Mr. Hexagon Starfish, are you aware of any fatal arrays? The Hexagon Starfish replied in a stun number. The starfish are not murderers. Han Fei almost vomited blood. The starfish are not murderers? You don't know any fatal arrays when you have established such a huge barrier? Han Fei was shocked that the guys from the Sun family had somehow broken hundreds of arrays. They were much faster than himself. If they kept blowing through them, the barriers that the Hexagon Starfish set up would be weakened, and there would be no stopping them. Han Fei gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, wait a moment while I set up a fatal array. If you dare to run, I will crumble your essence blood immediately. The Hexagon Starfish rolled its eyes, almost determined to slap Han Fei with its tentacles. It complained that it was so unlucky as to run into this jerk so often. With the spirit gathering array before him as the pivot, Han Fei started carving quickly. As a matter of fact, he didn't really know any fatal arrays. Since he received the spirit-gathering scripture, he had only grasped one array, which was the spirit-gathering array. He learned the other arrays as ways to save his life, and he never really grasped them. The fatal arrays were much more complicated than the spirit-gathering array. A perfect fatal array would be the most difficult to carve of all arrays. Han Fei didn't have the time even if he wanted to learn. What Han Fei was capable of was the simplest spirit explosion array, which was essentially a huge landmine that would blow up any enemy who accidentally stepped on it. The problem was that the array was too simple. The Hexagon Starfish remarked, That won't do. You will be discovered very easily. Why don't you do it if you think you're good? I'm going to add a stealth array to it. Do you want to help me? Chapter 354, Killing the Enemy with Fake Arrays. The Hexagon Starfish might seem stupid, but it wasn't really an idiot. Since it had been forced to stay here, it was possible that those strangers could catch it later. After all, those people were too strong for it. The Hexagon Starfish proposed, Why don't I fabricate a pivot for you? Han Fei's hand paused while he was setting up the array, and the half-drawn stealth array simply collapsed. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the Hexagon Starfish in shock. It was really a sound plan, he shouted in delight. Hurry up, Mr. Hexagon Starfish. Let's get it done and flee. The Hexagon Starfish snorted. Can I flee on my own? Han Fei rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? You're still hoping to run on your own at a moment like this? Han Fei said with a smile. Mr. Hexagon Starfish, I'm here for treasures. Don't you like glittering stuff the best? Why don't we work together as allies to search for treasures? You'll have all the glittering items, and I'll have those which don't glitter. How does that sound? The Hexagon Starfish was still rolling its eyes, and Han Fei said, Stop hesitating. If anyone else were here, they could have signed a contract with you with your essence blood, alright? How about this? I'm going to stay in the level 3 fishery for a year. We'll work as allies during this year, and I'll return your essence blood to you a year later. Do you like that? Seriously? Boom. Another electric arc burst out 100 kilometers away, and the barriers were exploding like pieces of paper. Having no time to think, Han Fei grabbed the Hexagon Starfish's tentacles and said, Set up the array now, or we will both die. 8 peak-level dangling fishers will be too strong for us even if we have a mutated creature to help us. The Hexagon Starfish was panicked too, as the intruders were indeed too fast. The barriers on the land of Starfish would be further weakened after another few electric shocks, and it wouldn't be able to resist their attack. The 6 tentacles of the Hexagon Starfish emitted purple brilliance, which left circuits one after another on the ground like lasers. Huh? Han Fei found it odd. This array was carved in a different way from what the spirit-gathering scripture described, but it wasn't any simpler. Immediately, he guessed that the Hexagon Starfish had found an array book that was as good as the spirit-gathering scripture during its treasure hunting. A moment later, a fake pivot took shape, covering the spirit-gathering array that Han Fei set up earlier, but spiritual energy was still being concentrated here. Han Fei gritted his teeth and stabbed a blue sea-wandering dragon dagger into the soil at the pivot. Mr. Hexagon Starfish, let's drop some spiritual energy here and blow them up later. The Hexagon Starfish patted water with its tentacles and said, I don't have any spiritual energy. I've used it up during my advancement. Han Fei grabbed the white stone and said, I've contributed a spiritual weapon and a conductor and dropped 50,000 points of spiritual energy. You have to at least invest a 100,000, don't you? You can get plenty of spiritual energy later. As he spoke, Han Fei did toss out 50,000 points of spiritual energy, which stunned the hexagon starfish. It never knew that Han Fei could be so generous. It rolled its big eyes for a long time and finally spewed out 100,000 points of spiritual energy. Like Han Fei said, its essence blood was still under his control, and those people behind were obviously his enemy. If they weren't blown up, it would be impossible for the starfish to beat them. On the other hand, after the hexagon starfish threw the spiritual energy out, it asked in surprise, "How can a human being store so much spiritual energy?" Han Fei replied without even blushing, "There are spiritual springs in my sea-swallowing seashells." The hexagon starfish considered a moment and felt that made sense. When the third electric arc glittered, both Han Fei and the hexagon starfish were shocked, as the guys from the Sun family were moving towards this place, which was now a hotspot of spiritual energy. Han Fei jumped to the hexagon starfish's back and said, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, let's run. Can you come down?" Han Fei shook his head. "This is your home. You're more familiar with the terrain. Also, I'm not very heavy." The hexagon starfish, Han Fei didn't really care how traumatized the hexagon starfish was. After all, it would be too much a waste if he did not put such a super laborer to good use. After another moment, another electric arc struck, and the guys from the Sun family had finally arrived at the fake pivot. "Young master, we found the pivot." Two subordinates quickly stepped forward and smashed the obstacles. The obstacles were roaring, triggering all kinds of ripples. Sun Mu frowned and asked those around him, "Why is the spiritual energy so dense in here?" Someone thought carefully and replied, "Young master, the seaborne prairie is a dangerous place. The barriers that have been blocking our way cannot function without the support of spiritual energy." Sun Mu nodded, but he frowned and asked again, "But Han Fei is just a beginner dangling fisher. How did he pass this place without being stopped by the barriers?" Everybody was shocked. They were wondering the same thing, but they knew that Han Fei must have a lot of tricks considering that he had killed almost 10 peak-level dangling fishers. Crack. When the fake array was broken, Sun Mu felt needles stinging his back. He bellowed, "Back off." As he spoke, he cast his hook as fast as lightning and pulled back one of the two subordinates who were breaking the array. Boom. The explosion echoed throughout the bottom of the ocean within hundreds of kilometers, raising enormous waves. Sun Mu had only retreated several hundred meters when the overwhelming waves came at him. They were so powerful that one of the two guys who broke the array was torn into shreds. "Protect young master. Go away." Instantly, Sun Mu took off a jade pendant and crumbled it, and a dragon shadow showed up before him. The dragon roared for more than 100 seconds, blocking the horrifying blast. Of course, Sun Mu was still vomiting blood despite the protection. "Young master." The peak-level dangling fishers gathered before Sun Mu and blocked the aftermath of the explosion for him. Coughing out the blood, Sun Mu wiped the stains on his lips and even smiled. Everybody who has obtained the sea token is extraordinary, and it seems that Han Fei is not an exception. Interesting. I'm going to find out what else he has. Though one of his subordinates had died, Sun Mu simply turned a blind eye to it because the victim was too stupid. At this point, all he could think of was to beat Han Fei. At this point, Han Fei was sensing the waves in the water on the back of the hexagon starfish. He asked, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, how many people do you think we blew up? With so much spiritual energy and even one of my spiritual weapons, I'm sure we've blown up a handful of them, right?" The hexagon starfish's big eyes were still rolling. It sensed for a moment and said, "I can't perceive anything. The barriers there have been too greatly ruined. But I think a couple of guys have been killed." Proud of his smart move, Han Fei said in delight, "Okay, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, let's go deeper. Let me tell you, cultivating spiritual energy is useless. You need to search for opportunities and treasures. As a sea creature, you should know it better than I do." The hexagon starfish replied, "Human beings cultivate too fast, and it's bad for your foundation." "It's also why the sea creatures are usually stronger than human beings of the same level," Han Fei asked in surprise. "Seriously? I never feel that sea creatures of the same level as me are stronger than me. The hexagon starfish tiled its head, unwilling to talk to Han Fei anymore. Suddenly, the hexagon starfish sensed something and said, "Human, one of your compatriots is hiding there." "Huh? My compatriot? Where?" Han Fei blinked out and looked around, only to see nobody around. He immediately triggered his senses. He saw human-shaped ripples as well as a familiar face in the water. Seeing her, Han Fei burst into fury. "It's you? Thief? You've set me up multiple times. I will not hear another word from you." It was none other than Yang Ruyun who was hiding down below. Yang Ruyun was quite shocked that Han Fei passed the wall of seaweed too. She had used almost 50 flash stones to teleport herself through the wall, and she had only given Han Fei 2 of them. At this point, Han Fei was holding the blue sea wandering dragon bow, and had gathered his spiritual energy into an arrow. He was not going to talk to the woman again in case he was trapped another time. Han Fei had realized that he wasn't very smart, although he had picked up many treasures, as could be seen from the setbacks that he suffered from Yang Ruyun. When Han Fei was about to shoot the arrow, a fish skin map appeared in Yang Ruyun's hand. Han Fei's determination came to a sudden halt. He was still glaring at Yang Ruoyun, but he did not shoot his arrow. Yang Ruoyun tossed it casually, and the fishskin map drifted to Han Fei. Chapter 355, Secrets That Are More Important Than Life. Now that the map had been offered to him, how could Han Fei let it go? Immediately, Han Fei picked up the map, only to discover that it marked a treasure trove near the seaborne prairie that he had never explored. Han Fei cross-checked it with Old Bai's map. He did not find any mark, but there was an underwater mountain on this map. Looking at the quality of the fishskin, Han Fei was more or less convinced. But he still asked grimly, "How do I know that this map is real? And even if it's real, do you think I'll let go of you?" Yang Ruoyun looked at the big starfish by Han Fei's side and thought that it was Han Fei's contractual spiritual beast. Though she was surprised that Han Fei had 3 contractual spiritual beasts, it was not unprecedented, so she did not consider it a big deal. Yang Ruoyun said casually, "Our first encounter was an accident. In our second encounter, I directed the people from the ghost boat to kill you, so I owe you one. In our third encounter on the seaborne prairie, you helped me, and I owe you another one. As for the wall of seaweed, that's not my fault. I had to save myself at the critical moment. Also, I gave you 2 flash stones. You owe me one for that." Han Fei was so angry that he laughed. "That's bullshit. Who cleared the way for you? How could you have escaped from the 2 hunters without me? I don't owe you a damn thing." Yang Ruoyun replied casually, "Whatever you think, I never set up any trap against you, and I am not to blame for what happened to you." Slightly choked, Han Fei said, "No, you knew the wall of seaweed and the pit of the dry leaf worms earlier, so you prepared a lot of flash stones for yourself and fooled me into treasure hunting with you." Yang Ruoyun stared at Han Fei and said, "Let's make things clear. Firstly, I didn't fool you into treasure hunting with me. You volunteered to join me." Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "Would I have followed you if you had told me the truth?" Yang Ruoyun nodded. "You would have." Han Fei was choked again, wondering why he had asked such a stupid question. Yang Ruoyun smiled and said, "Just now, an enormous explosion took place, and I sensed the blast even from here. I don't see why you would make such an explosion unless your enemies have caught up to you. Therefore, you entered the seaborne prairie probably because you were chased after, and you had to press on even if the journey ahead was dangerous." Han Fei's fury was paused. He was surprised that the woman had guessed so many things. If Han Fei was an unreasonable person, he might have killed Yang Ruoyun. After all, in a world full of cultivators, one did not need a reason to kill someone else. But not everybody was like that. Most people had their principles. Han Fei, for one, could not kill anyone without a good reason. However, he would not be bent so easily either. He said coldly, "Even so, you still owe me 2 favors, and you should return them with your life." Raising her head and staring at Han Fei, Yang Ruoyun said, "The fishskin map in your hand was drawn by my father in person 9 years ago. You can check the texture of the fishskin to confirm. Does it count as one?" Han Fei reluctantly nodded his head. The treasure trove definitely counted as 1 favor. Yang Ruoyun said again, "You were asking about the abyssal chasm earlier, and I know a thing or two about that." As she spoke, Yang Ruoyun tossed half a book to Han Fei, and Han Fei found that its title was Records on the Exploration of the Abyssal Chasm. Having no time to read it, Han Fei asked, "Why is it only half a book?" Yang Ruoyun said calmly, "The other half is in my hand. I'll give it to you after we get out of here safely." Han Fei asked further, "Why do you have something that nobody else does?" Yang Ruoyun replied casually, "Do you have any idea how many people die in this fishery every day? To be honest, this book is not valuable at all, but just because something is cheap doesn't mean it's always available. At least, you might not be able to find a copy of this book at all on the dragon boats." Han Fei frowned. "Who is this woman exactly?" As if knowing what was on Han Fei's mind, Yang Ruoyun said, "We weren't supposed to be related, but we embarked on the same journey coincidentally. You must have realized that the level 3 fishery is not as simple as it seems, and the world we know is only one tiny proportion of it." Han Fei waved his hand and said, "I can get the other half of the book after I kill you, but it doesn't matter if you don't want to give it to me. We can just go separate ways. Bye-bye." Hardly had Han Fei jumped to the hexagon starfish's back when Yang Ruoyun said, "I'm of no threat to you, but your pursuers are outrageously strong. If you take me, I can help you get rid of them." Han Fei immediately hit the brakes and looked back at Yang Ruoyun. Yang Ruoyun stared at Han Fei. "If I can't do it, you can kill me." After a long silence, Han Fei finally said, "Damn it." Han Fei knew that Yang Ruoyun was not a good person, but she seemed to be very smart, and he could not overlook her declaration to help him get rid of his pursuers. If he were an ordinary person, he probably would have been killed after following Yang Ruoyun into the seaborne prairie. Since he had been trapped by her, the guys of the Sun family definitely could be too. The hexagon starfish, which had been silent, rolled its 6 big eyes and said, "I don't think you can beat her in a debate." Han Fei said angrily, "I can't beat her? I'm just being a gentleman, or I could have slapped her to death easily." Yang Ruoyun's eyes widened. This starfish can communicate? Han Fei suddenly realized that the hexagon starfish, just like the stone spirit turtle, spoke with mental waves, and he was not the only one who could hear it. He couldn't help but remark, "Why do you care if it can talk?" Come here, but if you show the slightest anomaly, I'll kill you immediately. Yang Ruyun ignored what Han Fei said, but simply looked at the hexagon starfish in shock. A sea creature that could talk. She had met 2 of them in only one day. While following Han Fei, Yang Ruyun stared at the hexagon starfish and asked, "Is this the thing in the wall of seaweeds?" Han Fei shook his head. Of course not. How can Mr. Hexagon Starfish be the same as that goddamn seaweed monster? I'm going back to it sooner or later. The hexagon starfish said again, "You can't defeat it." Han Fei said gloomily, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, shut up. I still have you if I can't defeat it, don't I?" The hexagon starfish constricted its eyes and said, "I can't defeat it either. Besides, the starfish don't fight." On the back of the starfish, Yang Ruoyun was rather curious. Was this big starfish really a contractual spiritual beast? She never knew a contractual spiritual beast that could talk. She couldn't help but wonder who Han Fei was exactly. Han Fei, on the other hand, couldn't feel greater now that he didn't have to swim. Besides, the hexagon starfish was faster than he expected. When it was on full speed, he couldn't have kept up with it without attaching little gold to himself. On the way, Han Fei stared at Yang Ruoyun solemnly and stressed again. "We're cooperating for now, but it doesn't mean you can flee again. Trust me, you won't have another chance to squeeze the flash stones. I'll attack you the moment you show any anomaly." Yang Ruoyun said expressionlessly, "Our destination is the same. We're both going to the center of the seaborne prairie. In such a case, why would I run?" Han Fei did not trust Yang Ruoyun at all at this point. He simply asked, "What's in the center?" "I'm not completely ignorant of it, so think carefully before you answer." Yang Ruoyun considered for a moment and said, "It is said that there is a huge wood of big red trunk at the center of the seaborne prairie that has grown for eons. What else?" Yang Ruoyun looked at Han Fei and asked, "Have you ever heard about the Millennium Snapper before?" Han Fei tilted his head and said, "What if I have, and what if I haven't?" With sorrow in her eyes, Yang Ruoyun said, "The Millennium Snapper is an alluring fish that can control spiritual plants. It's said that their sounds are the most marvelous music in the ocean." Of course, Han Fei knew it. He also knew that the Millennium Snapper was almost undying in areas that had abundant spiritual plants. Seeing that Han Fei was tranquil, Yang Ruoyun was rather surprised. "You knew this?" Han Fei's lips curled. "Are you surprised? How is the big red trunk related to the Millennium Snapper? Why are you going there if it's so dangerous?" Yang Ruoyun shook her head. "That's none of your business. My purpose here is different from yours. You're all here to look for treasures and grow stronger, but I'm here to seek an answer. 32 members of the Yang family have died here. I'm the last living person in my family now, but I have to come here too." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "You think I'm an idiot? Why would you come here to kill yourself if all your family have died here?" Yang Ruoyun said. "Heavenly talents like you would never understand. Who would ever dare to come to the level 3 fishery without the exploration of the generations of pioneers?" Han Fei mocked Yang Ruoyun's explanation and did not believe it at all. He didn't think that her family were full of scientists that explored the mysteries of the ocean. Yang Ruoyun was not bothered by Han Fei's attitude. Staring at the front, she said slowly, "The dragon boats sent a lot of people to places that are too dangerous to visit for other people every year. The places with the most victims are naturally the most dangerous places, and the central area at the seaborne prairie is one of them." Han Fei asked in confusion, "A lot of people are sent each year?" Yang Ruoyun nodded. "Explorers are sent every time the boats drop by. You might not see a lot of people on your way, but that's just because they entered this area from other routes." Han Fei was surprised. "Even if they might be killed here?" Yang Ruoyun nodded again. "Yes." Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something else. "What about the experts on the dragon boats, the hidden fishers and the hanging fishers?" Yang Ruoyun said, "Maybe they know it, and maybe they don't. There was a hidden fisher who died here. Since then, no experts came here anymore." Han Fei sneered. "Then why do they keep sending dangling fishers here?" Yang Ruoyun said casually. "You don't understand the darkness of this world. Certain secrets are more important than lives." Chapter 356, The Forest of Big Red Trunk. What Yang Ruoyun said filled Han Fei with suspicion. The dangerous places in the level 3 fishery that he knew were already a lot. But still, people kept exploring those places. "Were they idiots?" the hexagon starfish remarked gloomily. "There's nothing over there except the annoying trees and fish. The tree you mentioned has delicious fruits, but nothing else about it is remarkable." Yang Ruoyun asked in shock, "You've been there?" Han Fei was quite surprised too. "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, I didn't know that you visited it before." The hexagon starfish hummed and said, "I once dug stones in there, until those fish carried me out of the place." Looking at its enormous size, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "How big must the fish have been to carry you out?" "I was digging stones under the trees. Of course I had to shrink my body size." Han Fei, dumbfounded. Yang Ruoyun spoke to Han Fei telepathically. "Isn't this your contractual spiritual beast?" The hexagon starfish replied, "Of course not. I am a free starfish." Han Fei glanced at Yang Ruoyun and said, "Let me tell you the truth. The creatures with more eyes have greater spiritual power, which means that they can overhear telepathic communications." Yang Ruoyun pursed her lips, but she wasn't too bothered. She simply looked at the hexagon starfish and asked, "Senior, have you taken fruits from the tree?" The hexagon starfish rolled his big eyes, and Han Fei was lost for words. He wondered how this starfish grew eyes everywhere. Its 6 eyes were aimed at different directions and could almost spin all over its body. The hexagon starfish said, "It's partly my fault. I was digging the stones when I found the glittering fruits on the tree, so I had one of them. Then they drove me out." Han Fei looked at young Ro Yun and asked, "Why? Is there something wrong with the fruits?" Han Fei remembered that the ghost he met last time warned him again and again not to have the fruits. Not just the fruits, he wasn't supposed to eat the fish either. But he found it quite odd because the data of the Millennium Snapper suggested that it was edible and could permanently increase recovery abilities by multiple times after it was eaten. Multiple times. Han Fei was still tempted when he thought about it. If he hadn't collected the Millennium Snapper with his demon purification pot, he might have eaten it already. Also, the seaweed monster demanded fruits too. Were they asking for the same thing? But wasn't the hexagon starfish fine after having the fruit? Han Fei asked Mr. Stee. Hexagon starfish. Was there anything unusual after you ate the fruit? No, the hexagon starfish replied. I don't think so. Well, I made a breakthrough after that. Han Fei, one view Yang Ruyun seemed to be deep in thought, but Han Fei didn't care what was on her mind, because his eyes had been filled with vague redness. We're here, the big red trunk forest. Han Fei rose from the back of the hexagon starfish excitedly. Yang Ruyun rose too. She looked at the big red trunk and then at Han Fei. If you know the big red trunk, you should know that their leaves release scorching energy. Han Fei said in disdain. Do you think I'm scared of a few insignificant leaves after traveling so far in the seaborne prairie? Yang Ruyun didn't say anything. In her eyes, Han Fei was mysterious too. After all, not everybody was qualified to be hunted by so many experts, and not everybody could be a friend with a starfish that could talk without contracting the creature first. The hexagon starfish said, "You can do whatever you want now. I'm going to dig some stones for myself," Han Fei said with a smile. "But don't be too far away, Mr. Hexagon Starfish. I'm going to squeeze it if you're beyond 1,000 meters." The hexagon starfish closed its 6 eyes, too angry to say anything. Before the forest of the big red trunk, Han Fei vaguely heard singing from the depths of the wood. Yang Ruyun said gravely, "Millennium Snapper." The hexagon starfish shrank into the size of a palm before it dug into the soil and crept into the forest of the big red trunk. Han Fei said, "Mr. Squeeze It," in Tast. Hexagon starfish, take it slow in case you're carried out again. He waved his hand with a smile, summoning 30 blue sea wandering dragon daggers, which immediately cooled the water nearby. Han Fei shrugged and said, "I said that I'm not scared of it. Let's see whether the tree leaves are hotter or my daggers are colder." Yang Ruyun almost rolled her eyes at the 30 spiritual weapons. That was really extravagant. She took a pill out of her sea-swallowing seashell, and Han Fei noticed that it was a chilling pill too. It seemed that Yang Ruyun had made a lot of preparations for this place. Just like that, they went into the wood one after the other. The moment they stepped in, the soil on the ground began to shiver, and the sword-shaped leaves were even redder, unleashing overwhelming heat. The red leaves began to fall above their head, making the water red and glamorous. Han Fei had experienced it before, so he simply pressed on fearlessly. He was as casual as before, even though the red leaves were sweeping like swords, because they weren't as crazy as last time without the control of the Millennium Snapper. Even so, Han Fei's spiritual energy protective cover had been broken twice. Yang Ruyun was even more weird. There was no telling what pill she had taken, but the red leaves all avoided her when they approached her. But Han Fei could tell that Yang Ruyun was not in her best state. While the pill protected her from the red leaves, the side effects were enormous too. At this point, she was pale and unsteady, leaving a trail of ice behind her. Han Fei looked at Yang Ruyun weirdly. "You're too weak to bear the pill. How much longer do you think you can endure?" Yang Ruyun's lips were quivering as she stared up ahead, as if she were talking to the wood. She said, "It doesn't matter how much longer you can endure if you don't aim to be a strong cultivator." Han Fei, he didn't really understand what the woman was saying, but since the moment she stepped into the forest of the big red trunk, she did not seem to care about her life anymore. He snorted, "When are you giving me the other half of the records on the exploration of the abyssal chasm?" Yang Ruyun replied expressionlessly, "When we reach the real big red trunk." Han Fei grinned. "The big red trunk is just a tree. It's those Millennium Snappers that are the real threat here." While walking, Yang Ruyun asked, "Do you know how many people are around here?" Han Fei asked in surprise. "Huh? There are other people here?" Yang Ruyun sneered. "As I told you before, many treasure hunters have been coming here, though the trip is dangerous. They're still waiting." Seeing that the spiritual energy protective cover was about to be broken, Han Fei replenished it and asked, "For what?" Yang Ruyun sped up, and Han Fei followed her closely in case she played any tricks. Yang Ruyun said, "For singing, infinite Millennium Snappers will sing an unparalleled tone at the big red trunk at the center, and every visitor here will be given an opportunity." Han Fei frowned. "Nonsense. You said yourself that the visitors here were all dead," Yang Ruyun said. "That was an incomplete statement. People only know the victims who are dead, but a lot of visitors walk out of here alive, except that they lost their memories of the day, as if they were never here." Han Fei's eyes constricted. "They lost their memories? Wait, how did you know that?" Yang Ruyun glanced at Han Fei and said, "There are always exceptions." Yang Ruyun did not continue but walked faster and faster, and Han Fei frowned hard. He had a bad feeling. Certain big secrets seemed to be buried in this place. What happened next proved Han Fei's speculation. When he moved faster, there were more red leaves, but they weren't any more powerful even though they were almost boiling the water. He didn't see any fish or crabs on his way, but only the flowers and the big red trunks. After half an hour, Han Fei finally saw the biggest big red trunk. Before Han Fei approached it, he had seen its branches and leaves that stretched 500 meters away. They were as dazzling as the afterglow. When the water surged, the sword leaves fell and turned into burning flames, disappearing into nothingness before they hit the ground. Yang Ruyun said casually, "This is called falling flame. It's the original look of the big red trunk." Han Fei raised his head only to be shocked. "How tall is this tree exactly?" Yang Ruyun suddenly fell on her knees and crossed her hands before her chest. "Do you know why it is impossible to dive down from the sky or go up in the water as you press further into the seaborne prairie?" Chapter 357, Fiery Tree. Yang Ruyun fell on her knees before the big red trunk and paid her tribute. Then she said slowly, "It's because the ocean you see might not be the ocean you're in." Han Fei was puzzled. "Please say something I can understand." Yang Ruyun, however, bowed at the big red trunk again and said, "Here, the surface of the ocean is not connected to the underwater." Not connected? Han Fei was shocked. How could they not be connected? Wasn't this place the underwater area of the seaborne prairie? How could it not be connected to the surface? Yang Ruyun glanced at Han Fei and asked, "Why didn't you come in from the middle?" Han Fei was stunned. "Because I was worried that someone might be after me," Yang Ruyun said casually. "To be more exact, since the moment we passed the wall of seaweed, the surface is no longer connected to the underwater area. Nobody knows where you will reach if you swim up, but if you come down from the sky, you will end up at the wall of seaweed." That's an unanswered enigma. Han Fei was dumbfounded. He felt that his brain was crashing. It seemed perplexing even in this world that was full of wonders. Yang Ruyun did not explain further. She rose after bowing 3 times and took out a bell and a wristband. Cling, cling. When Yang Ruyun rang the bell, a drawing flew out of her into the red leaves on the tree. His face slightly changing, Han Fei grabbed Yang Ruyun's neck and asked, "What are you doing?" In the meantime, Han Fei spoke telepathically, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, come back and let's go." However, Yang Ruyun simply shook her head and said casually, "It's too late. Starting from the moment we entered the forest of the big red trunk, there's no way for you to get out." Han Fei lay the blue sea wandering dragon dagger on Yang Ruyun's neck, causing a minor cut. "Make yourself clear." Ignoring the dagger on her neck, Yang Ruyun continued ringing the bell with her hands crossed. Yang Ruyun said, "You can kill me, but you'd better let me finish. The Millennium Snappers will be out in a minute, and those hiding outside will come in too. Everything that's going to happen here will be kept here. Maybe you can get out a day later. I'm not lying to you. You may be strong enough to survive this." Han Fei stared at Yang Ruyun and asked, "What about you?" He had always found this woman queer, especially when she made those weird moves. He had absolutely no idea what she was up to. Yang Ruyun slowly put her hands down and stopped shaking the bell. Then she took out half a book. She said slowly, "Actually, I had prepared this book on the dragon boat. Back then, I planned to invite you to kill those 2 people with me and attract you to enter the seaborne prairie with me with this book. But I had to abort the plan because of the accident that happened to you. I didn't expect to meet you again in the seaborne prairie. That may be fate. Here's the other half of the book. We're done here." Han Fei had a lot of complicated feelings. Yang Ruyun was definitely a freak, not because she had strange personalities, but because Han Fei thought that she might be a lunatic. Hualala. At this point, the branches of the super big red trunk began to shake, and the infinite sword-shaped red leaves were falling, raising flames one after another in the seawater. The red leaves were not directed to him or anyone else. They were just falling. La 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 la, hiya. Voices that sounded from the soul echoed in the seawater, pure, indistinct, and unworldly. Han Fei's face changed greatly. He knew what the Millennium Snappers were capable of, and if they were all to attack him crazily, he might not be able to survive it without hiding in Forge the Universe, Mr. Rive. "Hexagon Starfish, I'll give you 10 seconds to come back, or I will squeeze the stone." On the 3rd second, Han Fei saw a palm-sized little starfish emerging from the soil below his feet. The Hexagon Starfish's voice rang in his head. "That's fine, they'll be done soon. I've listened to them many times. Can you not threaten me with my essence blood every time?" Han Fei snorted and said, "It's fine for you, but not necessarily so for me. We have to stick together from now on. Is there any place safe? Take me there." Han Fei did not consider himself smart, but he was definitely not stupid. He knew that Yang Ruyun couldn't be up to anything good and speculated that she did not plan to go out alive, but he was here for treasures and did not intend to get himself killed in a weird accident yet. The Hexagon Starfish said, "There's no need to hide. Nobody will notice you." Yang Ruyun said, "That's right. I didn't lie to you. If so many peak-level dangling fishers failed to kill you, they might not be able to do so this time. Your pursuers might get killed first. Hanfei? Hiyo? 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 Suddenly, Hanfei raised his head, only to see Millennium Snappers crawling out of the red leaves of the big red trunk as they began to sing. More Millennium Snappers were joining them. They surrounded the thick trunk in a circle, which was a rather weird behavior. Hanfei looked at Xuanhuan and asked, "What are they doing?" Xuanhuan said without any hesitation. "They're communicating with the big red trunk. It's like some sort of ritual. I never saw it before either." Suddenly, Hanfei turned his head and saw a stranger 1,000 meters away. The stranger glanced at Hanfei and Xuanhuan and swam to another direction, paying no attention to them at all. Then, after only a short moment, Hanfei noticed a couple more strangers. However, none of them talked to Hanfei. They did not seem to know each other either. They simply each found a corner and started to wait in silence. Hundreds of kilometers away from the wood of the big red trunk, Sun Mu and his team were swimming quickly. "Young Master Mu, the Millennium Snappers have started chanting." "Are we really going in?" Looking at the crimson water far away, Sun Mu frowned and asked, "Is this wood of big red trunk as wicked as it's said to be?" A subordinate that was closely behind him replied solemnly, "Yes, young master. Everybody who enters the wood will either lose their memories or die there. Some people do return with information on the wood, but they only remembered part of what happened." Sun Mu asked, "Has the Sun family ever investigated it?" "Yes." Sun Mu nodded and said, "How many lived and how many died?" The subordinate smiled and said, "Over the past hundreds of years, the Sun family has sent almost 1,000 people to this place. In the past year, 12 people made it here. 5 of them died, 1 went crazy, and 6 were safe. Among the safe guys, 6 became hanging fishers soon after the journey." Sun Mu glanced at him and asked, "You're very proud of that?" His subordinate's face immediately changed. "I dare not be, but the casualty rate is very low. If they were intermediate or advanced dangling fishers, only 10 to 20% of them would have survived." Sun Mu snorted and said, "It's only because our family sent peak-level dangling fishers who had more advantages. But that's enough information. Let's go in. Remember, no treasures, just the sea token." "Yes, sir." More than 1,000 Millennium Snappers had been gathered on the big red trunk, and thousands more must have been among the red leaves where Hanfei could not see. Their disorganized singing soon became uniform. Like a group of angels singing in paradise, their melody was breathtaking. Hanfei was greatly shocked, not by the music, but by the number of Millennium Snappers. Weren't they rare creatures? Was it normal that thousands of them were gathered here? If he were to throw all of them into the demon purification pot, what would he create? Hanfei did not even dare to think about it. The hexagon starfish, however, said, "Wait a moment, the petals will be thrown." "Hanfei?" He was slightly surprised. Could the leaves on the tree be set ablaze too? But next, the red leaves were ignited one after another, so fast that they seemed to be awash with oil and would be set on fire with a tiny spark. It was much more magnificent than fireworks. When billions of red leaves on the outer layer of the enormous tree were on fire at the same time, the whole big red trunk turned into a gigantic tree of flames in no more than 10 seconds. Shoot, Chapter 358, Training, Haya, La, La, La. The melody was slow, pure, and touching. More and more Millennium Snappers were gathered in the flames without moving at all. Bam! Suddenly, an explosion burst out from the tree, and the flames blossomed like fireworks, filling the whole ocean with starry fire. Xuanhuan almost burst into tears when she looked at the infinite flames. Her devoutness stunned Hanfei. Those flames were falling overwhelming. There was no place to hide at all. Hanfei sensed danger and lunged forward. In the next moment, a long sword cut where he had been standing. Before Hanfei's eyes were 7 people, led by a young man who couldn't have been more than 20. He was a peak-level dangling fisher. Looking at the people behind him, Hanfei felt like cursing. He wondered how many people those jerks had sent, and why the super landmine that he planted did not kill them. The young man was holding his sword with one hand. On the freezing sword, a green serpent was meandering. "I am Sun Mu. You're qualified to learn my name. After I kill you, I will bury you under the big red trunk. It's a nice graveyard." Sun Mu spoke with a smile and looked above. "Look at this beautiful place. You're going to appreciate the view forever." Grabbing 2 blue sea wandering dragon daggers, Hanfei stared at Sun Mu coldly. "Thank you for your kindness, but I think that the view here is more suitable for you. I'll bury you here after you die. How does that sound?" That being said, Hanfei looked very awful. The number of enemies before him was beyond his estimation. Were they not wounded all at the wall of seaweed? Did they all make it here? Hanfei spoke to the hexagon starfish telepathically. "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, do you have more arrays? Set up a few and help me block them." The hexagon starfish naturally realized that it was no good. It wanted to flee, but Hanfei definitely wouldn't allow it. The hexagon starfish replied telepathically, "How can arrays be set up so fast? Why don't you hang in there a while longer? The fruits will be out in a minute." Lost for words, Hanfei cursed. "You're still thinking about the fruits at such a moment when you're about to be killed?" Hanfei ran quickly. He couldn't care less if little gold would be exposed. Besides, Xuanhuan mentioned that everybody would lose their memories of the day, which further reassured him. Hanfei dashed out and unfolded his wings, going straight at the leaves of the big red trunk. It was the safest approach that Hanfei could think of. At this point, the leaves and the Millennium Snappers did not seem aggressive, so he might as well take shelter among the leaves. Everybody was stunned to see Han Fei's move. Was he an idiot? Why was he running to the tree? Sun Mu paused and spoke to one of his subordinates. You will go. The man was gloomy. I'm going there alone? Though the big red trunk seems peaceful, who knows if dangers are lurking among the lush leaves. But he sighed, knowing that he could not refuse an order, and so he swooshed into the leaves. After he dashed into the red leaves, Han Fei sensed overwhelming heat coming at his face. His spiritual energy protective cover was burnt up immediately and again 3 seconds later, but Han Fei ignored it and kept ascending until he was 100 meters high. Then, he stopped at a random branch and he had been covered with red leaves. Those red leaves were burning hot and enshrouded Han Fei in fire. Han Fei's blood was freezing under the burning sensation. He felt that it was even more scorching than the fish fire. His skin was cracking. His clothes had been burnt up. His hair could not resist the fire either, and he had turned bald again. But as Han Fei expected, the Millennium Snappers and the big red trunk simply ignored him as he sat there. The man who entered the leaves after Han Fei was even more miserable than Han Fei. His spiritual energy protective cover, his clothes and his hair were burnt up after only several seconds. He would have died if he hadn't grabbed a cold stone. Even so, the stone was dimming at a visible speed. The man looked around after he came in, only to see nothing but redness. He couldn't locate Han Fei at all. No, I have to go out. I'll just say that I lost him. The man hurried to retreat, but an invisible wall blocked his way when he was about to get out. No! Let me out! The man was greatly shocked, not expecting a barrier on the tree. Help me, young master. Outside, Sun Mu's team were slightly shocked. They had noticed the barrier too, which stopped the subordinate from leaving the red leaves. Han Fei, on the other hand, was rather stunned. He did not expect the barrier either. Sun Mu said to the people around him, "Attack together." The 6 of them attacked at the same time, launching an enormous wave, but the barrier was undamaged. Sun Mu looked awful. It was the sea token that he was after, but if Han Fei was imprisoned in the tree, wouldn't the sea token be left there forever? While everybody was grim, Yang Ruyun said casually not far away, "It's useless." When the Millennium Snappers are chanting, this big red trunk will be an invulnerable array of fire that is not to be broken. One of the guys from the Sun family suddenly strangled Yang Ruyun and said, "Speak, how can we get Han Fei out?" Yang Ruyun smiled and said, "The array will be gone when the chanting is over." Sun Mu looked at Yang Ruyun intimidatingly. "How long will that take?" Yang Ruyun replied casually, "About an hour." Everybody was shocked to hear the length. An hour in the fire? Their man was crying for help after only 1 minute in it. Any person who stayed an hour inside would be incinerated, wouldn't they? The guy from the Sun family who cried for help was weaker and weaker. Knowing that his fellows had fruitlessly tried to save him, he returned and searched for Han Fei again, determined to accomplish his mission. At this moment, Han Fei was resisting the fire the best he could. The indestructible body was absorbing his spiritual energy quickly. More importantly, Han Fei found that he could not even sense half a meter away. Damn it, I could have swindled Mr. Hexagon Starfish out of some spiritual energy if I had seen this coming. What I have might not be enough. Han Fei was rather anxious. He had only no more than 1,000 points of spiritual energy in total. Earlier, he had spent 50,000 of them on the arrays, and he only had about 900,000 left. He must use them judiciously. A moment later, Han Fei felt that he was dizzy. Even his skin had been burnt through many times. About 300 seconds later, Han Fei heard a scream not far away from him. Huh? Someone else is here? Han Fei grinned. He wished that all the guys from the Sun family had come in which case they could barely survive without the indestructible body or millions of points of spiritual energy. He was bold enough to break in because of his sturdy body. He did not expect that someone else would come in with him. Hula! Soon, Han Fei could not laugh anymore, as his new skin had been ripped again. Anybody who saw it would have been so shocked that their eyes would have popped out. At this moment, Han Fei looked like a porcelain doll that was full of cracks, and he seemed to be falling apart after a slight poke. Half an hour later, Han Fei became grim. The fire was more powerful than he thought, and the cultivation with the indestructible body had been fast. The short while he spent here equaled half a day in the fish fire. He had spent almost 300,000 points of spiritual energy on fixing his body. But Han Fei did not stop his training. He seemed to have sensed the bottleneck of his body. For all the time, his indestructible body had been stuck by an invisible obstacle. As a result, though his body was sturdy, it was not as unbelievable as Ren Tianfei's. This time, Han Fei vividly sensed that the obstacle was the restrictions in his own body. After the polishing with fish fire in the fiery mountain, because of the disunity of his level, his strength, and the enemy in his body, he was not as sturdy as he appeared. After the training and digestion in the following year, he improved his sturdiness to a Hugh height, and he would reach higher peaks today. An hour later, Han Fei's skin, flesh and bone, showed crystal colors. Han Fei was hesitating. He had consumed almost 600,000 points of spiritual energy, but he was still not there yet. He sensed that he was only one step away from a whole new level of sturdiness. At this point, Han Fei sensed that his body temperature was declining, and the furious flames outside were weakened into small ones. Huh? You're gone? Please give me some more. I'm about to make a breakthrough. Han Fei almost vomited blood. He sensed that he was about to surpass the limits of his body, but the feeling was gone because of the declination of the fire. It was really annoying. Exactly at this point, an arrow was shot right towards Han Fei's face. Chapter 359, Come Again If You Think You Were Good. The moment he saw the arrow, Han Fei knew that he wasn't safe anymore. The barrier seemed gone now. The arrow left a hole in the barrier when it penetrated through the fire. Sensing the danger, Han Fei launched the water-dividing seal immediately. Bam! Han Fei was pushed back by the arrow. His arm was slightly uncomfortable. He sensed that he seemed to be much stronger and sturdier than before. Theoretically speaking, he was even better than the so-called peak-level dangling fishers in terms of defense. Earlier, old Zhang had said that all that mattered in a fight was who had bigger and harder fists. Han Fei believed that it shouldn't be a problem for him to bash a high-level dangling fisher with his fists now. However, he still hadn't made the breakthrough on the indestructible body yet. Get out. Receiving the hexagon starfish's message, Han Fei was slightly shocked. Going out right now? Wouldn't he be killed? Han Fei asked. Mr. Hexagon Starfish, what's going on out there? The hexagon starfish replied, 2 more groups of people are here. Huh. Han Fei put on some clothes and craned his head from the leaves. In the next moment, an arrow was fired at him again. But when the arrow was 100 meters away from Han Fei, a woman had chopped it into pieces with her sword. Then, a young man around 18 appeared with 2 black crystal axes. He smiled and asked, Sunmu, is he the man the Sun family is looking for? Han Fei asked. Mr. Hexagon Starfish, where are you, and who are they? Han Fei looked aside, only to see a starfish that was smaller than a hand on a leaf right next to his head. It said, they're new here. They seem to be in conflict with your pursuers. Han Fei was lost for words. Mr. Hexagon Starfish, when did you come here? The Hexagon Starfish climbed on Han Fei's shoulder and said, I was scared that they would beat me, so I came in too. Han Fei, the young man holding axes smiled at Han Fei and said, You're Han Fei? And said, You're Han Fei? I'm told that you've got the sea token, right? The woman who used a sword turned around and smiled at Han Fei too. We would have still been ignorant of the matter if the Sun family hadn't searched for you so vehemently. Han Fei asked timidly, Who are you? The woman blinked her eyes and said, I'm from the Thousand Star City, of course. I'll sleep with you if you give the sea token to me. How does that sound? Han Fei immediately trembled. Wasn't it too blunt? He didn't know that the sea token had such a usage. The young man with axes said, Mo Feiyan, you can't find another man who is better than this bumpkin? Mo Feiyan giggled and said, Yang Dayu, he is much better than you. He killed multiple peak-level dangling fishers of the Sun family on his own. He's definitely a genius. Sunmu approached them step to step and glanced at them coldly. Mo Feiyan, Yang Dayu, are you determined to challenge the Sun family? Ha ha! Yang Dayu laughed and pointed the black crystal axes at Sunmu. Have we ever not challenged the Sun family? The sea token is for whoever is lucky enough to have it. You want to claim it for yourself? Have you asked for the permission of my axes? Mo Feiyan said with a smile too. Sunmu, you're overestimating yourself. I'm told that the Sun family has failed 2 hunts. It's our turn now. Then, the girl turned back at Han Fei and chuckled. My offer still stands. I don't think I'm an ugly woman, am I? You're in for a treat. Han Fei felt goosebumps all over his body. This woman was really pretty, but he couldn't stand her way of talking. Different from Xiao Chan, who often tried to play cute but always remained a violent girl, this woman was really an alluring minx. Han Fei extended his hand and said, Hey gorgeous, you want the sea token? Fine, help me take down that Sun, Sun Mu, right? You'll have the sea token if you kill Sun Mu for me. Mo Feiyan grinned and said, I'll help you kill him if you give it to me first. As it happens, nobody will trouble you anymore after you give it to me. What do you think of that? Seeing that his trick didn't work out, Han Fei chuckled and said, That won't do. Why don't you come here and take it yourself? Okay. Out of Han Fei's expectation, Mo Feiyan, Sun Mu, and Yang Dayu did not attack. They all just looked at Han Fei with a smile. Immediately, Han Fei felt that it was not good. A touch. 9-star chain. Han Fei thought he was buying time for himself. Little did he know that his enemies were doing the same. Behind him was a weird web. Han Fei recognized the web to be made of the same rope with which Sun Ye caught Lui Xiaobai back in the Fiery Mountain earlier. He still had one of those ropes in Forged the Universe. He did not expect to meet it again today. Earlier, his enemy had secretly deployed people to attack him from his back, hoping to hunt him down. The 9-star chains were stabbed down into the soil and pulled, giving Han Fei a boost. But he was faced with Sun Mu, Mo Feiyan, and Yang Dayu immediately. Damn it, let's die together. Hew, 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 hew. 3 blue sea wandering dragon daggers were darted towards them. Explode now. Greatly shocked, all the 3 of them stepped back. They activated their own techniques. A shield of ice appeared before Sun Mu. Mo Feiyan vanished into mist, and Yang Dayu protected his chest with his axes as well as the shell of a spiritual turtle. Bam, bam, bam! Han Fei ferociously charged at Mo Feiyan. He was blown up by his own blue sea wandering dragon dagger. The pieces of the dagger pierced into his body, resulting in blood on his arms and his abdomen. Bam! Han Fei pushed the shrapnel out of his body with spiritual energy and cast the divine healing technique on himself. Sun Mu yelled coldly, "Let's see how many spiritual weapons you have to detonate." Silently, Han Fei swam up. Mo Feiyan reappeared palely. Looking at Han Fei, who was ascending quickly, she frowned and said, "What an intimidating man. He didn't even hesitate to blow himself up. However, is he going to the Millennium Snappers?" Yang Deyu spat on the ground and said, "Thank God that everything that happened here will be forgotten, or it would be too humiliating that this man escaped our joint hunt." Han Fei felt that his heart was bleeding. He had lost 3 spiritual weapons in the blink of an eye. He was determined to get back at them someday, or he would be too sorry for himself. Don't swim up anymore. The fruits are coming. Those fish can be brutal. The hexagon starfish emerged from Han Fei's shoulder and reminded him. Han Fei had swum up by 500 meters and was only several hundred meters away from the Millennium Snappers. But how could he stop when 5 peak-level dangling fishers were hunting him down? Humph. Mr. Hexagon Starfish, hold on. Who? When he was several hundred meters away from the Millennium Snappers, Han Fei opened his hand and took out the blue sea wandering dragon bow. Who? An arrow with thousands of points of spiritual energy was shot at the Millennium Snappers, causing a huge explosion. Behind them, all the 5 people who were chasing Han Fei were shocked by Han Fei's craziness. They had been trying to corner Han Fei with the fish and did not expect the man to attack the fish voluntarily. Hiya! The singing of the Millennium Snappers was interrupted, which seemed to have infuriated them. Hiya, hiya. Under the watch of hundreds of the fish, the red sword leaves were launched overwhelmingly at the intruders. His eyelids cramping, Han Fei immediately turned back and ran the opposite way. The 5 people who had chased Han Fei turned back even faster. They had started fleeing since the moment Han Fei attacked the Millennium Snappers. But the wood of the big red trunk was only so spacious. Where could they possibly run to? Han Fei launched another arrow at those Millennium Snappers. In the meantime, Han Fei announced, "Come on, try again, aren't you good? Come and kill me now." Sun Mu's face changed. Han Fei was crazy enough to start a war voluntarily. At this point, he was almost completely buried by sword leaves. Opening his wings, Han Fei charged at one of the dangling fishers of the Sun family with the overwhelming red leaves. The man's head was dizzy. Why had Han Fei chosen him as a target of all the people here? All the other people who had come to the big red trunk were lost for words, wondering why Han Fei and Sun Mu's team were fighting so hard when treasures hadn't been revealed yet. Han Fei was faster than common peak-level dangling fishers when he opened his wings. He was about to grab one of them when the man suddenly disappeared. Shoot, Han Fei was speechless. It seemed not easy to kill a peak-level dangling fisher. They could just crush a flash stone and escape. But Han Fei didn't give up. He turned around and chased another person. Chapter 360, Red Ball. The situation outside of the big red trunk became very weird. The dragon-like chain of red leaves was chasing Han Fei, and Han Fei was chasing the peak-level dangling fishers. At this point, Han Fei had caught another person. The man was about to escape when he sensed that his spiritual energy was frozen, and he had been tied up by a golden rope. The spirit-forbidding rope. No, Han Fei grabbed the captive and dove into the sword leaves. After only several seconds, the man dropped from the leaves with his chest stabbed and his internal organs churned. Sun Mu's face slightly changed. Mo Feiyan, Yang Deyu, ask your men to take action if you want the sea token. The 2 people who had been enjoying the drama shrugged, but they didn't argue and simply waved their hand. 12 peak-level dangling fishers attacked Han Fei at the same time, blowing him and the sword leaves away with a dazzling light. Shoot! So many? Han Fei was dumbfounded. Were peak-level dangling fishers so cheap? There were a dozen of them here, and their bosses were even standing by and watching the show. Chiliu, in case they attacked him again, Han Fei ran to the Millennium Snappers again. However, none of the 12 people turned back. They simply watched him and waited, as if they were telling him to either confront the fish or go back down and be captured. Han Fei shouted, "You're forcing me to do this." Pooh! Han Fei broke into the leaves of the big red trunk that was 500 meters tall. The moment he broke in, he tossed out the hexagon starfish. Han Fei said, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, set up a stealth array right now." The hexagon starfish said, "A stealth array cannot fool 12 people. Someone will notice it." Han Fei said, 3 seconds. "It will be enough if you can stall them for 3 seconds. The hexagon starfish said, "That's much easier." Among the red leaves, the 12 people were still chasing after Han Fei, but they stopped the red leaves from burning them by releasing their spiritual energy together. It wasn't so easy for Han Fei. He was burnt while he fled. Even his brain almost exploded. "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, are you done?" The hexagon starfish said, "Okay, you can come here." A moment later, where is he? Someone was confused. He was almost blocked by us just now. Did he escape with a flash stone? Someone shook his head. No, we would have sensed it if he used a flash stone. Besides, young master and other people are back there. He can't get past them. Wait, there is a stealth array here. Immediately, they took action simultaneously and blew up the stealth array, but they found nobody. Inside Forge the Universe, Han Fei kept casting the divine healing technique on himself. He was truly unlucky. He had thought that the super landmine he planted in the land of starfish could have blown up the guys from the Sun family. He didn't expect so many of them to make it through to him. He could even defeat one peak-level dangling fisher. How could he defeat so many of them? Truth be told, Han Fei believed that 3 of them were enough to suppress him in a head-on clash, 4 could crush him like an iron-headed fish, and 5 could beat him up like a sandbag. Han Fei was rather gloomy. You want the sea token? Fine, I'll make one for you here and now. Han Fei had plenty of materials, including the spiritual weapons that he looted. He simply threw a mid-quality spiritual sword into the calabash. Reforging did not require other materials, or a mid-quality spiritual weapon would have consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Han Fei didn't have much spiritual energy in the first place. After an hour of training with the indestructible body, he didn't even have 300,000 points of spiritual energy left. Seeing that it was further reduced to 240,063, he almost shed tears. He had to cultivate in a place after this trip, or he would probably run out of spiritual energy next time he met an enemy. In that case, he would really have to cry. However, what Han Fei did not know that reforging could take a while even though it was not slow, and in the meantime, something great was going on outside. Young Ruoyun had never helped Han Fei since the beginning. Because she was weak, Sun Mu only asked one of his subordinates to watch over her. At this moment, when everybody's attention was focused on Han Fei, a circle of ancient characters popped up on the big red trunk. If Han Fei were here, he would have recognized them to be the drawing that Yang Ruoyun tossed in earlier. But nobody else knew what it was. Cling, cling, Yang Ruoyun suddenly crossed her hands and shook them, ringing the bell on her wrists. What are you doing? The subordinate of the Sun family scolded her. Yang Ruoyun lowered her head with a smile. Father, it's been 9 years, but I'm here again. If it doesn't work this time, I will sacrifice myself for it. The subordinate of the Sun family was somewhat frightened to hear that. He grabbed Yang Ruoyun's neck and shouted, What did you say? What are you sacrificing for? On the other hand, Sun Mu noticed the anomaly and approached her. What's going on? There was no fear on Yang Ruoyun's face at all. She smiled and said, The red ball. The red ball is here. Yang Deyu, cranky enough, kicked Yang Ruoyun and yelled, Red ball? What's that? Before Yang Deyu asked further, everybody had seen a red haze that was emanating from the leaves of the big red trunk. In the red haze were starry, glittering spots that darted towards everyone. Mo Feiyan raised her hand, and the green ring on her hand established a barrier that protected her. Yang Deyu and Sun Mu made similar reactions. Same as Mo Feiyan, they were protected by some sort of barrier. But the rest were not as noble as they were, and were immediately covered by the red haze. All 30 people near the big red trunk were petrified and could not move anymore. Yang Deyu shouted angrily, What's that? I feel that my protective jade is breaking. Mo Feiyan was no longer as graceful as before. She said awfully, Mine too. Sun Mu looked at the other people and considered the moment. Then, he recalled the protective jade that was about to crack. The moment the barrier around Sun Mu disappeared, he was petrified. Yang Deyu and Mo Feiyan looked at each other. They both recalled their protective jade and entered the petrification state too. Yang Ruoyun, who had been ignored by everyone, opened her eyes. She unleashed her spiritual energy and shattered her clothes, revealing dense, creepy tattoos that were emitting gold colors brilliantly. She extended her hand and reached for what seemed to be a crimson spiritual fruit. She put the red spiritual fruit in her mouth without hesitation. After a long time, she suddenly craned her head and made a haya sound at the big red trunk. If everybody weren't petrified at this point, they would have been too shocked to say anything, as the sound she made was the same sound as the Millennium Snappers. At this point, Han Fei had recovered, and he was holding 2 identical tokens. TSK. I am truly a master forger. Why didn't I make a fake one sooner? Han Fei looked at the counterfeit C token in his hand. It was a mid-quality spiritual weapon anyway. He was rather reluctant to give it away even though it was fake. Fine. It will be worth it as long as they stop being a pain in my ass. Han Fei disappeared from Forge the Universe in the blink of an eye. Mr. Hexagon Starfish? Mr. Hexagon Starfish? Where are you? Before Han Fei could finish, he sensed that a weird power was attached to himself. He felt that his limbs were numb and that his head was indescribably drowsy. Han Fei sensed that his demon purification pot was flashing. In the next second, he was surrounded by spiritual energy, which had been deployed by the demon purification pot. It was not unusual. Even so, Han Fei found that his limbs were heavier and heavier, and he couldn't move anymore. Not good. I can't stay on the tree. Han Fei bit the tip of his tongue and jumped out. He had a free fall among the leaves. When he occasionally hit the branches, he had to move his butt so that he could keep falling. He didn't have a choice. If he were to stay on the tree, he would probably be roasted by the leaves of the big red trunk. His current spiritual energy couldn't even sustain him for half an hour. Bam! When Han Fei felt that he was about to fall asleep, he was finally out of the leaves of the big red trunk. But the moment his back hit the soil, he was stunned as he caught a fruit floating before him in the middle of the glittering redness. He saw that it was a red ball before he passed out. Chapter 361, transformed into a fish again, he heard the bubbling sound of water, and his body seemed to be moistened by seawater. His nose, his mouth, and his stomach were cool and comfortable. Han Fei woke up from oblivion and struggled to open his eyes. Immediately, Han Fei trembled. He couldn't be more familiar with what he saw. From his weird perspective, everything seemed to have been enlarged. He raised his head and saw the looming seaweed, as well as the round barnacles that were floating above him like gigantic millstones. He looked down, only to find himself in a warped ocean. Every stone, every lone plant, and every fish that swam by seemed to have been twisted. They were extremely hideous. Have I come to the Soul Ocean again? Then Han Fei felt that it was not right. Behind him there were a dozen fish that were identical to himself. They were a fish whose name Han Fei couldn't tell. The probing ability of the demon purification pot seemed to be nullified. Since it was not his first time, Han Fei quickly turned aside, hoping to catch a general view of the fish behind him. But as he turned aside, the fish behind him did exactly the same thing. He managed to see that they were red fish with long tails and fins. When waved, their tails were soft and enjoyable, like a curtain that blocked the wind in summer. When a black fish came close, Han Fei swam subconsciously and took a turn. The fish behind him all followed him. This is not the Soul Ocean? Han Fei was immediately stunned. During the moment just now, he sensed that the black fish was trying to prey on him hostilely. An anti-heaven blade? Han Fei was greatly shocked when he saw the whole body of the black fish. The anti-heaven blade turned back and charged at Han Fei and the tiny fish that he led again. You're coming again? Han Fei immediately sped up, leaving an elegant trail of red shadows behind him in the water. But one of the fish behind him was slower and was bitten by the anti-heaven blade. In Han Fei's eyes, the huge anti-heaven blade was like a behemoth. It tore the red fish's tail off more than easily. A fish without a tail was dead for sure. In the next second, it was bitten by the anti-heaven blade again and devoured quickly. Shoot, Han Fei subconsciously swallowed. But he had no drool at all. He drank a mouthful of seawater, which then flowed out of his gills. He was dumbfounded. If this is not the Soul Ocean, where am I? He should have been attached to Little Black or Little White if he were in the Soul Ocean. If he were really attached to Little Black, he could have killed anything that came to him, and a minor anti-heaven blade would not be a big deal at all. But now, Han Fei opened his mouth. He sensed teeth, but what could he possibly eat? By comparing himself with the anti-heaven blade, Han Fei regretfully found that he couldn't be more than half a meter long. He was approximately Little Black's size, but he was far less capable than Little Black. Little Black, Little White. Han Fei tried to summon Little Black and Little White, but nothing happened. He tried the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and Little Gold again. Still, no response. No, damn it. Forge the universe. To his disappointment, Han Fei found that he could not feel anything. He could not even separate his mind from his body. How on earth did I turn into this useless thing? Am I going to wait to be eaten by other fish? Han Fei felt terrible. In the last second, he only felt fatigued, but after he closed his eyes and opened them again, he had turned into a fish. To whom should he complain about that? At this point, Han Fei saw another few anti-heaven blades far away. He was lost for words. Considering how tiny he was, he could be gobbled by them easily. Chiliu, Han Fei accelerated and waved his tail. His lackeys behind him also sped up, trying to keep up with Han Fei. Those anti-heaven blades seemed stunned. Why were the insignificant fish that they could catch easily most of the time suddenly want to race them? But Han Fei's move seemed to have triggered the competitiveness of the anti-heaven blades, which sprinted at him. So, a bunch of tiny fish were swimming crazily ahead, and the anti-heaven blades were chasing them crazily from behind. The anti-heaven blades almost shattered the shoal many times, but thankfully, Han Fei got away as the boss, or his shoal would have been exterminated. But even so, Han Fei had lost 2 followers. Han Fei looked around. He only had a dozen followers in the first place, and their number was plummeting. When an anti-heaven blade came close, Han Fei even saw that the edge of the fish almost cut himself into 2 parts. So, he tried his best to dodge it. The moment he hurled himself out, Han Fei found that his tail left a red silky trail in the water, and when he passed by the anti-heaven blade, he had the strong urge to bite the anti-heaven blade. No, I have to do something. Han Fei knew that the bigger fish would usually attack the middle part of a shoal of smaller fish, because the fish were densest and most vulnerable at the middle. But if all his lackeys were eaten up, he would probably be eaten too, even though he was the leader. There was no telling whether it was because Han Fei was thinking like a fish, or he was under influence, but he burst into fury when he lost another lackey. Seeing that an anti-heaven blade was charging at him, Han Fei quickly took a turn and bit the anti-heaven blade. After the bite, a huge mouthful of flesh was ripped off. The moment Han Fei counterattacked, he sensed that the lackeys behind him went on a rampage and bit the anti-heaven blade too. Almost in the blink of an eye, the anti-heaven blade lost a dozen pieces of flesh and its blood almost dyed the water red. Han Fei was shocked. Shoot, are my teeth so sharp? It's more than easy for me to tear off a piece of meat. Han Fei realized that every fish had their features. Although he was small, he seemed to have sharp teeth and quick reaction time. Immediately, Han Fei grew excited and spewed out a bubble. Brothers, let's attack. The tiny fish surrounded the anti-heaven blade crazily and bit the fish to pieces in only 2 seconds. The stink of blood provoked the anti-heaven blades behind them. In the chaos, Han Fei dodged and bit everything he met. After a minute, Han Fei only had 9 lackeys left, but the 4 anti-heaven blades had been taken down, with nothing but the bones left. Han Fei hurried to flee with his lackeys, knowing that the stink of blood would attract more fish, and that he would be killed if he stayed here any longer. But when Han Fei began to swim away quickly, he found that his teeth were itchy, and he felt like biting something. Not just the teeth, Han Fei even felt that his swimming speed was twice as high as earlier. I can improve myself by eating other fish? Han Fei immediately grew excited. That was similar to the Soul Ocean. Earlier, he had eaten a lot of things in the Soul Ocean as Little Black, and his capabilities had skyrocketed. At this point, he realized that he was in need of tremendous food in order to grow and avoid being hunted, although he was not in the Soul Ocean. He didn't really understand why he turned into a fish, but he speculated that it must have something to do with the red haze. Something had always been greatly wrong with Yang Ruyun. Han Fei sensed that she had a great secret. It was also why he teamed up with Yang Ruyun when he saw her in the Seaborn Prairie. Great secrets were always enticing. At this moment, he felt that the great secret was right before his eyes. Also, he wondered if other people had turned into fish too. He didn't know if his guess was correct, but since Yang Ruyun mentioned that half of the explorers returned alive, it meant that he was definitely not doomed in his current status. Since he was not doomed, he must live on and find a way to go back. Chapter 362, Don't Eat the Fruit. Eating was the eternal truth in this world. To eat with the mouth was to eat. To inhale spiritual energy with the body was to eat. To swallow spiritual fruit and energy was also to eat. At the moment, Han Fei seemed to have understood the true meaning of the fish world, which was just one word, eat. With this precise cognition, Han Fei's purpose became clear. If you want to go out on your own, you must first survive. If you wanted to survive, you couldn't hide away. Only by constantly strengthening yourself could you survive in this fish world. Han Fei took the 9 little brothers and quickly swam away from the bottom of the sea. At this moment, he had no spiritual perception ability and was unable to detect the creatures hidden on the seabed. The upper middle of the sea was the liveliest place in the sea, where hundreds of kinds of fish lived and preyed. Brothers, go. Although Han Fei didn't know what kind of fish he was, this fish seemed to be strong in speed, bite force, and hunting ability. After evading a small group of spiked armor fish and being chased around by a treasure-hunting fish, he finally found a bunch of crescent moonfish. There were a lot of them, and Han Fei was just about to rush up when arc-like knives swooshed at him one after another, causing him to turn tail and run immediately. Han Fei almost cried. He only had 9 little brothers that obviously were no match for the other party. Fortunately, after a fierce fight and losing a little brother, Han Fei finally encountered a group of pearlfish. Brothers, let's eat them. Han Fei tried his best to attack at full speed and finally had a bite of delicious fish. Yes, the feeling of fish eating fish was like people eating braised pork. As long as it was a large piece of meat, it felt wonderful. Han Fei and his 8 little brothers, like a group of bandits, chased and ate the pearlfish for a long time until they encountered another group of fish of the same species coming to prey on them. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Can I eat fish of the same species? He had just frantically swallowed dozens of pearlfish, and his size had grown several times larger. No matter in terms of speed, strength, or bite force, he felt many times stronger. Now, here came a group of fish of the same species. Although the size of the leading fish was a little smaller than his, when Han Fei saw its eyes, it was scared. Yes, while Han Fei was looking at that fish, the fish was also looking at him. There was no doubt that the other party was absolutely the same as him, possessed by a human. Certainly, they shouldn't practice cannibalism. But at this moment, Han Fei had a desire to eat that fish, which was an impulse from his heart. The other person's thoughts were probably the same as his own. But the problem was that Han Fei only had 8 little brothers left, but the other party had as many as 17. Although the fish on the opposite side was a bit smaller, there were more of them. Han Fei wanted to suppress his desire to eat the fish, but when he went to turn around, there was a desire in his mind that made him stay put. The desire told him, you can win. The fish on the opposite side is small, you can win. Perhaps being seized by the desire, Han Fei and the other party rushed towards each other at the same time, and the little brothers behind them also started to fight. There were dozens of red lines in the sea, quickly twisting and biting. For a moment, red shadows were everywhere in the waters. Han Fei didn't underestimate his combat power. It was perfectly justified for big fish to eat small fish. The other party didn't seem to expect that the fish school led by Han Fei was so powerful. With just a few rounds, his little brothers were reduced by half, while only 2 died on Han Fei's side. The other party was scared and wanted to escape. But Han Fei didn't let him escape, chasing him closely and biting at him. Crack. When Han Fei bit on the opponent's tail, the scales of victory had already tilted towards him. If the fish had no tail, how could he swim? In the panicked struggle of the other party, Han Fei bit him through in a couple of bites. However, different from eating fish before, when Han Fei killed the opponent, a mysterious kind of energy was absorbed from the opponent's body into his own body. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that he was 50% stronger. When Han Fei turned around, he found that the little brothers on both sides had stopped biting. The opponent's little brother had 4 left and his side still had 5 left. At that moment, the 9 fishes all followed behind Han Fei. When Han Fei saw this scene, he suddenly took a tumble. Could it be that all the people around the big red trunk had become fish? Then they were thrown into this sea area fighting each other, and they could grow by plundering the power of other fish? If so, he still had dozens of opponents. Not only human opponents, but also the original marine creatures in this sea area. But these were not critical. The key question was, how did all the people turn into fish? And they also led a group of little brothers. Were they just to escort them? If so, then this was actually a game for the purpose of fighting? But what was the actual purpose of the game? In this world, nothing happened without reason. At the end of the game, only the strongest would survive, who would only become stronger after the fight. If you didn't want to die, you had to fight. At this time, Han Fei could slightly understand why people died in the middle of the sea grassland, where the big red trunk was located. In fact, the place where people really died was not there, but in the fishing ground where he was now. Now Han Fei only had one question left. What if he became one of the last fish surviving? With this question, Han Fei didn't dare to stay for a moment longer as he took his newly acquired little brothers to continue looking for fish. Han Fei didn't know how long it had been because fish didn't have the concept of time. He only knew that he had eaten a lot of fish and his body was almost dark red now. During this period, he met other human fish 3 times, which he all killed, and the number of his little brothers had grown to the current 18. Of course, after several rounds of battle, his first batch of little brothers had long since died. The subsequent batches of little brothers without sufficient fighting experience were not strong. Now, the most powerful one only had half his speed and strength. Just when Han Fei was about to continue searching for fish, there was a smell in the sea that almost made him crazy. It was not a bloody smell, but a special smell that was even more attractive than spiritual energy. Immediately, Han Fei gave up looking for fish but went after the attractive smell. Things aren't quite right. Han Fei shook his head from time to time and found that the stronger he became, the more blurred his consciousness was. At this moment, being stimulated by this smell, he almost lost his mind completely. There must be a problem with the fish. Han Fei turned sideways and looked at his group of little brothers behind him that were almost all red-eyed, showing their teeth and biting at the seawater. Their gaze was locked on him. At that moment, Han Fei was horrified. Are these guys going to eat me? With this in mind, Han Fei shuddered. Now all this school of fish could see was food, and he couldn't control them anymore. Swish. Han Fei twisted his body in an instant and turned around as fast as he could. His little brothers behind wanted to follow him, but Han Fei was too fast. He went around in a circle and bit directly at his little brothers. When Han Fei killed a little brother, the others went crazy, all biting at him. I'm your fucking boss. Behave yourselves. However, no fish listened to him. Each one showed their teeth, fierce and hostile. Shit, are you sure you want to fight me? Are you faster than me? Are you bigger than me? Do you have sharper teeth than me? The waters were soon covered with fine pieces of fish, and Han Fei had already killed 13 of his little brothers. At this time, Han Fei was about to lose control of himself, feeling that he was going to lose his mind. When he looked out, he saw the blue and crystal ocean world had turned into a bright red one. No, I can't lose my mind. I can't. No. Suddenly, Han Fei's body twitched abruptly and he showed his teeth, rushed forward, and bit the remaining little brothers crazily. In a short while, all 18 little brothers were killed by Han Fei, and his body was already red-purple and part of it was dark purple. Han Fei lost his mind in the end. In fact, Han Fei was not the only fish having this experience. In places that Han Fei could not see, there were dozens of fish like him, and 2 of them were even bigger than him. At this moment, the little red fishes that had scattered around all gathered up towards one spot. Coincidentally, Han Fei encountered a fish about his size with 5 or 6 little brothers behind him. The 2 sides were still far away, but they immediately rushed towards each other as soon as they saw each other. Han Fei felt like he was in a dream. In his dream, he was eating hot pot, one mouthful after another. After eating a lobster, he got a bull conch. After finishing the bull conch, he began to eat a plate ray. Beside him, Lu Renkuang exclaimed, Fei Fei, when did you become such a glutton? For the first time, I lost to you in eating. Han Fei pulled aside Lu Renkuang. Get out of the way. I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. Zhang Xuanyu sat opposite Han Fei. Fei Fei, do you want to become fat again? Then Xia Xiaoshan won't give you any chance when seeing you. Han Fei scoffed. Who cares? I'm hungry, so I have to eat. Lua Xiaobai said lightly. Don't eat so much. It's okay. Relax. Han Fei continued to devour the food, and soon the plate ray was finished by him. Then he threw a big crab into the hot pot. As if feeling something was missing, Han Fei looked around. Hey, where's my garlic? Where's my pepper? Where did you take my seasonings? When Han Fei was looking for the seasoning, suddenly a dagger was stabbed in his stomach and a big cut was made. Han Fei looked up. It was Xia Xiaoshan. She grinned at Han Fei, but he immediately found that something was wrong. Fuck, Xia Xiaoshan, are you crazy again? However, Xia Xiaoshan did not move, but only stared at Han Fei. Then Han Fei felt that he was dazzled. Xia Xiaoshan in front of her suddenly turned into a big red fish. Han Fei shivered and suddenly woke up. What was he doing? He remembered he was leading a group of fish and eating fish, but there was a big red fish in front of him that was about the same size as him and full of bite marks on its body. As for him, Han Fei felt that his stomach hurt and it seemed that his intestines were about to fall out. Oh, Han Fei suddenly accelerated, bumping his head against the big fish, knocking it out. Then, he turned into a red shadow, biting through the fish's belly. After taking several bites in a row, Han Fei felt surging energy in his body, which was almost inexhaustible. That's not right. I can't eat anymore. I can't. Han Fei suppressed the urge to swallow and spit out the large pieces of fish in his mouth with difficulty, trying to stop his body from swimming. He struggled hard for a long time before he could bear the urge to continue swallowing. Although when other fish passed by, he had an impulse to rush up and tear them apart, his reason told him over and over again that he could not eat. He could not eat. After a long time, Han Fei swam to an eerie stretch of water in a muddle-headed manner, where it was dark all around and there seemed to be a burning fireball in the distance. For some reason, Han Fei couldn't control himself as he swam towards the fireball. After seeing the fireball clearly, Han Fei was suddenly invigorated. The big red trunk? This big red trunk was no more than 10 meters tall, which was many times smaller than the one he saw before. However, he was sure that this was just the one he saw before. It was covered with red fruits, and around the big red trunk, there were dozens of fishes like him. At this moment, they were all staring at the fruits. Among them, a few fishes emitted red light and a burst of energy surrounded them. Han Fei saw a fish swim forward and ate a piece of fruit, and then red light appeared on its body. That was a kind of power that made fish obsessed, more so than spiritual energy. Spiritual energy could only be used in cultivation, but this fruit simply occupied Han Fei's whole mind. Eat it. You will become stronger or the strongest if you eat it. Han Fei's eyes were a little missing and puzzled. He tried to eat the fruit several times but stopped. Some other fish swallowed the fruit without hesitation, and then he seemed to become extremely powerful. But there were some fish that didn't move, some were as hesitant as Han Fei, some were struggling intensely, and some were simply shutting their mouths. In the confusion, some words suddenly popped into Han Fei's mind. Don't eat the fruit. With this in mind, Han Fei immediately backed away. It's horrible. This fruit is so horrible. He was almost lost in the temptation. After Han Fei withdrew dozens of meters away, he counted it carefully. There were 26 fishes present and 14 of them were glowing red. No, now it's 15 and another fish just swallowed the fruit. Don't eat the fish. Some words appeared in Han Fei's mind again. He twisted his neck. This fruit must not be eaten, but he had almost eaten it just now. The remaining 11 fish did not eat the fruit. 2 of them, like Han Fei, moved back several meters and the remaining ones were struggling. But at this time, an unexpected scene happened. Those fruits broke away from the branches of the big red trunk and were put to the mouths of the fish that hadn't eaten it by the red leaves. A fruit was floating beside Han Fei's mouth. Fuck, how I want to eat it. I'm so hungry. Fuck, I can't eat it. Han Fei pursed his mouth. Although his fish body was trying to open the mouth, he suppressed the urge forcibly. F off. Han Fei suddenly turned around, slapping the fruit away with his tail. But for the other fishes that were struggling, 2 of them couldn't resist the temptation and eventually swallowed the fruit into their stomachs. After the 2 fish swallowed the fruit, the attractiveness of the red fruit suddenly diminished. Han Fei felt that the pressure on his body was much less. The remaining 8 fishes backed quickly, seeming to finally get rid of the damn fruit. However, as soon as the 9 of them backed away, they found the fish on the opposite side suddenly all looked at them. Damn, shit. I resisted the temptation of the fruit, but these guys on the opposite side did not. The 9 fishes looked at each other almost simultaneously and gathered together in an instant. After all, there were 17 fish on the other side, and they seemed to have already lost their minds. But the 9 fishes were still sober, and certainly wouldn't fight them to the death. 2 fishes beside him suddenly attacked one fish among them and threw it over with their tails. The group of red-eyed fish that had eaten the red fruit all rushed up. Almost in the blink of an eye, that fish only had a puddle of blood left. Han Fei was speechless. These people were too ruthless. They just treated others like they were disposable. Han Fei and the other 7 fish fled quickly. Afraid of being tricked by the other fish, Han Fei swam away from them deliberately. He didn't want to get close to either side. Some other fish seemed to have the same idea as Han Fei, so the 8 fish quickly dispersed. When the bloody mist cleared over, there were only 14 of the 17 fishes left. Just in such a short while, they actually ate 3 more fish. Han Fei didn't know if there was a fish chasing after him. He just ran as fast as he could. This fruit must not be eaten for sure. Not only the red fruit, but fish also couldn't be eaten. In that secret realm, the phantom seemed to tell him not to eat the fruit and mentioned fish. Although it didn't say it clearly, he felt that it was warning him not to eat fish either. Han Fei was helpless. But I had no choice. If I didn't eat the fish, I would soon be eaten by them. But once I ate a fish, I became addicted and couldn't stop. Han Fei felt that he was being manipulated by the big red trunk. This tree was so bad, turning people into fish, and no one knew if these people could change back into humans again. Just when Han Fei was pondering, he suddenly blacked out. When he woke up again, he felt as if he just had a dream. He opened his eyes and saw red light all over the sky. At this moment, he was lying on the ground. His body was still a bit numb and stiff, but he could barely move. Han Fei sat up with difficulty and looked around, only to see that the Sun Mu and the other 2 had just woken up. At this moment, they were covering their chests with their hands, looking panicked. In other places, dozens of people awakened from a frozen state, falling to the ground or clutching their heads. Han Fei wondered, is this over? Everything was just a dream, an illusion? No one is dead? Chapter 363, cut down the tree together? Others seemed to be wondering too, was this a dream or a real test of life and death? However, the red light all over the sky had not dissipated yet. In front of his eyes, there was actually a red fruit floating. Only then did Han Fei see clearly what this fruit was. Name Red Ball Introduction. The spiritual fruit that grows on a demonic tree can transform humans into demons. Because the spiritual fruit is too low-leveled, the affected humans will lose their consciousness after being transformed into demons and can only develop their wisdom after long years of cultivation. L-level, spiritual level, all quality. High quality contains spiritual energy 66,968 points. Effect with it. Humans can be transformed into demons and demons can enhance their bloodlines. Han Fei was immediately stunned. Humans transformed into demons and humans become fish? Are you fucking kidding me? Han Fei felt someone was looking at him. Turning his head to look, he saw Sun Mu and the others looking at him. Han Fei just wanted to cry. I was just chased by fish and now being hunted down by humans? Life is so hard. However, before Sun Mu and the others took any action, all their subordinates suddenly knelt or lay on the ground. Those lying on the ground were already dead, while the people who were kneeling on the ground were all glowing red and seemed to be in great pain. Not only Sun Mu and his companions, but other cultivators also fell to the ground. Yang Deyu's face changed drastically and he scolded, "Get the fuck up, what's going on here?" Mo Feiyan frowned. They are already dead, so this is not a dream but a trial? Sun Mu's face turned pale. No, it's not just a trial. There are also problems with the fruit. The fruit is not a chance. As Sun Mu spoke, the body of his subordinate named Sun Qi glowed redder and redder. Then his flesh and blood began to melt, his hair began to burn, and his legs disappeared. Run. Sun Mu picked up a subordinate who wasn't affected and flashed to the side. Yang Deyu also escaped to the side, carrying one of his subordinates. But Mo Feiyan's 3 men were all kneeling on the ground. La la la. Just when everyone was staring at Sun Qi, they heard a beautiful song from his body. All the people who were still standing, including Han Fei, trembled. They seemed to have discovered a great secret. Shit, will Sun Qi really change into a fish? Han Fei swallowed. In his eyes, Sun Qi's body was rapidly changing. His back bulged high, his feet turned into fishtails, his head and body were fused together, and his arms became fish fins. Gosh! Han Fei looked around, only to find that not only Sun Qi, but a dozen people around him were also transforming, and there was a singing sound in their bodies. Han Fei swallowed nervously. When he became a fish, he almost ate the red ball in front of him. Suddenly, with a flash between his brows, Little Black and Little White wanted to go out. Han Fei certainly wouldn't stop them. As soon as Little White came out, he gulped the red ball that was hanging in the water. Han Fei was speechless. Little White may also be a sea demon. To be precise, all marine creatures should be sea demons. Little White ate happily, and when they each swallowed a red ball, Little White and Little Black's bodies glowed at the same time. Are you having a breakthrough? Han Fei's eyes widened suddenly. This red ball worked so well on Little White and Little Black? Han Fei remembered what the seaweed monster in the Seaweed City wall wanted him to bring to it, was a red ball. Then he saw Little White and Little Black were chasing red balls. But for some reason, after they ate a red ball, they could no longer catch up with the second one. Han Fei didn't have the slightest interest in this damn fruit, but his baby girl needed it. Han Fei immediately started chasing the fruit in the red light. Maybe because Han Fei was not a demon, he just grabbed casually and easily got a red ball in his hand. Seeing it, Little White quickly swam over, looking at Han Fei eagerly. Feeling that the red ball in his hand was struggling violently, Han Fei grinned. Can't they eat a second fruit? This fruit is a bit interesting. Unfortunately, my baby girl wants to eat you. Sorry. Han Fei opened his palm and Little White sucked the red ball into its mouth. At this moment, Little White and Little Black's bodies became shinier and shinier, and Han Fei actually felt that these 2 little guys had signs of breaking through again. Seeing this scene, Han Fei thought, since Little White and Little Black could eat the fruit, how about 9 Tails and Little Gold? He immediately released 9 Tails, but the shrimp gave no reaction to the red balls at all and had no intention to get one. Han Fei told him to get one, but 9 Tails didn't move. On the other side, looking at Han Fei's behavior, Sun Mu and Mo Feiyan thought, can spiritual beasts eat the fruit? Yang Deyu immediately released his spiritual beast that was a scorpion with a shiny shell. Yang Deyu grabbed a red ball in front of him and was about to stuff it into the scorpion's mouth, but Mo Feiyan stopped him. Mo Feiyan scolded, "Are you an idiot? Let your men try it first." Yang Deyu paused and then coldly looked at his only remaining subordinate, saying, "This fruit is not hiding from us. Come on, feed one to your spiritual beast." Yang Deyu's subordinate turned pale. In his heart, he wished he could kill the damn woman Mo Feiyan. Did he survive just to be their guinea pig? Sun Mu shouted. Isn't there another person? Let that person try first. What Sun Mu was talking about was an outsider who had survived besides them and Han Fei. That man was retreating quietly at this moment. He was not stupid. It was not easy for him to survive, and he was no match for none of them, so he must run away as quickly as possible. Seeing Yang Dayu's subordinate chasing that man, Han Fei transmitted his voice to him, "Come here, I can work with you." At the same time, he transmitted a message to Sun Mu and the others, "Stop it. Do you think that the matter here is over? Don't forget this place is still sealed and our memories have not disappeared yet." Sun Mu shouted at him, "I'd like to kill you first." Han Fei was speechless. "Go to hell. I know how to go out without losing memory. Let's fight after getting out of this damn place, okay?" Mo Feiyan immediately raised her hand to stop him. "Stop, Han Fei. Do you really know?" Han Fei smiled. "I'm different from you. I'm only an intermediate dangling fisher. You are all peak-level dangling fishers. Since I dare to come, I can get out." Yang Dayu immediately shouted to his subordinate, "Come back." The outsider, seeing Yang Dayu retreat, immediately swam to Han Fei. As Han Fei said, he was too weak alone. In front of a group of peak-level dangling fishers, he was only a vulnerable advanced dangling fisher. Sun Mu and the others did not take an advanced dangling fisher seriously, so they didn't stop him. Yang Dayu stared at Han Fei fiercely. "Now tell me how to get out." Han Fei took a look at them and got a sudden idea. Then he said, "Cut down the tree. This big red trunk is the source of all problems. As long as you cut it down, all problems will be solved." "Bullshit," Mo Feiyan asked. "If the tree can be cut down, why is it still here? The people who came before us would have already cut it down." Yang Dayu scolded. "Are you stupid? How can you cut down such a thick tree? Hit it with your head." Han Fei scoffed. "You people, including those who died, know that there is a chance here. Who will really cut the tree down? Which one of you even thought about it?" The idea had just come to Han Fei just now. After all, seeing such a huge tree, people would only be in awe and fear of it. Most importantly, those who had gone out from here and lost their memories had almost all got a chance. But now, Han Fei didn't think he had gotten any special chances. The red ball was not a chance at all. When ordinary people ate it, they would become fish immediately, although it was a chance for spiritual beasts indeed. This didn't make any sense. Therefore, Han Fei guessed that something must happen soon. Unfortunately, he didn't want the so-called chance at all now. Who wanted to lose his memory for nothing? It would be better to find a way to cut down this tree directly, which would be a real chance. Sun Mu suddenly said, "I have a question. Where is the eighth person among us?" Yang Dayu looked around. "The eighth person?" Sun Mu glanced around. "I remember 8 fishes survived. However, there are only 7 people standing here. Where is the other?" Hearing what Sun Mu said, Han Fei was also taken aback. However, Han Fei had a hunch that it must be Yang Ruyun. He looked around. Sure enough, the woman had disappeared. Then Yang Dayu said coldly, "The woman who rang the bell just now is gone." Sun Mu looked at Han Fei. "That woman came with you, right?" Han Fei shrugged. "Don't ask me. I don't know her well. If I were in a group with her, I would have killed you long ago, right? Russell." While everyone was wondering, dozens of red leaves fell down from the big red trunk and floated to those who had swallowed the red balls. At this moment, these people had almost completely become fish, or to be exact, become millennium snappers. Han Fei, Sun Mu, and the others were a bit scared. People had become fish. This was a change of species. How horrible was this? Then they all looked at the big red trunk, on which dense clusters of millennium snappers were singing. This scene made their hair stand on end. Were these fish actually all humans? Mo Feiyan looked at her former subordinates not far away. At this moment, they were flapping their tails and making a singing sound. Mo Feiyan couldn't help but take a step back. Han Fei said via voice transmission, "Master Hexagon, is there any other way to get out?" Han Fei was scared. This was different from the fish avatar technique. With the fish avatar technique, a human took an active attempt to become a fish, and its ultimate goal was to allow humans to freely switch between human form and fish form. But the red ball transformed humans into fish forcibly and irreversibly, or to be exact, transformed humans into millennium snappers. So every single millennium snapper here was actually a human life. Hexagon Starfish, who hid somewhere, responded to Han Fei, "There is no way to get out. You can't get out unless you are carried out by the fish." "Carried out by the fish?" Han Fei continued his voice transmission. "Master Hexagon, can you help me collect a few more red fruits?" Hexagon Starfish drilled out of the ground and hung on Han Fei's calf. "This is not difficult. This kind of fruit is abundant here, but the fish don't let me take it. After eating one, I'm not allowed to take a second one. But if you really want to take some, you can go to the school of fish to pick it. You can ask your little black fish to steal it." Han Fei's face changed slightly. "These millennium snappers are not weak and can control spiritual plants. What if Little Black is discovered?" Hexagon Starfish said leisurely, "Fish are stupid. They just guard the fruit, but once the fruit is picked, they won't chase you. And your little black fish is not afraid of mental attacks." "What are you worried about?" "Huh, how do you know Little Black is not afraid of mental attacks?" Han Fei was stunned. "I didn't even know that. How do you know it?" Hexagon Starfish replied, "Your spiritual beasts are a bit strange. They seem to share everything as if they are one. If you don't release the little white fish, the little black fish will come back to life even if he dies. Very strange spiritual beasts." Han Fei was shocked. What the starfish said was true. If either Little Black or Little White was alive, the other wouldn't die. But Han Fei didn't know that Little Black was not afraid of mental attacks. This was not shown in the data. Hexagon starfish, this mysterious starfish, actually knew the secret between Little Black and Little White. Was it because mysterious creatures had telepathy with each other? Han Fei immediately asked Little Black to swim up to pick the fruit. This red ball did no good to humans, but it seemed to be able to enhance the strength of spiritual beasts. Yang Dayu's subordinate remained silent at this moment for fear that his master would notice him and then order him to feed his spiritual beast the fruit. After seeing the horrible scene of humans turning into fish, he didn't want to take the risk at all. Han Fei asked, "Hey, are you going to cut down the tree or not? Say something." Sun Mu took a deep look at Han Fei. "We can cut down the tree even without you. Why should we spare your life?" Han Fei sneered. "Now, most of your subordinates have died. Let's not talk about whether you guys can kill me or not. Even if you can, I can guarantee that most of you won't be able to survive." With that, more than 40 spiritual weapons swooshed out of Han Fei's body. These were all the spiritual weapons he had, and also one of his trump cards. Han Fei sneered. "See my spiritual weapons? Even if I blow them up, there won't be any problem for me to kill one or two of you." Yang Dayu rubbed his head grumpily. Fuck, I knew the guy who could snatch the sea token would not be easy to deal with. "This guy is tough," Mo Feiyan exclaimed. "I like him more and more." Yang Dayu glanced at Mo Feiyan contemptuously, cursing, "Mo Feiyan, don't be a disgrace." Mo Feiyan immediately turned purple in anger and hacked at Yang Dayu with the long sword in her hand that was entangled with frost. "Say that again." Seeing this scene, Han Fei said with a smile, "Little beauty, slash him harder." Yang Dayu pointed at Han Fei with his axe. "Are you looking for death?" Han Fei grinned. "I advise you to think about it quickly. Kill me or cut down the tree. Don't waste time, something may happen again in a moment." "What if you guys become fish?" Sun Mu said lightly. "Why don't you try it first? The trunk of this tree is thick, nearly 50 meters. Are you going to cut it with the knife in your hand? Don't forget that this is the big red trunk that has existed for tens of thousands of years, is even harder than spiritual weapons. How many inches can you cut through?" Han Fei had early considered this problem. "Hey you, your family has chased me down 3 times, so I guess you must know me a little bit. Although I'm not talented, I've acquired some refining techniques. It is not difficult for me to make a spiritual weapon that can chop down the tree. As long as each of you gives me a spiritual fruit, I can make a good tool to cut down the tree in 30 minutes or so." Yang Dayu immediately cursed. "Brat, do you think we're fools? You're going to die and you're still trying to swindle spiritual fruits from our hands? Are you out of your mind?" Mo Feiyan did not speak but looked at Sun Mu. Sun Mu frowned slightly, and then, to everyone's surprise, he threw a spiritual fruit to Han Fei. Yang Dayu was shocked. "Are you crazy?" Sun Mu looked at Han Fei deadpan. "I'll have a lot more time to kill you besides today." Sun Mu made this choice with a reason, not just because they were trapped in the seal of the big red trunk. More importantly, Yang Dayu and Mo Feiyan were here. Even if he killed Han Feiyan were here. It was doubtful whether he could get the sea token or not. Mo Feiyan smiled and glanced at Sun Mu deeply. Many people of the Sun family died this time. However, Sun Mu chose to cooperate with Han Fei without a blink. This was interesting. Mo Feiyan also casually threw a spiritual fruit to Han Fei and said, "I am more and more curious about you. Seriously, if you come to our Mo family, you can keep the sea token and I will block Sun Mu for you." Han Fei grunted, "You are beautiful." Mo Feiyan giggled. "Thank you for the compliment. But why are you so silly?" Mo Feiyan, when Yang Dayu saw that Sun Mu and Mo Feiyan had both given a spiritual fruit to Han Fei, he reluctantly threw one to him and threatened, "If you don't keep your word, one more person will hunt you down after today." Han Fei grabbed the 3 spiritual fruits and grinned. "Wait for me for 30 minutes. After that, Han Fei looked at the advanced dangling fisher next to him and smiled. "Brother, they won't touch you right now. Don't worry." With that, Han Fei flashed into the leaves of the big red trunk and disappeared. After a moment, in the outside world, Yang Dayu said, "Sun Mu, this time your family has suffered a heavy loss, but I don't think you can get that guy." Sun Mu coldly snorted. "Why, the Yang family wants to intervene." Yang Dayu looked rough, but in fact he was not stupid. He shot back. "Didn't I already intervene? The sea token doesn't belong to anyone. I think I also have a chance to get it." Mo Feiyan interjected, "Don't forget me. We have an equal chance to get the token." Sun Mu remained expressionless and said lightly, "If he was so easy to catch, the Sun family wouldn't have lost so many people. You can have a try. Also, don't forget that woman. We still don't know yet where she is." "That is a hidden danger," Yang Dayu said disdainfully. "The woman is very weak, incomparable to Han Fei." Sun Mu snorted. "Idiot, people who can come here can't be simple. Don't forget that the woman is only an intermediate dangling fisher. Isn't it strange?" Half an hour later, rustle, a figure jumped out of the leaves. It was Han Fei. Han Fei waved his hand casually and several circles were tossed out. Yang Dayu and Sun Mu's men immediately shielded them behind and caught the circles. It was a soft saw that was nearly 100 meters long with small barbed blades. No one doubted this thing could easily cut off a spiritual weapon. Han Fei pulled the ring on the other end of the soft saw and said, "This big red trunk can't be cut with knives and swords, but a saw is different. Now let's have a try." Han Fei was instigating them to cut down the tree. This big red trunk was home to those Millennium Snappers. He himself didn't know what would happen if they cut down the tree, but But Han Fei had to do this, otherwise he would be in danger. Sawing the tree might trigger a riot from the Millennium Snappers or other unexpected consequences, but no matter what, his first priority was to get rid of the 5 people on the opposite side. If they were just 5 ordinary peak-level dangling fishers, he might have a try to see if he could kill them. But Sun Mu and the other 2 were not ordinary dangling fishers. Although he hadn't fought them yet, he could be sure that with his current strength, he could only deal with one of the 3 at most. If the 3 of them ganged up on him, he would definitely lose. Although Han Fei was confident with his own strength, it depended on who he faced. These people were from the most powerful families of the Thousand-Star City. He wasn't sure how strong they were. He still remembered last time he was almost slaughtered by Sun Ye, who used secret methods to improve his strength to the extreme. Han Fei looked at Sun Mu and the others. Are you going to do it? If you are, do it quickly. Yang Deyu pouted his lips at his subordinate, signaling him to go over. You, go with him. As he said this, he looked at Sun Mu. Hey, ask your underling to do it with them. Sun Mu nodded. Regarding this point, he and Yang Deyu had the same thought. They were not so stupid as really to go to saw the tree. Now if there was a crisis, they would have a chance to react. Han Fei seemed to have expected this result and looked at the man next to him. Brother, what is your name? This man was already in his early 20s and was not used to being called brother by Han Fei. But he knew well about what kind of situation he was in. Since he had chosen to cooperate with Han Fei, he had to show his sincerity. Chenze, a soul warrior. Han Fei nodded. Okay, let's saw the tree on this side. Sun Mu and Yang Deyu's men took the other side, and the 4 of them started to pull the soft saw. Chug, chug, chug. The soft saw was pulled back and forth. Since they used spiritual energy, the efficiency was quite high. After a short while, a huge saw mark appeared on the trunk of the big red trunk. Soon, the soft saw had already gone deep into the big red trunk. Han Fei was speechless. Why don't you give me some reaction, you damn tree? Do you have to wait until I cut you down? After sawing for some time more, the singing sound came from the top of the tree. Han Fei knew something was going to happen. He quickly took Little Black back. The others couldn't see what happened on this side, and Little Black spat out the fruits to Little White. Only then did Han Fei find that Little Black stole 8 red balls in one go. Han Fei immediately said to Little White through voice transmission, leave too. Suddenly, Yang Deyu waved his giant axe. Han Fei, what is your spiritual beast doing? Little White slowly swam out from behind the tree, and Han Fei smiled. What can a spirit-swallowing fish do? It was just circling around the big red trunk to see if the tree reacted. Yang Deyu shouted, put away your spiritual beasts. Don't try to play any tricks, otherwise I can chop you to death first and then cut the tree. Han Fei sneered. You can have a try. Believe it or not, if you dare to touch me, I will climb up the tree and send the Millennium Snappers down. Let me see how you guys can cut the tree. In the end, Yang Deyu snorted and said nothing. However, Yang Deyu secretly transmitted his voice to Mo Feiyan and Sun Mu. I have a feeling that this guy is delaying time. Besides, they have cut the tree for so long. Why doesn't the tree have any reaction? Sun Mu responded. It's a bit strange. Let's wait and see. La la la. Just after Han Fei sawed the tree for about 10 minutes, a very loud sound suddenly burst out from the height, and immediately afterward, the big red trunk began to shake. The tree was shaking itself as if it had come alive. Just in a moment, red leaves were falling all over the sky and their flames covered dozens of miles in a radius, shrouding everyone. Han Fei and the other 3 were the first to be affected. They were close to the trunk and had nowhere to run. Han Fei shouted, hey, do you guys still want to sit by and watch? If you have any trump cards, quickly use them to protect us. At least we have to delay for an hour before we have the chance to cut down this giant tree. Sun Mu and the other 2 were hesitating. An hour? What kind of trump card could resist this endless flame for an hour? But Han Fei kept shouting, now we're on the same boat. This tree doesn't care whether you're from the powerful families of the Thousand-Star City or not. Even if you hide away, you can't escape the flying red leaves. Why don't you hide under the tree? As long as we hold on through this period of time, we will win. By Han Fei's side, Chenze said in fright, I can't hold on for that long. I will be killed. Han Fei sneered. Now no one can run away. After that, Han Fei shouted to everyone, come on, use all your spiritual energy. This is only a tree. While trying to persuade them, Han Fei kept pulling the soft saw. This time, he did his best. Surrounded with spiritual energy, he quickly pulled the soft saw, which forced the other 2 on the opposite side to speed up too. However, soon a large number of sword-shaped red leaves flew at them, and all they could hear was the singing sounds. Han Fei shouted, come on, join us. Yang Deyu cursed and waved his axe to cut a red leaf. Fuck, give me a ring. Sun Mu hesitated for a while and followed Yang Deyu to grab a ring. When Han Fei was refining this saw, only 4 rings were set on each side, so one from the other party must come to his side. He had thought it would be one of their underlings. Then he would not have to worry about being attacked. However, a sword swept away the red leaves and Mo Feiyan appeared beside him. Mo Feiyan took a look at Han Fei coldly. I know you wouldn't be so kind. You should have guessed this result long ago. Han Fei smiled. Didn't you guess the result too? But you didn't stop me. This means that you are confident to survive these red leaves. Or, to be exact, you are confident to block the attack of those Millennium Snappers. Mo Feiyan pulled up a ring and then responded, yes, we are only worried about the danger behind. Since you said you could cut down the tree, why not let you have a try? Maybe you can solve the mystery of this big red trunk, right? Han Fei smiled. However, to cut down the tree, I need a lot of spiritual energy. If I run out of spiritual energy, you've got to help me. I just need a few spiritual fruits. Mo Feiyan snorted. Why should I help you? It's you who proposed to cut the tree. It's your business if you can't hold on. Han Fei just asked, do you want the sea token? Mo Feiyan paused. Will you give it to me? As long as I keep the token, I'll have to face your endless chase every day. I am here looking for opportunities, not for death. Instead of this, I might as well throw the token away and let you guys fight head over heels for it. Wouldn't that be great? Giggle. Do you think I believe you? Han Fei shrugged. Whether you believe me or not, you'll only lose a few spiritual fruits. I want to give the token to you because you are the only girl among the three. I really don't like the other two bastards. But I'll have to give you the token in the sight of the two of them. Otherwise, if you deny it, I'll still be hunted down by them. While pulling the soft saw, Mo Feiyan was thinking suspiciously, would Han Fei really give up on the sea token? Mo Feiyan couldn't help but ask, do you know what the sea token stands for? Han Fei sneered. No matter how great a chance it holds, it is not as important as my life. As long as I'm alive, I'll get chances sooner or later, but if I die, what's the use of chances? However, I want to make it clear that just because I give the token to you does not mean that I will not take it back. After I become stronger, I'll try my best to take it back. Mo Feiyan tilted her head and looked deeply at Han Fei. However, his face was blocked by the burning red leaves. Mo Feiyan chuckled and said, okay, just a few spiritual fruits. I can afford it. But remember, the Mo family is no worse than the Sun family. If you dare to lie to me, you will never ever be able to appear in the level 3 fishery again. I don't have to lie to you. If you still dare to stay in the level 3 fishery after getting the token, I can assure you that I will definitely come to you again. Han Fei smiled. The strong couldn't be idiots. In the face of these people, conspiracies were meaningless. He'd better just tell her clearly, which would work better. After a short while, Chen-Zhe, who was not far away, said in voice transmission, do you have any spiritual fruit? Give me one. I can't stand it anymore. Chapter 364, Sea Demon. Not everyone could stand the burning of the leaves. Even Han Fei, who had practiced the indestructible body art, could not resist this endless flame for long. Less than 10 minutes later, his skin began to crack. Even Mo Feiyan and the others who were already peak-level dangling fishers could hardly hold on even with the protection of their magic weapons. Chen-Zhe managed to hold on until now and had a very strong desire for survival. Without enough spiritual energy to resist the burning, he had started to cry for help. On Han Fei's side, the blue sea wandering dragon daggers had cut a hole in the flames. Han Fei pointed, and a column of spiritual energy entered into Chen-Zhe's body. Han Fei encouraged, hold on for a while. As he said this, he looked at Mo Feiyan. Hey, can you help? If he dies, our speed will be slower than the other side. Mo Feiyan asked, are you still a spirit gatherer? Interesting. I can help, but why should I help him? You haven't used all your strength yet. Do you think I don't know this? However, Chen-Zhe's face changed drastically. If you don't help me, I will lure the Millennium Snappers down. Let's die together. However, just when Chen-Zhe made a threat, a dark vine crawled on his back at some unknown time. Mo Feiyan's red lips moved slightly, and in an instant, 100 black vines instantly entangled Chen-Zhe. Chen-Zhe looked horrified, and his skin turned black inch by inch. Han Fei was shocked. Are you crazy? What are you doing? Chen-Zhe couldn't understand until his death why this woman killed him at this time. He was still useful. As an advanced dangling fisher, he could sustain for at least dozens of minutes longer. Why did she kill him now? Mo Feiyan smiled coldly. He is useless. Since he is here today, it's his fate. Help me. Chen-Zhe wanted to catch Han Fei. He was tightly entangled by the black vines, and his eyes were full of horror. Han Fei was not a bloodthirsty person, nor a saint, but this person was on his side anyway, and he should do something. So he asked Little White to spit out a piece of red ball. Han Fei put the red ball to Chen-Zhe's mouth. I don't know what it will be like when you become a fish, and if you'll still be you or not, but I can't save you now. It's up to you. Needless to say, a dying person's desire for survival was very strong. Chen-Zhe exhausted his last bit of strength, took the red ball, and swallowed it. Han Fei didn't look at him anymore, letting the burning red leaves block his vision. Huh? Do you still have this fruit? However, it's better to let him die than let him become a fish, isn't it? Han Fei snorted coldly. I don't want to talk to you now, and don't try to poison me with your poisonous vines. I don't mind fighting you. Then let's see if your magic weapons can block my full blow. Mo Feiyan didn't expect Han Fei's attitude to change so quickly. Just for a passerby? Mo Feiyan couldn't help shaking her head. I don't have to fight you. However, you are not cruel enough to make big things happen. Humph. At this moment, Yang Dayu asked with a voice transmission, Mo Feiyan, what's the matter over there? Why has the power of your side become weaker? Mo Feiyan responded, the advanced dangling fisher is dead. Now, there are only two of us. Sun Mu shouted, you, go over there. The next moment, in the burning flame, a cloud of spiritual energy blasted out. When the man arrived leisurely, Han Fei recognized that it was the underling of Yang Deyu. At this moment, the person's body was all red and his skin was already cracking. However, after coming to this side, he pulled up a ring and started to pull it without saying anything. Han Fei was quite surprised. These people were so fucking strong. Since the red leaves began to fall, it had been 10 minutes. His skin had already begun to crack, but one of the opponent's subordinates resisted the flame better than him. At this moment, the soft saw had gone into the trunk nearly 3 meters deep. Unfortunately, the time was too short. With the combined efforts of all the people, the saw only went 3 meters into the tree. It was nowhere near the tree's 50-meter thickness. Han Fei stomped heavily, and a spirit-gathering formation appeared. He secretly initiated the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies, and a small amount of spiritual energy entered into his body, but it was obviously not enough. But Han Fei could not show his inexhaustible spiritual energy in front of these people. So, he transmitted his voice, "I can still hold on for about 20 minutes, and then you must give me some spirit fruits, huh?" Yang Deyu's underling looked at Han Fei in shock. "Can you still hold on for 20 minutes? This person was shocked. He felt a lot of pain to persist in this environment. However, Han Fei casually said that he could still insist on 20 minutes. That really shocked him, Han Fei said back. "Now we have to try our best. Can't you hold on for so long?" This person was speechless. "I am a peak-level dangling fisher, but why can you hold on for the same period of time as me, although you are 2 levels lower than me? That's unacceptable." Mo Feiyan didn't speak, but her eyes narrowed slightly. In terms of strength alone, Han Fei had no difference from ordinary peak-level dangling fishers. He was really a monster. Based on this alone, Han Fei was indeed qualified to negotiate terms with her. After 20 minutes, Han Fei's body was cracked like a broken porcelain doll. Yang Deyu's underling beside him stuffed a spiritual fruit into his mouth. In a moment, the spiritual energy on his body surface increased greatly and his cracked skin quickly recovered. Han Fei looked at Mo Feiyan, spiritual fruit. Mo Feiyan flicked her fingers and a spiritual fruit flew towards Han Fei. Han Fei swallowed it after confirming that there was no problem with it. The spiritual energy on Han Fei's skin also greatly increased, and he cast a divine healing technique on himself, and his cracked skin was also quickly recovering. But he wasn't happy at all. When Mo Feiyan gave him the spirit fruit just now, he saw that Mo Feiyan was unscathed and her skin was still smooth and tender. Han Fei was really jealous. This is the fucking gap, the physical gap. The people from powerful families were different indeed. Regardless of the way they behaved, their strength was not bad. Fortunately, Han Fei didn't start a fight with them, otherwise he would certainly lose. When the soft saw went into the big red trunk for 10 meters, all of a sudden, everyone paused and looked up. The singing sounds increased and got closer and closer. Mo Feiyan narrowed her eyes. "Not good. The Millennium Snappers have come down." Han Fei frowned. "Don't be bewitched by their songs." Yang Deyu glared at him. "You're telling me. Listen, even if you are bewitched, don't stop pulling the saw. Cut down this damn tree." Han Fei didn't want to talk to this idiot who was all words and no deeds. The Millennium Snappers had no offensive power, but their songs could bewitch people, and they could also control spiritual plants. At this moment, all the Millennium Snappers seemed to have come down the tree. Han Fei could even hear the leaves rustle when they were swimming down. La, la. The hundreds of thousands of Millennium Snappers seemed to be singing at the same time, and those burning red leaves were tumbling and floating with the sound waves, as if the sound waves set off undulating ripples in the water. Listening to the fish singing, the picture in front of Han Fei suddenly changed. He was being chased by the people of the Sun family, and the black-robed man on the dragon boat, and Lin Miao Miao in his arms was shot to death with an arrow. Han Fei's eye immediately filled with murderous desire and turned red, and he subconsciously wanted to hold the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. But the next moment, his hand seemed to be pulled by someone, which made him shiver and return from the illusion. It turned out that Sun Mu and Yang Deyu, who were opposite, were pulling the ring. But the singing did not stop. The moment Han Fei had just returned to his senses, the scene before him changed again. It changed to the scene of the black-robed man shooting arrows at him. Facing the siege of the 4 people, Han Fei felt angry, powerless, and guilty, and various emotions lingered in his mind. At this moment, the hexagon starfish, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly said, "The man next to him is crazy. Attach." In this critical situation, he had 9 tails attached to him instantly. By his side, Yang Deyu's underling had summoned his armor box that was wide open, and a large number of swords, armor, and shields flew out. Right next to him, Han Fei was the first one affected. Fortunately, the 9-star chains danced wildly, blocking his attack. If the opponent was conscious, the battle would definitely not be that simple. But now, he seemed to have lost his mind, so his attacking method looked not powerful enough. Han Fei suddenly shouted, "Yang Deyu, you son of a bitch, your subordinate is crazy." Opposite, Yang Deyu immediately responded, "If you can't resist him, die. Hue, hue, shoo, shoo." Hiu. Han Fei initiated the saber manipulation art, and blue sea wandering dragon daggers shot out like wandering dragons and penetrated Yang Deyu's subordinate in an instant. Han Fei said, okay, I have slaughtered him. It was not difficult to kill a peak-level dangling fisher who lost his mind and made random attacks. However, at this moment, he blew himself up. Boom. Han Fei and Mo Feiyan were sent flying. The latter was okay, while Han Fei was drenched in blood and half of his body was almost blown apart. Puff, 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 fuff, fuck, cough. Han Fei did not expect that a person who was already stabbed by him would detonate himself. Shtot. Han Fei knew exactly how terrifying a peak-level dangling fisher's self-destruction was. At such a close distance, if it weren't for his indestructible body, he would have been killed. He cast a divine healing technique on himself, only to hear Yang Dayu shout, "Hey, Han Fei, don't pretend to be dead. Get up and do your job." Han Fei yelled back, "Fuck you. Did you make your underling do this?" That being said, he still returned to his position. Mo Feiyan asked, "You're not injured at all." Han Fei couldn't believe what she said. "You call this not injured at all? Can't you see I'm vomiting blood?" Mo Feiyan narrowed her eyes. "But you are still fine. Although your breath is a bit disordered and your internal organs are a bit traumatized, you actually resisted a peak-level dangling fisher's self-destruction with the strength of an intermediate dangling fisher. Your physique is unreasonably strong." Han Fei shrugged. "So what? That's from my painstaking cultivation." Mo Feiyan chuckled. "I guess you must have gotten some special chances, right? Just now, fortunately, you were in front of me. Otherwise, even I would have been injured." Han Fei didn't bother to talk to Mo Feiyan. He hadn't gained anything from her family. Han Fei pulled the saw hard and shouted to the other side, "Don't send another here to blow himself up. You know what? It can't kill me." As he said this, Han Fei released Little Black and Little White and said to Little Black, "Go to the other side and bite the weakest one. Remember, don't bite the guy holding a big axe or the cold-faced one." Han Fei sneered. "Okay, laugh at me? Losing 2 people won't affect the overall situation. Anyway, so many people have died today." Han Fei was sure that if it weren't for Sun Mu, Yang Dayu, Mo Feiyan, and their underlings, at least more than half of the people would have survived today. Because of them, those who should have survived all died. In the end, they themselves were also going to die here. However, this was not bad. The fewer people, the more beneficial it was for him. The Millennium Snappers were very close to them, but did not rush up to attack them because they didn't have sharp teeth. Although they could manipulate spiritual plants, they could only control the red leaves to attack them, but the leaves could only burn. As long as they could resist the flames, the leaves would only consume spiritual energy. After a moment, Han Fei heard a voice transmitted from the other side. "Something in the leaves is biting me," Han Fei scolded. "Who the hell is speaking? Are you crazy? Since when can Millennium Snappers bite?" The person on the opposite was angry. "Han Fei, shut up. There is indeed something in the red leaves," Sun Mu instructed. "When it bites you again, catch it. La, la, la." As the Millennium Snappers were singing continuously, the man seemed to be bitten again. There was a scream, and then suddenly no sound was heard. Immediately afterward, Yang Dayu yelled, "Sun Mu, your subordinate is already crazy. He is chopping at me with a knife." Buzz. Han Fei saw a cold flash of light, and immediately afterward, there was a bang. It seemed that the guy on the opposite had also detonated himself. Little Black had returned to Han Fei's side, looking triumphant, and swallowed a mouthful of flames. Han Fei praised Little Black. "Good boy, eat more. Swallow all the flames." While praising Little Black, he mocked, "Phew, someone also blew himself up on your side? Great, now only the 4 of us are left. Think about it. How many people have you killed?" Sun Mu said coldly. "Shut up." Han Fei chuckled. "Okay, I'll shut up. Gee, you've got to be quick. Otherwise, another one of you will go crazy soon. Then we'll have to die here together." With the spiritual fruit Mo Feiyan gave him, Han Fei pretended to hold on for 25 minutes more. At this moment, his skin had cracked all over again, but the saw was only 20 meters or so into the trunk. Han Fei yelled, "Ha! Give me another spiritual fruit." Mo Feiyan asked suspiciously, "Did you consume the last one so quickly?" Han Fei said, "Do you think I'm you? I'm only an intermediate dangling fisher. A lot of spiritual energy in the fruit has escaped, and I have just been hit hard." Mo Feiyan didn't doubt him anymore. Now everyone was trying their best to cut down the tree, so spiritual fruits were like spirit refilling pills now. However, unlike pills, spiritual fruits could provide continuous spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the pill couldn't last so long. At this time, Hexagon Starfish on his shoulder said again, "There are more and more fish. It seems as though a big fish is here." Han Fei's face changed slightly. A big fish? Just when the saw went to the middle of the trunk of the tree, suddenly those leaves no longer fell, and the burning red leaves no longer attached to Han Fei and the others. Finally, Han Fei vaguely saw Sun Mu and Yang Dayu on the opposite side. Yang Dayu was looking around. "What's the matter? Is this tree scared, or is it too badly damaged?" Han Fei glanced to the side. As a cloud of soil rose, a white body flashed past. When Mo Feiyan appeared again, she had already changed her clothes. Mo Feiyan said helplessly, "Can you guys put on your clothes?" Han Fei looked down. Huh? His clothes had long been burned. Han Fei immediately took out a set of clothes and quickly put it on. So did Sun Mu and Yang Dayu. Han Fei shouted, "Come on, saw it. Success is at hand. This is a good chance." However, as soon as Han Fei said so, tens of thousands of Millennium Snappers had surrounded this place in all directions. Everywhere they looked, they could only see fish heads. People with trypophobia might probably be scared to death if they saw this scene. Everyone stopped sawing. Obviously something big was about to happen. The Mo Feian trio immediately gathered together and Yang Deyu even glanced at Han Fei. Han Fei, get your fucking ass over here. Han Fei frowned, glanced at the school of fish, and finally chose to go over. He never thought that one day he would fight side by side with the enemy. Among the densely packed Millennium Snappers, there was a giant Millennium Snapper that was 10 times the size of other Millennium Snappers. The big fish didn't seem to sing, but just swam forward a bit. Yang Deyu said in a low voice, "Fuck, it's all over now." Han Fei is to blame. He insisted on sawing the tree. Now the Queen Millennium Snapper has come out. Han Fei's face was black. "Shut up, if we don't saw the tree down, will this big guy not come out and kill us? Now, at least she came out to meet us." Han Fei was quarreling with Yang Deyu, but his eyes were full of shock. The data in his eyes were full of shock. The Nama Yang Ruyun Sea Demon Introduction, a mutated Millennium Snapper. This demon upgraded across the 5 realms of enlightenment, breaking away from mortal shell, spirit guarding, awakening, and demon transforming within one day. It's peerlessly talented and invincible. Level 40 S Spiritual Energy, 6x21, 66221, 66221, May 66221. Demonic Heritage, Level 7, High Quality Realm, Demon Concomitant, Spirit Unknown, Unabsorbable. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. He was dumbfounded when he saw the name. And when he finished reading the introduction, there was a great stir in his heart. Fuck, is this Yang Ruoyun? Han Fei was a little skeptical. He spent a lot of time with Yang Ruoyun. Since he first came to the level 3 fishery, he met this woman frequently. And now, he was suddenly told that Yang Ruoyun had become a fish. Oh no, a sea demon? And the point was that he saw the realms of enlightenment, breaking away from mortal shell, spirit guarding, awakening, and demon transforming that he had never heard of before. He felt that he had seen a shocking secret. Mo Feian looked at him and her eyes were unfathomable. Keep your mind sober. This demonic fish is not simple. Sun Mu frowned. We underestimated this place. Han Fei saw that Sun Mu was holding a dark green jade pendant in his hand. Although he didn't know what it was, it must be something that Sun Mu thought could use to save his life. Han Fei looked solemn too. He had never been kind to Yang Ruoyun. Would she take revenge on him? The point was if she could still recognize him. For a while, Han Fei didn't know whether he hoped Yang Ruoyun would recognize him or not. If she could recognize him, what if she took revenge on him? If she couldn't, would she directly kill him? The giant Millennium Snapper in front was gradually glowing red. Surrounded by countless Millennium Snappers, the red light became brighter. With every flicker of the red light, the countless Millennium Snappers would sing the La La song. However, this time, their songs were not bewitching at all. As the red light grew brighter, Yang Ruoyun was completely enveloped by the red light, and Han Fei and the others did not dare to move. There was nowhere to run, so they could only wait patiently to see what would happen next. But the next moment, something unexpected happened. From the red light, a slender hand stretched out, followed by an arm in red yarn. Then, a slender, beautiful leg walked out of the red light. Gulp. Not only Han Fei, but Mo Feian and the other two also swallowed. They had never seen such a scene. A person seemed to be walking out of the red light. Oh no, she had already walked out. When Yang Ruoyun's face appeared from the red light, everyone was stunned. Yang Deyu couldn't help but take a step back. Before, he almost strangled Yang Ruoyun, and now he was afraid that Yang Ruoyun would take revenge on him. Sun Mu's face was ghastly pale, and he sent a message to Han Fei via voice transmission. Who is this woman? She came with you. Don't tell me you don't know. Yang Deyu and Mo Feian immediately looked at Han Fei and even subconsciously stepped away from him. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Why the fuck did me ask me? I don't know this woman well. I just happened to meet her. Yang Deyu yelled back, Liar, the level 3 fishery is huge. How could you happen to run into her? Han Fei glared at him. Nonsense. Didn't you happen to meet her too? The moment Yang Ruoyun walked out of the red light had gradually faded. Han Fei was the most shocked among all. The others didn't read the fish avatar technique, but he did. So far, except for one person who had successfully turned into an iron-headed fish, everyone else had died in the process of transforming into a fish. The ultimate goal of the fish avatar technique was to make people become fish and people at any time. But he hadn't successfully deduced the technique and didn't dare to practice it. However, right in front of his eyes, Yang Ruoyun had accomplished the ultimate goal of the fish avatar technique and could switch between fish and person form at will. This simply subverted Han Fei's perception. Mo Feian said coldly, No, this is not an ordinary sea demon but from a noble race among the sea demons. Use all your means when it attacks us later. Otherwise, we'll die here. Han Fei asked in surprise. What kind of a sea demon is it? Mo Feian glanced at Han Fei deeply. I don't know. It is said that there will only be sea demons in the unknown place. We also learned some knowledge about sea demons from ancient books. The unknown place? Han Fei wondered. Is the unknown place full of these kinds of demons? That's not right. Didn't old Bai say that fish avatar technique is a taboo technique? Bullshit. If it's a taboo, then why could Yang Ruyun transform into a fish? The four of them were extremely nervous. At this time, no one cared about the sea token. That was not important now. Nothing was more important than their lives. Yang Ruyun was completely different from before. At this moment, she was wearing a sexy red gauze dress, through which her body could be vaguely seen through. Han Fei found that her hair had turned red and became so long that it hung down to her calf. At this moment, her hair was moving with the waves. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "Hey, are you a human or a fish?" Yang Ruyun turned her head slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her delicate face. "I am a demon now." Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. Yang Ruyun actually responded to him, indicating that she still had memories. In addition, he was surprised to find that Yang Ruyun was speaking with her mouth instead of voice transmission. Yang Deyu was a little dazed, asking the other three, What's this? Has the seal outside been removed? Sun Mu frowned. Obviously not. Yang Deyu patted his head. Fuck, Mo Feiyan. Why did you ask me to come to the sea grassland? Now how can we deal with this demon? Mo Feiyan didn't speak. What's the use of talking about this shot now? Before coming here, they both thought exploring the sea grassland would bring them great chances. Who would have expected that this place was so dangerous? Yang Ruyun tilted her head slightly and looked at Han Fei. I think I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not have been able to come here. Then I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to find my parents in my life. The other three all looked at Han Fei. Han Fei? Han Fei? Yang Ruyun walked on the waves with her bare feet, walking tens of meters forward. Between her eyebrows, a red light flashed, and 2 Millennium Snappers appeared beside her. These 2 Millennium Snappers seemed to be very intimate to Yang Ruyun, making la-la sounds from time to time and swimming around Yang Ruyun. Yang Ruyun stretched out her hand and stroked the 2 Millennium Snappers. Then she raised her eyes and said, I hate this place, and I also hate fisheries. The strong wielded their power to enclose sea areas as fisheries and made humans kill each other in them. They just treated us as their pets. Suddenly, her eyes turned cold. If this is the case, I will rebel. If people don't treat me fairly, I will become a demon, Sun Mu said solemnly. You can do whatever you want, but why do you give us a hard time? Yang Ruyun smiled and suddenly pointed her finger, and the countless Millennium Snappers screamed at the same time. Their voices were like invisible energy, gathering at Yang Ruyun's fingertips. Rip, the seawater was divided, and a red light shot at Yang Deyu. Yang Deyu's face changed drastically. Then his face suddenly turned black and a huge black scorpion fused into his body. Immediately afterward, bright spiritual energy appeared on his 2 giant axes. 2-in-1, wave-slashing axe. Han Fei and the others couldn't help but retreat to the side. Han Fei was surprised. Yang Deyu was quite strong. The power of this blow was even stronger than the 5th arrow of his War Soul art, almost comparable to the 6th arrow. Crack, crack, crack. However, the dark light flying out of the giant axes shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The red light fell on the black crystal double axes before he lasted for a minute. Crack. Yang Deyu's spiritual energy protective cover was broken in an instant. Then a jade ring Yang Deyu was wearing shattered suddenly and a blue barrier appeared in front of him. The atmosphere was tense. Han Fei watched this scene in shock. After 1 minute or so, he gaped. Blocked. Crack. Suddenly, Yang Deyu's face changed drastically and a crack appeared on the blue barrier. Crack, 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 boom. After less than 5 minutes, the blue barrier shattered, and Yang Deyu was sent flying and slammed heavily on the big red trunk, causing the tree to shake. Puff, Han Fei's eyelids jumped as he watched Yang Deyu keep vomiting blood. Was Yang Deyu too weak? Of course not. Han Fei was sure that ordinary peak-level dangling fishers wouldn't be able to resist the blow that this guy just made. However, his blow was easily blocked by Yang Ruyun, who just flicked her finger. Yang Ruyun didn't attack again, but looked at them. Today I won't kill you. However, I want your memories. Hearing this, Han Fei was shocked. Can a demon be so powerful? She can even take people's memories? The problem was that I still had a plan. Would my plan be ruined? At that moment, Han Fei quickly backed away. He didn't want to lose his memory, so he would hide and forge the universe first. But before Han Fei jumped into the leaves, he saw a bulk of red leaves rushing towards him. The moment they touched him, they exploded suddenly. Han Fei was furious. Damn it, Yang Ruyun, you still owe me a favor. Yang Ruyun smiled. I have paid you back by not killing you. Han Fei was helpless. I'll never ever believe women again, especially strange women. Yang Ruyun, you ungrateful woman, Han Fei secretly said. Master Hexagon, come on, help me. Let me hide in one of your doors. However, Han Fei glanced over his shoulder. Where the hell was that starfish? This guy had run away early. Damn you, Hexagon, you're such a coward, Han Fei muttered. However, Hexagon Starfish's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. This demon is too fierce. I can't beat her, I've got to go. Han Fei scolded. No, open the door for me. If you dare to leave, I will pinch you to death. Master Hexagon sighed. Human, you can't be so unreasonable. Although she is a young demon, she is still a demon. I'll be killed if I dare open the door in front of her. You have to find a way to save me, otherwise I will be dead. If I die, you will die too. Then Han Fei's eyes suddenly turned cold. He glanced at the Sun Mu trio and then at Yang Ruyun, hesitating. Shall I have a try? Chapter 365, Make a Deal Again. At this time, there was a burst of red light from under the big red trunk, and red threads suddenly burst forth from the ground and entangled Sun Mu and the others. Of course, Han Fei was also entangled, but he had a lot of daggers that were spinning wildly around him at this moment. Sun Mu and Mo Fei Yan used some secret method at the same time. The strength of the two had risen sharply, and in Han Fei's eyes, the two had broken through the realm of dangling fisher. Han Fei cursed, "Damn, I knew these guys still had trump cards." On the other side, Yang Ruyun said with disdain, "If it were elsewhere, this type of secret method may be useful. But here, I have endless power. What can you do?" Han Fei tried to rush into the leaves again, but Yang Ruyun seemed to have expected Han Fei's actions. She just smiled. "Don't waste your effort. I won't kill you." Han Fei frowned. "Then let me go." Yang Ruyun ignored Han Fei and suddenly opened her mouth to the Sun Mu trio. La la la. The moment Yang Ruyun opened her mouth, the sound wave gathered up countless leaves that shot at them like surging waves. All the blue sea wandering dragon daggers guarding Han Fei were blown away by the sound wave. Sun Mu and the other two were bleeding from their noses and mouths, and then were bound up by the red threads emerging from the ground. Sun Mu's eyes were bloodshot. "If you kill us, you'll have to die too." Suddenly, Yang Ruyun caught a palm-sized starfish. It was Hexagon Starfish. Hexagon Starfish was terrified. "Han Fei, help me." Han Fei was dumbfounded. "I'm still waiting for you to save me. How come you got caught in the blink of an eye?" The 6 tentacles of Hexagon Starfish danced randomly, and he shouted to Yang Ruyun, "Human, I carried you to this place. You owe me too." Yang Ruyun smiled. "Yes." Then Han Fei saw the Sun Mu trio suddenly tremble and seem to lose their consciousness. Even their protective jade didn't work any longer. Han Fei was also entangled by the red threads, but he was still conscious and quickly recalled the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Fortunately, he had learned the saber manipulation art, so he was very good at controlling the knives now. The dozens of daggers began to spin in the sea, like dozens of rotating flying knives, and quickly cutting the red threads on Han Fei's body. Han Fei was just about to rush into the leaves when Yang Ruyun said lightly, "If you go in, this starfish will die." Master Hexagon hurriedly called for help. "Han Fei, help." Han Fei froze and thought, "Master Hexagon, I'm so disappointed in you," he said. "Then don't let those red threads entangle me again." To Han Fei's surprise, Yang Ruyun nodded slightly and the red threads went underground and disappeared. Huh? Is this woman really going to let me off? Han Fei looked at the Sun Mu trio and thought to himself, these three are really dumbstruck. They have so many trunk cards, but these trunk cards are all useless in this damn place. Now they've become fish on the cutting board. Han Fei suddenly asked, "Did you kill them?" Yang Ruyun shook her head. "No, I don't have to kill them. I just deprived them of today's memory." Gosh, Han Fei's eyes flickered. "You can't deprive me of my memory. Otherwise, no matter how you threaten me, I'll find a way to escape." Yang Ruyun looked at Han Fei indifferently. "How about we make our last deal?" "Deal?" Han Fei felt a headache. "Every time I make a deal with this woman, I end up getting ripped off." "Here it comes again," Han Fei asked. "You are already a winner. What else do you want? Help me do 3 things, and I'll return this starfish to you, won't take your memory, and even give you something special." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "Can I ask why you always want to make trades with me?" "I am only an intermediate dangling fisher. You can cooperate with a peak-level dangling fisher, can't you?" Yang Ruyun looked at Han Fei earnestly. "You have the smell of demons, or to be exact, you have something demonic on you. No matter what, you have something to do with demons." Han Fei was speechless. "Are you kidding me? This is the first time I've learned of the existence of sea demons. How can I have anything to do with demons?" Yang Ruyun didn't answer him but asked, "It's up to you whether you make a deal with me or not. I'll only give you 3 minutes to consider. Just as you said, I can trade with them too." At this time, Han Fei had no choice, so he nodded and said, "Okay, which 3 things?" Yang Ruyun pointed to the big red trunk. "Aren't you going to cut down the tree? Keep sawing." "Huh?" Han Fei was stunned. "Why?" Yang Ruyun said that she hated this place. Did she come here to destroy this place? No. Yang Ruyun was weak before, and it was obvious that she had gotten her chance here. Han Fei rolled his eyes. He said, "Can you give me a hand? I can't saw down the tree alone." Yang Ruyun didn't move, but calmly said, "Use your mantis shrimp." Han Fei squinted. What does she mean? She doesn't trust me? And why does she want to cut down the tree? Could it be that this tree not only traps us, but also traps her? But Han Fei didn't say anything as he summoned Ninetails and asked him to cut down the tree with him. It would take some time to saw the rest of the way through the tree. So while sawing the tree, Han Fei asked tentatively, "Hey, how are you going to deal with the 3 of them?" Yang Ruyun said bluntly, "After the tree is cut down, the seal will be automatically lifted. Then I won't do anything to them." Han Fei asked, "How about handing the 3 of them to me?" Yang Ruyun chuckled. "Do you want to kill them?" Han Fei smiled. "Can't I?" Yang Ruyun shook her head slightly. They not only have protective jade, but also life monuments. Once they die, their family will know. Do you still want to kill them now? Han Fei's smile disappeared. This was exactly the case after he killed Sun Ye. The middle-aged man from the Thousand Star City appeared in the level 2 fishery as soon as Sun Ye was killed. If it weren't for Teacher Xiaozan and Old Bai, he would have been killed at that time. Fuck, so these 3 people can't be killed? Yang Royun said indifferently. If you want to kill them, then kill, but you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. Han Fei sneered secretly. I don't want to bear any consequences. The level 3 fishery is so far away from the Blue Sea Town. If the ancestors of these 3 guys come to kill me, God knows who will come to rescue me? It will be too late when Old Bai shows up. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Fine, I won't kill them. I'll just cripple them. Yang Royun shrugged. It has nothing to do with me. It's up to you. Han Fei lowered his head and focused on sawing the tree. After a while, he asked, Are the 2 Millennium Snappers around you your parents? Yang Royun answered, Yes. Can you tell me your story? Why do you hate this place? Why do you hate fisheries? Yang Ruyun's eyes turned cold. Don't you hate it? Here, life is worthless. In this place, there are countless people like the twin brothers who hunted me down before. And those dragon boats send people to explore dangerous places every day, which alone causes so many people to lose their lives. Han Fei shrugged. I'm here for the first time. I don't know much about it. Yang Ruyun scoffed. Humph, it's not that you don't understand it, but that you enjoy it. You have a lot of trump cards, so you don't care. Haven't you ever thought why the ordinary fishery, level 1 fishery, level 2 fishery, level 3 fishery, why do these damn fisheries exist? Han Fei grunted. Why? Nature is magic and can even create mountains and seas. The billions of creatures in the ocean and countless dangerous places and secret realms are all natural phenomena. However, Yang Ruyun scolded, Nonsense, I never thought you'd be so stupid. This fishery pattern is obviously arranged by the powerful behind the scene. The purpose is to select the best talents. All beings are nothing but pawns and our lives are at their hands. Han Fei smiled faintly. So, you want to jump out of the chess game? Do you think you can do that when you become a sea demon? If all living beings are pawns, why are sea demons the exception? Since you can become a demon here, how do you know it isn't another way for the so-called powerful to control you? Chapter 366, Share the Booty Under the Big Red Trunk. Han Fei and Ninetails were sawing the tree back and forth. Ninetails didn't know what he was doing, but he felt that he was awesome and could do anything. Han Fei was thinking quickly while pulling the soft saw in his hand. If he really sawed down the big red trunk, what would happen? If the seal disappeared, Yang Royun would lead the countless Millennium Snappers and would be able to sweep the whole level 3 fishery. Regardless of whether the Millennium Snappers had combat power, as exotic creatures, they had the ability to overturn the level 3 fishery. Of course, this was none of his business. The question was that if he helped her, could he really get any benefit? Han Fei couldn't help asking, You said to do 3 things for you. What are the other 2? Yang Ruyun glanced at Han Fei lightly. Do you know why people who come here will lose the memory of this place? Han Fei thought for a while and replied, To keep the secret from the outside world that this big red trunk can turn people into fish? Yang Ruyun nodded. Yes, but can you understand that memory is a kind of power of time? It really exists, just like spiritual power, but it's more mysterious than the latter. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Memory is a kind of power? I don't know much about it. However, there is a magical thing bred in this big red trunk, which is formed with this power. I want that thing. Han Fei's eyes flashed. So that was Yang Ruyun's purpose? Great, at least her ultimate goal was not to become a fish. Han Fei asked, Where is that thing? Yang Ruyun thought for a moment and said, It should be under the roots. Han Fei smiled. So, I'll have to dig out the roots of the tree and then cut them open? Yang Royun nodded. Han Fei secretly smiled in his heart. Then he threw away the soft saw in his hand. Do you know how deep the roots of such a big tree are? You may not believe it. They could be at least hundreds of meters deep. Yang Royun nodded again and then pointed to Ninetails. He can dig holes. Han Fei was a bit discouraged and picked up the soft saw again. But even if Ninetails can make holes, wouldn't the seal outside be automatically removed? Yang Royun smiled faintly. I sealed the tree with an ancient secret method, so if I don't cancel it, even if the big red trunk is cut down, the seal outside will not disappear. Han Fei remembered that when he and Yang Ruyun had just come here, Yang Ruyun had thrown out a scroll full of runes. But could she really seal such a big tree? Han Fei doubted it. But no matter what, Han Fei was a bit scared. This woman was really calculative. She had planned everything before coming here. Han Fei continued to saw the tree, asking, What about the third thing? Yang Ruyun pointed to the big red trunk. I want a section of the tree core, take it out and give it to me. Han Fei was surprised. So easy? Yang Ruyun nodded. Yes. After you do the 3 things for me, we are even, though the next time I see you, I won't go easy on you. Half an hour later, when the soft saw came out from the other side of the tree, Han Fei sighed in relief. Done. La la la. Suddenly, the Millennium Snappers around them began to sing again, seeming to cheer. Then, Han Fei saw a large number of Millennium Snappers swimming upward. After a while, this huge big red trunk began to shake. Standing under the tree, Han Fei watched blankly while this huge tree slowly leaned to one side and then crashed down, making an earth-shattering bang and setting off billowing waves. The red leaves were drifting all over. However, Han Fei froze in his spot. What attracted his eyes was not the tree but its core. To his surprise, that tree core was actually inlaid with countless spiritual stones. Wow, fuck, I'm rich. Not only Han Fei, but Yang Ruyun was also stunned. She knew that there was a treasure hidden in this tree, but she didn't know that there were so many spiritual stones hidden in it. No, to be precise, Yang Ruyun did not know about the spiritual stones. However, the huge amount of spiritual energy contained in these stones really shocked her. Yang Ruyun looked at Han Fei. Do you know what these stones are? Han Fei swallowed and tried to calm down. Instead of answering her, he asked, when will these three guys wake up? Yang Ruyun frowned slightly. In about 2 hours. Han Fei quickly said, can you make them faint for a day or throw them out? Yang Ruyun nodded. Yes, she couldn't let the three of them see the tree core. As Yang Ruyun gave a singing command, a group of Millennium Snappers was about to step forward. Wait a moment, Yang Ruyun? Han Fei hurriedly ran to the three people. You have become a sea demon. Are human things still useful to you? Yang Ruyun asked. You want their sea-swallowing seashells? Yang Ruyun felt that she knew Han Fei too well. This guy would even skin a flea for its hide. Otherwise, he would not have taken such a big risk to come here. Yang Ruyun did not stop him but just nodded. You can take what you want. Most of your things are useless to me. As soon as Han Fei heard this, he beamed with a smile and immediately searched them. Soon, 3 sea-swallowing seashells were collected by Han Fei. Besides the shells themselves, he found Yang Deyu's dark crystal axes, Sun Mu's sword, Mo Feiyan's longsword, a necklace, earrings, bracelets, a ring, and a jade pendant. Haha, I got it! Han Fei smiled. He certainly wanted their sea-swallowing seashells, but what he wanted most was the spirit-forbidden net. Staying with Yang Ruyun, the spirit-forbidden cord couldn't give Han Fei a sense of security, but the spirit-forbidden net could make him feel much safer. If Yang Ruyun refused him to search the 3 people just now, he would immediately give up the deal with her and hide in Forge the Universe. Han Fei continued to rummage and took almost everything from the 3. Although Yang Ruyun had become a sea demon and had few human feelings left, she was still stunned. How can this bastard be so shameless? He almost stripped these people naked. Han Fei took a look at the sea-swallowing seashells. Wow, there was a lot of good stuff in them. There were no less than 20 spiritual fruits in total, nearly 2 square meters of spiritual spring energy, and countless pills and flash stones, etc. Haha, you guys want to catch me? If it were in the level 2 fishery, I would have killed the 3 of you. Han Fei was very satisfied and glanced at Yang Ruyun. Now you can throw them out. Then a group of Millennium Snappers controlled the red leaves to wrap the 3 people and they swam outward. Yang Ruyun frowned. Now can you tell me what these are? Han Fei smiled. How do we divide these things? Answer my question first. Han Fei said, this is called a spiritual stone, which can be regarded as the crystallization of spiritual energy. Let me see. Let me take a look. See these small and broken stones. They are low-quality spiritual stones. The spiritual energy contained in a low-quality spiritual stone is usually less than 10,000 points. These that are darker in color and more shiny are mid-quality spiritual stones, which contain a little more spiritual energy. As for the high-quality spiritual stone, they contain nearly 10 times more spiritual energy than low-quality spiritual stones, and this is the most precious extra-quality spirit stone. I have never seen it before, so I don't know much about it. Of course, Han Fei couldn't tell Yang Ruyun the true information of the spirit stone. The low-quality spiritual stone here had more than 10,000 points of spiritual energy, and the amount of spiritual energy contained in the mid-quality spiritual stone was not just a little bit higher than that of a low-quality one, but 10 times higher. But Han Fei told half the truth because Yang Ruyun was a little far away from him and seemed to have been wary of him. Yang Ruyun's eyes widened. Are there such things in the world? She had never heard of it before. More importantly, just in what she saw, there was 1 extra-quality spiritual stone, 3 high-quality stones, 10 mid-quality stones, and 32 low-quality stones. Yang Ruyun took a breath and said immediately, the extra-quality and high-quality spiritual stones are mine, so are the mid-quality ones. Han Fei was taken back and his face immediately turned black. Hey, that's too much. They are all yours? Then what about me? Yang Ruyun glanced at Han Fei. It's not up to you. Han Fei smiled coldly. Oh, really? Fine. Without me, can you cut this tree down? We can split them half and half, but you can't take them all. Yang Ruyun glanced at Han Fei coldly. Do you think you can survive my attack? Han Fei sneered and pointed to the tree. Look, this tree is more than a kilometer high. I just saw it cut randomly, and there are so many spiritual stones. If you want, you can take them all, or even take away the entire tree. Yang Ruyun was silent for a while. She was very strong now and could use the power of the Millennium Snappers. However, her destructive power was limited. No matter how strong she was, it was impossible for her to crack such a thick trunk at will. Yang Ruyun thought for a while. I'll take 70%, you 30%, Han Fei scoffed. No way, 50-50. I'm the one who will dig up these spiritual stones. I deserve half of them. Yang Ruyun pondered for a while and finally nodded. Okay, let's take them 50-50. But you'll have to dig out the things in the tree for me first. Han Fei immediately kicked Nine Tails. Come on, dig out the roots of the tree. Chapter 367, The Taste of a Counterattack. 5 hours later, Nine Tails was exhausted. The roots of the tree were too big, but he finally loosened the soil 100 meters under the tree. As ordered by Yang Ruyun, the Millennium Snappers controlled the spiritual plants to pull apart the endless roots underground and then pull them up. Yang Ruyun looked at Han Fei. Keep sawing. Han Fei secretly transmitted his voice to Nine Tails, strike. Stop sawing. Roll on the ground. Nine Tails was stunned, but rolling on the ground sounded quite interesting, so he immediately did it. Han Fei shrugged. Hi, don't abuse my spiritual beast. How about letting my mantis shrimp take a rest? Yang Ruyun threw the hexagon starfish that she held in her hand to him. Let this starfish do it. A smile appeared at the corner of Han Fei's mouth. Yang Ruyun didn't know him any more than he knew her. If he were Yang Ruyun, he would definitely not have given Master Hexagon to him. Hexagon Starfish was almost asleep. Since Han Fei and Yang Ruyun reached an agreement, he had stopped worrying. When he saw that the tree core was full of spiritual stones, his 6 big eyes rolled quickly. However, he didn't think he had the ability to snatch the spiritual stones from these two, so he just kept quiet. Hexagon Starfish said telepathically, I am a starfish. I can't cut the tree, Yang Ruyun replied. You are full of spiritual energy and you can control it with spiritual energy. Being stared at by Yang Ruyun, Hexagon Starfish immediately shut up and began to saw the wood with Han Fei. 3 hours later, Han Fei's hands were sore with fatigue. This damn tree was too hard. It took him 3 hours to saw it down with the spiritual level soft saw. Of course, the harvest was very gratifying. The core of the tree was inlaid with hundreds of spiritual stones from top to bottom. Han Fei felt that his heart was pounding hard as he thought, wow, I'm rich. I have become rich now. He found no less than 8 extra quality spiritual stones, 10 high-grade ones, nearly 100 mid-quality ones, and a few hundred low-quality ones. The root of the tree alone contained no less than 25 million points of spiritual energy. Gulp. Han Fei was about to go forward to dig out the spiritual stone when Yang Ruyun suddenly shouted, Don't move. Han Fei's eyes turned cold. Why? Do you want to back out? Yang Ruyun sneered. Do you think I am you? Although I am a demon now, I'll keep my word. Han Fei snorted secretly. Keep your word? You're such a good actress. Yang Ruyun stepped on the waves and landed on the tree roots in 3 or 2 steps, staring at the corner of the tree roots. Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Closer, get closer. Han Fei followed Yang Ruyun's gaze and found that at the bottom of the tree core, there was a scarlet book wrapped in spiritual stones. A book? Han Fei blinked. Are you fucking kidding me? A book grows in the tree roots? Was it left by some strong man? When Yang Ruyun saw this book, she couldn't help but float over. Suddenly, a cunning gleam flickered across Han Fei's eyes. Master Hexagon, move. In the blink of an eye, 6 purple lights suddenly appeared and the 6-gate formation was activated instantly to seal Yang Ruyun inside. Above the big formation, the spirit forbidden net fell from the sky. Yang Ruyun's face changed drastically. She didn't expect Han Fei to even dare attack her. Her reaction was very quick, and she immediately crushed a flash stone, but to her shock, she bumped into the edge of the 6-door formation and could not get out. Attach. The 9-star chain immediately darted out, locking Yang Ruyun's hands, feet, neck, and waist. Han Fei put a blue sea wandering dragon dagger to Yang Ruyun's neck through the spirit forbidden net. Hey, let these Millennium Snappers behave themselves. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you. Han Fei was just threatening her. If Yang Ruyun hadn't become a sea demon and couldn't control these Millennium Snappers, he might dare to do so. However, the Millennium Snappers around had rioted and began to sing again, seeming ready to attack him. Han Fei suddenly pressed the tip of the dagger into Yang Ruyun's neck and blood flowed out. Han Fei grinned. Surprised? If you don't make them stop, I will kill you now. Maybe I will be in serious trouble, but you will definitely die. Yang Ruyun glared at Han Fei, but in the end she still sang a command. Immediately, the Millennium Snappers that had surrounded them stopped, which Han Fei was relieved to see. He was afraid that this woman would go crazy and die with him. Otherwise, facing so many Millennium Snappers, he really didn't know if he could survive. Yang Ruyun's eyes were cold. You have been luring me into this trap, right? If you didn't have this spirit forbidden net, what would you have done? Han Fei smiled. Based on what I know about you, you will definitely give me the belongings of Sun Mu and the other two because you won't let them influence your plan. So I had no worries about getting the spirit forbidden net. Even if I couldn't get the net, I still have spirit forbidden cord. Yang Ruyun scoffed. Shouldn't your attention be put on the 3 of them? Why me? Han Fei sneered. In my opinion, you are much more dangerous than them. If it weren't for the follow-up development that exceeded my expectations and some changes, you would have been the first one I wanted to catch. Han Fei glanced at the book in the tree and said, Seriously, the fact that you have become a sea demon really shocked me. I once doubted whether becoming a fish was your ultimate goal. Well, it turns out that there is a book hidden in this tree. Yang Ruoyun seems to have some ability to resist the spirit forbidden net, so she could still speak at this moment. She looked at Han Fei angrily. I never deceived you, and I plan to let you go. Why did you do this to me? Han Fei laughed. You've never deceived me? You gave me a false map and said that it was a secret realm. Did you forget that? Seeing Yang Ruoyun was about to speak, Han Fei immediately interrupted. Cut the crap. I know that map is false. I knew it at the time. Even if it is true, it is definitely a garbage secret realm. Han Fei sneered. If that secret realm were true, why wasn't it marked on Old Bai's map? It must either be because the secret realm was too rubbish or the map was false. Especially the person who gave him the fish skin map was Yang Ruoyun, so when he got the map he was already sure it was false. Yang Ruoyun said, You dare not kill me. Han Fei tilted his head. Oh, why? Yang Ruoyun seemed to have recovered her calm state. At this moment, she looked at Han Fei with a relaxed face. Because once I die, these Millennium Snappers will go crazy. I am their queen. Han Fei sneered. Guess if I can escape from them or not. Yang Ruoyun raised 3 fingers calmly. Firstly, the seal of the big red trunk. Secondly, the price you'll have to pay for my death. Thirdly, guess if you can kill me or not. Here, my vitality is not what you can imagine. You don't know anything about this place, which is why I'm confident. Han Fei looked at Yang Ruoyun quietly, and it took a long while before he grinned. Haha. Look at how nervous you are. I'm just making a joke with you. Give me a reason to let you go. Yang Ruoyun glanced back at the book embedded in the tree. Give me the book and I will go. Han Fei smirked. Where will you go? What if you return? La la. Yang Ruoyun shouted at the Millennium Snappers that actually circled up and then began to sing. Under Han Fei's gaze, the upper waters were gradually pulled apart by a black vortex. Yang Ruoyun said to Han Fei, I was well prepared before I came. Once I leave here, you don't have to worry that I will come back. Hexagon Starfish shouted in surprise. Is this a one-way teleportation formation? Yang Ruoyun took a deep look at the Hexagon Starfish. She lost because of this damn starfish. His 6-door formation was very powerful and disrupted all her plans. Yang Ruoyun nodded. Yes, this is a one-way portal. It can only be used once. Han Fei pondered. He didn't know much about this woman and couldn't predict the consequences of killing her. This time, he dared not take the bet. Han Fei curled his lips. Master Hexagon, are you sure she can't return? It should be so. In my memory, this formation is only one way. Han Fei said angrily. What do you mean by it should be? Are you sure or not? As far as I know, she can't come back. Han Fei was relieved to hear that and bound up Yang Ruoyun with the spirit forbidden cord too. Although it might not be able to trap her, he just needed to control her for a while. Yang Ruoyun suddenly said, Give me the book and the tree core. Han Fei laughed. Why, do you still want the book now? Nice try. Yang Ruoyun urged him. It's useless to you. It belongs to sea demons. Han Fei didn't believe her at all. Any treasure is useful to me, right, Master Hexagon? Hexagon Starfish's big eyes rolled and he pondered for a while. That seems to be a divine weapon. Wow, Han Fei was stunned. Is that book a divine weapon? Why isn't its data showing? But Han Fei was overjoyed. Master Hexagon, good job. I like an ally like you and I will find you a girlfriend. Hexagon Starfish, Han Fei stared at Yang Ruoyun and didn't back down. Hey, I'm not going to give you the book or the tree core. You can get out of here. If you want to grab these things from me, just try it. Let's see who will hold on longer. Yang Ruoyun's eyes were unfathomable. Fine, send me into the teleportation formation. Han Fei sneered. You think too much. Let these Millennium Snappers leave first. Yang Ruoyun shot back. Keep 500 of them and then throw me in. 100, my bottom line. Yang Ruoyun thought for a moment. How do I know you won't kill me? Han Fei shrugged. I can kill you now if you want. Yang Ruoyun scoffed. Okay, keep 100. Chapter 368, Who on Earth Cheated Who? Han Fei was at a stalemate with Yang Ruoyun for quite a while. In fact, he was communicating with the Hexagon Starfish at the same time. Han Fei asked secretly, Master Hexagon, can this woman be killed? What will happen to the seal if she is killed? Hexagon Starfish replied, I don't know. The seal of this forest is very strange. Its eye seems to be this big tree. It's supposed to disappear since its eye has been destroyed. Han Fei was impatient. So, can I kill her or not? The starfish said with hesitation, well, maybe not. Han Fei asked impatiently again, what does that mean? Yes or no? Just give me a definite answer. To be honest, Han Fei thought Yang Ruoyun was very dangerous. Although he knew that he might never meet her again after this, what if he did? This woman had become a sea demon that seemed very powerful. God knew if anything unexpected would happen because of her in the future. Hexagon Starfish said in voice transmission, I feel that her life seems to be related to the bad fishes outside. She may be seriously injured, but you may really not be able to kill her. Okay, got it. Han Fei couldn't help sighing secretly. This was really Yang Ruoyun's territory. Although she had been caught by the spirit forbidden net, he might still not be able to kill her. If he couldn't kill her, he would be in serious trouble. It was not that he was afraid of these Millennium Snappers, but that he needed enough time to digest this big red trunk. Forge the universe was too small to contain such a big tree currently. In the end, Han Fei and Yang Ruoyun reached an agreement. Yang Ruoyun would keep 100 Millennium Snappers to escort her, and when there were about 1,000 Millennium Snappers left, he would have to remove the Spirit Forbidden net, but he could keep the Spirit Forbidden cord. Han Fei cared about these details very much. The slightest careless action would cause him to lose the whole game. Han Fei was confident that as long as the Spirit Forbidden cord could hold Yang Ruyun for half a minute, he could still take down Yang Ruyun. About half an hour later, thousands of Millennium Snappers swam into the one-way teleportation formation. When there were only 1,000 Millennium Snappers left, Han Fei took Yang Ruyun and swam close to the teleportation formation. At this time, Han Fei withdrew the Spirit Forbidden net, but the Spirit Forbidden cord still bound her. Besides, a blue sea wandering dragon dagger was put against her neck. When there were only 100 Millennium Snappers left, Han Fei threw her into the teleportation formation together with the Spirit Forbidden cord. At the moment when Han Fei threw Yang Ruyun away, the remaining 100 Millennium Snappers rushed to catch up. Han Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. No change occurred. It was a good result. When the last Millennium Snapper disappeared, the vortex had gradually disappeared and the place was about to return to peace. Just when Han Fei was about to return, a voice suddenly came out from the teleportation formation. Han Fei, one last word of warning, you'd better leave as soon as possible. The seal will last for at most 6 hours. Once the big red trunk is dead, tens of thousands of lives will devour this place. At the moment when these words rang, Han Fei turned back and the blue sea wandering dragon bow appeared in his hand. In an instant, he drew the bow to its full extent. The cracks on Han Fei's arm appeared again and blood gushed out. Ira. This was the 6th arrow of the War Soul art, a violent blow containing 6,400 points of spiritual energy. 2 arrow shadows shot into the teleportation formation that was about to close. 6 hours is enough for me. Han Fei rushed down quickly to the roots of the big red trunk. With a big wave of his hand, the spiritual stones trembled and were taken into Forge the Universe. Expand, expand, expand. With Forge the Universe not expanding fast, 6 hours seemed to be barely enough. As Forge the Universe was expanding, Han Fei reached out to grab the red book inlaid in the trunk. However, as soon as Han Fei picked up the book, there was a sudden burst of dazzling red light, shining like an aurora. One ferocious face after another drifted past his eyes, screaming, crying, and fighting. Countless phantoms gathered in the air, and a surge of evil chi rose from the seabed. Han Fei hurriedly threw this thing into Forge the Universe as well, but he was still contaminated by the evil chi and couldn't help but feel murderous intentions. Puff! Han Fei suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood and he was horrified. Han Fei spread his hands, only to find that his hands were already dripping with blood as if they had been burned by flames. Fuck, what the hell was that? Han Fei was sweating all over. At that moment, he felt like he was going crazy and couldn't help but want to kill. Han Fei looked around, looking for Hexagon Starfish, but he found that this guy had drifted 100 meters away and his 6 big eyes were staring at him. Han Fei sighed. Master Hexagon, you're too much. Do you want to abandon me? You know what? I'm going to crush your essence blood. Hexagon Starfish, I was afraid you would slap me to death. You looked scary just now. Han Fei sneered. We are allies. How can I slap you? That sea monster is also your friend, Han Fei scoffed. Okay, tell me what kind of divine weapon the book is. Hexagon Starfish thought for a moment. I don't know. It feels very powerful, but you can't control it. Han Fei snorted and thought to himself, I'll be able to control it sooner or later. Han Fei remembered the mirror of icy salt in Forge the Universe. It was also a divine weapon. Although it was only a low-quality divine weapon, it almost possessed an invincible power and could be said to be one of his trump cards. And this book seemed to be a complete divine weapon. He hadn't had a chance to open it before he was almost bewitched by it. If he guessed right, it was way more powerful than the mirror of icy salt. Han Fei's pupils constricted. This book seemed more dangerous than he thought. Just holding it hurt him. It seemed that it might not be easy for him to use it. Of course, Han Fei had also obtained a large number of spiritual stones, which made his face light up with a cheeky smile. Haha, I tried so hard to saw down the tree and dig out the spiritual stones. How can I just let you take them away so easily? Suddenly, Han Fei stopped laughing and asked Ninetails to terminate its attachment. He shouted hurriedly, Ninetails, hurry up, saw the tree. With only 6 hours left, Han Fei was racing against time and dared not stop for a moment. 2 hours later, the big red trunk was sawn down by another 500 meters or so by Han Fei, and he collected nearly 30 spiritual stones from it. Among them, there were 3 high-quality spiritual stones, 6 mid-quality stones, and 19 low-quality stones with only 1.7 million points of spiritual energy. Han Fei was taken back. Fuck, the higher up we look, the fewer spiritual stones there are. Han Fei looked at this section of the trunk, then looked at Forge the Universe, and found that the space had only a 150-meter radius, and he was a little anxious. Han Fei panicked. The expansion of Forge the Universe took time. Different from a sea-swallowing seashell, the area of a sea-swallowing seashell was counted by volume, while Forge the Universe was by its radius. For example, a radius of 150 meters was the area within a radius of 150 meters with a certain point as the center. In terms of volume, Forge the Universe was much bigger than a sea-swallowing seashell, but it was far from enough for containing this big red trunk. Even though he could control the spatial layout of Forge the Universe at will, it was still not enough. Hexagon Starfish didn't saw the tree as fast as Nine Tails, so he had already been kicked aside by Han Fei. At this moment, Han Fei shouted, "Master Hexagon, can you check out how high this tree is?" Hexagon Starfish muttered, "I can help you collect the tree. The space in my doors is larger." Han Fei sneered, "You help me collect the tree, together with the spiritual stones? Do you think I'm stupid?" Han Fei snorted. "No thanks." Hexagon Starfish's big eyes kept rolling and he ran out in a hurry. After a while, he came back and said meaningfully, "The tree is nearly 1,500 meters high. Even my doors can't contain it, not to mention your sea-swallowing seashells. Are you sure you don't need my help?" "Okay." Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that this big red trunk was several thousand meters high or something. Then Forge the Universe really couldn't contain it, and 6 hours would definitely not be enough. However, if it was only 1,500 meters high, it wouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, Han Fei felt a slight tremor on the ground. Han Fei's face changed slightly. "Master Hexagon, go outside and set up a ceiling formation. Yes, the one you set up in the land of starfish. No matter what, help me hold on for 2 more hours. Hexagon Starfish replied, "That will be very tiring. Besides, the ceiling formation can't block endless creatures." Han Fei shouted angrily, "That's why I need you to help me." With that, Han Fei threw out a high-quality spiritual stone and said, "If you hold it out, I will give you another high-quality spiritual stone. If you fail, I will crush your essence blood right in front of your eyes." Hexagon Starfish was speechless and his 6 big eyes kept rolling. He immediately took the high-quality spiritual stone and left. Han Fei squinted and was a bit scared. Why did Yang Ruyun tell him that there were only 6 hours left? She must know that he would take away the tree, so she told him that. But in fact, this woman was not trustworthy at all. She said 6 hours, but was that true? Perhaps there actually weren't 6 hours left. Maybe only 3 hours left? Han Fei estimated that he still needed at least 2 hours to stuff the big red trunk into Forge the Universe, so he asked Master Hexagon to set up a ceiling formation. 5 hours later, Han Fei sawed off another section of the tree which was 500 meters long. In the shocked gaze of Hexagon Starfish, these 2 huge pieces of wood disappeared. No! Hexagon Starfish absolutely didn't believe that they were stuffed into sea-swallowing seashells. It was a space even larger than the space inside his doors. But how could Han Fei have such a large space? At this moment, Han Fei looked solemn. He had heard the cracking sound of the seal outside several times, which might break soon. He wondered if the ceiling formation of Master Hexagon could block the creatures outside for some time. Han Fei overestimated the arithmetic ability of Master Hexagon. The last piece of the damn tree was nearly 700 meters long. In other words, this big red trunk was nearly 1,700 meters high, which was not 1,500 meters as said by Master Hexagon. Damn it, I must find a math teacher for Master Hexagon in the future. The expansion speed of Forge the Universe was not satisfactory. So far, it had only expanded by a radius of fewer than 250 meters. Considering the luxuriant branches and leaves of the big red trunk, it could still contain a piece of trunk 500 meters long at most. Han Fei looked at the remaining section of the trunk, which was nearly 700 meters long, and said nervously, "Master Hexagon, can your ceiling formation hold out?" Hexagon Starfish swam closer. "A large number of creatures have swarmed over. It's a bit difficult. After all, you gave me too little spiritual energy." Han Fei glared at Hexagon Starfish. "I've given you so much spiritual energy, you greedy starfish." The 6 big eyes of Hexagon Starfish rolled and his tentacles were twitching. How he wanted to slap Han Fei to death. He thought to himself, "Do you remember how much spiritual energy I gave to you when I first met you? And now you only gave me so little spiritual energy and still demanded me to set up a ceiling formation." Hexagon Starfish simply said, "It takes spiritual energy to set up a ceiling formation. You know that. I've already spent 200,000 points of the spiritual energy of my own on the formation." Han Fei was so angry that he almost laughed. "Are you fucking kidding me, you shameless starfish? Do you think I'm stupid?" Han Fei vaguely remembered that when he blackmailed this starfish at that time, he only took 50,000 points, or at most 100,000 points. But now when this starfish blackmailed him, this damn fish threatened to strike if he didn't give him an extra quality spiritual stone. However, Han Fei had no choice now. He had no one else to turn to for help. He reluctantly threw an extra quality spiritual stone to the starfish. "Hold out. Remember to leave a way for us to escape in case we're surrounded by the creatures rushing in." Han Fei grunted. "Don't play tricks on me. If so, I will crush your essence blood, and then I can still escape with flash stones." Hexagon Starfish was growing tired of the threats. "Human, when can you return my essence blood to me?" Han Fei hummed. "When I leave the level 3 fishery, I will return your essence blood to you. Therefore, our time working together will be quite a while still, at least 1 year perhaps." Hexagon Starfish took the extra quality spiritual stone. "Keep your promise." Han Fei nodded. "I mean what I say. Hurry up." After Hexagon Starfish left, Han Fei smiled. It seems that compared to young Ruyun, Master Hexagon is way much easier to trick. If it were young Ruyun, how could he solve her with an extra quality spiritual stone? She would even pack him up and take away 1 hour later. 1 hour later. Hexagon Starfish bumped Han Fei's shoulder and urged, "Have you finished yet? Hurry up, they're coming." Han Fei scolded. "Don't rush me, okay? Just hold it for a while. Just a little while longer." So far, Forge the Universe had expanded to a radius of nearly 330 meters, with a diameter of 660 meters. BAM. Han Fei had heard hundreds of similar explosions. Each explosion represented a broken seal. Hexagon Starfish said quickly, "If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave." Just a minute longer. After a while, with a loud bang, Han Fei lay on the trunk. 5 minutes later, the tree trunk was finally stuffed into Forge the Universe. Now Han Fei finally took away the entire big red trunk. Although Hexagon Starfish was curious about where Han Fei's weird space came from, it was obviously not the time to discuss this. Come on, there was only the last layer. Han Fei jumped on the Hexagon Starfish. Run, run. Hexagon Starfish whizzed past like lightning and appeared hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye. But when Han Fei and Hexagon Starfish ran halfway through, the seal broke apart. Han Fei saw giant snakes tens of meters in length, huge crabs tens of meters long, and big fishes with fangs and barbs all over their bodies, as well as piles of mess-swallowing worms, marching sea leeches, dead-leaf starfish, butterfly starworms, green-red snakes, and anti-heaven blades, all of which were densely packed and completely beyond numbers. Han Fei swallowed. God only knows where these creatures came from. Along the way, the ordinary big red trunks that Han Fei saw had already been eaten bald by these creatures. Pieces of big red trunks were cut down and no red leaf could be seen on the ground. Yesterday, when Han Fei came in, there were red leaves drifting all over, but at this moment it was barren and not even a blade of grass grew. Han Fei shouted, "Master Hexagon, accelerate, accelerate." Okay, Han Fei felt the Hexagon Starfish under his hips spin quickly and his speed suddenly soared. Hey, don't throw me off," Hexagon Starfish pleaded. "Throw some spiritual energy out, otherwise they will soon catch up with us." Han Fei reluctantly pulled out some low-quality spiritual stones from Forge the Universe. Swish, 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 swish. Almost every 100 meters, Han Fei would throw a piece out. While throwing the stones away, Han Fei asked, "Why did these creatures suddenly appear here? Is it because the big red trunk is gone?" Hexagon Starfish answered, "I don't know, but that place is special. Even if the big tree is gone, there seem to be other unknown secrets." "You didn't go to the top," Han Fei was surprised. "What's on the top? Since the top didn't lead to the sea surface, what was there?" After thinking about it for a long while, Han Fei felt that it was a waste of time. Now he was too weak to ascertain these things, so why bother? Suddenly, Han Fei laughed. Yang Ruyun would never have thought that he could take away such a big tree. After all, he was only an intermediate dangling fisher. After a moment, Han Fei looked back, only to see that the big red trunk forest had been flooded with endless creatures. If he was strong enough to stay there and let those creatures kill each other, he would get a huge amount of spiritual energy. But he couldn't. If he dared to stay there for more than 5 minutes, he would have been overwhelmed by the endless creatures until no bones were left. The land of starfish. The starfishes here were all gone. Han Fei thought they probably also ran to the big red trunk forest. It seemed that there were still secrets there, but they had nothing to do with him now. Han Fei jumped off the back of Hexagon Starfish. "I'm going to stay alone for cultivation. How about you?" Hexagon Starfish's big eyes looked at Han Fei. "Well, I feel I've consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Can you?" Han Fei stared at him. "No way. Don't even think about it. I can set up a spirit gathering formation for you and you can suck up spiritual energy yourself." Hexagon Starfish was speechless and thought to himself, "Who is the stingiest? It is said that I, Hexagon Starfish, am greedy for treasures, but this bastard is even greedier than me. He has just got such a huge big red trunk and countless spiritual stones. Why can't he spare some for me? I helped him a lot just now, didn't I?" After setting up the spirit gathering formation, Han Fei ran 100 miles away and entered Forge the Universe. He was actually going into prying the spiritual stones down. Before he left, he still remembered to warn Hexagon Starfish not to escape. In fact, Han Fei didn't care whether Hexagon Starfish would run or not. Anyway, he now had countless spiritual stones and there were too many things for him to do. Those things that he wanted to do but couldn't, due to his lack of spiritual stones, could all be done now. His spiritual heritage was damaged, but he didn't have enough spiritual energy to repair it, but now he had enough spiritual energy. The fourth layer of true spirit fishing art that had not been deduced so far could be deduced now. Han Fei thought to himself, "It's a true saying that one who survives a great disaster is destined for good fortune." Chapter 369, A Shocking Secret About the Fish Avatar Technique in Forge the Universe. Han Fei's body was surrounded with spiritual energy. His forehead was full of sweat and his face was a little pale. At this moment, Han Fei was repairing his damaged spiritual heritage. So far, 2 million points of spiritual energy had been consumed, but he only felt that half of his spiritual heritage was repaired. Han Fei was startled. It seems that he should protect his spiritual heritage well. Otherwise, once his spiritual heritage was damaged, he would have to spend a lot of spiritual energy to repair it. Half a day later, Han Fei opened his eyes and a series of data showed. Nier's own. Han Fei, level 36, intermediate dangling fisher. Spiritual energy, 128,526, 126, Tumbers 4582, Spore 4582, level 4, high quality E-spiritual, level 4, high quality E-spiritual beast Tumbers xuanhuan. Mir's Enyang spirit, swallowing fish, level 29. Weapon Blue Sea, Wandering Dragon Daggers. All main art, Water Vein Technique, Volume 3 of Void Fishing, Spirit Level Divine Quality. Haha, I'm finally back to my peak. Huh? My upper limit of spiritual energy increased a bit. Huh? Little Black and Little White are both level 29? Han Fei was not surprised by the increase in his upper limit of spiritual energy. After several high-intensity battles, he certainly would level up. However, Little Black and Little White reached level 29, which shocked him. He knew how difficult it was for these two little guys to upgrade. If it hadn't been for the luck that he had been to the Soul Ocean once, the two little guys might not have reached level 25 at the moment. But after taking a few red balls, they were level 29 now. Han Fei summoned them. However, to his surprise, Little Black and Little White did not appear. Huh? What happened? Little Black? Little White? Han Fei tried summoning them several times in a row, but it didn't work. This immediately made him anxious. He immediately came out of Forge the Universe and tried to summon them again, but it still didn't work. Little Black and Little White seemed to have disappeared. Is it because of those red balls? Han Fei frowned. This was definitely not a good thing. People became fish after eating it. Then what would happen if fish ate it? Han Fei immediately went to find Hexagon Starfish. Hexagon Starfish was lying in the middle of the Spirit Gathering Formation, absorbing spiritual energy, and was surrounded with enriched spiritual energy. There was a circle of dazzling gems placed around him. Han Fei recognized at a glance that there were gold, purple gold, diamonds, lapis lazuli, blue corundum, and some other unnamed stones. The quality of these gems looked so extraordinary that they could even be used to make a spiritual weapon. Seeing Han Fei coming, Hexagon Starfish quickly put away all the dazzling stones around him and looked at Han Fei vigilantly with his 6 big eyes. Human, aren't you cultivating? Han Fei didn't have the time to talk with him about his treasures now, and he quickly asked, tell me what the exact effect of the red balls are. I mean those things that can make people turn into fish. You've eaten one too, right? Hexagon Starfish's eyes stopped rolling, and he said with some doubt, nothing special, it seems to have made me grow faster. Han Fei's eyes narrowed. Is that all? Are there any side effects? Hexagon Starfish thought for a while. Seems not, Han Fei asked anxiously. Yes is yes and no is no. What do you mean by seems not? You've eaten it, haven't you? Hexagon Starfish's eyes rolled. It seems that there is a little bit of side effect. The last time I ate it, I slept for several days. However, when I woke up, I felt very comfortable and my mind became clearer. Han Fei was relieved to hear that. So, that explains it. It's okay if Little Black and Little White sleep for a few days. Now Han Fei had the mood to make a joke on the starfish. When did you starfish get a brain? Hexagon Starfish was very unhappy to hear his words. Ordinary starfish may not have a brain, but I do. I not only have a brain, but also have bones. Han Fei scoffed. Then, where is your brain? Hexagon Starfish's 6 big eyes kept rolling. In my eyes. Han Fei was speechless. No wonder this guy liked to roll his big eyes so much. It turned out that every time he rolled his eyes, he was thinking. Han Fei almost burst into laughter. This guy is still stupid. Now I know your brain is in your eyes. Then next time you roll your eyes, I'll know you were thinking. Han Fei waved his hand. Go ahead and do your thing. I'm going to cultivate. After entering Forge the Universe again, Han Fei was much more relaxed. He guessed that Little Black and Little White must have eaten too many red balls and needed to sleep for a few days. Han Fei, who had no burden, was so relaxed that he couldn't help laughing. He really wanted to see Yang Ruyun's expression when she found out what happened with the big red trunk. You may not be able to take away the big red trunk, but I can. 3 days later, Han Fei was sitting in Forge the Universe panting hard. So far, Forge the Universe had expanded to a radius of nearly 1,000 meters after consuming nearly 15 million points of spiritual energy. However, Han Fei didn't care. This space was enough to contain the complete big red trunk. He wouldn't have to worry about a lack of space for a long time to come. In the past 7 days, Han Fei finally cut open the big red trunk. Sure enough, as he expected, most spiritual stones were concentrated in the lower part of the trunk, especially the roots. After cutting the tree open, he had found 62 extra-quality spiritual stones, 192 high-quality stones, 1,026 mid-quality stones, and 4,102 low-quality stones. When Han Fei sorted out all the spiritual stones, he looked at the 4 piles of spiritual stones for a long time and could not speak for a long time. Yang Ruyun would vomit blood in regret as she knew that he had obtained so many spiritual stones. It was more than 270 million points of spiritual energy. Even though he had expanded Forge the Universe to a radius of 1,000 meters, he still had 250 million points of spiritual energy left. Han Fei didn't even bother to calculate the fraction. Anyway, he knew that for a long time to come, he wouldn't have to worry about a lack of spiritual energy. After doing this, the first thing he did was not deduce the true spirit fishing art, nor build a ship, but he made knives. Since the last time his long knife shattered, he couldn't use the drawing the blue sea. Wandering dragon daggers could be used in the million knife art. With the saber manipulation art, he could easily take the upper hand in the face of group attacks or when he was outnumbered. However, when facing a small number of enemies, the effect of the million knife art decreased greatly. After all, manipulating so many daggers to attack simultaneously would be much less powerful. At this moment, the two dark crystal axes were placed in front of him, which were Yang Deyu's spiritual weapons. Han Fei didn't underestimate these two axes. They seemed to be made of some kind of extremely hard dark crystal. Besides, a large scorpion was sealed in the axes and the scorpion venom would break out in attack. Therefore, this pair of axes was actually a rare pair of high-quality spiritual weapons. At least, Han Fei had no weapon more powerful than this pair of axes, except for the water-dividing seal and the mirror of icy salt. Han Fei remembered that Yang Deyu's spiritual beast seemed to also be a scorpion. That guy was not a good person, so Han Fei didn't feel guilty at all for using his spiritual weapons. The small calabash appeared in Han Fei's hand. The pair of axes were thrown in by him, followed by a large piece of big red trunk core. Han Fei pondered for a while to make the perfect combination. Weapons were valued for their quality, not their number, so he gritted his teeth and threw in the swords of Mo Feian and Sun Mu. 3 high-quality spiritual weapons plus the core of the big red trunk, and Han Fei even wanted to throw the 2 stones and forge the universe in. Han Fei still dared not to touch the 2 stones. If he refined a divine weapon that he couldn't touch, it would be over. The materials would all be wasted. Refine. But the knife that Han Fei conceived this time was not a long knife. The drawing needed something to nourish the knife, either with spiritual energy or with his essence and blood. But now that he had no shortage of spiritual energy, he could always use the drawing. This kind of combat technique with great lethality could catch his enemy off guard and kill them. A long knife was powerful but was too long and easy to break. Moreover, a sudden change of weapon during a battle was very easy to notice. So this time, what Han Fei conceived was a kitchen knife. In fact, Han Fei had already had this idea early on. Compared with a long knife, a kitchen knife is short and very easy to use, and its instantaneous explosive power was more than several times that of a long knife. Of course, the shortcoming of a kitchen knife was also obvious. It was too short. He once heard someone say that, the shorter, the more dangerous, the longer, the stronger, to which Han Fei disagreed. For cultivators, if the opponent suddenly pulled out a kitchen knife in a fight, most cultivators would be caught off guard. Of course, Han Fei would refine more than one knife. The kitchen knife would be his last resort. Besides that, he would also make a long knife. After nearly half an hour, a kitchen knife floated in the air. With the length of 1 foot and 3 inches, it was pitch black and had a barbed shiny blade. A string of data appeared in his eyes. Name. None. Introduction. It is made from demonic dark crystal, silvery gold, Taibai leech iron, core of Aeon, big red trunk, bark of Aeon, big red trunk, and shining pattern shell. It can cut all the hardest things in the world. Once a demonic spirit is sealed in it, it can become a divine weapon. Quality extra quality spiritual weapon, SE sealed spirit. None irrecastable SRU unrefined. Note, it is made by smelting and recasting multiple high-grade spiritual weapons, and a spirit shall be sealed in it to present its perfect form. Haha, Han Fei laughed stupidly, reached out his hand to take the knife, and looked at it up and down. The handle seemed to be smelted with a lot of things, and the blade was mainly made of dark crystals. There was no variegated color throughout the body, and it looked simply perfect. Han Fei gently put the blade on his arm, and then with a light stroke, his skin had been cut. The blood seeped into the blade, and the knife suddenly glowed red. The knife absorbed many drops of his blood before acknowledging him as its master. Oh, so you like drinking blood? Okay, then I will call you blood drinking. It was a pity that this knife hadn't had a spirit sealed in it and had no spirituality yet. Otherwise, he would definitely mock Han Fei. What kind of lame name did you give to me? There are so many knives called blood drinking in this world. What a rustic name. After a while, Han Fei suddenly chopped the knife at the big red trunk hard, and most of the blade went into the tree. Haha, great. Han Fei smirked while playing with the kitchen knife and suddenly remembered Xiao Xiaoshan. He couldn't help but imagine what if Xiao Xiaoshan held this kitchen knife and stabbed him, then he would surely be stabbed through easily. Alas, I've got to find the treasure left by Ren Tianfei as quickly as possible. Otherwise, when can I succeed in practicing the indestructible body art? With this in mind, Han Fei thought that he should deduce the true spirit fishing technique now. Only by deducing the true spirit fishing technique could lightning be attracted. Only with lightning could his body be tempered well. Only when his body was tempered could he break through the present barrier in practicing his indestructible body. Of course, Han Fei was still at the bottom of the sea, so he wouldn't deduct it now. How was it possible for lightning to strike through kilometers of sea and reach the seabed? Besides, as Yang Royun said, in the space inside the seaweed city wall, the seabed and the sea surface were actually not connected to each other. Forget it. I'll deduce it later. Now that the knife was made, Han Fei was not in a hurry to deduce the true spirit fishing technique nor build a ship. Although, in Forge the Universe, the big red trunk occupied most of the space. Han Fei turned his eyes to the fish avatar technique. Yang Ruoyun's success in transforming into a fish really shocked him. Han Fei never believed that in the towns under the Thousand-Star City, there might be a person who really could turn a fish. Even Old Bai was terrified when he heard of the fish avatar technique, let alone Yang Ruoyun, who was only a few years older than him. Seeing that the deduction would cost 1 million points of spiritual energy, Han Fei did not even blink. Deduce. After a moment, a string of data showed in his eyes. Existing combat skill fish avatar technique, mystic level extra quality. Introduction. A semi-finished avatar-type combat skill, combined with thousands of years of previous research experience, only for reference. Deduction. Consumption. 0 Wei 5000 0 Well. Deduction. Result. Result unknown. Known. The direction of the deduction is unknown, so is the result of the deduction. Please be cautious. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. As he expected, even if he consumed 1 million points of spiritual energy to deduce it, it would only be upgraded from mystic level, mid-quality to mystic level, extra quality. And even the content of the information had only changed a few words. Unlike other combat techniques, the fish avatar technique was a very profound subject with a lot of examples for reference. Even if he kept deducing it all the way down, he didn't know what he would get in the end. Han Fei spent 2 days reading the deduce technique. His expression was a little weird. There were as many as 9 successful examples in the book. In one of the most successful cases, the person actually began to practice the fish avatar technique when he was still in his mother's womb. In the end, the mother died, but the fetus was successfully born as a fish. This was the only human being born as a rare creature that Han Fei had seen so far. But Han Fei was not sure whether this child was still a human being. If he was a human being, then why was he born as a fish? But if he was a fish, the book said that the kid eventually became a very intelligent fish, able to read human language and receive any instructions from humans. But in the end, the child died in an adventure in the sea. Since then, there has never been a second child like this. Other experiments were largely identical but with minor differences. All the sacrifices just made up for the shortcomings of this technique. On the 3rd day, Han Fei deduced the book again. This time, Han Fei was overjoyed, and his predecessors seemed to have worked out a way. Existing combat, skill fish avatar technique, spiritual level mid-quality. Introduction. A semi-finished avatar-type combat skill, successfully transforming people into fish with a survival rate of up to 50%, which is a major advance in the history of avatar development. Deduction, consumption, all 110 million points. Deduction, resulty unknown. Known. The direction of the deduction is unknown, so is the result of the deduction. Please be cautious. Han Fei was overjoyed and immediately started to study it. 3 days later, he finally finished reading the book. This time, the conception of the fish avatar technique was too wild. Someone proposed now that fish also possessed meridians, flesh and blood, bones, and internal organs to transform a human being into a fish. One just needed to mutate his meridians, flesh and blood, bones, and viscera. Because of this conjecture, the focus of the fish avatar technique had become the mutation of human beings. The point was that this idea succeeded. There was a time in history when many people took the initiative to conduct experiments. Of course, this conjecture still had big flaws. That was, there were tens of thousands of kinds of creatures in the ocean, not only fish, but also crabs, starfish, conch, lobster, octopus, squid, and so on, but humans could only become fish. Besides, the fish that humans turned into was not exactly like fish, but a bit like monsters that were half human and half fish. Therefore, some people call these human beings demons, sea demons. Later, due to the ban on the research of the fish avatar technique by the floating islands, the development of the technique plummeted. At the same time, the major cities ordered the slaughter of all the demons, causing the sea demons to be almost extinct. Han Fei was shocked when he saw this. Sea demons? Wow. Han Fei vaguely felt that he had discovered some shocking secret. Yang Ruoyun became a sea demon, but she could not only become a fish, but also could change back into a human? Did it mean that this fish avatar technique had actually been further developed? Han Fei was shocked, so the first sea demon was actually a human, therefore, in theory, the so-called demon was actually a human being. The only difference was that under the conditions of the time, those sea demons had no ability to transform back into human beings. Alright, after Han Fei saw that the next deduction would cost 10 million points of spiritual energy, he gritted his teeth. He has already gotten this far, how could he give up? Immediately, he chose to continue the deduction. It seemed that there was a shocking secret hidden in the book. Deduce. See existing combat skill. Fish avatar technique. Demonic level low quality. Introduction. A semi-finished avatar-type combat skill, successfully transforming people into fish with a survival rate of up to 80%. Some humans have transformed into demons. C deduction. Consumption. 0 Wei 30 million points. C deduction. Resulter. B. Deduction. Resulter? Unknown notes. Worstein HD Eatriation pot has been reached. Deduction again will involve the ultimate myth of the world and damage the demon purification pot. Gosh, when Han Fei read the part about some humans having success in transforming into demons, he knew that something terrifying must have happened. And when he saw the notes, he was stunned. Deduction limit? Any further deduction will involve the ultimate myth of the world? Damn, isn't the demon purification pot omnipotent? How can it be damaged? It's been deduced to this point, but you tell me that I can't continue to deduce it? Chapter 370. Wind God Boat, Yin Yang Wheel. Han Fei was speechless. I have spent nearly 20 million points of spiritual energy and am ready to complete the fish avatar technique so as to switch between the form of a fish and a human at any time. But you fucking tell me that I can't deduce it any further? Then didn't I spend the nearly 20 million points of spiritual energy in vain? Han Fei's face was all dark, but he began to calm down and study the newly deduced fish avatar technique. 2 days later, Han Fei finally read all the contents of the book. The technique was profound indeed. Han Fei felt that this technique was still not perfect because it still couldn't turn people into a certain kind of fish, but rather into a brand new species. It was totally incomparable with the 72 metamorphoses of Monkey King, let alone turning people into creatures such as a crab or octopus. Besides, once a human was transformed into a fish, the result was irreversible, which meant that he would become a fish forever. Han Fei certainly would not practice such a technique. From the very beginning, he just wanted to make it easier for him to hunt for treasures and explore the sea. However, the initial investment had completely exceeded his expectations. In addition to the practicing method, the book also told him that there was a peerless genius who instigated countless people to practice the fish avatar technique and even founded a sect called deism. Many ordinary fishers and fishing masters were greatly encouraged by the religion, thinking that humans were the real masters of the ocean and calling on everyone to return to the ocean, which was their homeland. After that, the fish avatar technique caused great turbulence. It was said that countless strong masters began to make moves to punish the sea demons, but among the sea demons, a small number of strong people absconded. Since then, all the cities had issued an order that anyone mentioning the fish avatar technique should be killed, and if anyone dared to practice the fish avatar technique, their whole family would be killed. Over time, this story seemed to be forgotten, and no one mentioned it again. Learning such an astonishing secret from the fragments of a mortal-level fish avatar technique, Han Fei could only keep it in his heart. Only now did he know why Old Bai warned him that the fish avatar technique was taboo. But Han Fei's heart was unsettled. There must be follow-up development, but he only roughly learned what happened at the early stage. Was it teasing him? However, he had no choice but to throw the book aside. Han Fei was not in a hurry to go out. Although he couldn't learn the long-awaited fish avatar technique, he could refine the fishing boat. Originally, Han Fei thought that he would just go to the sea grassland to dig up an ordinary big red trunk as the old man on the dragon boat taught him. And then he would go get some auxiliary objects such as fish crystals. But now he had got this big red trunk that was comparable to a spiritual weapon. What else did he need to find? Besides, he had collected a lot of sea-swallowing seashells, in which there were all kinds of weapons. Even the worst ones were high-quality magic weapons. There were also dozens of low-quality spiritual weapons and a pile of various minerals. Although these things couldn't be the main components of the fishing boat, they were more than enough to serve as surface decorations, such as windbreaks, lower decks, hanging stone buckle covers, and some color-matching convex streamlines of the hull and power unloading devices. Han Fei licked his lips and said to the small calabash in his hand, "Although I have much spiritual energy now, there is still a long way to go. Eat less. A boat won't need much spiritual energy, right?" When the demon purification pot sucked in a large 50-meter-long section of the big red trunk, Han Fei gasped. Wow, Han Fei was overjoyed. He was afraid that something as big as a fishing boat could not be refined in the pot and had to be carved by hand, but the demon purification pot gave him a surprise. It seemed that as long as there was enough spiritual energy, it could refine anything. Then, Han Fei threw a large number of weapons, stones, and 4 floating stones into the pot. He closed his eyes and paddled his hands in the air. The cabin is designed to be semi-open and streamlined. Fish hold, let's add a small fish hold. Fence, no fence. Use a one-piece design. In his mind, Han Fei simulated a cool small yacht. Unlike normal yachts, however, the fishing boat refined by Han Fei was made for speed, so it adopted a streamlined design. The ship presented a smooth curve and even the sun deck on the front side was removed. There was only a fish hold behind the cabin, and the cover of the fish hold was designed as the aft deck. The whole fishing boat was shaped like an awl. Its appearance resembles a supercar. Because Han Fei also added the unloading streamline in the bow part, it resembled 2 car headlights. Yes. Following Han Fei's thoughts, a large amount of spiritual energy swarmed from the pile of spiritual stones and poured into the demon purification pot. Hey! Absorb less spiritual energy. Less, please. Han Fei felt his heart was aching when he saw that the demon refining pot started to absorb spiritual energy from the pile of spiritual stones, so he immediately moved all the extra quality, high quality, and mid-quality spiritual stones hundreds of meters away, leaving only the low-quality ones. However, there was not much spiritual energy in the low-quality spiritual stones. Each one only contained no more than 10,000 points of spiritual energy. Crack, 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 crack. Han Fei's eyes widened. Almost every minute, 5 or 6 low-quality spiritual stones crumbled into powder. Every time the cracking sound was heard, Han Fei's eyelids trembled. This rhythm lasted for a full hour before the crumbling speed of the low-quality spiritual stones slowed down. Even so, 2 or 3 pieces would crumble every minute. Han Fei almost burst into tears. Oh, that's all right. This is the 900th piece. That is more than 9 million points of spiritual energy. However, the low-quality spiritual stones were still shattering. The refining didn't stop until the 1086th piece was broken, and Han Fei's heart almost bled. Gosh, suddenly, an 18-meter-long red and white fishing boat appeared in his vision. Just a glance made Han Fei's mouth water. Everyone loved a yacht. Besides, this yacht was designed by himself. Every arc seemed to be full of splendor. Every line was his masterpiece. A string of data appeared in his eyes. Namey none introduction. It is made of Aeon Big Red Trunk, Blue Sea Wandering Dragon Bone, Floating Stone, Red Blood Silver, and Silver Stone. It is extremely fast and can travel 60,000 miles a day. The hull can hold the damage of mid-quality spiritual weapons. Due to limited materials, its speed can be increased after sealing a spirit into it. Quality, mid-quality spiritual weapon, sealed spirit, none recastable. AU unrefined, nos, due to limited forging materials, it can only be cast into a mid-quality spiritual weapon. Han Fei was a bit disappointed. What? A spiritual weapon-level fishing boat that cost me more than 10 million points of spiritual energy could only travel 60,000 miles a day? Smack. Han Fei patted on the fishing boat and drew a long face. Is it because the design method is wrong? Even ghost speed divine boats can travel 50,000 miles a day. But my fishing ship is made of extra quality materials. The more Han Fei thought about it, the angrier he got. He immediately refined a small carving knife and was about to draw formations on the boat. According to the records in the spirit gathering scripture, the speed formations were divided into as many as 12 kinds, such as the water travel formation, wind travel formation, wind chasing formation, and tidal formation. Their purpose was to use the power of nature to increase the speed of something, and they were not difficult to set up. But even if they were not difficult to draw, it was still very troublesome to interlock different formations and cover the entire hull. Han Fei picked up the carving knife and walked around the boat several times, unable to find a way to start. If he was about to draw a spirit-gathering formation, he didn't even need to think about it. However, speed formations were different. One formation might cause changes in wind speed and airflow, so when the two formations were superimposed, the airflow might change. Once it changed, it might have the opposite effect and reduce the speed of the ship itself. Well, be it so. I'll draw some speed formations on it later. Han Fei patted the fishing boat hard. Wind God boat, I will definitely make you a real wind God boat. By then, you will be the fastest fishing boat in the level 3 fishery. Giving up carving formations on the boat, Han Fei jumped out of Forge the Universe with a swish. When he came to Hexagon Starfish again, Hexagon Starfish was covered with thousands of starfish. Among them, there were even a few exotic starfish. The moment they saw Han Fei coming, a large number of starfish began to flee away. Hexagon Starfish widened its eyes and quickly put away all the shiny gold and silver gems around him. Han Fei sighed. Master Hexagon, why do you think I would want this junk? Hexagon Starfish was surprised. Have you finished cultivating? Han Fei nodded. Yes, okay, don't absorb spiritual energy anymore. The spiritual energy in your body is almost overflowing. Let's go. It's time to leave. The level 3 fishery was too big. He had spent 2 months in the sea grassland alone. Han Fei still didn't know what happened to Xiaoshan and the others. At this moment, Han Fei's strength had returned to its peak and he urgently needed to find an uninhabited sea to deduce the true spirit fishing technique. However, Hexagon Starfish's eyes rolled. Can you wait for me for a few days? Han Fei asked. How come? You haven't absorbed enough spiritual energy yet? Leave some for other starfish. Besides, the news that the big red trunk is gone will be spread sooner or later. There will be many people here soon. If you stay here for 2 more days, I bet you will be caught and become someone's contractual spiritual beast. Hexagon Starfish's eyes rolled. I'm going to make a breakthrough just a few days away. Han Fei was shocked. You are going to have a breakthrough again? You only reached level 40 in more than 300 years, but how many times have you had a breakthrough in the past 2 years? That's not the same. The spiritual energy in the village is too little, and I also ate the red fruit. Unfortunately, I can only eat one. Unlike your spiritual beasts, they can eat several. Shoot, being reminded by Hexagon Starfish, Han Fei finally remembered Little Black and Little White. During this period of time, he concentrated on studying the fish avatar technique and forgot about summoning Little Black and Little White. Immediately, with a thought from Han Fei, 2 rays of lights appeared between his eyebrows, 1 black and 1 white. Huh? Unlike before, this time, Little Black and Little White drew 2 black and white rays in the water and made a half arc in the water before they landed beside Han Fei. Huh? Han Fei gave a cry of surprise. He found that Little Black and Little White had changed, not only in their bodies, but also in temperament. First of all, the 2 little guys were now more crystal clear, and there were 2 more barbels growing near their mouths, which were as long as their bodies. In addition to the barbels, Little White's body was exuding a faint halo of holiness all the time, as if being covered with a light milky white brilliance. It looked breathtakingly beautiful. Different from Little White, Little Black looked even fiercer, especially his eyes. Before, Little Black was black, but the whites of his eyes were still white and his eyeballs were round. But now the whites of Little Black's eyes turned blood red and his eyeballs became slivered like cat's eyes. No, to be precise, they looked like wolf eyes. Although Han Fei was his master, he was scared when he saw Little Black's eyes. However, Han Fei heaved a sigh of relief when the 2 little guys ran to him and played with him intimately just like before. Oh, I was really scared for a minute. Han Fei looked at the data of Little Black and Little White and his pupils constricted again. Spiritual beast, namely twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish introduction. They're the descendants of the mysterious primitive yin-yang sky swallowing fish. The black and white fish accompany each other. The white fish is docile, whereas the black one is cruel. They are symbiotic. As long as one lives, the other won't die. Level 30A quality. Mysterious Twality, Mysterious Twal Energy, 20,000 points, N51, 51, and Vibrous. They can swallow everything, combat skills, Supreme Yin Yang, while 5,000 points of spiritual energy is consumed every second. Notin, the black fish is invisible. Except for the owner, only people with born Yin Yang divine eyes can see it. When the 2 fish are combined, their combat power soars and is comparable to that of a divine weapon. Gulp, Han Fei swallowed. 100,000 points of spiritual energy stored, Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel, combined, comparable to a divine weapon. These words stunned Han Fei and he gaped. Wow, now they've got a combined combat skill? Since Master Hexagon said he wanted to stay for a few days, they would just stay here for a few days. He needed to study carefully the changes of Little Black and Little White. However, Han Fei immediately looked at Hexagon Starfish and said, Master Hexagon, may I ask you a question? Did you have any changes in your abilities after breaking through level 30? Hexagon Starfish said, rolling his eyes. No, nothing has changed. Think it over. Hexagon Starfish pondered for a moment. It seems that before level 30 my spiritual consciousness was not high. I was still young at that time. Han Fei asked with a dark face, and Hexagon Starfish's eyes rolled again. Oh, I seem to have got a kind of inheritance from nowhere, and after that, I learned to set up formations. Wow, Han Fei was shocked. Didn't you learn setting up formations from a certain formation book you got from a treasure hunt? Hexagon Starfish mumbled. Of course not. Who would look for that kind of thing? Books aren't shiny. The knowledge about formations just popped up in my head out of the blue. Han Fei was surprised. A strange inheritance? When Hexagon Starfish reached level 30, he got a strange inheritance. And at the moment, Little Black and Little White seemed to have encountered the same situation who seemed to have inherited some kind of inheritance too. Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel. No, I should let them have a try. With that, Han Fei said to Hexagon Starfish, Master Hexagon, you can stay here to make a breakthrough, but be quick. Don't delay too much. There are still a lot of treasures waiting for us to dig up. Then he took Little Black and Little White away, hundreds of miles away. Han Fei stroked Little Black's head. Little Black, have you gotten any new abilities? Show them to me. Little Black looked at Han Fei blankly and suddenly opened his mouth. Fuck, Han Fei took a few steps back and almost had a heart attack. He saw that the teeth in Little Black's mouth became exceptionally sharp like a row of steel teeth. Besides, in his mouth, there seemed to be a small rotating black hole. Han Fei swallowed. Open your mouth again. This time, when Little Black opened his mouth, Han Fei was still a bit horrified. The teeth were sharp and there was a faint red light on the teeth as if bloodstains were flowing between the teeth. Han Fei hurriedly said, close it, can you get bigger? Little Black's body began to grow gradually and didn't stop until his body became 8 meters long. Han Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Only 8 meters. That's acceptable. If he suddenly became 100 meters long, he would be quite the big monster. Han Fei turned to look at Little White. Girl, do you have any new abilities? Little White seemed to get what Han Fei meant. She opened her mouth, and then Han Fei felt the spiritual energy around him begin to gather. The spirit gathering speed is so fast. Fuck, it's almost as fast as a small spirit gathering formation I set up. No, it's faster than a small spirit gathering formation, and it's actually as fast as the superimposition of 3 small spirit gathering formations. At this time, Han Fei suddenly realized that Little Black and Little White were spirit swallowing fish. Wasn't spirit swallowing the most fundamental ability of spirit swallowing fish? Okay. Now that this ability was finally fully manifested, they were just like a mobile spiritual energy pool. Just imagine, when he ran out of spiritual energy in combat, Little Black and Little White would be able to supply him with endless spiritual energy. Of course, the spiritual energy they supplied might not be able to make up for his consumption, but he saw hope, a hope that was entirely possible. Han Fei grinned. Sure enough, Little Black and Little White were the best. After all, neither Ninetails nor Little Gold had demonstrated such outstanding abilities as Little Black and Little White yet. Of course, Ninetails and Little Gold were not bad. Ninetails was an all-rounded creature, able to attack, defend, and dig holes. As for Little Gold, when he grew to full form, he could condense the power of heavenly thunder. Unfortunately, he could not do it yet. Han Fei took out a section of the big red trunk that was tens of meters away from Forge the Universe and said, "Little Black, Little White, use Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel to attack this tree." With a thought from Han Fei, Little Black and Little White suddenly turned into two rays of lights, one black and one white. When the two rays of lights met, a rotating Tai Chi yin-yang diagram appeared. Perhaps because the rotating speed was too fast, Han Fei could only see the black and white light flashing alternately. In the next moment, the Tai Chi yin-yang wheel fell on the big red trunk. Huh? Han Fei was dazed by the scene. Compared with the soft saw he made, Little Black and Little White were like a fucking chainsaw. Although 5,000 points of spiritual energy was consumed every second, the speed was almost 100 times faster than the soft saw. Stop! Stop! Okay, alright, Han Fei hurriedly asked Little Black and Little White to stop. It was just an experiment and they didn't need to actually saw the tree. However, when he looked at Little Black and Little White, something suddenly occurred to him. Maybe it's time to go to the Seaweed City Wall. Chapter 371, Catch the Seaweed Ball. Han Fei did not choose to fuse with Little Black and Little White, mainly because he was afraid of losing control. This time, the strength of Little Black and Little White had undergone thorough changes. If Little Black and Little White had a combat power of 5 before, then with this supreme yin-yang wheel, their combat power had soared to at least 50, which was a change in the order of magnitude. While waiting for Hexagon Starfish, Han Fei was practicing the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies and studying the speed formations. Bam! The ceiling formation shook. Han Fei couldn't remember how many times the ceiling formation had shaken. He tilted his head, looking at Hexagon Starfish whose spiritual energy was escaping in large quantities. It had been a day and a night. Hasn't he made it yet? Little Black and Little White upgraded so easily and quickly. Why did this stupid starfish waste so much spiritual energy to make a breakthrough? He was too weak, not like a mysterious creature at all. Little White was frantically devouring the spiritual energy that escaped from Hexagon Starfish. At this time, Han Fei stopped cultivating. This was the 5th time someone came here. Han Fei hung the kitchen knife on his waist, held the blue sea wandering dragon bow, and stood there. In a short while, a young man and a young woman came here. When the young man saw Han Fei, he frowned slightly, and when he saw Hexagon Starfish, he couldn't help being vigilant. The young man asked, "Your contractual spiritual beast?" Han Fei nodded lightly. "It's making a breakthrough. Don't disturb it." The woman beside the young man said, "There are many seals here. Why is there only such a big spirit-gathering formation of yours here?" Han Fei remained indifferent. "I set it up. You have a problem with it? You set it up yourself?" The young man and the young woman glanced at each other looking surprised. The young man asked, "Do you know something big has happened in the deepest part of the grassland? Some people say that there seems to be a big tree missing." Han Fei faintly smiled. "Do you mean the big red trunk?" "I know. I also got the information and came from outside. Who would have expected that my contractual spiritual beast would make a breakthrough halfway there?" the woman said. "Since you're here, why don't you take your contractual spiritual beast back and go inside to check it out first?" Seeing that the two people looked a bit strange, Han Fei guessed that they were talking in voice transmission. He smiled. "What's going on inside? I don't know anything about it. However, I met someone on the road who said that the inside has been occupied by sea creatures. If you are not afraid of death, then go inside." The young man suddenly took out his armor box. "I advise you to tell the truth. How do we get through the seal quickly, and what on earth happened to the big red trunk?" Han Fei raised his hand, drew his bow, and shot a series of 3 arrows. Bam, 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 bam. Each arrow was more powerful than the previous one. With Han Fei's peak combat power, even a peak-level dangling fisher couldn't block the 3 arrows easily. The young man opened his armor box, shielded himself with armor, and drove his weapons to attack the 3 arrows. Bam, bam, bam. The arrow shattered, but the woman disappeared. But Han Fei didn't mean to stop, and he shot another arrow that contained 1,600 points of spiritual energy. The man was startled and quickly shouted to the woman via voice transmission, "Come back." At that time, Han Fei threw the water-dividing seal at the seawater in the upper left corner. With a bang, a figure flew out. At this moment, Han Fei's 4th arrow hit the man's armor shield with a boom, blasting him back 5 or 6 steps, and the man's hands were dripping with blood. Han Fei sneered. "I don't want to beat you, but you made me. One more step, and you're dead." In fact, it was not that Han Fei didn't want to get rid of these troublemakers, but he tried it once. For the first time, 3 people came and he had wanted to kill those 3. However, they had flash stones, and at the very last moment, they flashed away. That was really a waste of his time. If Han Fei guessed right, these 2 also had flash stones, which seemed to be a must-have for people entering the sea grassland. Since they couldn't be killed, he just needed to deter them. Anyway, when Hexagon Starfish finished upgrading, he would leave. He didn't have to waste any time on these people. Sure enough, when the 2 saw Han Fei's strength, they immediately retreated. After 2 hours, Han Fei could no longer feel the surrounding spiritual energy escaping and immediately looked at Hexagon Starfish. The latter was slowly opening his eyes. Hexagon Starfish said proudly, "I'm done." "Then let's leave." "When did I become your guardian angel? See, I've driven away 5 waves of people for you." Hexagon Starfish's big eyes kept rolling. "Thank you?" Han Fei hurriedly jumped on its back. "Let's go. Go to the Seaweed City wall first to see the seaweed monster." Hexagon Starfish said, "I can set up a hidden formation to deceive it." Han Fei smiled. "No, I'm going to meet it. After all, that bastard still owes me 10 dry leaf worms." Han Fei felt that he had been being tricked along the way. Since he met young Ruyun, he had had no luck. Fortunately, although the road had its twists and turns, the result was gratifying so far. Although he couldn't do anything to that cunning woman, he must take revenge on the damn seaweed monster. That bastard took advantage of him and put the damn soul lock on him. Would it kill him if he failed to bring it a red ball? When Hexagon Starfish heard that Han Fei was going to take revenge on the seaweed monster, he immediately slowed down, rolling his eyes and said, "No, the starfish won't fight and you can't beat it." Han Fei sneered. "Do you mean you can't beat it? But do you know what level that thing is? It looks quite powerful." Hexagon Starfish shook its tentacles. "I don't know. It should not be very powerful. However, it is very powerful in that place. It's full of seaweed that will entangle me." "Huh, just like Yang Ruyun, it's only powerful in a certain place, right? In other words, as long as it gets out of the seaweed wall, it will be nothing?" "Yes," Han Fei waved his hand. "Okay, then do you have a way to lure it out?" Hexagon Starfish's big eyes rolled. "No idea." Han Fei sighed. "Okay, can you stop rolling your big eyeballs? It makes me dizzy." "Master Hexagon, is there any high-level hidden formation among the formations you inherited?" "There seems to be. Passing through the lotus fish area and the wormfish pit, they rushed through the other places at full speed. 100 miles away from the Seaweed City wall, a large starfish surreptitiously burrowed into the mud and slid forward. Its body exuded a faint red light. However, its breath was very weak as if it was hidden by something. When approaching the Seaweed City wall, the 6 big eyes of the big starfish stealthily popped out of the mud, and when he saw the seaweed canopy was not moving, he immediately got into the mud again and seemed ready to go through the Seaweed City wall from underground. Underground, Hexagon Starfish seemed to be talking to himself. "What if it eats me? The starfish can't fight. You must save me quickly. I have only been out of trouble for 2 years, and I don't want to die yet. No, your hidden formation is too weak. I feel that seaweed is coming." Under the Seaweed City wall, a large piece of seaweed was creeping. These seaweeds were secretly chasing behind Hexagon Starfish and seemed to be waiting for him to go deeper before taking action. After a while, when Hexagon Starfish went nearly 100 miles into the Seaweed City wall, suddenly, the ground shook and large swaths of seaweed plunged into the mud. At that moment, Hexagon Starfish immediately turned around and began to run at full speed. This was a matter of course in the eyes of ordinary people. After all, the Seaweed City wall extended nearly 700 or 800 miles. From a common-sense point of view, the starfish's only chance was to run back. Therefore, the faster Hexagon Starfish ran, the faster the seaweed pierced the ground. Although Master Hexagon tried his best to run away and even used seals to protect himself, he was surrounded by seaweed after running less than 50 miles. "I'm just passing by. Don't force the starfish to fight." Then a casual voice sounded, "Do you have a red ball on you?" "Hand it over." Hexagon Starfish shouted, "I have eaten it. The big red trunk inside is gone. I only grabbed one." The seaweed monster froze. "How is it possible? How could the big red trunk disappear? You lied to me." Hexagon Starfish suddenly became smaller and jumped out of a pile of seaweed with a swish. "It's true. Even the roots of the tree are gone, and they were taken away by a sea demon." "A sea demon? How is it possible? How could there be a sea demon?" With that, the seaweed monster broke out completely and drilled deep into the ground. One cluster of dirt after another was dug out. Hexagon Starfish cried, "Help!" Hexagon Starfish was wrapped by large clumps of seaweed and dragged out of the ground abruptly. As soon as it was unearthed, its body became large, at least 50 to 60 meters long, and purple light appeared on his 6 tentacles. There seemed to be a formation enveloping him. Hexagon Starfish turned like a spinning top. Immediately, countless seaweed fell apart as if they were cut by a sharp blade. "You can't escape. If there is no longer a red ball, I can eat you. The effect is the same." Hexagon Starfish was startled and his 6 big eyeballs kept rolling. But facing the overwhelming amount of seaweed together with a lot of vines, Hexagon Starfish finally could no longer spin. Like a stuck axle, he was rigidly fixed among the seaweed. Hexagon Starfish secretly said to Han Fei through voice transmission, "Help me. If you don't save me, I will die." And in one of the doors of Hexagon Starfish, Han Fei said leisurely, "Master Hexagon, didn't you say that you can't hear me talking in the door? Why can you hear me now?" Hexagon Starfish almost burst into tears and hurriedly said, "At that time, my doors were sealed. Since you removed the seal, I can communicate with those inside the doors." "Oh? Really?" Hexagon Starfish said anxiously. Yes. Han Fei said, "No rush. The seaweed monster hasn't come out yet. If it wants to eat you, it will show its true body, right? Otherwise, aren't we putting on this show in vain?" Hexagon Starfish panicked. "If you didn't threaten me to crush my essence blood, would I have agreed to be the bait? Shameless, despicable, bastard." Such a gentle starfish was forced to start swearing Han Fei cut him off. "Don't panic. Calm down. Put a sealing formation on yourself first. Anyway, you can set up formations quickly. As long as the monster dares to show up and approach, throw me out and I promise it won't eat you." In the outside world. Needless to say, Hexagon Starfish had been covered with bursts of purple light. This was the strongest formation Hexagon Starfish had, and even flash stones wouldn't work in it. But if Han Fei did not come out, Hexagon Starfish would certainly die, even if it was a mysterious creature. The seaweed monster's voice rang leisurely. "What a strong seal. Unfortunately, this is the world of seagrass, and I am the master here." Hexagon Starfish's big eyes rolled. "Where are you? I'll spit out the red fruit for you." "The red ball has penetrated into your flesh and blood. How can you spit it out?" "Don't worry. I will be there soon, and I will suck you up slowly." Is the seaweed monster still far away from here? So, it is not the kind of invincible super creature that can exist in any place with seaweed. Han Fei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had been worried that he would encounter a kind of weird creature that could walk through spiritual plants like Lua Little White. He waited for an hour, but the seaweed monster hadn't come yet. Han Fei was speechless. How damn far was the seaweed monster from here? But the question was, since the seaweed monster was so far away, where did its sound come from? Could it transmit its voice from thousands of miles away? Finally, a dark green ball appeared. Yes, it was a ball with a radius of fewer than 10 meters, and its surface was full of sticky moss and was entangled with many circles of vines with vine leaves growing on them. This ball had no eyes, tentacles, or mouth. It literally had nothing. When the green ball rolled over and saw Hexagon Starfish, it seemed to tremble for a while. "Red ball?" Hexagon Starfish's eyes rolled. "We're both exotic creatures. Can you let me go?" "Let you go? For so many years, I just hoped to get a red ball, but I failed. Now, if I eat you, I can have a red ball, transform my shape, and awaken my talent. How could I let you go?" When Han Fei heard this, he was speechless. Transform its form, like Yang Ruyun? Are you fucking kidding me? If Hexagon Starfish didn't eat a red ball, the seaweed monster might let him go. After all, it would be very troublesome for the seaweed monster to keep Hexagon Starfish here. But it was a different story since Hexagon Starfish had swallowed a red ball. This seaweed monster, no, the seaweed ball seemed to be obsessed with those red balls. It certainly wouldn't let Hexagon Starfish go now. Hexagon Starfish said in surprise, "That red fruit won't help you transform your shape. You won't become a sea demon after eating it." Nonsense. The green ball hit Hexagon Starfish's formation with a loud bang and shouted, "I'm different from you. My duty is to guard the big red trunk. As long as someone can bring me a red ball one day, I can transform my shape and become a demon." Han Fei felt its thought process to be ridiculous. Those who come out have no memory. Who could bring you a red ball? Besides, all the guys who have eaten red balls have become fish. Even if there are occasionally one or two people whose memory does not disappear, you may not be able to catch them. For example, Yang Ruoyun threw the Sunmu trio out of the big red trunk forest. Did they come out? Han Fei felt that they had probably come out. After all, although he had collected their sea-swallowing seashells, weapons, and accessories, their spiritual weapons were still kept in their bodies. Once they woke up and took out the spiritual weapon in their bodies, as the top powerhouses in the level 3 fishery, they would certainly find a way to pass through the seaweed city wall. Outside, Hexagon Starfish reported in horror, saying that the seaweed ball was summoning countless vines and trying to burst open its 6-door formation. About 10 minutes passed. Hexagon Starfish cried, "No, should I strengthen the formation? Help." A straw reached out from the monster ball, and it's going to suck my blood. Han Fei was speechless. "Do you have any fucking blood?" But then he wondered again, is the seaweed monster a mosquito? Where did the fucking straw come from in the outside world? The big green ball excitedly thrust the 3 to 4 meter long needle-like straw at Hexagon Starfish. However, just as the straw was about to pierce Hexagon Starfish, suddenly a figure appeared. The seaweed ball was shocked and was about to run immediately. But before it moved, a big golden net had already covered it. Humph, where can you run to? Holding the net tightly and making a knot, Han Fei looked at the ball with contempt. Happy? Surprised? It's you? How could it be? Where did you suddenly pop out from? With a wave of his hand, Han Fei cut off the vines that were out of control in the blink of an eye with the dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers, and rescued Hexagon Starfish. Hexagon Starfish that broke free of the shackles immediately became palm-sized and squatted on Han Fei's shoulders. "Don't let it out. I was almost sucked up by it just now." The ball rammed left and right in the spirit-forbidden net, panicking. What is this? Let me out. Where is my spiritual energy? Where is my spiritual energy? Please, let me go. I can give you dry leaf worms. I can give you 10 more. No, I can give you 100. Han Fei disdainfully said, Haha, do you think I'm stupid? There are so many treasures in the world. Am I unable to cultivate without dry leaf worms? It's not worth my risk to let you go just for a few blades of grasses. Seaweed Ball panicked. How can you let me go? I don't want the red ball. I won't come out anymore. Han Fei sneered. What does it have to do with me if you come out or not? If you didn't put the soul lock on me, maybe I would cooperate with you. But you did, so who can you blame now? The Seaweed Ball begged. I still have spiritual energy. I have endless spiritual energy. Bang! Han Fei kicked the ball and sneered. When I was still a fisher, I knew that no one could have endless spiritual energy. Now you've been caught by me. How can you still have endless spiritual energy? Come on, throw some spiritual energy out. Let me peel your shell and see how much spiritual energy you have. Suddenly, the seaweed ball trembled and did not speak. Han Fei smiled. Why, you don't want to be peeled. Do you want me to pull you out of this ball? Do you think you're really a ball by hiding in a ball? Chapter 372. Exploit the Seaweed. Han Fei did not see any information when he spotted the ball. He immediately knew that something was wrong, or rather, something was indeed living inside the ball, but the ball itself couldn't be a living creature. Not giving the ball of seaweed any chance to beg for mercy, Han Fei cut through 100 pieces with the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Then, Han Fei was dumbfounded, and so was the hexagon starfish. Han Fei's lips trembled. So, you're actually an octopus? A string of data appeared in his eyes. Nami Divine Seaweed Octopus Introduction. This is an extremely uncommon creature in the deep-sea jungle that mutated after accidentally having certain fruits. It can freely control unconscious spiritual plants and share its life with seaweed. It cannot be killed in places strewn with seaweed. It's very weak and cowardly and will generally not show up. The divine seaweed ball that it contains can possibly give the eater the ability to control seaweed. Level 39, Equality. Equality. Exotic mutated. My CC Quine. Spiritual energy, US spiritual, and 15,000 CCCC's points, effecti. It can significantly increase spiritual power and soul resistance. Collectible divine seaweed ball absorbable. Han Fei was rather lost for words after reading the information. So, this guy was actually just bragging that it could offer 10 pieces of dry leaf worm grass when it was so weak? At this point, the divine seaweed octopus was dumbfounded too, and it constricted into a ball. In fact, it was far bigger than the seaweed ball that enshrouded it. However, octopus were creatures that liked to squeeze into narrow places. Han Fei had once picked up a big bottle with a 9-liter capacity during his fishing, and the top of the bottle was only 5 centimeters in diameter. He found that an octopus more than 30 centimeters long was hiding inside. Such was exactly the case for this one. Han Fei estimated that it was as huge as Mr. Hexagon Starfish, but it had shrunk into a ball no more than 10 meters in diameter. Don't kill me. I'll get the worm leaves for you. The big octopus brought that up to Han Fei at this point. Han Fei grinned widely. The worm leaves? I do not want them at all right now. I'm more interested in you. Han Fei simply stepped forward, punching and kicking the octopus. This is for the soul lock you imposed on us. This is for your trickery. This is for your threat. This is for blocking my way. This is for your bragging and pretentiousness. This is, well, for your ugliness. You're too hideous. While the hexagon starfish watched it in shock, Han Fei kicked almost 10 minutes. Finally, Han Fei turned his neck back. I'm much more comfortable now. It truly feels great to hit a sandbag. The divine seaweed octopus dared not complain when Han Fei vented his fury. After all, Han Fei did not use any spiritual energy, so the octopus simply let him beat it. At this point, the divine seaweed octopus asked weakly, Can you let me go? Han Fei scoffed. Mr. Hexagon Starfish, open the 6-gate array. Huh? Han Fei asked. What are you waiting for? Open it and throw this thing into it. The divine seaweed octopus was shocked, and the Hexagon Starfish said quickly, No, my 6-gate array can't keep it trapped for long. Han Fei chuckled. There's still the spirit-forbidding net. It can't possibly escape that. Hearing that, the hexagon starfish was relieved and opened its 6-gate array. Then, Han Fei simply hauled and hurled the divine seaweed octopus into the 6-gate array. Then, he stuck the spirit-forbidding net above the 6-gate array. If this goddamn green octopus struggled, it would be immediately stopped by the net. As for Han Fei, he sat on the top of the divine seaweed octopus's head with 2 blue sea wandering dragon daggers in his hand and another 30 floating around himself. Han Fei said, Give me 10 dry leaf worm grasses first, and I'll consider if I will let you go or not. Even if it had 3 hearts and 6 brains, so what? They couldn't help when it was under absolute control. The divine seaweed octopus complained, I can't use my abilities inside this barrier, Poochie. Before it finished, Han Fei had stabbed his dagger into its head. Think carefully before you talk. What did you just say? You can't? Okay. The divine seaweed octopus was almost crying from this man's ruthlessness. Han Fei quickly drew the dagger out and nodded in satisfaction. Okay, what are you waiting for? Get the dry leaf worm grasses for me. Its tentacles dangling, the divine seaweed octopus said. But there are no worm pits here. Before Han Fei had the chance to respond, the hexagon starfish had said, "That's easy. I know where the worm pits are. Human being, can you get me 2 dry leaf worm leaves too?" Han Fei grinned and waved his hand. "No problem." The divine seaweed octopus was almost of a mind to kill the hexagon starfish. "Why are you meddling in this? The dangers in this area were gone when the big octopus's wall of seaweed disappeared. Nothing weird happened while the hexagon starfish looked for the worm pits with Han Fei. Though the seaweed was still harassing them, it was just their instinct and they weren't threatening at all. At this point, the seaweed was crawling to the worm pits crazily. Seeing the seaweed wither and crumble to smithereens, Han Fei felt lucky that he didn't fight those worms, or he might have been killed. Han Fei couldn't be delighted when he acquired the first dry leaf worm grass. Good stuff. If he had 10 dry leaf worm grasses, he was confident to push his indestructible body to a new level. This one dry leaf worm grass had consumed all the seaweed within thousands of meters. Of course, the seaweed in other places soon filled the vacancy. 1, 2, 5. When the divine seaweed octopus attacked the 8th worm pit, the worms were on a rampage. It was not a rampage in one worm pit, but an earthquake in hundreds of worm pits. A tremendous number of dry leaf worms were swarming out like locusts. The divine seaweed octopus said, "Not good. The worm king is coming out." Han Fei simply took the spirit forbidding net off and tied up the divine seaweed octopus before he jumped to the hexagon starfish. "Let's run. Why is there a worm king here?" While fleeing as quickly as a shooting star, the hexagon starfish replied, "I don't know." Han Fei stabbed into the big octopus's head. "Speak. Why are the worms going on a rampage?" The divine seaweed octopus replied quickly, "I don't know. Maybe because we killed too many worms?" Clap. Han Fei slapped the octopus consecutively. "You don't know? Keep lying. You've dominated this place for years, but you don't know the Worm King? You idiot." When the swarms of dry leaf worms swarmed out, Han Fei found that the vines within the reach of his eyes were withering instantly. If Han Fei had reacted one moment more slowly, he might not have been able to escape. What Han Fei didn't know was that the rampages did not just happen here, but in every place within thousands of kilometers. Someone learned the news about the seaborne prairie and was crossing the wall of seaweed, but they were swallowed by the rampant worms that ate up their bones. There was another who hadn't entered it yet. Seeing the onslaught of worms, they were so frightened that they fled back immediately. At this point, Han Fei stabbed dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers into the divine seaweed octopus. "Are you taking me for a fool? You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Startled and frightened by the unexpected torture, the octopus cried, "I didn't. I really don't know. Worm onslaughts happen once in a while, but it has nothing to do with me." "Worm onslaughts? What's that exactly?" The big octopus trembled. "It means that worms from all pits in the area are on a rampage." Hiss! Han Fei immediately felt that his heart was cold. All the worm pits were bursting? That meant no chance of survival for him. He watched the hexagon starfish swim towards green places, but all the seaweed within 5 meters from the bottom had been corroded. He had no idea how many worm pits were down there. The hexagon starfish was not slow, but it could not get rid of the worms because the worms were coming from more than one pit. Also, weirdly enough, those worms were tailing him. Looking at the divine seaweed octopus that had shrunk again, Han Fei was puzzled. Is this thing really behind the incident? Secretly releasing his senses, Han Fei finally sensed something wrong. He simply stabbed the blue sea wandering dragon daggers into the big octopus and churned. As it turned out, the divine seaweed octopus had been secreting a sticky fluid on the way. The fluid was only one drop, although the octopus was dozens of meters long. If Han Fei hadn't been tricked by Yang Ruyun too many times, he wouldn't have suspected it at all. But according to his observation, the worms would go on a rampage every time the fluid dropped. Coldly, Han Fei said, "Surrender or die. Make your choice. I surrender. Don't kill me. I can be your contractual spiritual beast. Stop churning." Han Fei slightly raised his lips. "If you're surrendering, your mind should give up resistance." Collect Chapter 373, You've Been Tricked Again. The hexagon starfish couldn't be more shocked when the divine seaweed octopus simply disappeared. "Where's the octopus? Do you have a space that can store living creatures too?" Han Fei glanced at it and said, "It's already dead. I threw it in the sea-swallowing seashell." "No, it's not dead. Hew, 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 hew." Recalling the dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers, Han Fei declared, "It's dead when I say it's dead." The hexagon starfish trembled in fear because of Han Fei. It couldn't be more terrified of Han Fei, feeling that this human being was a monster who would retaliate against whoever threatened him when he had a chance. Also, the man was threatening to destroy its essence blood. That was too mean. After taking care of the octopus, Han Fei found that the dry leaf worms stopped following him. He grinned and thought, "You idiot, you shouldn't play tricks with me, should you?" Outside of the wall of seaweed, the carrier and the passenger swapped their roles. Fearing that it might be caught, the hexagon starfish turned into the size of a hand and lay on Han Fei's shoulder. Han Fei, on the other hand, swam fast. Nothing in this place was worth exploring anymore. There might be more secrets in the corners of the seaborne prairie, but Han Fei did not care about them anymore. He had run into several groups of adventurers in this place that was supposed to be secluded. Roma very soon, Han Fei saw 3 people on his way, including a woman with a saber longer than herself, as well as an armorist and a hunter. The woman raised her saber and stopped him. "Stop." Han Fei spoke telepathically. Are you robbers? Han Fei's senses were restricted to 300 meters, which couldn't prevent him from running into other people. Those strangers were already the third group that he encountered. Of the two previous groups, one was dead and the other escaped. The woman said coldly, "Have you escaped from inside?" Han Fei slightly nodded. "Yes." "What happened inside?" Han Fei grinned and said, "Why don't you take a look at it for yourself? Boy, you will answer what you're asked, or we can easily kill you. An intermediate dangling fisher is no problem for us." The armorist next to the woman spoke before the woman said anything. This armorist was brawny and bearded and looked quite ferocious. Han Fei peeped at him casually and asked, "You should be more informed here than the people inside, right?" Staring at Han Fei coldly, the woman asked a long time later, "I'm told that the big red trunk in the center disappeared. Is that true?" Han Fei shrugged. "Why do you all think that I should know about the big red trunk? I don't. However, I do know that worms are on a rampage inside the wall of seaweed." The three strangers were all shocked. "The worms are on a rampage?" the hunter immediately said. "That's impossible. It's been years since they caused a problem." "Why would then?" Han Fei said lazily. "Therefore, you should check it out on your own instead of pestering me. I'll be leaving if that's all." However, the woman stopped him when Han Fei was about to move. "Since you just came out, I believe what you say. I won't ask what happened inside again." However, Han Fei, don't you think it's too cocky of you to be here again? This time, it was Han Fei who was shocked. "Why do you know my name?" The three strangers fused their spiritual beasts instantly. The hunter disappeared, and weapons were spurting out of the box. Han Fei extended his hand and summoned a huge seal before he pressed above on his right. Immediately, the seawater was surging. Before the hunter could dodge, a blue sea wandering dragon dagger had been stabbed into his heart. On the other hand, the woman and the armorist, who hadn't done anything yet, were greatly shocked to see that. The armorist immediately recalled his weapons and asked in shock, "How is he so strong? Isn't he only an intermediate dangling fisher on the list?" The woman put her weapons back too. Han Fei was much stronger than anticipated. Of the three of them, she was the only advanced dangling fisher, and the other two were both intermediate dangling fishers. Now that one of them had been killed instantly, how could they fight on? Han Fei shouted, "Hey, don't you think it's too late for you to run now?" Han Fei was ready to attack when the two strangers both swooshed and disappeared. Han Fei, miney ache, goddamn flash stones. Why are there such things? Han Fei was quite lost for words. Everybody who escaped from him had gotten away with flash stones. It was impossible for him to track them down at all. As Han Fei remembered, flash stones weren't cheap at all. Someone offered 4,000 mid-quality pearls for the flash stones he found earlier. But why did everybody he run into have a flash stone? Or was it actually the only flash stone they had to save their life? Looting the hunter's sea-swallowing seashell, Han Fei searched it and only found a pair of daggers that were low-quality spiritual weapons. There was not even a spiritual fruit. He threw them into Forge the Universe. Han Fei frowned. How did those guys know him? He didn't dawdle anymore. There seemed to be more people in the Seaborn Prairie now. He had run into 3 groups on his way. Considering the odds, the whole Seaborn Prairie might be surrounded. The trip out of the Seaborn Prairie was not too dangerous. Different from when he came, certain novel sea creatures showed up and slightly slowed him down, but it was not a big deal. On his way, Han Fei met another 2 groups of ambushers, but he only killed one of them. The rest squeezed their flash stones and ran away. The hexagon starfish said, "I think more and more human beings are gathering here," Han Fei said. "That's correct. Still more are coming." When they were out of the Seaborn Prairie, Han Fei immediately surfaced and took out the Wind God boat. When the red and white Wind God boat appeared on the surface of the ocean, it looked even more awesome than the most splendid yacht. Particularly, the 2 protrusions at the rear of the boat were like the brake lights of a car. Hardly had Han Fei laid his hands on the Wind God boat when it swooshed dozens of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Shoot! It's so fast, it was like when a plane was accelerating and taking off. Han Fei felt that he had to take deep breaths in order to not be suffocated. The hexagon starfish remarked, "That's so strange. This thing is even faster than me." Han Fei said in disdain, "What do you think? This is the fastest boat in this fishery, although it can't dive into the sea." The hexagon starfish asked, "Then are we going to search for treasures with this boat?" "Of course. Didn't Yang Ruyun give us a map? It can't hurt to check it out. That place is only 10,000 kilometers from here. We should be there in 4 hours. The hexagon starfish asked, "Didn't you say that it's fake?" Han Fei said, "I did, but what if that woman gave me an authentic map?" Because Han Fei was very confident about the Wind God boat, he sailed in the craziest and most high-profile way. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The waves raised by the Wind God boat when it passed were more than 50 meters high and spread out to almost 1,000 meters away. 10,000 kilometers would have taken 12 hours if Han Fei were on an advanced boat. As for regular boats, they could see nothing but a flashing red shadow. Therefore, the boats all exclaimed now and then, "It's a racing boat, son of a Baishi, which rich kid from the Thousand Star City is traveling? God, I can't believe I just saw a racing boat. Huh? Red racing boats are quite rare. Huh? Why have I never heard of a red racing boat?" Furthermore, many boats started following the racing boat, but something big would always happen where racing boats appeared. Recently, the Seabourn Prairie was the busiest place. Too many people were here for treasures now that the big red trunk was gone. Of course, Hanfei couldn't hear their explanations because he was enjoying the sailing. He wondered how many girls would die to experience a ride on this boat. But not everybody could take this boat. A boat that could ride 3,000 kilometers an hour shouldn't have been made at all, and few people were sturdy enough to endure that speed. After more than 6 hours, Hanfei finally found a barrier covered in sea anemone in a trench. Observing the sea anemone for a long time, Hanfei asked, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, do you think anyone has explored this treasure trove? You'll find out after you go in." After much deliberation, Hanfei finally stepped in. A moment later, the Hexagon Starfish rolled its big eyes and remarked, "You've indeed been tricked again." Chapter 374, Wanted List. Hanfei was very calm. Holding his water-dividing seal, he smashed the ragged house inside the treasure trove and didn't walk out with a smile until the house collapsed. The Hexagon Starfish said, "Human beings are really evil." Shut up. Hanfei was even more certain that Yang Ruyun was a good liar, and that nothing that came out of her mouth could be trusted. This place was just a wasteland. The ragged house here was half broken with nothing but stones. Not just treasures, there wasn't even seaweed or crabs. Hanfei was slightly surprised. What's her purpose? Did she build this place just for her lie? Isn't that too costly? The Hexagon Starfish rolled its eyes and said, "Chances are that she had already been here earlier." Hanfei nodded heavily. "Probably. Mr. Hexagon Starfish, let me tell you, don't trust any woman who voluntarily works with you. How can I distinguish between men and women?" Hanfei was stunned. Just forget it. Hanfei realized that the information of treasure troves from other people wasn't always trustworthy. Now that he had a wind god boat, he should find a place to cultivate alone and deduce his arts first. When Hanfei was swimming to the surface, he ran into 5 strangers. Hanfei intended to circumvent them, but they were too close. He had met them before he could take a turn. Hanfei was rather bummed. Why did this keep happening to him? The 5 strangers were obviously stunned too. One of them took out a book and searched it. Then he asked telepathically, "Are you Hanfei?" "Hanfei?" Hanfei asked in confusion. "You know me too? Who are you?" The 5 strangers were all exhilarated. "Kill him." Hanfei, ranked. Hanfei, on. Hanfei was still stunned at the unexpected encounter. However, he had no time to think at this moment. The 5 strangers were coming fast, and they were a perfect combination with all the 5 professions. Among them, the manipulator and the spirit gatherer were both women. They were an advanced dangling fisher and an intermediate dangling fisher. As for the rest, the soul warrior was an advanced dangling fisher, and the other 2 were also intermediate dangling fishers. Hanfei's heart palpitated. Had Sun Mu already escaped and sent out more men after him? This female manipulator was similar to Su Yabai. She was also using a sea spider as her spiritual beast, which produced white webs and soon covered a large area in the water. The soul warrior's spiritual beast was actually the mess-swallowing worm. He was using 2 sabers. Cutting the water apart, he quickly showed up before Hanfei. Clank, clank, clank. Hanfei could not back off at this point. He summoned the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and counterattacked with his own daggers. In the meantime, the 9-star chain burst out towards nothingness, 100 meters away. The hunter agilely dodged the attack and spoke to everybody telepathically. The range of his senses is beyond 100 meters. They were all quite shocked. Theoretically, a dangling fisher should be able to sense 100 meters, but this required luck. Most people could barely sense 50 meters away. Clatter, 30 daggers appeared next to Hanfei simultaneously, and the soul warrior that was fighting him was shocked. How is it possible? You're controlling 30 daggers? The man immediately retreated and spoke telepathically. Weapon box. However, the blue sea wandering dragon daggers haunted the soul warrior like ghosts, soon breaking his spiritual energy protective cover and causing dozens of cuts. Covey. When the torrents of weapons from the hostile armorist came close, Hanfei simply ignored them and continued chasing the soul warrior. Speak. How do you know me? The hostile manipulator tried to pull the soul warrior away and tie Hanfei up with the spider webs. However, Hanfei simply rolled his daggers and cut the threads. Bam! The water-dividing seal was expanded and smashed at the soul warrior, who tried to block it with the 2 sabers. However, his sabers and his arms were all broken while he squirted out blood. Behind, the hunter got rid of the 9-star chain and cut Hanfei's neck with 2 daggers. However, after a cold flash, an explosive saber aura burst out dozens of meters, cutting the hunter into halves. Fall back! Fall back! Fall back! 6 turtle shell shields popped up in front of the armorist, while he shouted at everyone in fright. However, the seal was launched again. Bam, bam, bam. 4 of the shields were shattered, and the armorist was slapped hundreds of meters away. Terrified, the spirit gatherer and the manipulator intended to run. They were too scared. The hunter had been executed after 1 attack, the soul warrior was suppressed, and even the armorist, who had the strongest defense, couldn't take 1 attack from Hanfei. What is this monster exactly? You want to run? Mr. Hexagon Starfish set up the array. 6 streams of purple light rose to the sky, and the 2 women simply crashed into the 6-gate array. In the next moment, all the strangers were tied up by the 9-star chain, unable to move anymore. The whole battle had only lasted 10 seconds. Was Han Fei strong? Of course he was. However, the enemies he had run into were all peak-level dangling fishers, who were much stronger than intermediate dangling fishers and advanced dangling fishers. An advanced dangling fisher had to polish himself for a long time before they could reach the peak level. Even among the peak-level dangling fishers, those with resources were also significantly stronger than those without. So, Han Fei simply ran without thinking when he was faced with Sun Mu and his team. However, now that he was faced with this so-called perfect combination, Han Fei had carried out his explosive power and his abundant techniques. Was the saber manipulation art not powerful? It was, but Han Fei could barely hit a peak-level dangling fisher with that. This soul warrior, on the other hand, had been brutalized after only one attack with this art. Han Fei stabbed all the 4 of them, hurting their internal organs and breaking their arms. In the meantime, the manipulator tried to escape with a flash stone, but she bumped into the 6-gate array. Huh? Han Fei chuckled. Those who bump into an array with a flash stone must have been caught in despair. The manipulator was shocked and chilled too. Han Fei was like a demon in her eyes. She thought that only the descendants from the big families in the 1,000-star city could have such terrifying abilities. A moment later, Han Fei covered all of them with the spirit-forbidding net, making their hearts cold. They had only heard about the spirit-forbidding rope before, but this time they had seen something even fancier, and it was used on them. Sitting on the long chair in the cabin, Han Fei tilted his head and said, "You'll answer what I ask you. Firstly, how do you know that I'm Han Fei?" The soul warrior smiled bitterly. "You're now on the wanted list of the level 3 fishery. Your bounty is 100 spiritual fruits, 100 kilograms of spiritual spring energy, a high-quality spiritual weapon, and a demon-level technique." Han Fei gasped hard. "I'm so valuable now? Is that the book you read earlier?" The soul warrior nodded and voluntarily submitted his sea-swallowing seashell. Han Fei took it. There were few treasures in the sea-swallowing seashell. He was too lazy to scour it. Finding the book, Han Fei browsed through it. Page 1. First on the wanted list. Name, Mo Qian Sheng gender, male profession, armorist spiritual beast, gold arowana contractual spiritual beasts, mess-swallowing worm, phantom jellyfish, unknown specialties, dagger trap, torrent of shadow swords bounty, 5 million mid-quality pearls, other rewards, 1,000 kilograms of spiritual spring energy, 2 high-quality demon-level arts, 5 high-quality spiritual weapons, 1,000 spiritual fruits. Remark, this is a highly dangerous person. He killed 62 peak-level dangling fishers in the Thousand Smoke Valley, destroyed 3 treasure troves, and probably murdered more than 100 people. Note, this man is very vicious. Nobody who saw his real face has survived. 2 portraits of Mo Qianshang were attached to the book. One of them was wearing a fish skin, and the other was the speculated bottom half of his face. Han Fei was lost for words. That man's bounty was much higher than his. But he was rather impressed when he read the man's remark. How strong must this armorist be to kill 62 peak-level dangling fishers on his own? As he read on, he found a very familiar name on page 32. The 32rd place on the wanted list. Name, Shashashan gender, female profession, hunter spiritual beast, shadow shrimp, unknown gigantic fish. Contractual spiritual beasts, red fire tricky lobster specialties, shadow kill, shadow stab, supreme stab, uncertain. Flash bounty, 3 million mid-quality pearls. Other rewards, 300 kilograms of spiritual spring energy, 1 high-quality demon-level art, 1 high-quality spiritual weapon, and 300 spiritual fruits. Remark, highly dangerous. She killed 28 people in a roll in the Cave of Death, including 16 peak-level dangling fishers. She's extremely fast and good at her flash ability. She has a second naturally endowed spiritual beast. Her strength is inestimable. Note, this woman seems temperamental. When she is on a rampage, she's as strong as anyone on the top 10 of the wanted list. She was last spotted 50 kilometers away from the undersea city. In the end was a portrait of Jia Xiaoxiao, who was expressionless. But she was still beautiful and cute. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. Did Jia Xiaoxiao have another episode? Chapter 375, The Boat from the Bottom of the Sea. Browsing through the book, Han Fei completely lost his good mood. Xia Xiaoshan had attacks, which were very serious. Han Fei couldn't imagine what Xia Xiaoshan would do after she had an attack. This was the level 3 fishery, not the Thug Academy. Han Fei wouldn't really hurt her back when they were at home, but nobody would show mercy on her here. Han Fei couldn't help but ask the strangers, "Is this book up to date? How frequently is it updated?" Gritting his teeth, the soul warrior said, "Usually every 7 days. The information has to be accurate in case they flee. Someone on the dragon boat must want them dead." Intrigued, Han Fei asked, "When was this book released?" "The day before yesterday." "The day before yesterday?" If it was released the day before yesterday, didn't it mean that Xia Xiaoshan could be in the undersea city now? With Han Fei's understanding of Xia Xiaoshan, she would never miss a famous place like the undersea city even if her head was still clear. However, the undersea city was 150,000 kilometers away from him, which would take 2 days and a half even if he sailed at full speed. Han Fei frowned. It might not be for the best if he went there in haste. Xuanhuan was better at escaping than he was. Since he had to improve himself and he had his own pursuers, he might lead more enemies to Xuanhuan if he looked for her now. By then, her hunters would likely be peak-level dangling fishers instead of regular ones. Han Fei kept turning the pages and didn't find his name until page 59, the 59th place on the wanted list. Name, Han Fei. Gender, male. Professions, spirit warrior, spirit gatherer, spiritual beast, spirit swallowing fish, contractual spiritual beasts, mantis shrimp, unknown creature, good with 9 chains, unknown, very fast, with 2 wings, suspected to be a legendary creature. Specialties, million knife art, unknown seal technique. Bounty, 500,000 mid-quality pearls. Other rewards, 300 kilograms of spiritual spring energy, 1 high-quality demon-level art, 1 high-quality spiritual weapon, and 300 spiritual fruits. Remark, dangerous, cunning, and good with a raise. He once ruthlessly hunted more than 20 dangling fishers in the seaborne prairie. Note, this man is extremely shrewd. Kill him whenever you see him. He's likely to be associated with the great change in the seaborne prairie. Bam! Han Fei bashed the chair so hard that the 4 people under the spirit forbidding net were rather shocked. His face suddenly turned extremely awful. What's that about? Why am I the 59th place? Are they blind? I hunted them? I was hunted by them. He hunted more than 20 dangling fishers ruthlessly? It was a blatant slander. It did not mention that those he killed were all peak-level dangling fishers, and it described him as a hunter instead of someone being hunted. Whoever wrote that was truly malicious. Han Fei glanced at them coldly and asked, "Who wrote this book?" The spirit gatherer replied quickly, "We don't know. It's available on the dragon boat. All you have to do is buy it." Han Fei didn't remember running into such a book. It was probably because he had been busy gambling and refining during the days on the dragon boat. That was why he didn't find the book sooner. Han Fei read on patiently and didn't find Lu Renquang, Luo Xiaobai, or Zhang Xuanyu after he finished all the 100 pages. He was greatly relieved. Whoever was in this book would be hunted by everybody in the level 3 fishery. It was great that his friends weren't on it. What Han Fei didn't know was that Zhang Xuanyu was also holding the most recent wanted list in a certain place too. When he saw Xuanhuan and Han Fei's names, he cursed. Those 2 jerks are making a scene again. No, I can't be bested by them. Han Fei collected the book. Since he had no access to the latest version of the book on the dragon boat, he'd better keep this one safe. Squinting at them, Han Fei said, "Tell me more. What's the biggest news recently?" The manipulator said. "Right now, the biggest news is that the big red trunk in the seaborne prairie is gone." Bullshit. Are the incidents in the Thousand Smoke Valley and the Cave of Death not important? The manipulator shook her head. Not as important as what happened in the seaborne prairie. The big red trunk is at the mysterious center of the seaborne prairie. Nobody knows the secrets of that place. Also, word is that sea demons are emerging inside the seaborne prairie, making the place even more turbulent. So, 2 dragon boats are there. Han Fei's eyes constricted. 2 dragon boats are here? He was quite surprised. No wonder he met so many more people. As it happened, 2 dragon boats had arrived. It seemed that he had to go somewhere else. Han Fei asked again, "How much does this book cost?" Huh? They were all stunned. "Are you going to pay us?" The soul warrior said. 100 mid-quality pearls. Han Fei's face darkened. So cheap? Didn't it mean that anybody could afford it? How many people knew of himself and Xuanhuan now? After a long time of consideration, Han Fei asked in confusion, "Why are so many people coming to the seaborne prairie when it's a mess?" The armorist said, "Because they're looking for opportunities. In fact, most of them are here not for the seaborne prairie, but to kill each other and take their treasures." Han Fei scoffed. "Kill and rob? Who's going to kill whom? Do they not cherish their life at all?" The armorist shook his head. "Every time a great event happens, the nearest dragon boat will always come and explore it. The robbers I mentioned are mostly not from the dragon boat." Han Fei sneered. "Not from the dragon boat? Then are they from the sea?" To Han Fei's surprise, the armorist nodded and spoke frankly. "Since so many people have come on the dragon boat, the real ghost boat of the level 3 fishery might come too." "No, wait." Han Fei thought it through and said, "The ghost boat can accommodate few people. Are they capable of hunting the mass of people from the dragon boats?" The armorist shook his head. "Not just the regular ghost boats, but the real ghost boat. It's unique in the level 3 fishery." Han Fei grew interested. "Go on." But the armorist looked at Han Fei and asked, "Can you let them go first? I'll tell you everything if you let them go." Han Fei snorted. "Are you negotiating with me? Is your situation not clear to you?" The armorist gnashed his teeth. "We're no match for you at all. You can kill us anytime you want. However, it's meaningless to kill us. You don't seem interested in our sea-swallowing seashells. So, what you want must be information, and I'm the most informed person here." Narrowing his eyes, Han Fei considered for a moment and pointed at the spirit gatherer and the soul warrior. "You 2, go now." However, the spirit gatherer clutched the armorist's arm, unwilling to go. The armorist shouted angrily, "Go now." The soul warrior stared at his companion and grabbed the spirit gatherer. Then, they got out of the hole that Han Fei opened and jumped into the water. Han Fei set them free because one of them was weak and the other was heavily wounded. They couldn't cause any problem. Like the armorist said, he was not interested in their lives or their sea-swallowing seashells, but he was interested in intelligence. Han Fei said with a smile, "Can you talk now?" At this point, the armorist looked at the manipulator by his side. Han Fei said coldly, "Don't press too far. I'll consider letting her go if you speak clearly and comprehensively, but if I find out that you're lying, I'll kill her immediately." This was not the time to respect ladies. Whoever dared to go on an adventure was ready to die for it. In Yang Ruyun's words, the elites of the level 3 fishery were selected exactly by killing each other. The armorist sighed and said, "Everybody knows that there are dragon boats and ghost boats in the level 3 fishery. In fact, the ghost boat is a fit term. In the level 3 fishery, there is a boat that travels at the bottom of the sea," Han Fei interrupted him. "No, wait a moment. A boat that travels at the bottom of the sea?" The armorist nodded. "Yes." Han Fei was rather stunned. "Damn it. Is it a submarine?" Chapter 376. Evil Shield Han Fei was shocked that a boat here could travel at the bottom of the sea. His teachers didn't mention that before he came. The armor looked at Han Fei and said, "That's the dark world in the level 3 fishery. People call that boat Evil Shield because nobody asks who you are or what you do on that boat. Of course, that's just a theory from the dragon boat. Outside, we call it the Spectre because nobody knows where it will be, but it always emerges when something big happens." Han Fei was not very convinced. He had been told that the dragon boat was the safest place in the level 3 fishery, but he was hunted right after he got aboard. Han Fei scoffed. "According to your story, wouldn't the Spectre be the safest place in the level 3 fishery?" However, both the armorist and the manipulator nodded. Han Fei chuckled. "Do you think I'm an idiot? Why would it hide at the bottom of the sea if it's so safe?" The armorist shook his head. "Because people from that boat are from different backgrounds. They don't know each other, and they never interfere with one another. I've never heard any murders from the boat, but that's just on the boat. Many people are tailed and killed right after they leave the boat." Han Fei was lost for words. "Is it any different from being killed on the boat?" "Of course it is," the armorist said. "You'll be safe as long as you prepare a few flash stones." Han Fei had a headache. He wondered where flash stones were from. They could be lifesavers for the experts who were already strong enough by themselves. Han Fei asked, "Do you know where flash stones are dug out from?" "Huh?" The armorist was stunned, but the manipulator said straightly, "Flash stones can be found in many places, such as the Thousand Smoke Valley or the undersea mines. But the mines are usually occupied by experts and protected by dragon boats. The flash stones can also be obtained from treasure hunting fish, but the odds are very low. The dragon boats have practically monopolized flash stones and will sell some only once in a while." Han Fei considered for a moment and decided to just buy the flash stones instead of digging them. He was rich anyway. Then, he asked, "Therefore the Spectre is already here?" The armorist shook his head. "I don't know, but I don't see any reason why the Spectre wouldn't come after 2 dragon boats have arrived. However, it won't show up until the war in the Seaborne Prairie is over. By then, the people who are really familiar with the level 3 fishery would go to the Spectre instead of the dragon boats." "Why?" the armorist said. "When too many people are dead, their sea-swallowing seashells and treasures will be looted and sold. However, if you sell them to the stores on the dragon boats, you will likely be tracked down unless you go to the ghost market. But the ghost market on the dragon boats can be dangerous too. If you sell good stuff there, you may get killed later before you realize what is going on." Han Fei was silent for a moment. He had sold magic weapons on the dragon boat, which caused all the subsequent incidents. He asked in confusion, "How did you learn all that?" The armorist said frankly, "As an armorist, I have a high demand on weapons." It's not a surprise that you don't know this information when you're not an armorist. But no armorists who have spent a year in the level 3 fishery would sell in the ghost market on dragon boats. They're very prudent even when they're buying. "Damn it," Han Fei spat. There really were a lot of tricks that he didn't know. His face turned cold, and he asked, "What's the requirement to board the Spectre?" The armorist replied, "There's no requirement at all. You can board from any place. Nobody will charge you any fee. After you board it, you will find black robes and masks everywhere. You can hide yourself under the disguise." Han Fei asked in surprise. "I can go there any time?" The armorist shook his head. "You have to enter the cabin within moments of putting on the robe and the mask, or you will trigger the defense mechanism of the Spectre, and anybody will be free to kill you and claim your sea-swallowing seashell." His lips cramping, Han Fei said, "Go on." The armorist continued innocently. "There are many rooms in the cabin, and you have to pay in order to enter them. 1,000 mid-quality pearls can let you spend a day inside. There are no resting chambers on the boat. Every place is for trading. There's nothing you can't exchange on the Spectre, but you have to submit 20% of the price of the goods to the Spectre after the deal, or you might be exiled or killed on the spot." Han Fei stared at the armorist in his eyes as he talked. Seeing that he was not dodging him at all, Han Fei slightly nodded. "How do you know when the Spectre arrives?" If what the armorist said was true, the Spectre would be a good place for him to sell his sea-swallowing seashells for spiritual fruits. He would definitely earn a lot. The spectral horn. When the Spectre arrives, wicked laughter will burst out within thousands of kilometers. We call it the spectral horn. Han Fei was lost for words. Is the Spectre not scared of running into other dragon boats? Of course not. 30 years earlier, the Spectre and the dragon boats had a great war. At that time, the Spectre fought 5 dragon boats on its own and even knocked down one of the dragon boats. The armorist seemed fascinated when he told the story. In that war, many men in black robes fought the dragon boats voluntarily until the seawater was red and bodies were floating. An expert even fought 5 dangling fishers by himself and killed 4. Since then, no dragon boats dared to attack the Spectre anymore, and Evil Shield became well known in the level 3 fishery. Han Fei gasped hard. 1 boat against 5 boats? 1 person against 5 experts of his level? Suddenly, Han Fei squinted and asked, "No wait, isn't the level 3 fishery supervised by a hidden fisher?" The armorist chuckled without giving an answer. The level 3 fishery was supervised by a hidden fisher after the war. He launched a war on the Spectre again, but the owner of the Spectre killed him in a head-on clash. Hiss, Han Fei was stunned. That was rather unbelievable. A hidden fisher was deployed, but later slain on spot? Whoever was behind the Spectre seemed too powerful, Han Fei asked in suspicion. Nobody did anything later? The armorist shook his head. That I don't know. But since then, nobody has waged war on the Spectre anymore. Since the Spectre is never aggressive either, the dragon boats simply leave it alone even when they meet. Han Fei was shocked. This boat seemed to be a legend and the real hero in the level 3 fishery. He canceled the spirit forbidding net and pointed at the manipulator. "Give me your sea-swallowing seashells and you can go." Both of them were stunned. Were they really going to be released? Was Han Fei really trying to elicit the basic information on the level 3 fishery from them? Han Fei scoffed. "It's too boring to kill you. Go now." The manipulator tossed a sea-swallowing seashell quickly, which was nothing compared to her life. Watching them leave, Han Fei put on a smile. "Go tell everybody that I'm here." Han Fei had intentionally set them free. Firstly, since this place was messy enough as it was, he planned to make it messier. His remark on the wanted list was too simple, and people might think that he was weak. He would rather change their impression. Secondly, he had been hunted since his name was put on the wanted list. He already had enough of it, so he would simply horrify everybody with his action this time. For that, Han Fei sailed the Wind God boat 5,000 kilometers away in a high profile. Then, instead of running, he recalled the Wind God boat and sat cross-legged on the sea. Han Fei said, "Mr. Hexagon Fish, you'd better hide at the bottom of the sea for now and help me escape when it's necessary." The Hexagon Starfish asked, "Huh? You want me to save you?" Han Fei said, "You'll understand what I mean later." He simply took out a dry leaf worm grass, bit it in half, and swallowed the pieces. Indestructible body. Deduce now. Chapter 377. Apocalyptic Lightning. The dry leaf worm grass contained a massive amount of energy. Han Fei did not know what massive was, but he had seen how much seaweed the dry leaf worms consumed to create a piece of dry leaf worm grass. At this moment, after the dry leaf worm grass entered his body and the torrent of energy burst out, Han Fei's body was instantly bloated. However, he simply took out another dry leaf worm grass and swallowed it again. The Hexagon Starfish was shocked. "Are you crazy? You're going to explode if you eat on." Han Fei grinned. "Now that we're playing this, we'd better play big. Hide yourself." Then, Han Fei took out a third dry leaf worm grass and swallowed it. After the intake, Han Fei's skin cracked as if he were a porcelain doll. It was not just his skin that was falling apart, but also his flesh and his bones. Break. Han Fei had always felt that, although his indestructible body was tough, something was missing and it was not as good as the venerable level techniques. Because of the missing something, Han Fei did not have the advantage in sturdiness as he had been as a fishing master and a great fishing master. Back then, old Jiang said that he became fat because of the enormous energy contained in the Candle Dragon blood. Han Fei was in so much pain when he absorbed the energy of the Candle Dragon blood that he was roasted by the energy for 3 days. Since then, he had cultivated now and then, but he had never completely broken the obstacle until this day. After no more than 1 minute, Han Fei's body was already covered in blood. Many fish had been attracted to him because of the blood. However, Little Black, Little Gold, and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp protected him and tore the fish into shreds. The fish in the level 3 fishery were very clever. After the failed attempts, they immediately fled. Soon, Han Fei's skin had been burnt up. His blood was vaporizing and drying, but under the support of his spiritual energy, new flesh and skin were growing rapidly. After the brutalization, Han Fei's body had turned into a source of spiritual energy, which was circulating on the surface and exploding within. 2 hours passed. Han Fei's body that had been bloated by the energy began to constrict quickly. 3 hours passed. A boat arrived with 3 people on it. They were all shocked and delighted to see Han Fei's look. Killing someone while they were in danger and looting their treasures was not unusual in the level 3 fishery. Han Fei couldn't move in the middle of the breakthrough. It was the best opportunity for them to attack. Someone asked, "Is that Han Fei?" "That's exactly him. This boy is trying to get himself killed by brazenly making a breakthrough on the surface of the sea. Kill him." However, when they were still 100 meters from Han Fei, 9 chains fluttered and tied one of them up. In the meantime, a gold and red shadow soared from the water, and Little Gold's wings chopped one of them into halves. The person who was bound by the 9 chains was suddenly bitten in the neck, with blood spurting out. The last soul warrior, frightened, activated his flash stone and escaped instantly. 4 hours passed. The 7th group of intruders had been defeated. 5 escaped, leaving several empty boats behind. Han Fei, on the other hand, was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the boats, badly mangled. However, though his body was disfigured, he was still holding a piece of grass and swallowing it. After 4 hours of struggles, Han Fei still felt that something was missing. This was his best opportunity. If he couldn't break the invisible obstacles of the indestructible body, he could barely keep his body as sturdy as before. The fourth dry-leaf worm grass couldn't fatten Han Fei anymore after being taken. However, the bones that were protruding from Han Fei's hands seemed to be glimmering. At the bottom of the sea, the hexagon starfish minimized its body size and packed its tentacles. Rolling its eyes, it felt that Han Fei was crazy and would make himself explode. It didn't know how much power the dry-leaf worm grass contained, but judging from Han Fei's appearance, it knew that the power couldn't be little. Another 2 groups of intruders arrived in the 5th hour. A boat seemed to be flying close in the sky too. The 2 groups of people spoke to each other. Let's work together, or none of us can deal with the weird creatures in the water. In the sky, the boat that was coming close rapidly shouted, "Could you wait for us for a moment?" But the moment he shouted, the 7 people on the 2 boats closer to Han Fei took action. They attacked from 7 different directions. But in the blink of an eye, one of them was hauled into the bottom of the sea, another was hit by Little Gold with broken internal organs, and a third person was bitten and killed by Little Black. But 3 of them made it to Han Fei. Instantly, spiritual beasts and spiritual weapons were activated as they tried to kill Han Fei. But more than 30 blue sea wandering dragon daggers emerged around Han Fei and blocked those stalks. Then, the 30 spiritual weapons split up and attacked the 3 intruders. After they failed to kill Han Fei in their first attack, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, Little Gold, and Little Black came right at them. They were all killed before the boat in the sky landed. Scared, the people on the boat stopped and did not press further. Another 2 boats that were coming from other directions saw the scene too. Han Fei had sensed them. He knew it was the consequence of setting the enemies free. There was no mercy in the level 3 fishery. If he didn't kill them, he would be killed. The only reason why Han Fei let them go was for them to spread out the news. Even if they did not volunteer to do it, they would catch the attention of the people on the dragon boats with their heavy wounds. The result was all the same. More and more people would learn that Han Fei was here. 6 hours later, 7 boats had been scattered around Han Fei, but none of them attacked him. The 7 boats weren't far away from each other. They were talking telepathically. Someone proposed, "Should we attack together?" Someone frowned. "Something is wrong with this guy. Look at the 20 empty boats here. How many people must he have killed?" Someone roared, "Can we be intimidated by him when he's all by himself?" Someone suggested, "Why don't we wait another half an hour?" Everybody fell silent. Whoever attacked first would be in danger, because Han Fei had fully revealed his trump cards. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp and Little Gold were definitely appalling. Nobody wanted to be killed first. They preferred to wait for more sacrificial fishers, so that Han Fei would be killed in a war of attrition. Deduce. Knowing that there was no stopping them, Han Fei began to deduce the true spirit fishing art. Clouds were gathering in the sky and thunder was rumbling. After only a minute, waves were rising and a waterspout was taking shape far away. A huge storm started. Exactly at this moment, another 2 boats appeared in the sky. Many people were panicked. It was impossible to divide the loot with more participants. They would have to fight amongst themselves, and more people would die. Damn it, why is the weather changing so capriciously? Let's do it. He's alone. How many spiritual beasts can he possibly have? It's a gamble anyway. Let's try our luck. Nobody associated the weather change with Han Fei, because nobody was powerful enough to influence nature. They simply thought that it was because of the accident in the seaborne prairie. They were too weak to explore the seaborne prairie in the first place, so they did not really consider the weather a big deal. Kill him. There was no telling who cried first, but for a moment, 30 people were charging at Han Fei simultaneously. However, when they were 100 meters from Han Fei, dozens of lightning bolts fell from the sky. Boom! After a flash in the sky, half of the 30 people were struck by the lightning and blackened like coal. The survivors had been smashed into the water too, with electric arcs dancing crazily around them. Hew, 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 hew. Most of them squeezed their flash stones and disappeared. Those who didn't have flash stones were appalled, wondering why the lightning would suddenly strike them. Far away, the 2 approaching boats turned around and fled. What did they see just now? Dozens of lightning bolts struck suddenly and evaporated dozens of people. Boom! Another lightning bolt struck Han Fei, making Han Fei vomit blood. Muscles were bulging all over his body, and his veins were surfacing from his flesh. Because nobody was around, Han Fei became the direct target of the lightning. But since he was sitting on the surface of the sea, the lightning raised a tide almost 100 meters high when it hit him. Run! 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 The arriving boats all stopped dozens of kilometers away. Those who were close simply fled as quickly as possible, knowing that the lightning was indiscriminate in its attacks. Chapter 378, That Man is Broken. The dark clouds rolling in the sky were like a huge upside-down city. There was no telling how thick or high the clouds were. All the boats nearby landed from the sky. Everybody recalled their boats and dove into the sea. After all, it was not fun to be struck by lightning 10,000 kilometers away. On the top level of 2 dragon boats, 2 hanging fishers were stunned to see the storm and the raging tides. Why is the weather changing all of a sudden? Could it be related to the seaborne prairie? On Hanfei's side, the wind was stronger and stronger, raising tides hundreds of meters high, which weren't fatal for dangling fishers, but it made it hard for them to control their boats. Even if they dove into the sea, they dare not approach Hanfei at all, because the dozens of boats around Hanfei were empty. They were not idiots. Where were the people on those boats? Dead, of course. The cataclysmal scene made all the people who came late stay 100 kilometers away, not daring to get any closer. Boom. In the meantime, Hanfei had been disfigured under the lightning strikes. He was even more certain that void fishing was the most forbidden art. Restoring the art alone had triggered such a devastating reaction from nature, and this was only the 4th level. What would happen later on? The weather anomaly might be just an irregular storm on the sea in the eyes of the ordinary people, but it had deeper meanings for some people. In the Thousand-Star City, some exerts extended their fingers and counted, as if they were calculating something. In the sea, Hanfei had almost been entirely tied up by spiritual energy into a ball of light. The violent energy was attacking his body from within. His veins were supposed to be expanding gradually, but many of them were torn brutally by the electricity, resulting in massive hemorrhages. Hanfei felt that he had run out of blood to vomit. His clothes had been ruined, his hair all burnt up. Even his flesh was collapsing. Thankfully, the indestructible body proved useful at this point. As the aggressive lightning struck him, inexhaustible vitality surged out of his flesh and bones, trying to rebuild his body again and again. Bam, bam, bam. The 100-meter high tides were rising and exploding next to Hanfei non-stop every time a lightning bolt hit him. Hanfei understood that well. He was in the sea, not on the land. Anybody who had seen high-voltage electricity being discharged in the water would know that explosions would be normal. Sometimes, one electric current could cause dozens of explosions. Inside Forge the Universe, spiritual stones were being crumbled one after another. But even under such vehement bombardment, Hanfei still felt that the obstacles on the indestructible body weren't broken. Damn it, do I really have to crush all my veins and accommodate the art with my body in order to grasp it? Hanfei was very suspicious. Ren Tianfei achieved the indestructible body because his veins were all ruined, but his conditions were different. Why should he destroy them if he could keep them? But at this point, Hanfei did feel the restrictions of his veins on the cultivation of the indestructible body. There was a barrier that he simply couldn't pass. Damn it, let's try it. My vitality is so high. Everything will work out as long as I'm not killed. Hanfei was not cross-legged anymore, but rolling on the sea because of the lightning strikes. At this point, he held back his pain of being shredded and swallowed another 2 dry leaf worm grasses in his mouth. The simple movement tore a large piece of flesh off Hanfei's arm. Bones were exposed from his elbow. Hanfei was refreshed by the magnificent vitality and energy after he ate the dry leaf worm grasses. But of course, it was an even greater blast of energy that followed it. Boom, boom. The lightning struck again and again where Hanfei was, raising tides numerous times. Outside, hundreds of kilometers away, the latecomers were too shocked to say anything after seeing that. Someone asked in shock, "Didn't they say that Hanfei was here? Why is this happening?" Someone replied, "Who knows? We didn't see Hanfei, but whoever hunted him earlier must be dead by now." Someone remarked, "Nobody needs to hunt him anymore. Hanfei can't possibly resist one of the lightning strikes as an intermediate dangling fisher. His name will soon disappear from the wanted list." Someone sighed, "What a shame. It would be great if we could find Hanfei's body. We can exchange it for rewards." Someone was lost for words. "Why else do you think everybody is here?" "They're all waiting to look for his body when the storm is over." Someone shook his head. "If it were you, would your body have been intact under such lightning strikes? I don't know. Maybe his body sank into the sea a long time ago." Many people had the same thought. They were swimming at the bottom of the sea, confident that the lightning couldn't press thousands of meters deep, however powerful it was. There were many people who thought that way. As a result, someone swam to the place right below the lightning strikes. Regretfully, they were attacked the moment they showed up, and they saw nothing but a few chains before their death. 1 hour passed. The lightning strikes were less frequent, and the raging tides weakened, but nobody dared to draw closer. 2 hours passed. The lightning had stopped. Though the tides were surging and the storm was still going on, it was no longer dangerous. Someone exclaimed, "Why is the thunderstorm ending so quickly? It doesn't feel right. I feel that it's not a natural phenomenon, but a sign that unusual treasures are emerging." Many people got suspicious. It didn't make sense. The lightning was bombarding the area a while ago. How could it have died down so quickly? 2.5 hours later, when everybody was certain that the lightning stopped, some of them finally sailed their boats closer. Then, exclamations burst out from the boat. "Someone's there! Someone is alive at the place where the lightning struck! Seriously? You must be kidding me! Damn it, I'm going to cut you into pieces if you're bragging! How could anybody have survived that? It must be the broken pieces of a certain boat!" While talking to each other, everybody drew closer on their boats, only to be completely shocked. In the middle of the imposing tides, a blackened person was trying to sit cross-legged on the surface of the sea. Yes, it was right. He was trying to sit cross-legged. Next to him was a mass of broken pieces of boats that had been shattered by the lightning. A lot of sea creatures that had been electrocuted were floating on the sea too. "Who's that?" The same question popped up in their heart, but the man had been so blackened and deformed that they couldn't distinguish who it was. Someone guessed, could it be Han Fei? None of the guys on the wanted list are ordinary. Someone scoffed, that's bullshit. The lightning could have killed any of us. Han Fei, however good he is, he's just an intermediate dangling fisher. Someone snorted. Don't forget that the chaos at the center of the seaborne prairie might be related to him too. It could have killed a peak-level dangling fisher too, but Han Fei survived it, didn't he? Someone was suspicious. Do you think that someone has made a breakthrough and become a hanging fisher here? Everybody suddenly fell quiet, as it was a viable possibility. However, someone still responded, not too confidently, you think a hanging fisher could have resisted that lightning show just now? I don't think so. While everybody hesitated and watched, Han Fei opened his eyes. Crack. Black crust cracked on Han Fei's skin. He was very weak, but he felt like laughing. He was weak because he had been struck by lightning. He wanted to laugh because he weathered through it. The 6 dry leaf worm grasses, the power of lightning, and the tremendous spiritual energy helped him break the obstacles of the indestructible body. Yes, he made it while his veins were intact. At this moment, the first limit of the indestructible body had been broken. He could feel the horrifying power in his body even though he was still weak. In his eyes, data popped up. Owner Han Fei al level 36 mid-level dangling fisher. A spiritual energy 28,526 5001 spiritual heritage level. Low quality A spiritual beastie, twin yin yang, spirit swallowing fish, level 30 A weapons, blue sea wandering dragon daggers, water dividing seal, blood drinking knife A main arty, void breaking knife, main arty, void breaking technique, volume 4 of void fishing demon level, divine, quality. Han Fei was about to grin, but his lips were so painful that he felt his cheeks were being torn apart. Outside, Shua, he cast the divine healing technique on himself. Crack, look, broken, that man is broken. Chapter 379, Full Outbreak. The black crust on Han Fei's body was cracking like crispy instant noodles. While everybody was holding their breath, half of Han Fei's face and chest had been revealed. Han Fei opened his eyes and looked around, only to see hundreds of boats surrounding him. He lowered his head but was shocked. He immediately put on some clothes and shook off the black crust on his body. Even so, Han Fei was still surprised at his skin, which he found was full of tiny bloody cracks. Shua, he cast another divine healing technique on himself, realizing that something might be wrong with himself. Different from last time when he reached his peak state after the lightning strike, he used 6 dry leaf worm grasses this time, whose wild energy and vitality had disturbed his internal system and ruptured his flesh and bones. Now, though he had weathered through it, he had more injuries to recover than his skin. He sensed that he had a dozen broken muscles. Some of his muscles had been ripped apart too. Naturally, Han Fei's wounds were being healed quickly, but given the circumstances, far away, someone finally exclaimed, "It's really Han Fei, he was not killed." Han Fei, someone was appalled. Who is he exactly? How could he have survived the lightning? Someone asked, people, should we do it? This man may have big secrets, which may be great opportunities for us if we kill him. Han Fei was lost for words. Since when had he become an opportunity bringer? Shwa, shwa, shwa. Almost 40 blue sea wandering dragon daggers flew out of his body and hovered around him. He spoke slowly. Hey, I didn't expect so many people. When the blue sea wandering dragon daggers swarmed out, many people gasped. They all had spiritual weapons, but none of them had 40 spiritual weapons that they could control with their spiritual power. Someone said solemnly, it remains a mystery how he survived the lightning, but look, he is still an intermediate dangling fisher. He didn't make a breakthrough. Someone reminded, he's not just a soul warrior but also a spirit gatherer. He's heavily wounded and is treating himself. We can't give him time to heal, or it will be barely possible for us to kill him later. More people took out their weapons. Some people summoned their spiritual beasts and their contractual spiritual beasts too. Han Fei grinned, you want to kill me? Come here. Han Fei's original plan was to intimidate the intruders with the power of lightning. However, the intruders had all been killed. As a result, nobody had witnessed how he resisted the lightning. He didn't achieve his purpose of deterrence at all. Surrounded by 100 boats and hundreds of experts, he would have fled if it were before, but at this moment he was not entirely incapable of fighting back, though he was still wounded. Furthermore, Han Fei even had an understanding. He felt that he was different now. At least, though there were a couple of peak-level dangling fishers among the enemies, they couldn't give him any pressure now. Sure. Earlier on the dragon boat, one peak-level dangling fisher had already made him feel that his life was under threat. However, after the invisible obstacles of the indestructible body were broken, he felt as invincible as back when he was in the level 1 and level 2 fisheries again. As Han Fei shouted arrogantly, the people around him had different reactions. Someone decided to retreat. They believed that everybody on the wanted list was a freak, and that this man must have other moves since he publicly provoked so many people. Someone was full of disdain, not believing that Han Fei could resist so many people by himself, however talented he was. Someone didn't want to retreat, but they didn't want to attack either. They simply stayed and watched, hoping to take advantage of the battle. Han Fei, you're hopeless. Even if you have flash stones, you can't possibly escape from this area now that you've been exposed. That's right. Han Fei, give me one of your spiritual weapons, and I can let you go. Haha, 1 spiritual weapon for each person? I don't think he has enough. Give me your sea-swallowing seashells and I'll stay back. Everybody laughed and talked, mocking and making offers. Han Fei glanced at them casually and said, "You want my weapons? Come and get them." As he spoke, Han Fei cast the divine healing technique on himself again. In the crowd, the peak-level dangling fishers couldn't wait anymore. They spoke to each other telepathically. "We can't give him time to heal. This boy is very weird. We should attack right now." Someone was hesitant. "There are so many people here. Wouldn't others take advantage of us if we attack?" "Hee. If we lead the attack, do you think those people will sit idly by?" While they were still discussing, a couple of people suddenly charged on another side. As it turned out, a soul warrior attacked first by shooting out dozens of arrows. In the water, dozens of red weird vines grew out of nowhere and grabbed Han Fei's feet. Far away, someone was throwing out spears of spiritual energy. 3 soul warriors were also attacking at the same time. Out of the peak-level dangling fishers' expectation, the advanced dangling fishers attacked first. After they attacked, some people capable of remote attacks took action too. The armorists were unleashing torrents of knives and swords, and the soul warriors were shooting with archery techniques. Their attacks were all splendid on the sea. Clang, clang, clang. The intense volley of arrows and the overwhelming weapons hit Han Fei, but only resulted in metallic noises, as if they had hit hard iron instead of a human being. Someone was dumbfounded. How's that possible? That's impossible. His body, fuck. However, before the next wave of arrows hit Han Fei, he had suddenly stomped and jumped away. Grabbing a spinning blue sea wandering dragon dagger, he roared, "Fuse! Hum, hum, hum!" Han Fei stood in the sky proudly, with gold and red wings unfurled on his back 5 meters long. 9 chains were shivering as if they were connected to Han Fei's clothes. Han Fei dodged most of the attacks. Only the arrows of spiritual energy that could automatically track the target caught up with Han Fei after a turn. However, even though those arrows hit Han Fei, they caused nothing but clinking sounds and did not hurt him at all after they exploded. Hiss! Many people's eyes widened with disbelief. Someone exclaimed with a shivering voice, "How is it possible? He can fly? How is it possible?" Gulp. Other people were dumbfounded to see Han Fei standing in midair too. They had never heard anyone who could fly as a dangling fisher in the level 3 fishery. It's a contractual spiritual beast. A legendary contractual spiritual beast. Someone was greatly horrified. How lucky must the man have been to acquire a legendary creature as a contractual spiritual beast? Someone was suspicious. Not good. Is he from a certain big family in the 1,000-star city? Someone simply denied it. That's impossible. There are too many noble families in the 1,000-star city. How many of their descendants have a legendary contractual spiritual beast? But someone guessed, it's not definite. We've seen too few of them. Han Fei must have a special identity. Someone simply retreated. They didn't care about killing Han Fei anymore. They were more concerned about Han Fei's background. They would feel regretful if anyone behind Han Fei showed up and killed them after they just killed Han Fei. Shut up, this is the level 3 fishery. Even if he's from a big family, so what? Whatever happens, happens. That's the rule of the level 3 fishery. How can you retreat when you've already attacked him? How can you achieve anything great without determination? The soul warrior who attacked first criticized them. He didn't have a choice. Even if Han Fei was a big shot, he would have to keep his companions here, so that he wouldn't have to take all the blame later. Han Fei was lost for words. How on earth did I become a descendant from a big family? He thought in disdain. Fine, this misunderstanding is not bad. At least, some of them will be scared off. Han Fei quickly made a turn in the sky and chose a random direction, charging at a boat that had 3 men on it. If you want my treasures, come on. Cowards, check this out. Chapter 380, 1 against 100. When Han Fei swooped at them, all 3 people on the boat were lost for words. We're here just to watch the show. Why do you choose us of all people? Immediately, one of them activated the boat, ready to flee, but the 9-star chain had been launched. We can't escape. Let's beat him back. At this moment, Han Fei had already stepped on the head of this boat. Frightened, the 3 people fused with their contractual spiritual beasts, which formed shadows behind them. But Han Fei's blue sea wandering dragon daggers had cut them before they could fight back. Crack! One of the intermediate dangling fisher lost his spiritual energy protective cover before he released the weapon box. In the next second, his eyes were bloodshot and his neck was cut apart. Another intermediate dangling fisher, who was a soul warrior, raised his spear, while 2 pincers behind him clutched Han Fei at the same time. However, after Han Fei slashed, he crumbled and the man was cut into halves instantly. The last person had already jumped off the boat, ready to jump into the sea, because he was the furthest. But he was caught by the 9-star chain and cut into halves too. Han Fei did not feel guilty at all for killing them. Whether they were kind, amiable, or ferocious back on the floating island, they had been prepared for everything after they came to this place. Good guys and bad things were the same here. But no men of justice would be here. Everybody was drawn here to kill Han Fei. At that moment, Han Fei flew so fast that he left gold and red shadows behind him. Most of the intermediate dangling fishers couldn't deal with his speed at all. If they were caught up by Han Fei, they would be wiped out within 2 seconds. None of them dared to linger anymore. Run, let's run. Han Fei is definitely as strong as a peak-level dangling fisher. Retreat before it's too late. This boy is too brutal, ferocious. This is a ferocious man. Let's run. Almost instantly, dozens of boats were fleeing. Every intermediate dangling fisher was so frightened that they wished they had wings and could fly away too. Han Fei was simply too horrifying. None of the intermediate dangling fishers could possibly resist him. They would rather not stay anymore. Han Fei went on a killing spree and scared off all the intermediate dangling fishers, leaving the advanced dangling fishers who did not know what to do. Actually, they all vaguely thought that they wouldn't be killed as easily, because Han Fei had only been attacking the intermediate dangling fishers ruthlessly. However, just in case, many advanced dangling fishers shouted at each other, "Let's work together to kill him, don't reserve anything." Under someone's intentional provocation, dozens of advanced dangling fishers attacked in their peak state. For a moment, the shadows of all kinds of sea creatures were emerging in the sky. Some were even appearing for real. Poochie, clatter, clank, clank, clank. Han Fei was holding weapons in both hands, even though the blue sea wandering dragon daggers had been eclipsed by the torrents of knives and swords. The spiritual weapons clinked when they hit Han Fei. Those who did not participate were rather involved. What they thought to be a hunting game had turned out to be a street fight. The attackers all had bloodshot eyes as they pressed on, but they saw bodies falling all the time. Immediately someone shouted, "Are you idiots? You want to kill him in the sky? Can you fly? Let's go to the sea." However, only some of them chose to retreat, and most of them were simply fighting Han Fei on their boats vehemently. They weren't idiots. They had seen that Han Fei's skin was cracking, as if his body would fall apart at any point. Many of them believed that Han Fei, who was heavily wounded in the first place and had undergone consecutive battles, couldn't hold on anymore. None of them were willing to give up the chance. But some of them were scared as the battle went on. They found fewer and fewer people around Han Fei, and Han Fei was still fighting even though his body was cracking and bleeding. He was not scared at all when he was hit by all the weapons. However, it was already too late for them to react. Han Fei had already been drenched in blood, which he didn't know was from himself or other people. He would have fled if it were before, but this time, the more he fought, the crazier he became, as if there was a fire burning in his heart. "Come on, don't you want my treasures and my spiritual weapons? Come and get me." Slowly descending from the sky, Han Fei stood on the sea and grinned at the advanced dangling fishers who were shocked. "Even though I'm heavily wounded, you are not enough to take me down." Don't believe him. His body has already cracked. He must be fighting by draining his vitality. That can't last long. Another peak-level dangling fisher appeared before everybody and speculated Han Fei's current status. The other two peak-level dangling fishers were in two different positions. They surrounded Han Fei in a triangle. One of them said, "Have you noticed the spiritual energy he has consumed? He may seem aggressive, but he can't last long." Eventually, the last peak-level dangling fisher said, "Listen up. You will attack at the same time to kill Han Fei on our signal. You can share his spiritual weapons and artifacts, and we will only have his head and his battle techniques." It might have escaped other people's attention, but they noticed how weird Han Fei's blue sea wandering dragon daggers were. They had been defending him and hovering in a skillful way. Their auras were weird and sharp too. It was definitely a great battle technique. Han Fei turned his neck, but then quite a few cracks appeared on his neck too. Damn it! Han Fei was lost for words. The wound was a result of the remaining violent energy in his body. He might seem awesome for now, but he was in fact really badly hurt. At this moment, a voice rang in his head saying, "Why don't we run?" The voice was from the hexagon starfish, who might have seen Han Fei's current look from whichever corner it was hiding in. Han Fei didn't respond, but stared at the three peak-level dangling fishers warily, knowing that they couldn't be scared of him. Every peak-level dangling fisher had great life-saving methods and spiritual weapons. He had to kill them in one go. These three were an armorist, a manipulator, and a soul warrior respectively. With two ranged fighters and a melee one, they had a lot of combinations for their attack. However, when Han Fei sensed the unusual water current, he put on a subtle smile. Clatter, all of a sudden, a water dungeon array appeared out of nowhere, and the dense seaweeds began to climb on Han Fei. They were not ordinary seaweed. Not only could they absorb spiritual energy, but they were also sharp and poisonous. The moment Han Fei was trapped by the water dungeon, the armorist took action. His dozens of weapons were combined into a broadsword in the sky, before it pierced at Han Fei with auras from all directions. As for the soul warrior, he roared with his longsword. Han Fei saw that waves of spiritual energy were glittering on the longsword. Then, 9 tentacles emerged and tried to tie Han Fei up. The moment they took action, the dozens of advanced dangling fishers joined the attack. Once again, a storm of blades and all kinds of contractual spiritual beasts were coming at him. After a second, Han Fei's eyes suddenly turned cold. He unleashed his spiritual energy and moved away, breaking the water dungeon array. The manipulator, who was a peak-level dangling fisher, was shocked. He instantly grew abundant amounts of seaweed in the water. But while he was doing that, he noticed, to his surprise, that Han Fei peeped at him casually. He was so frightened under the look that he almost gave up the attack. But it was too late. 3 chains were extended from the bottom of the sea and shackled him, and the blue sea wandering dragon daggers in Han Fei's hand had turned into a kitchen knife. The soul warrior was rather shocked. How can anyone fight with a kitchen knife? Chapter 381, Demon Han, the soul warrior, one of the 3 peak-level dangling fishers, was still in shock. He saw nothing but a flash of a knife, but then everything in his eyes was replaced by blood. He was confused. He should have hit Han Fei first because his sword was longer. He was not wrong. Han Fei had been hit by his sword. The man's fully blown attack with a mid-quality spiritual weapon was indeed good and irresistible, even though Han Fei had broken the obstacles in the indestructible body. But that being said, the sword did not pierce through Han Fei, but only stabbed into Han Fei's shoulder blade. It was not really hurtful. Han Fei's drawing art, on the other hand, was not a joke. He had sufficient spiritual energy to fill into the weapon. Even though the man was a peak-level dangling fisher, he could not resist the ultimate skill of an ultimate spiritual weapon. In the next moment, an arc-shaped blade aura swept out, centering at Han Fei. After only an instant, the 8 advanced dangling fishers who charged at him stopped, with blood popping up around them the next second. The moment they saw the attack, dozens of people simply vanished, including the armorist in midair, who had abandoned his weapons that he didn't recollect yet as he simply fled away. None of them saw where the saber aura came from. They only saw the dazzling light sweeping the sea so devastatingly that they had no courage to fight on. How could they possibly fight? One of the peak-level dangling fishers and 8 advanced dangling fishers perished after one attack. This hunting game was already too much. The manipulator who was shackled by Han Fei had squeezed his flashstone, but then he felt his neck was painful as part of his flesh was bitten off. Though his flashstone was squeezed, he hit an invisible wall in the next moment. After only 2 seconds, everybody around had escaped, and Han Fei walked to the manipulator unhurriedly. "Spare me, Poochie." Han Fei stabbed him numbly. Looking at the dead manipulator, whose eyes were still wide with fear, Han Fei said casually, "As an adult, you should bear the consequences of your choices." The hexagon starfish emerged from the bottom of the sea with nothing but fear in its eyes. Having witnessed everything that just happened, it now regarded this person as a demon instead of a weak young man. Han Fei turned his neck, but his skin cracked again. "Damn it. I need to heal myself. Let's go, Mr. Hexagon Starfish." A moment later, Han Fei gathered all the sea-swallowing seashells he could find and rushed away on the hexagon starfish through the sea. On the dragon boat, the news of Han Fei's appearance had been known by everyone, though there was no telling who spoke first. So, armies of hunters who aimed at Han Fei, mostly advanced dangling fishers, were setting off from the dragon boat. At this moment, the mercenary hall on the dragon boat was crowded and tumultuous. "We're establishing a team to explore the seaborne prairie for treasures. We only want advanced dangling fishers. We need an advanced armorist to explore the seaborne prairie. We're short a hunter and a manipulator. Both of them must be advanced dangling fishers. Join us. We're all hunters, and we're chasing Han Fei, the 59th place on the wanted list. He appeared a few hours ago and can't be far away. We still have a chance." Similar advertisements were echoing all over the place. Some were hiring, and some were applying. Nobody considered the risk at all. Whoever had come to this place had been through all kinds of perils. They were no strangers to risks, and they were willing to take risks to grow stronger. Bam! Right then, somebody suddenly bumped into the door and squeezed through the crowd. Not good. Not good. Something huge happened. "Who's yelling? What's happened to make you so panicked? Who the hell are you? You're interrupting my announcement. I forgot where I was a moment ago." "Damn it, what's wrong with you? Would we even be here if there was nothing important?" In the blink of an eye, the young man was surrounded and lambasted by everyone. The young man smiled bitterly and said, "Don't be hasty. Listen to me. About Han Fei. Would you please spill it already? What about Han Fei? Haven't they all left to hunt him?" The young man caught his breath and said, "Dead. They're all dead. Few of the hunters made it back alive." "Huh? What did you say? All dead? Hey, don't be an alarmist. I'm trying to establish teams here. How did they all die? Make yourself clear," the young man said in fright. "Wrong intelligence. The wanted list can't be more wrong. It's true that Han Fei is an intermediate dangling fisher, but he shouldn't be the 59th place. He should have been among the top 3. Just now, lightning fell from the sky as if it were doomsday. Nobody could resist one attack from him, not even the peak-level dangling fishers. Hiss! The mercenary hall fell quiet, and all the noises were gone. A bearded man asked, "Are you responsible for what you said?" The young man said angrily, "I saw it with my own eyes. Han Fei fought 100 enemies on his own. He was a demon. The sea was red with blood. He's Demon Han." A luscious woman stood out and asked, "He fought 100? That's impossible. He's just an intermediate dangling fisher. How could he have possibly fought 100 enemies?" The young man said regretfully, "What do you know? Han Fei boasts a legendary contractual spiritual beast that can give him gold and red wings and make him fly. You really think that someone on the wanted list who caused mayhem in the seaborne prairie is a simple intermediate dangling fisher?" Hiss! A legendary contractual spiritual beast? Wings? Isn't that the special feature of hidden fishers? He can fly? Shoot! Disband! Disband! We're going to abort this mission. The dragon boat has to give us an explanation. Do you want to get us killed? Immediately, many teams who were planning to hunt Han Fei were disbanded. The staff at the mercenary hall were stunned too. What did they know? They simply listed the mission as they were instructed. They didn't know that the mission would be so hard. In the battlefield where Han Fei had just fought, a dozen people were standing by. If Han Fei had stayed here, he would have recognized their leaders to be Sun Mu, Yang Deyu, and Mo Feiyan. At this moment, Yang Deyu scratched his head and said, "Damn it, what did the boy possibly get from the big red trunk? He's so remarkable." Mo Feiyan's eyes were glowing. She had never been interested in the sea token and only wanted to have fun, but back in the big red trunk, her everything was taken away by Han Fei except her clothes. For her, it was not just about the sea token anymore. She swore to catch Han Fei alive to torture him again, and again. Sun Mu couldn't have looked gloomier. The operation to hunt Han Fei was truly a huge loss. They could have caught the battle just now, but Yang Deyu stupidly insisted that Han Fei was still hiding back in the sea prairie. They tried to pass the wall of seaweed for days until the scourge of worms burst out. They lost a few men, and they failed to pass the wall. After they came out, they learned that Han Fei had already emerged outside. So, they came as fast as they could, but the battle was already over by the time they arrived. Almost 60 boats, or whatever left of them, were floating on the sea, whipped by the tides. Some of them could barely be recognized now. The bottom of the sea was even gorier. The bodies of many people had nothing but bones left because of the carnivorous fish. It was horrible. "Young master, this man must have found a great treasure, or he couldn't have grown so strong so fast," Yang Deyu asked. "Sun Mu, are we chasing him or not? What if we can't beat him after we catch him?" Sun Mu glanced at him coldly. "Are you sure you can't beat him? Then you'd better give up already." His lips cramping, Yang Deyu said, "I'm chasing him because I want to. It's not your business." Mo Feiyan licked her lips and said, "It's getting interesting. I'm more and more fond of him now." TSK, Yang Deyu shivered. "Hey, those you like are mostly dead now, aren't they?" Mo Feiyan glanced at him and asked, "Do you want me to like you too?" Yang Deyu, Sun Mu, spoke to his men. "Go back to the dragon boat and tell everybody that Han Fei found extraordinary spiritual fruits and dozens of heaven-level battle techniques from the seaborne prairie." "Huh?" Sun Mu said casually. "Just tell them that." Yang Deyu muttered, "What a wicked man." Mo Feiyan heaved a sigh. "It's a shame that we lost the memory of that day, or we would at least know what happened back there in the end and why we were the only 3 who got out." Sun Mu snorted. "We were out alive probably because he was too scared of our senior's retaliations to kill us." After that, Sun Mu turned around and said, "I won't chase him anymore." Yang Deyu was stunned. "Really? You don't want the sea token anymore?" Sun Mu shook his head. "The man just obtained treasures and killed so many people. He must be in his best state. I don't think he can be killed easily. We would only lose more of our men." Mo Feiyan smiled. "Then let's wait for him at the sea entrance stairs. I don't believe that he would miss the sea entrance stairs since he has visited the seaborne prairie." Chapter 382, Spectral Horn, 5,000 kilometers away. Han Fei was lying on the deck of the wind god boat. He cast the divine healing technique on himself and threw pills into his mouth as if they were candies. He got those healing pills from the sea-swallowing seashells of Sun Mu's team. They were quite effective, but looked too fancy for him. In the meantime, some boats passed by not far away, but none stopped. They didn't know that Han Fei was here, but they were still intimated by the wind god boat, which was too splendid to be in the possession of an ordinary person. They speculated that a big shot must be taking a rest here. After another 3 hours, the cracks on Han Fei were finally gone, and his bones were reconnected. At this moment, Han Fei had finally reached the peak of his combat ability, an upper limit of 5,001 points of spiritual energy. So to speak, my limits have been improved again. It seems that I have to stay an intermediate dangling fisher a while longer. My spiritual heritage is level 5, low quality now. Do I count as a heavenly talent now? Han Fei realized that he probably didn't. Tunga had level 7 spiritual heritage at first before he was taken to the 1,000-star city, and he should be much stronger now. However, since many people in the level 3 fishery were from the 1,000-star city, Han Fei wondered if Tunga would come. He wondered whether he should keep upgrading his spiritual heritage or he should stabilize his conditions after he recovered. While Han Fei was leisurely enjoying the sea breeze, the enormous sun was setting on the horizon, and the sea was reddened by the afterglow. It was rather a magnificent scene. Crunch, finishing the last healing pill, Han Fei was going to sit up and check if the 3rd contractual spiritual beast had been created in the demon purification pot, when creepy laughter suddenly echoed all around him. Hoo, 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 hoo. Han Fei rose quickly and looked around. He sensed that the laughter was not too far away. Evil laughter? Evil shield? The specter? Taking a deep breath, Han Fei sailed the wind god boat to the source of the laughter, ready to sell his excessive sea-swallowing seashells. He had gathered 86 sea-swallowing seashells altogether. All the valuable items in them had been taken out by him. Of course, most of the items in them were worthless for him. For example, Han Fei was only interested in spiritual weapons, and he considered all the other weapons as burdens, which could not hurt anyone even if they were detonated in the level 3 fishery. Besides, the sea-swallowing seashells were worth a fortune by themselves. Considering the price of the level 3 fishery, they might not be expensive, but they couldn't be cheap. The wind god boat rushed on. After 1,000 kilometers, Han Fei saw the most gigantic black ship. It was of a similar size to a dragon boat. Looking up to it, Han Fei felt that his wind god boat was just an ant, beautiful but insignificant. However, the black ship wasn't really black, it was simply ragged, very ragged. Han Fei saw all kinds of shells, conchs, barnacles, seaweeds, and stones on the surface of the ship. He even saw squids and crabs falling from the boat into the sea. He also saw dents and holes everywhere on the ship. Some of them had been tinkered with, but some were simply left unattended, as if they had completely given up on the ship. But simply to the dragon boat, the Spectre was protected by various arrays. However, after Han Fei studied them carefully, he found that, while the dragon boat was full of spiritual absorption arrays, what was carved on the Spectre seemed to be killing arrays. Han Fei was lost for words. How can the Spectre possibly sail on the sea with so many holes? And it can dive into the sea as a submarine? Also, with so many killing arrays installed, what kind of great war was this ship prepared for? When Han Fei took off on the wind god boat, he had a better view of the Spectre. Different from the dragon boat, he found no people on the deck of this ship at all. The wooden floor in many places were broken. Black clothes were everywhere, either abandoned on the ground or hanging on the wall on the ship. Many white masks were hanging on the wall too, revealing nothing but 2 holes at the eye parts, which meant that it was impossible to have food on the Spectre, because it would be impossible to open one's mouth. Another difference from the dragon boat was that there were no windows on this ship, but only doors. A door every couple of 1,000 meters led to the interior parts of the ship. The Spectre was not as high as the dragon boat either. There were only 3 floors above the deck, topped by certain flags that looked like sails. Since this ship usually did not travel on the sea, those flags couldn't be sails, so they must be devices to make use of water currents under the sea. Shoot, a standard Spectre for pirates. Han Fei was rather shocked, wondering if the people inside all wore pirate hats or were one-eyed monsters with hook hands and octopus legs. After all, the captain of the ghost ships all had unconventional tastes. Han Fei didn't wait much longer, because he saw black spots on the horizon, who seemed to be other people ready to board on the Spectre. When he approached the Spectre, Han Fei recalled his boat and jumped on the deck. But he slipped and almost fell over, even though he was a dangling fisher. He looked down, only to see all kinds of conchs on the floor. He even saw crabs crawling not far away and an octopus waving its tentacles. What the heck is this? Han Fei picked up a black robe, only to be surprised. The robe was made of certain mystic sand and was rather heavy. As he waved the robe, the water in the robe was shaken off, and he put it on after it was completely dry. He also took a mask from the wall and put it on his face. Then, he wanted to complain about the design. Why didn't you leave a hole for my mouth in the mask? Even a small hole would have been better than nothing. After Han Fei was all set, he kicked away a fish that was hopping near his feet and walked to the ragged door that seemed to be nothing more than a few planks. However, standing at the door, Han Fei was stunned to find that, though the door seemed ragged on the outside, it seemed to have a hidden layer down below and there was no gap on it. He intended to open the door, but he found no doorknobs. How should he get it? He tried pushing it, but the door was not moved at all when he used all his strength. Instead, the planks creaked so hard as if they were falling apart. Hello? Creak. When Han Fei knocked, the door was opened from inside, and Han Fei was greeted by another faceless man. Han Fei stepped in, and a low male voice came from under the faceless man's mask. How long are you going to stay? Han Fei thought for a moment. He probably wouldn't stay for long. He only had to sell his stuff and see if he needed anything before he left, so, he replied, 1 day. 1,000 mid-quality pearls, or anything of the same worth. Han Fei tossed 1,000 mid-quality pearls to a circle behind the man, who then gave him a glimmering badge with a number, 18198 on it. There was no telling if it was the total number of the passengers on the ship, or what it meant. The faceless man said in a low voice, if you don't want to go, you can extend your stay by paying at any door an hour before you're supposed to go, or you will be banished. Han Fei slightly nodded. Are there any tour guides here? The faceless man didn't talk, but simply opened another door behind him, as if he were saying, go take a look for yourself. The Spectre was very quiet compared to the noisy dragon boat. Though Han Fei heard people talking, they were mostly regular conversations and didn't involve deals. Han Fei was lost for words after he entered the door. Not many people were here. They were sitting or standing in small groups every dozens of meters, selling items or talking to each other. Han Fei didn't see any stores here. The center of this ship seemed hollow. He could even hear the waves, as if the middle part of the ship was directly connected to the sea. Though there were another 3 floors over his head, water was dripping on his head now and then. In short, the Spectre was moist, dark, and creepy. The moment Han Fei entered, everybody within 100 meters glanced at him. The person closest to Han Fei, who was only 5 meters away, was looking at him while leaning against the wall of the cabin. Hey, is this your first time here? Han Fei turned his head towards him. How did you know? Chapter 383, Exchange. The man's tone was relaxed. Han Fei could even sense the smile behind his mask. He said, the first thing you did after you came in was observe, and you seemed quite surprised and puzzled. So, why have you come to the Spectre? Han Fei smiled. Selling, shopping, just like everybody else. The man looked around. They're all selling stuff. I wonder, what are you selling? Anything good? After a brief hesitation, Han Fei replied, sea-swallowing seashells and miscellaneous items. Well, selling sea-swallowing seashells at the Spectre, you must have killed a lot of people. This is indeed a convenient place to sell them. Do you have any legit goods other than them, like high-quality spiritual weapons? Han Fei's lips cramped. High-quality spiritual weapons? How many people in the level 3 fishery had high-quality spiritual weapons? The man said with a smile. It doesn't matter if you don't. In fact, barter is more popular here. Mid-quality pearls are useless, and carrying them can be very tricky. Do you want me to show you around? Han Fei asked. What's the price for your service? The price for my service? The man laughed in disdain. You think this is the dragon boat? I'm doing this just to make friends with you. Unmoved, Han Fei said calmly. You must be kidding. Everybody here is wearing a mask, and you're making friends? The man slightly shook his head. Fine, let's be honest. Do you have high-quality spiritual weapons, ultimate materials, or battle techniques above the demon level? I'll take them. Of course, you're free to sell them to the Spectre, but their prices will be slashed by half, while the deals between us will only be charged a 20% commission fee. Han Fei was rather surprised. Could a random person that he met after entering a random door be so rich? High-quality spiritual weapons were definitely luxuries. One excellent magic-level weapon was already worth 50,000 mid-quality pearls. What would a high-quality spiritual weapon cost? Han Fei asked, There are so many people on this ship. If they make deals in private, do they have to pay the commission? The man shrugged. You can try not paying, maybe you can fool them, but you'll be dead for sure if you're caught. You don't know who the spies on this ship are. Of course, you don't need to worry about that. We can split the commission charge if you have good stuff. Tilting his head, Han Fei asked the man, What do you have for me? The man narrowed his eyes and said, Demon-level techniques, cultivation arts, I have everything you want. Han Fei simply turned around and walked away. He mumbled, What a psycho. Stunned, the man caught up to him and said, Hey, don't go yet. Are they not enough? Han Fei complained. I hate the snobbish braggers most. If you had these things, you would have sold them a long time ago. If you had everything, why would you peddle in this shot hole? The faceless man paused and stopped chasing him. Deep in thought, he murmured, Did I try too hard? Forget it. I'll wait for the next one. Gloomily, Han Fei strode in the huge and dark ship, and people proposed deals with him now and then. For example, a faceless man sitting on the ground at the center of the cabin asked hoarsely, Young man, do you want anything? Han Fei asked back, How do you know that I'm a young man? The man smiled casually. From your gait, your speed, and your hands. Han Fei stopped and shrugged. He asked, What do you have? The man replied casually, What do you want? Han Fei thought for a moment and said, I don't know. What can you offer? The man presented a green fruit and said, This is a venomous tulip from the seaborne prairie. It can keep you safe from all poisons. Han Fei's lips cramped. This man was remarkable. He knew the venomous tulip, but he didn't know that it existed in the seaborne prairie. According to the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants, the venomous tulip was an antidote fruit that grew up among thousands of venomous vines. Although it had no special effects, it was a top spiritual fruit in terms of antidote. He would be immune from all poisons in the level 3 fishery after he took it. Han Fei found it hard to believe. How could a random person that he ran into boast anything so precious? He asked, How much is it? The man snorted and said, 1 high-quality spiritual sword, 100 kilograms of spiritual spring energy, and 500,000 mid-quality pearls. Han Fei stepped back, lost for words. Do I look so rich to you? But the man replied casually, The saber aura is magnificent in you. Your weapon must be better than high-quality spiritual swords. A man like you usually isn't short of money. The venomous tulip is great, but it's too expensive. Sorry, but you can wait for your next customer. Han Fei rejected the deal because he didn't want to be ripped off. However, the man's proposition reminded Han Fei of something else. Tu was back on the dragon boat. He had bought most spiritual fruits for spiritual energy. There was only one antidotal spiritual fruit, and it wasn't effective. He did not expect that a special antidote spiritual fruit would be so costly. Han Fei kept walking. Ignoring other people's requests for a deal, he came to a place where people gathered. He saw hundreds of faceless people gathered here. He believed that the dealers here must be more reliable than those outside. However, when Han Fei approached, he found that it was actually an exchange facility. Yes, it was exactly a spacious exchange facility, except that its sign was unremarkable and could easily be ignored. The noises had grown louder before Han Fei entered the exchange. Someone shouted, Mid-quality pearls for anything, 10% cheaper than the exchange. Someone roared, I'm bulk purchasing low-quality spiritual weapons. Someone was also holding a high-quality spiritual sword. I'm exchanging this for only a high-quality demon-level art. Han Fei was puzzled. Why were they all peddling outside of the exchange? He asked a random person. The exchange is right before your eyes. Why do you not make deals there? Go away. Han Fei only got a yell for a response. The man did not seem to answer Han Fei's question at all. Frowning, Han Fei squeezed through the crowd and entered the exchange. He was surprised to find that there were tables and chairs inside the exchange, as though it were a restaurant or a pub, except that no food was supplied here. Many people were seated and seemed to be negotiating. On one of the walls, infinite signs were hanging. Every sign contained a lot of information. For example, mid-quality spiritual whip with a price of 500,000 mid-quality pearls. Bloodvine fruit, to be exchanged for a demon-level low-quality technique. Crystal mystic stone, to be exchanged for a mid-quality spiritual sword. High-quality spirit-level saber, to be exchanged for a demon-level high-quality armor technique. Han Fei was shocked. This exchange was like an agency. All the treasures had been listed and were free to choose. The wall was 100 meters wide and 20 meters tall, with infinite items of information written on it. But Han Fei calculated it and found that it wasn't enough, which meant that there were more such exchanges on this ship. Not far away, there were several counters, and almost 30 faceless men were standing behind the counters, receiving the guests who made deals. There was another counter which was visited by groups of 2, and they were mostly submitting mid-quality pearls. Therefore, Han Fei realized that they must be paying taxes at the counter after they made a deal in private. He slightly shook his head. Not that he didn't want to make personal deals with other people, but he had too many sea-swallowing seashells that contained an assortment of items. It would be tricky to sell them one by one. The Spectre, on the other hand, wouldn't ask or care about anything, even though their offer was lower. Seeing that even the high-quality spiritual weapons were available on the market, Han Fei didn't think that the master of the ship would covet his sea-swallowing seashells. Thinking about that, Han Fei walked to a counter. "I would like to sell something." "Do you buy them?" The trader behind the counter nodded and said, "We will buy anything for half its original price." Han Fei said, "I need someone to sort and count my goods." The faceless man who received Han Fei made a gesture, inviting him to a table inside the exchange. Han Fei was surprised. "Right here?" But the faceless man replied, "Right here. It will be fine." Frowning, Han Fei followed him. When he sat down in the chair, an invisible barrier rose around him, blocking all the sounds from the outside world. The faceless man on his opposite side said, "The barrier is soundproof. You're free to talk now. What is it that you want to sell?" Chapter 384, Disguise. Han Fei found the deal ridiculously informal. If he were going to sell something precious like the big red trunk, wouldn't everybody around see it? As if sensing Han Fei's confusion, the faceless man on his opposite side said, "Don't worry. What can happen even if others see your treasure? Nobody knows who you are. If you're scared of stalkers, we offer backdoor service. By paying 1,000 mid-quality pearls, you can leave through a private chamber. After that, nobody will be able to identify you." "That's only based on the presumption that the Spectre is absolutely fair, right?" The faceless man nodded. "Whoever comes to the Spectre trusts us. Something may happen to you on the dragon boat in the level 3 fishery, but nothing will ever happen on the Spectre." Slightly relieved, Han Fei grabbed a sea-swallowing seashell and asked, "Please appraise this sea-swallowing seashell." The faceless man was dazed. "Just one sea-swallowing seashell?" "The deals we make here can't be lower than 500,000 mid-quality pearls. I don't think one sea-swallowing seashell will be enough." That being said, the man had picked up Han Fei's sea-swallowing seashell. Calculating with his right hand, he put the sea-swallowing seashell down gently 30 seconds later and said, "Most of the items inside are worthless. This sea-swallowing seashell is worth 200,000 mid-quality pearls. You will earn 100,000 mid-quality pearls if you sell it to us. Do you have anything else?" Han Fei looked around. He didn't think that anyone around would care about a sea-swallowing seashell. In fact, none of the people doing business on the Spectre seemed ordinary. They all had their own treasures. Han Fei took out another couple of sea-swallowing seashells and said, "Please appraise them too." 1 hour passed. The faceless man on Han Fei's opposite side was lost for words after he appraised the 80th sea-swallowing seashell. Although there was nothing particularly attractive in those sea-swallowing seashells, they were of higher and higher qualities. What Han Fei offered in the end even contained great magical materials and weapons. After the faceless man put down the 83rd sea-swallowing seashell, he stared at Han Fei and said, "Now, the total price is 40,120,000 mid-quality pearls, which means that you can earn 20,060,000 mid-quality pearls." Han Fei slightly grimaced in regret. The loss was really huge. However, he knew that it was for the best to sell the sea-swallowing seashells to the Spectre, or he wouldn't have much chance selling it to anyone else, because no guests in this place were short of sea-swallowing seashells. They were here for treasures, not garbage. Nodding with a smile, Han Fei said, "Deal. By the way, do you have any technique that can change your appearance?" The faceless man thought a moment and replied, "Yes, but it's only spirit level. It's worth 8 million. "Pooh," Han Fei almost slapped him. "I've only earned 20 million after selling more than 80 sea-swallowing seashells, and you're charging 8 million for a spirit-level technique?" The faceless man explained. "There are too many dangerous people on this ship. Dozens of people asked for a technique that can change their look every day every time the Spectre sets sail. What I recommended is the best one to my knowledge." Han Fei was lost for words. "The best one is only spirit level?" the man said. "Face-changing techniques aren't rare, but most of them can only disguise your face by altering your facial muscles or adding illusions. They're mediocre. What I recommended can modify your aura and make you a completely different person." Han Fei shook his head. No, I want something cheap. Just give me any of the cheap products you have. Huh? Are you sure? Han Fei nodded. I'm very positive, Han Fei said to himself. I'm certainly not going to let you take back my hard-earned money. Besides, with sufficient spiritual energy, I can always deduce a cheap technique and make it an excellent one, the faceless man said. Okay, you can accept any level of techniques? Han Fei nodded. Yes. After the transactions were completed, the faceless man made a gesture and someone immediately came close. They talked a while and the stuff was delivered in no more than 5 minutes. When the deal was over, Han Fei couldn't feel more comfortable. He had finally disposed of all of his baggage. In the end, he only got camouflage, a mystic-level mid-quality technique. He secretly complained about its price. It cost him 1,000,000 mid-quality pearls, even though it was just a mystic-level mid-quality technique. Han Fei thought that they had probably picked up this lowly technique from a random dumpster. But even so, Han Fei had obtained 19,060,000 mid-quality pearls. Together with the mid-quality pearls he looted from those sea-swallowing seashells, he was now rich with 25,600,000 mid-quality pearls. Damn. You really need to come to the level 3 fishery if you want to make a fortune. Han Fei had a lot of mixed feelings. When he got to the dragon boat, someone laid their eyes on him after he just earned no more than 1,000,000 mid-quality pearls. But here, he had completed a 10 million pearl deal with a random trader on the Spectre. The dragon boat was now purely garbage in Han Fei's eyes. Of course, Han Fei also wondered who was behind the Spectre. If the man was powerful enough to resist the pressure from the dragon boat, why would he make a living in the level 3 fishery? Unable to find out the answer, Han Fei simply dropped it. He had achieved the purpose for his visit to the Spectre. But since he had a truckload of money, he decided to go shopping and see what was available. Apart from everything else, he had to prepare a few hundred flash stones for himself. Though he already had dozens of flash stones in his sea-swallowing seashell, he couldn't have too many life-saving tools. If he was caught in a place like the Wall of Seaweed again, the stones would be very useful. Han Fei read the wall row by row, including the section of spiritual weapons. He already had handy spiritual weapons, but he kept an open mind and checked if there was anything more suitable. But after checking all of them, he did not find any spiritual weapon that suited him. Still, he spotted many spiritual fruits that were being sold. There were more than 500 of them. According to their function, the spiritual fruits could be classified as breakthrough spiritual fruits, which contain tremendous spiritual energy, antidote spiritual fruits, bodybuilding spiritual fruits, etc. Han Fei was rather surprised. After having more than 30 spiritual fruits on the dragon boat, he found that spiritual fruits were not as useful as he imagined. But still, spiritual fruits were still spiritual fruits. They could increase one's spiritual energy, poison resistance, and other aspects after they were taken. Here, most spiritual fruits could be purchased with mid-quality pearls. Only the few rare spiritual fruits were for barter exclusively. There was not a counter before this wall, but a few faceless men were standing next to the wall. Whoever wanted to make a deal would talk to them. Han Fei spoke to one of them. I would like to buy all the spiritual fruits on the wall. Huh? All of them? Han Fei nodded. The spiritual fruits here were worth around 1,500 mid-quality pearls apiece on average. The better ones cost no more than 5,000, and there were only 3 with a price over 10,000 mid-quality pearls. One of them was a devil barrier fruit, which cost 50,000 mid-quality pearls. It was not expensive because the spiritual fruit granted resistance against illusions, but Han Fei didn't know how effective it would be. Another one was the poison concentration grass, worth 80,000 mid-quality pearls. It was technically not a spiritual fruit, but an edible seaborne grass. If anyone was poisoned, they could take the grass and concentrate the poison through it. Then, if they were capable enough, they could discharge the concentrated poison. This was for one-time usage. The last one was the heavenly spirit jujube, with a price of 500,000 mid-quality pearls. It was the most expensive one of all spiritual fruits available, because it could permanently improve the spiritual power of the taker. Han Fei didn't know how much it could improve, but he would happily pay for anything that could increase his spiritual power. But when Han Fei was about to pay, he found that the information of the heavenly spirit jujube was wiped out. He immediately shouted, Hey, I ordered the heavenly spirit jujube. Why is it gone? The faceless man said. Someone was faster than you. The items that can permanently increase spiritual power are rare. They're usually sold within 100 seconds after they're listed. Han Fei raised his eyebrow. Who had just competed with him? But he said in a hurry, Then please hurry up. I would like all the other spiritual fruits. Chapter 385, Shopping Mania. The hall immediately fell quiet as everybody noticed that the spiritual fruits on the trading wall were all gone. Someone had bought dozens or hundreds of spiritual fruits at one time before, but none had ever purchased all of the spiritual fruits on the market. Someone was lost for words. Which fool has bought all the spiritual fruits? A faceless man rolled his eyes. That's too crazy, however rich they are. When Han Fei made the payment, everybody looked at him, wondering if they should rob him. Han Fei didn't bother them at all. He wouldn't miss the spiritual fruits here for the world. Of course, that was only his opinion. After all, nobody else could take spiritual fruits like candies like him without leaking any of the spiritual energy in them. Han Fei clicked his tongue. The 500 spiritual fruits cost him nearly 3 million mid-quality pearls, which was a high price. It must be noted that the regular spiritual fruits were only 800 on the dragon boat, but the price had been more than doubled here. However, Han Fei was still happy, because if he had bought so many spiritual fruits on the dragon boat, he would have been hunted by too many people after he left the boat. Taking over the spiritual fruits, Han Fei asked the staff, "How many exchanges are there on this ship?" The trader was stunned and thought, "Have you not bought enough? Do you want more?" But he was always happy to serve clients who were in need. He immediately replied, "There are 12 exchanges. You can visit all of them if you circle this floor." Han Fei nodded. "What about the 2 floors up above?" The trader didn't keep it a secret. "There's only 1 floor up above. The top floor is not open." "Okay, what's the upper floor for?" The trader introduced. "The place of intelligence. You can buy any intelligence you want in there. The intelligence might not be complete, but definitely more complete than that on the dragon boat." Han Fei slightly nodded in surprise. The Spectre was in the intelligence business too? How did it collect intelligence when it was alone? Even if it had sent spies to the dragon boats, how could it have gathered the information the spies sent? After all, any intelligence would expire after a certain amount of time. In any case, Han Fei decided to visit the other 11 exchanges first. But he paused after he left this exchange. Considering the number of spiritual fruits sold in this change, he would run out of money before he could buy out all the spiritual fruits in the 11 exchanges. Han Fei was lost for words. The Spectre was even more costly than the dragon boat. He had more than 20 million mid-quality pearls, but it was not even enough for him to do one complete circle of shopping. Calculating the mid-quality pearls he had, Han Fei spent 3 hours shopping in the other 11 exchanges. But instead of buying all the spiritual fruits, he only picked half of them. Even so, Han Fei only had 1.8 million mid-quality pearls left after the shopping. He was rendered speechless by how costly shopping could be. Of course, the result was beyond imagination too. After the shopping, Han Fei had more than 4,600 spiritual fruits. During the 3 hours, everybody in the exchanges went crazy. They all learned that a magnate was shopping for spiritual fruits. All of them put their spiritual fruits on sale in the exchanges, hoping that Han Fei would acquire all of the spiritual fruits in one go. Alas, when the exchanges were laden by spiritual fruits, Han Fei stopped shopping. Those people were all mad. Since Han Fei did not intentionally hide himself, someone simply came to him and snapped, "Why do you not buy spiritual fruits anymore?" Han Fei was lost for words. "Is it your business?" They trembled in fear under their mask. Does this jerk not know that a commission is charged if they put an item on sale in the exchange? Someone threatened him, "Brat, you better not let me find out who you are or I won't let you go." Blinking his eyes, Han Fei scratched his mask and tilted his head at them. "Good thing that you don't know who I am." Everyone, at this point, the person who sold the venomous tulip to Han Fei earlier came to him and spoke telepathically. "Do you still want the venomous tulip?" Stunned, Han Fei asked back, "You recognized me?" The man chuckled hoarsely. "With the overwhelming saber vibe inside you, I can barely miss you. If you don't drop that vibe, many people here will be able to distinguish you from others." Han Fei squinted. "To be honest, your venomous tulip is the best in all the 12 exchanges. But I don't have money for that now. You know how many things I've bought." The man said telepathically, "A high-quality spiritual saber, 100 kilograms of spiritual spring energy, and 200,000 mid-quality pearls." Han Fei was lost for words. "Though I like your spiritual fruit, your offer is only 300,000 mid-quality pearls lower than before." "It's not much of a difference." The faceless man didn't know what to say as he thought to himself, "I've lowered my price by 300,000 mid-quality pearls, and that's still no different?" Seeing that the man was silent, Han Fei said secretly, "You refuse to make deals in the exchange because you know that the venomous tulip is not worth that price. I admit that the venomous tulip is great, but normal people do not know that. Even if they do, they will not know if it's as valuable as it's described until they take it. Let's be honest. You can only get 1 mid-quality spiritual weapon and 1,000,000 mid-quality pearls if you sell the venomous tulip in the exchange. I don't think you can get any spiritual energy." Not hasty at all, Han Fei talked while he went to the entrance to the second floor. The man suddenly shouted, "Wait! 1 high-quality spiritual saber and 100 kilograms of spiritual spring energy." Han Fei shook his head. "I have a high-quality spiritual saber, but I only have 50 kilograms of spiritual spring energy. If you're okay with that, let's make the deal. If you don't, let's just drop it. I have plenty of spiritual fruits anyway." The faceless man said angrily, "But none of them are as good as the venomous tulip," Han Fei said with a smile. "But I have a lot of them." The man was lost for words. This guy did not seem in need of his spiritual fruit after shopping in 12 exchanges. He gritted his teeth and said, "Deal, we'll split the commission charge." A moment later, Han Fei was abjectly poor again after he left the exchange. This deal was bigger than he thought. He underestimated the value of a high-quality spiritual weapon in the level 3 fishery. That particular saber was from the armorist who attacked him a couple of days ago, but the spiritual spring and the mid-quality pearls were his own. 10% of the commission charge was almost 500,000 mid-quality pearls, which made him grimace. But the faceless man couldn't be feeling any better. He had asked for 1,000,000 mid-quality pearls not because he needed the money, but because he wanted the buyer to cover the commission charge. Of course, Han Fei didn't really regret it. Though the venomous tulip and the spiritual spring were only worth 5 million mid-quality pearls in terms of price, they had other value. Those who knew the value of the venomous tulip generally couldn't afford it, and those who could would rather not pay such a high price just for a possibility. Han Fei was the only one who paid for such an extravagance because he thought that it was easy to make money in the level 3 fishery. In other people's eyes, he was just a spendthrift. Next to every exchange on the Spectre were stairs that were connected to the second floor. After Han Fei got to the second floor, he found that it was quite similar to the first floor, except that the exchanges were replaced by intelligence rooms. He wondered if there were 12 intelligence rooms here too. Instead of wandering around, he simply went to the nearest intelligence room. However, 2 faceless men blocked his way before he entered. To enter the intelligence room, you must pay 100,000 mid-quality pearls or anything of the same worth. Han Fei? Hai? He was lost for words. Why did he have to pay anywhere he went? The Spectre was making money much more ruthlessly than the Dragon Boat did. Having no choice, Han Fei could only pay 100,000 mid-quality pearls. Considering the ticket fee, he wondered if he had enough money to buy any intelligence. But after Han Fei paid, a faceless man gave him a fish skin and said, "This is some outdated intelligence. It's complimentary." Han Fei was surprised. "That's so, niece?" It was the first benefit that he had since he boarded on the Spectre. Outdated intelligence was still intelligence. He wouldn't turn it down. Entering the intelligence room, Han Fei looked around and found many booths, each of which were guarded by a faceless man at the door. Han Fei asked someone randomly, "How do you sell intelligence? Please come in." Chapter 386, I'm poor. The intelligence rooms were clearly more private than the exchanges were, which was understandable because intelligence was based on secrets. Han Fei and the faceless person sat down. Then, Han Fei heard a female voice. "What intelligence do you need?" Han Fei was about to ask for information on Shan and his other friends, but then he thought that he'd better confirm if the intelligence here was reliable first. So, Han Fei asked, "I would like to know intelligence on Han Fei." Evincing no surprise, the person opened a small window behind her and spoke to someone on the other side of the window. After 10 seconds, she learned something and said to Han Fei, "Although Han Fei showed up nearby recently, the price for intelligence on him has been increased from 500,000 mid-quality pearls to 5 million. Do you still want it? 5 million? Han Fei's lips curled. How did he become so expensive? Wasn't he only worth 500,000 mid-quality pearls on the wanted list? Dumb. When Han Fei wondered if he should ask, the window behind the faceless woman was knocked. After a minute, the faceless woman said to Han Fei weirdly, "Mr. Han Fei, you're very lucky. My superior said that it's interesting that you're asking about yourself, so the intelligence on yourself will be free." Hiss. Han Fei rose quickly. "Do you know who I am?" The faceless woman smiled casually. "Don't panic. Do you still want to know?" Han Fei was shocked. Had he been recognized? Since the very beginning? What if anyone took advantage of that? He grew vigilant and was of a mind to leave the Spectre as quickly as possible, but with everything coming to this point, he could only sit down. After all, if they were malicious, they would have killed him before he went shopping in the exchanges. The faceless woman narrated calmly. Han Fei, male, 15, an intermediate dangling fisher. Spiritual beast, unusual spirit swallowing fish. Contractual spiritual beast, an exotic mantis shrimp, presumably a legendary one, a legendary unknown creature. From Thug Academy in Blue Sea Town under the administration of the Thug Academy. Anecdote 1. He first revealed himself by killing 3 experts of his level in one go at the black market on the Dragon Boat. As a beginner dangling fisher, he survived 4 peak-level dangling fishers and killed 2 others. Anecdote 2. After Anecdote 1, it is found that Han Fei was hunted by the Sun family from the Thousand Star City because he acquired the sea token. Anecdote 3. Han Fei was hunted and surrounded and had to enter the Seaborn Prairie. He's presumed to be related to the disappearance of the Big Red Trunk and an agitator of the chaos in the Seaborn Prairie. Anecdote 4. Days ago, he killed more than 100 dangling fishers 20,000 kilometers from the Seaborn Prairie. Someone called him Demon Han. Looking at Han Fei, the faceless woman said, "After comprehensive evaluation, your ranking on the wanted list will be updated soon. It's estimated that you'll be among the top 5. Roman on his opposite side, the faceless woman elaborated on Han Fei's intelligence, including both his life stories and the Spectre's suspicions and speculations on him. Han Fei was so shocked that he felt that his back was cold. Gulp. Seeing that Han Fei's eyes were almost popping out, the faceless woman said calmly, "Don't worry, there are rules on the Spectre. As long as you're here, whatever you did and acquired in the past is none of our business, and we will not do anything to you." Han Fei's heart was racing. After a long time, he finally struggled to say, "Anybody can pay 5 million mid-quality pearls for my intelligence?" The faceless woman nodded. "Naturally, as long as they have the money. But you are so valuable mostly because of the sea token you carry. Excluding the sea token, your intelligence would probably only be worth 1 million mid-quality pearls." Han Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. 1 token was worth 4 of him? He was quite startled by the intelligence on the Spectre. Since they weren't doing anything after knowing that he had the sea token, it meant that the master of this ship simply didn't care about it. By the same logic, if they couldn't be tempted even by the sea token, it would mean that the specter was indeed the safest place in the level 3 fishery, just like they said. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, how much is the intelligence on the sea token? He thought that, if the specter was so awesome, did they know anything about the sea token too? The faceless woman spoke to the person behind the window for a moment. Then she turned around to Han Fei. Intelligence on the sea token is worth 20 million mid-quality pearls. Would you like it? Pooh, Han Fei nearly fell over. I shopped in 12 exchanges and bought more than 4,000 spiritual fruits with 20 million mid-quality pearls, and you're selling one piece of intelligence for the same price? He immediately shook his head quickly. He would be crazy to pay 20 million for an answer that he would inevitably find out later anyway. He quickly asked about something else. What about xuanhuan, the 33rd place on the wanted list? The faceless woman communicated a while longer before she turned to Han Fei. The intelligence on xuanhuan is worth 1 million mid-quality pearls. Deal. Wait, can you help me look for intelligence on Zhang Xuanyu, Lurenquang, and Luo Xiaobai? This was not the time to save money. Since the level 3 fishery was too dangerous, Han Fei thought that he should try to gather his team. After they were gathered, they could go anywhere they wanted. However, a moment later, the faceless woman returned with only 2 jade slips. We only have intelligence on xuanhuan and Zhang Xuanyu. The other 2 have nothing special, so there's no intelligence on them. How much is the intelligence on Zhang Xuanyu? The faceless woman said casually. Only 200,000. Han Fei was lost for words. Zhang Xuanyu was incompetent. He was only worth 200,000 after such a long time. But he was still better than Lurenquang and Luo Xiaobai, who were unknown. Han Fei wondered where they could be. Seeing that it would only cost 1,200,000 mid-quality pearls, Han Fei made the payment quickly, but he was bankrupt after that. He had spent up all the mid-quality pearls he looted and earned. He wondered if Old Bai would kick the bucket in fury after he told the man that he spent more than 20 million in only a couple of hours. Han Fei was about to go when he thought of something else and asked, how much is the intelligence on Sun Mu, Mo Feiyan, and Yang Deyu? I only want their intelligence in the level 3 fishery, nothing else. The faceless woman nodded and quickly communicated through the window. Then she reported, if you only want their intelligence in the level 3 fishery, it will be cheap, because they haven't been hiding. It's only 1 million. Han Fei realized that it was indeed not a high price. 3 of them combined were not even 1/5 of his price. They were just garbage. Han Fei asked, I would like it. By the way, what's your price for spiritual stones on the specter? I've run out of mid-quality pearls. The faceless woman was stunned. Did you say spiritual stones? Han Fei confirmed. Yes, spiritual stones. The faceless woman sat back. Outside, 1 low-quality spiritual stone can be exchanged for 10,000 mid-quality pearls. Their prices vary according to their quality pearls. But here on the specter, 1 low-quality spiritual stone can only be exchanged for about 5,000 mid-quality pearls, depending on the quality of your goods. Han Fei frowned. Why were the low-quality spiritual stones so valuable when they each only contained slightly more than 10,000 points of spiritual energy? He couldn't help but ask, can you tell me more about the spiritual stones? Few people in the level 3 fishery knew spiritual stones. He only knew the spiritual stones from the demon purification pot, not from any book. He usually considered the spiritual stones as a source of spiritual energy and nothing else, but now that he learned the exchange rate of the stones, he felt that there was something more to them. The faceless woman talked to the window again and said to Han Fei, the information on the spiritual stones is only worth 500,000 mid-quality pearls. You can take your time and read it through. Han Fei couldn't have looked more awful. The specter was really good, but it was really costly. They even charged money for popularization of knowledge. That was too greedy. Eventually, after paying 280 low-quality spiritual stones, Han Fei acquired the information on Sun Mu's team and on the spiritual stones. When he made the payment, Han Fei moped for his poorness. But the faceless woman said casually, intelligence seems expensive, but it's actually much more valuable than its price for the right person. Han Fei snorted, giving a silent agreement. The good thing was that he had got everything he wanted. If he had taken out spiritual stones on the dragon boat, he probably couldn't have gotten away. The faceless woman said, please follow me. You've spent more than 30 million mid-quality pearls on the specter today. In case anyone wants to try something, please exit via the secret passage. Chapter 387, A Fish Skin. The secret passage of the specter was like a sewer system, dark, narrow, and badly conditioned. There was no telling where it led to. The faceless woman said, just go down the passage. Every door that has the engraving of a madman is an exit. However, please try to contain the saber vibe in you. It's too intense. Han Fei was briefly stunned. Another person had pointed out the saber aura in him. But why couldn't he feel anything? He did not consider it a big deal. Even if he did, he would not know how to hide it at all either. What Han Fei could do was try to make himself as peaceful as an ordinary person. He did not completely trust the faceless woman either. Who knew what was inside the passage? So, he specifically spoke to Hexagon Starfish telepathically. Mr. Hexagon Starfish, are there barriers here? Can I get out with a flash stone? The Hexagon Starfish, who had been pretending to be a weakling, replied, I don't smell any barriers. If we run into any, I can break them. Hearing what the hexagon starfish said, Han Fei nodded and went into the narrow and long passage. After about 5 kilometers, Han Fei finally saw the first door that had the engraving of a madman. But the hideousness of the engraving rendered him speechless. The so-called madman was actually a bearded, half-naked, brawny man with ferocious eyes. He was holding giant axes in his hands, as if he were ready to cut any visitor apart. This is so ugly. Han Fei did not choose the first exit. According to the faceless woman, there seemed to be a lot of doors with madman engravings. He decided to be more random about it. In the meantime, Han Fei spoke to the hexagon starfish. Mr. Hexagon Starfish, give me a 6-gate array. The hexagon starfish replied, it's safe here. Han Fei said, but it might not be safe after we get out. I spent too much money today. Someone may be tailing me. Something wriggled on his shoulder, and an invisible array was cast on Han Fei. Han Fei couldn't help but remark, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, your array is so much better than mine. How long have you studied it? The hexagon starfish said, I never studied it. I'm naturally capable of it. Han Fei was too angry to talk. Was this the benefit of heritages? He had read the spirit-gathering scripture for a year, but he hadn't quite figured out arrays yet. The hexagon starfish, on the other hand, was capable of it without any learning. He didn't know what to say. About half an hour later, when Han Fei reached the 9th door with the madman engraving, he finally walked out. There was not an aisle behind the door. He found himself at a corner in a cabin after he exited the passage. Nobody was around. Han Fei secretly took a breath of relief. He looked back and mumbled at the door, it's really ugly. After several hundred meters, Han Fei said to the hexagon starfish, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, let me tell you, forget about the shiny garbage. Take me to more treasure troves when you're free. If we work together, we can explore any place in the level 3 fishery, can't we? Hexagon starfish are all cowards. Is there any point in saying that to it? While Han Fei was trying to fool the hexagon starfish, someone chuckled hoarsely and casually from a corner. Instantly, Han Fei was having goosebumps. Had he been approached? Subconsciously, Han Fei took out the blood-drinking knife in a defensive posture. The guy was so close to him without alarming him, which indicated that the guy was very strong. Han Fei looked at the source of the sound and did find a faceless man in a corner. To Han Fei's surprise, the corner was not the one where he came out just now. It was not dark. He should have seen it even without his mental senses. However, he had neglected the corner just now. Han Fei asked warily, Who are you? In a low voice, the man chuckled and said, I'm a faceless man. Frowning, Han Fei said, I'm sorry, but I'm in a rush. I don't have time for chit-chat. But the man simply laughed and said, What are you rushing for? Are you worried that I'll eat you? You have the smell of the big red trunk. Well, I haven't smelled it since a long time ago. Paused, Han Fei couldn't have looked more awful. What do you want? Sit. Seats were non-existent on the Spectre, and it was damp everywhere. However, none of the guests cared. They had formed the habit of sitting on the ground. Han Fei's critical weakness had been pointed out. He had plenty of the big red trunk left, but he had sold the spiritual stones without revealing the big red trunk. Yet, this guy pointed it out casually. How could Han Fei not be shocked? After a pause, Han Fei sat down on the faceless man's opposite side. What now? The faceless man smirked. You want to kill me? Don't worry. I'm not interested in the big red trunk, not as much as in you. You're even sturdier than a peak-level dangling fisher. How did you manage it? Han Fei snorted. By luck. The man laughed. Thousands of people are looking for luck, but none of them are as sturdy as you, Fine. I'm too lazy to interrogate you. You said something was ugly just now. What's ugly? Naturally, Han Fei couldn't speak the truth, so he simply said, I was talking about the mask. But the man shrugged and said, You were saying that the madman engraving is ugly, weren't you? Han Fei was stunned again. You came from the secret passage too? The man grimaced. Of course, and I agree with you. You may find it hard to believe, but I tried to modify that engraving by creating a better replacement. I sold it to the Spectre, but they didn't take it. Han Fei was lost for words. Are you a psycho? Who do you think you are? Do you expect them to just take everything you sell? However, Han Fei's face did not betray himself. He said casually, Then why don't you keep creating? Maybe you can meet the requirements of the Spectre someday. The man said, Why don't you draw me one? I can try selling it for you. Han Fei said coldly. Do I look like I have nothing better to do? The man was rather choked. I don't know about you, but I have nothing to do. I'm too lazy to go to the sea. I'm nothing better than a salty fish now. Han Fei said, Why don't you keep being a salty fish while I take my leave first? The man scoffed. Draw it, my friend. I've calculated it, boy. You have disaster coming to you. As he spoke, the man took out a brush and a fish skin. Speechlessly, Han Fei stared at the man, wondering what kind of freak he had possibly run into. However, freakish as the man was, Han Fei didn't think that he was an ordinary person. Actually, he found that few guests on the Spectre were ordinary. They were mostly great experts. Perhaps the great experts thought differently from ordinary people. It's like the geniuses always did things that other people couldn't understand. Accepting the brush, Han Fei doodled, and after no more than 100 seconds, a one-eyed skull with a red ribbon above and 2 pirate swords below appeared on the fish skin. Yes, Han Fei had copied the standard symbol of pirates. But it didn't matter. Since it was just a painting, he didn't consider it a big deal. The faceless man exclaimed and said, Interesting. Boy, you're suitable for ghost boats. Han Fei smiled in disdain. I don't have time for ghost boats, the man chuckled. Forget it, you're too paranoid. Let me see, you have trouble with women. Pooh, Han Fei almost slashed his knife at the faceless man's head. I thought you were someone awesome, but you're telling me that I have trouble with women? Lost for words, Han Fei rose. I've just calculated something about you too. Oh? Tilting his head, Han Fei said, according to my calculation, you are a salty fish without dreams. You have trouble with salty fish. The faceless man shook his head. Naughty. When Han Fei turned around, something was suddenly thrown to him. Han Fei subconsciously picked it up, only to find that it was a scroll of fish skin. The faceless man laughed and said, if you're in trouble someday, open this scroll and it may save your life. Han Fei thought to himself, is he a psycho? He was about to throw the scroll away, but it seemed inappropriate to drop it in front of the man. So he put the scroll into Forge the Universe and said, thank you, I hope you can keep enjoying your salty fish life. He turned around and did not want to stay. Though surprised at the man's strength, he was also scared of the man's unpredictability. Who could tell what was on the man's mind? Han Fei did not stay on the specter much longer. Though there might still be plenty of opportunities, he was absolutely penniless at this point, without even a single mid-quality pearl. Behind Han Fei, the faceless man secretly smiled and closed the fish skin on the ground. Then he mumbled, what a monster. Chapter 388, third on the wanted list. When Han Fei left the specter, many people happened to be coming to the ship, and he met 5 or 6 people head-on. However, because Han Fei was wearing a black robe and a mask, they did not notice him. When nobody was around, Han Fei quickly took off his clothes and mask and then jumped directly into the sea. Although, in theory, he overthrew many people with force, there were so many strong masters on the ghost ship. He didn't want to be recognized so quickly. Even if he could beat them, he had no time to fight them. Now he had something more important to do than fight. At dawn, thousands of kilometers away, a red fishing boat galloped on the sea, which was as fast as a red beam of light on the sea. Someone saw this fishing boat, but no one paid attention to it. Most people thought it was a ghost speed divine boat. A few people knew that this was not a ghost speed divine boat because its speed seemed a bit faster than the former. Because of the ship, no one dared to mess around with Han Fei, 10,000 kilometers away. Han Fei sat on the fishing boat with several jade slips in front of him. However, at this moment, Han Fei wasn't looking at the jade slips but sat cross-legged, surrounded by spiritual energy and guarded by 9 tails. After a moment, Owner Han Fei O level 36, intermediate dangling fisher I spiritual energy, 28,526, 5001, spiritual heritage E O level, 5 high quality O spiritual beast Wen Yin Yang, spirit swallowing fish level 30. Weapons blue sea wandering dragon daggers, water dividing seal, blood drinking knife, a main arta, void breaking technique, volume 4 of void fishing, demon level, divine quality. As the saying went, sharpening the knife wouldn't delay the work of cutting firewood. Upgrading the spiritual heritage was extremely important. After his spiritual heritage was upgraded to level 5 high quality, it couldn't be upgraded any longer, but it was a level higher than before. For some reason, he felt that his body seemed to be getting lighter. Although it was not obvious, he felt that something had changed in him. However, the effect of spiritual heritage was not that obvious and could only be reflected slightly during cultivation. Han Fei had no time to pay attention to the growth of his spiritual heritage. Now he had collected 5 creatures in the demon purification pot whose strength was quite strong. If he fused them, he might get a creature no weaker than 9 tails or little gold, possibly even stronger. Han Fei certainly wouldn't let go of this opportunity. In the demon purification pot, an exotic iron wall shrimp, a mysterious mutant devilfish, an exotic millennium snapper, an exotic mutant snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus, and the 5th was the timid divine seaweed octopus. Han Fei silently said, "Fuse." After a few seconds, the demon purification pot had no response, and Han Fei said again, "Fuse." "Fuck, is the pot broken?" "Fuse." Han Fei waited for a long while, but the demon purification pot had no response, and he suddenly noticed that in the gray mist, the millennium snapper was shattering and gradually faded away. "Mon?" Han Fei frowned. "The millennium snapper is gone? Why?" Suddenly, Han Fei shook his head. The millennium snapper was actually a human. Could it be that the demon purification pot found out, so he still lacked an ocean creature? Okay, I'll just find another one. The fishery is so big and is full of different creatures. I've got enough time. He grabbed a jade slip. The first person he thought of was Xia Xiaoshan, who seemed the most dangerous. Xia Xiaoshan's ranking on the wanted list was even higher than him, and she had a short temper. Even Han Fei couldn't handle her when she was pissed off, and when she got crazy, she was a real time bomb. Her combat power index soared geometrically, which was not something ordinary people could handle. Han Fei looked at the jade slip, sometimes shocked, sometimes surprised, sometimes angry, and sometimes relieved. The records on the jade slip were detailed, saying that Xia Xiaoshan fought for treasure with others in the death cave. A total of 34 people entered the cave, but only Xia Xiaoshan and one other person came out. However, when the other person came out, he went crazy. And when xuanhuan came out, she summoned and fused with her giant arowana and fought like crazy. After killing 28 enemies, she was severely wounded but managed to flee. Han Fei frowned when he saw that she was severely injured. He knew that after xuanhuan went crazy, she would be weak for a period of time, during which her strength would be reduced a lot and she could be vulnerable. Fortunately, she escaped. But people were very curious about her giant arowana. Unlike in the town, people in the level 3 fishery were more knowledgeable. Some people said that they had read about a giant arowana in ancient books. It was a very powerful ocean creature from the unknown place, which was not something ordinary people could own. Based on this, the ghost ship speculated that xuanhuan had an unknown exotic bloodline. In addition to the spiritual heritage, the Jade Slip also introduced xuanhuan's background, spiritual beasts, contractual spiritual beasts, and other information about her. And the last piece of information surprised Han Fei the most. Xuanhuan was forced to enter the undersea city, suspected of having obtained a divine weapon. Yes, the news that Han Fei got before was that xuanhuan had appeared near the undersea city. However, the information given by the Spectre was that xuanhuan was forced to hide in the undersea city, which was why Han Fei was anxious. After reading the information about xuanhuan, Han Fei frowned. Then, he quickly turned his eyes to the Jade Slip about Zhang Xuanyu. It read, Zhang Xuanyu male, 15 years old, a junior dangling fisher, spiritual beast bloodthirsty shark, gold-thirsty sharko contractual spiritual beast. Gold water silkworm A background. Thug Academy in the Blue Sea Town, the 1,000-star city events. When Zhang Xuanyu first came to the level 3 fishery, he went into the flowstone pit by mistake and was subdued by the strong to do mining in the flowstone pit. Later, because he led the oppressed dangling fishers to rise up in revolt, he was almost killed. A murderous gleam flickered in Han Fei's eyes when he read this. Almost killed? No. If Zhang Xuanyu was killed, Han Fei could be sure that the 4 of them would definitely destroy the place called Flowstone Pit. Fortunately, it recorded that Zhang Xuanyu was rescued by someone and then he blew up the Flowstone Pit and led 37 people to resist the oppression. In the end, he robbed the strong masters in the Flowstone Pit and fled. According to records, 26 of the people led by Zhang Xuanyu died, and he and the remaining 11 escaped and disappeared. It was said the last time he showed up, he was around 80,000 kilometers near the Abyssal Chasm. Han Fei felt his heart miss a beat. Zhang Xuanyu had been out of luck. Even his direction of escape was the Abyssal Chasm that he had been looking for. Han Fei thought he should go to the Abyssal Chasm as soon as possible. Zhang Xuanyu alone probably couldn't survive a horrible place like the Abyssal Chasm. What made Han Fei helpless was that Zhang Xuanyu was too far away from him. The real distance between the Abyssal Chasm and where he was now was almost 200,000 kilometers. This meant that it would take him 4 days to the place where Zhang Xuanyu disappeared even if he steered the wind god boat forward without a wink of sleep. According to the information, Zhang Xuanyu was supposed to be being hunted, so it was impossible for him to stay in place for 4 days. For this reason, Han Fei immediately flipped through the minutes of exploring the Abyssal Chasm that Yang Ruoyun gave him. After a while, Han Fei sighed. It wasn't that Yang Ruoyun lied to him. This time, she really didn't lie to him. It was just that the records in this book were too complicated and even contained the hundreds of years of exploration history of the Abyssal Chasm. According to the records, the dangerous places around the Abyssal Chasm had covered 50,000 kilometers. There were no less than 10 open secret realms and no less than 50 hidden secret realms. The point was that the Abyssal Chasm was said to be extremely dangerous. Even if he went there, it was a question whether he could find Zhang Xuanyu, let alone helped him. Han Fei sighed. Yu, it's not that I don't want to help you, but that the place you chose is too dangerous. Even I dare not go there. Why did you run there? After reading the information of the two, Han Fei did not immediately digest the gains from the ghost ship but ran directly in the direction of the undersea city. In theory, Zhang Xuanyu was more dangerous and his ability to escape would not be as great as Xiao. However, Han Fei remembered that when Zhang Xuanyu was still a fishing master, he had drifted from other towns to the Blue Sea Town. Although Zhang Xuanyu didn't seem to be strong, the fact that he could enter the Thug Academy had proven his strength. To put it bluntly, Zhang Xuanyu was a genius, so far the only guy who had grown to this day based on the combat skills he created by himself. On the way, Han Fei read the intelligence on the Sunmu trio. He had already doubted that Mo Feiyan and Yang Deyu were not Sunmu's helpers. It was just that they seemed to have reached some sort of agreement beforehand. He just read the information about Sunmu. As for the other two people, Han Fei had a feeling that their purpose was not him. After reading the Jade Slip about Sunmu, Han Fei was speechless. The information rated Sunmu highly. The records only mentioned that Sunmu came to the level 3 fishery for cultivation and had a dispute with Han Fei. Therefore, the Sun family had been hunting Han Fei. The information cleverly avoided mentioning the real reason that the Sun family chased Han Fei and did not mention any information about the sea token. The information mentioned that the Sun family was a large family of the 1,000-star city and was deeply rooted in the level 3 fishery, and there were Sun family people almost on every dragon boat. Han Fei thought that most of the people living on the top floors of dragon boats were probably from big families. Therefore, there were definitely not just people from the Sun family, but also many people from other large families. The information described how the Sun family chased Han Fei and emphasized that the Sun family had lost nearly 20 peak-level dangling fishers because of this hunting action. Even Han Fei was surprised at this number. When did I kill so many people? I remember there only being 7 or 8 people who were really killed by me. Did they lay the blame on me for those guys who became fish? When Han Fei continued to read, his face became even darker. Sun Mu actually announced a few days ago that Han Fei had obtained many divine weapons, treasure, spiritual fruits, and dozens of heaven-level combat skills in the sea grassland. Fuck, Han Fei was speechless. This was sheer fabrication. Did this guy try to make people believe that he was a mobile treasure house? However, he immediately frowned. If this was the case, then there would be no ordinary people who might hunt him down. Then, if anyone still dared to chase him down, these people were definitely the strongest. In the previous battle, he slaughtered so many strong masters and killed 2 peak-level dangling fishers on the spot. Han Fei could predict that those who would chase him in the future would all be peak-level dangling fishers. Bustard, next time I meet you, you'll be dead meat. The records also mention that Sun Mu had arranged for his men to go to the undersea city. Han Fei's face turned darker. This little bustard was too sinister. If he already knew about Xia Xiaochan, then he probably also knew about Zhang Xuanyu's relationship with him. Han Fei could guess his plan, which was to catch them and then use them to threaten him to hand over the sea token. Buzz, Han Fei accelerated the wind god boat to its fastest speed. He didn't have enough time now. For others, there was no difference today. However, for him and his companions, this difficulty level had been greatly improved. The information did not mention that Xia Xiaoshan's strength had improved. That was to say, she was still a junior dangling fisher. In this case, unless Xia Xiaoshan went crazy, she had almost no chance to confront peak-level dangling fishers. Han Fei steered the wind god boat forward at full gallop. On dragon boats, someone had spent a lot of money to adjust the wanted list. Among them, the change that had received the most attention was that Han Fei now ranked 3rd on the list. Chapter 389, Unlucky Jiangtong. The sea grassland was actually not close to the undersea city, and the distance was about 150,000 kilometers. Even if the wind god boat kept sailing without stopping, it would take more than 2 days to reach the latter. In the past 2 days, Han Fei consumed hundreds of thousands of points of spiritual energy and never stopped for a moment. During the period, he read the information about spiritual stones. It turned out that spiritual stones were actually not uncommon. The reason that it was not popularized in the level 3 fishery was that they were not supposed to be used in the level 3 fishery. Spiritual stones could be said to be a kind of currency or energy. Mid-quality pearls with strong purchasing power could barely be used in dragon boats, but on the ghost ship, they were the most basic unit of currency. According to the information, spiritual stones could serve as a high-level currency even on dragon boats. Only then did Han Fei know why this information was valuable. It was not because the introduction of spiritual stones was valuable, but this material introduced the currencies used in the unknown place. In the unknowable place, people usually use high-quality and extra-quality pearls, and extra-quality pearls were almost equivalent to low-quality spiritual stones. This was why the exchange rate of low-quality spiritual stones and mid-quality pearls was so high. From the prices, you could measure a place. It could be guessed from the information of spiritual stones that the difficulty level of the unknown place was probably much higher than that of the level 3 fishery. Otherwise, how could a rare thing like spiritual stones become a currency there? Since it was a currency, no matter how valuable it was, in a sense, it was a common commodity for everyone. It was just that each person owned different amounts of them due to their difference in ability. Han Fei couldn't imagine how dangerous the unknown place was if even spiritual stones had become a common commodity there. After all, benefits were always linked to risks. However, Han Fei didn't intend to waste his spiritual stones anymore. He might as well rob a few more people. Anyway, judging from the current situation, even if he didn't want to rob anyone, people would come to rob him. After a day and a half, Han Fei stopped the ship. It wasn't because the wind god boat consumed too much spiritual energy, but he was thinking that after he arrived in the undersea city, he would face the chase from strong fishers again. Therefore, before that, he needed to deduce the camouflage art first. Camouflage art, mystic level mid-quality, A remarks, or marks in a camouflage technique created based on the camouflage abilities of marine life. In a static state, it can fool most people's vision. Disadvantage. Too low-leveled, no effect in the face of spiritual perception, deduced art. Psychedelic art consumes spiritual energy in deduction 0A 30,000. When Han Fei saw the spiritual energy to be consumed in this deduction, he smiled. He hadn't encountered this kind of low-level technique that only needed 5 digits of spiritual energy to deduce for a long time. Deduce. It only took about 10 minutes and a new technique was deduced. Psychedelic art. Psychedelic art. Spirit level mid-quality, A remarks. According to the psychedelic ability of marine creatures, disguise yourself and exude psychedelic characteristics to the outside world. It is almost ineffective to spirit gatherers. It is almost ineffective to spirit gatherers. A deduced Arta illusion Arta consumed spiritual energy in deduction 0 way 100,000. Huh? Han Fei froze for a moment. Almost ineffective on spirit gatherers? The next moment he took a tumble. All spirit gatherers had practiced pupil spell, so they could see through the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and it was not difficult for them to see through this psychedelic characteristic. After all, this was not an illusion. He performed another deduction, and this psychedelic art became ecstasy art, a spirit-level divine quality technique. But the disadvantage was still that the impact on spirit gatherers was not great, so Han Fei continued to deduct it twice. In the end, Han Fei deduced the mystic-level mid-quality camouflage art into a demon-level divine quality Thousand Faces technique. Although Han Fei could continue to deduce it, it was no longer necessary. Thousand Faces technique, demon-level divine quality. A remarks. The technique was created by combining the characteristics of thousands of oceanic psychedelic creatures. It can change various parts of the body by controlling the way the spiritual energy flows in the body. A disadvantage. A disadvantage. Although he had enough spiritual energy to continue to deduce the Thousand Faces technique, once a demon-level technique becomes a heaven-level one, its difficulty becomes completely different. These were two completely different realms. Han Fei was afraid that once it was deduced, he would have to spend a lot of time practicing it, so the current one was the best choice. Jiang Tong was a peak-level dangling fisher and was used to being a loner. At this moment, he was cursing, "Damn it, what happened in the undersea city? How come so many people suddenly appeared?" Jiang Tong had not landed on a dragon boat for 2 months. Before that, he discovered a secret realm from which he made a fortune, gaining a heaven-level combat skill and a high-quality spiritual stick without a spirit sealed in it. He was overjoyed. However, he just came out of the secret realm and ran into 3 peak-level dangling fishers and 2 advanced dangling fishers head-on. This almost scared him out of his pants. As a result, he was chased away. If it weren't for the fact that he was used to being a loner and his spiritual beast, Golden Water Snake, was extremely fast, he might have been dead now. But who could have expected that he would encounter 3 waves of people along the way? Except for the first wave of people, there were peak-level dangling fishers in the other waves. Jiang Tong gritted his teeth. It seems that I can no longer stay in the undersea city. I should change places quickly. Go to Valley of 10,000 Smokes, yes. However, Jiang Tong had just taken out his fishing boat, only to see a red light on the sea swish over. Ghost speed divine boat? F. Jiang Tong was so scared that he put away the fishing boat, dove into the water, and swam desperately to the bottom of the sea. He almost burst into tears. In the level 3 fishery, there were only a few people who could afford ghost speed divine boat. This kind of person was fucking rushing towards him. If he didn't run away, he would be dead meat. Although he was a peak-level dangling fisher, he was simply no match for this kind of person who was either from a powerful family or extremely talented. Jiang Tong hurriedly fused with his spiritual beast and ran as quickly as he could. He was very regretful. He hadn't been to a dragon boat for long and had used up all his flash stones. This time, he definitely wouldn't begrudge money anymore and buy as many flash stones as he could. Huh? Han Fei was surprised. He had intended to catch someone and ask for information, but this guy's reaction was fast and he jumped into the sea in the blink of an eye. A peak-level dangling fisher? Han Fei saw that after that person fused with his spiritual beast, he abruptly accelerated, causing seawater to rise tens of meters high. So even if he was not a peak-level dangling fisher, he must be at least an advanced dangling fisher. Swish, the wind god boat was put away. Attach. As Little Gold attached to Han Fei, he had wings on his back and dove into the water. Following the watermarks, he quickly pursued that person. At this moment, Han Fei's strength was not that of an ordinary intermediate dangling fisher at all. Whether in physique, strength, or speed, he had undergone thorough changes after he made a breakthrough in the indestructible body art. In the water, a golden red phantom was as fast as lightning, chasing the cyan light ahead. As a peak-level dangling fisher, the guy's speed was terrifyingly fast. At this moment, Han Fei could be sure that the man in front was definitely one of the strongest peak-level dangling fishers because his speed was at least 30% faster than the average peak-level dangling fisher. If it weren't for Little Gold, he wouldn't have been able to catch up with this guy. After about 30 minutes, Han Fei finally caught up with that man and was only a kilometer away from him. Jiang Tong almost cried. Fuck, what did I do wrong? I am just a lone treasure hunter. I just happened to pass by. Why did you do this to me? Seeing that Han Fei was only 500 meters away, Jiang Tong suddenly gritted his teeth and threw 2 mid-quality spiritual weapons at Han Fei. Bam, 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 bam. Han Fei was speechless. I haven't done anything to you yet. Why did you explode your own weapons? And exploded 2 at the same time. Swish. A glint of a blade cut the water in half, and the turbulent seawater and powerful impact energy of the explosion of 2 mid-quality spiritual weapons were cut in half by Han Fei's slash. Jiang Tong was dumbfounded. What? I exploded 2 of my mid-quality spiritual weapons and didn't even slow you down for a second. Then he saw a boy landing 100 meters away holding a kitchen knife in his hand. They looked at each other blinking. Zhang Tong was shocked. Are you only an intermediate dangling fisher? How is that possible? Han Fei chuckled. Hey, why did you run when you saw me? Zhang Tong's face changed and his mind was racing. Who is this person? He, only an intermediate dangling fisher, owns a ghost speed divine boat, is even faster than me, and blocked the impact energy of the explosion of 2 mid-quality spiritual weapons with a single slash? Zhang Tong didn't know the real strength of Han Fei, but he was sure that he should never take Han Fei as an ordinary intermediate dangling fisher. Otherwise, he would be killed, Zhang Tong said timidly. Why are you chasing me? Chapter 390, Robbery at the Bottom of the Sea. Zhang Tong went into combat mode, holding a high-quality spiritual weapon in his hand, and at the same time, a set of combat armor was condensed over his body. Han Fei cast a surprised glance at him. It was the first time he saw someone in combat armor, and this combat armor turned out to be a high-quality spiritual weapon. However, Zhang Tong's chubby body didn't fit in this combat armor. It must not have been his own. Han Fei put away his knife and looked at Zhang Tong curiously. You are quite strong. Can I ask you some questions? Zhang Tong's pupils constricted slightly. He guessed right. This person was by no means simple. Facing him, he not only had no fear, but also didn't even take him seriously. Zhang Tong resisted the urge to attack and said with a dark face, Yes, Han Fei continued. Now that you are so strong, do you know any information about Xia Xiaoshan? Zhang Tong was taken aback. Who is Xia Xiaoshan? Han Fei was stunned. Don't you know who she is? Should I know? Han Fei was silent for a moment. How long have you not been in contact with other people? Zhang Tong answered in surprise. 2 months. Why do you ask me this? Han Fei waved his hand. Forget it. Well, I'm done asking questions. Can I exchange something with you? Zhang Tong's heart suddenly missed a beat and he said with a dark look, No, I have my weapons and combat armor protecting my life. Even if you kill me, I won't exchange them with you. Han Fei shrugged. I don't want your sword and combat armor. Zhang Tong frowned. Do you want my sea-swallowing seashell? That's even more unlikely. Han Fei rolled his eyes at him. I don't want your sea-swallowing seashell either. Zhang Tong was surprised. Didn't this guy come to rob him? He couldn't help asking, Then what do you want? Han Fei curled his lips and said, I want to exchange a fishing boat with you. Huh? Zhang Tong was dumbfounded and asked weakly, Are you going to trade your ghost speed divine boat for my boat? Han Fei smiled. Nice try. I will trade a common one for yours, which may be a bit worse than yours, but it can still run nearly 2,000 kilometers every hour. There were many fishing boats in those sea-swallowing shells that Han Fei snatched before. He left one of the best to facilitate the disguise of his real identity. However, considering that he had to find Xia Xiaoshan quickly, the speed of more than 2,000 kilometers was too slow. Just now, he found that this man's fishing boat was of extraordinary quality, with a speed of at least 3,000 kilometers. Zhang Tong frowned again. So, you want to rob me? Han Fei curled his lips. How can you call it a robbery? I just want to borrow your fishing boat. Han Fei smiled, and his face suddenly became cold. So you don't want to help me? Zhang Tong was at a loss for words in anger. It's you who wants to rob me. I'm not angry yet. Why do you look even angrier than me? Seeing Han Fei being so aggressive, Zhang Tong said coldly, I admit you are strong, but do you think you can beat me? Hey! Han Fei grinned and suddenly disappeared in place with a swish. Zhang Tong was stunned, only to see that dozens of spiritual weapons appeared around Han Fei in an instant. His mouth was agape. Is this guy from a very rich family? Zhang Tong didn't want to surrender to Han Fei. Although Han Fei had many spiritual weapons, the quality was not good, so he waved his long sword and it split into countless sword shadows. At this moment, the seabed was full of sword chi and shining glints of weapons and clanking sounds were heard without end. 9-star chain, clone. Han Fei was triumphantly watching Zhang Tong being clasped by the 9-star chain, but his smile disappeared in the next second. This guy even learned the clone technique. However, Han Fei soon found out with Pupil Spell that although Zhang Tong's combat skill was surprising, its level was not high. It should be of around spirit level ultra quality to demon level low quality. Water stirring seal technique. Han Fei held the big seal in his hand and slammed it towards Zhang Tong, but the latter suddenly flashed away, which looked similar to Xia Xiaoshan's flashing technique. At this moment, Hexagon Starfish whispered in Han Fei's ear, It's the power of deadly starfish. Tell me where he will flash to next time. Zhang Tong said, You are not weak, but you can't kill me. Why don't we just go our separate ways and not interfere with each other? Haha. When Han Fei attacked him again, Zhang Tong flashed away again, but this time, he was not as lucky as the last time. As soon as Zhang Tong appeared, he saw a burst of blade light only dozens of meters in front of him. Sword shield. Bam. Puff. Zhang Tong was smashed into the air. He still wanted to escape, only to find he was surrounded by purple columns of light. Formation? Yes, this formation was the 6-door formation of Hexagon Starfish. Han Fei liked this formation very much, but it was a pity that this was the inheritance formation of Hexagon Starfish and others couldn't learn it. Before Zhang Tong counterattacked, a big net was thrown down. Seeing this net, Zhang Tong cried, This is fucking unfair. He simply had no chance. How could he resist a guy who had a sealing formation, spirit forbidden net, and superb strength at the same time? If it weren't for his combat armor, he might have been dead. Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Zhang Tong in the net. I told you to exchange your fishing boat with mine. If I were you, I would have agreed earlier. Zhang Tong gave a wry smile. Brother, I'm just a small potato. Why don't you let me off? Han Fei grinned. I have to say that you're not bad. You are the only one who survived the drawing art. Okay, I'll give you a chance. Give me your boat and combat armor, and you can go. Zhang Tong froze. Combat armor? Han Fei interrupted him. If I kill you, I can take them too. Okay, Han Fei was very surprised. He didn't expect Zhang Tong to agree so readily. However, it was understandable. Compared to life, the combat armor was nothing. After he withdrew the spirit forbidden net, Zhang Tong suddenly bounced up and the battle combat armor floated in front of him, and he said harshly, I can give you my boat, but not the combat armor. If you try to grab it, I will blow myself up now. Han Fei really wanted to slap himself. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person by nature, so he didn't want to kill Zhang Tong. Who would expect that as soon as he withdrew the net, Zhang Tong threatened to blow himself up? Han Fei was speechless. He could feel that this guy's strength was no weaker than that of the Sun Mu trio. If Zhang Tong did blow himself up, he might not be able to handle it. Han Fei waved his hand. Fine, you can keep the combat armor. Give me the boat and we'll go our separate ways. Zhang Tong's eyes flickered. Han Fei's strength completely surpassed his imagination. He even had the spirit forbidden net. This guy couldn't be an ordinary person. The spirit forbidden net was almost comparable in value to an extra quality spiritual weapon, or even more precious. Okay. Although Jiang Tong was reluctant, he didn't want to clash with Han Fei over a fishing boat. Otherwise, if Han Fei was pissed off, he would lose more than he could gain. On the sea, Jiang Tong still had the combat armor hovering in front of him as if he would blow himself up at any time. At this moment, 2 fishing boats were floating on the sea. Han Fei jumped to Jiang Tong's fishing boat without hesitation, and then his eyes rolled. Hey! Brother, you look quite strong. Would you like to join me to do something big? Han Fei shook his head. No, Han Fei tried to persuade him. Why not? You know what? If we succeed, you can easily get a few million mid-quality pearls, Zhang Tong sneered. Brother, do you think I'm stupid? You want to change fishing boats with me because you want to do something shady. That's why you don't dare to use your ghost speed divine boat. What you're going to do must be very dangerous. How can I be so stupid as to join you? Han Fei was speechless. Bro, you think too much, Han Fei shouted. Relax. The opponents are all intermediate or advanced, dangling fishers. They are easy to beat. Zhang Tong glanced at Han Fei. Don't lie to me. I have been hunted many times along the way, and there are peak-level dangling fishers everywhere. Go by yourself. Han Fei was shocked. Damn, there are peak-level dangling fishers everywhere? Fortunately, he didn't use the Wind God boat to go straight in. Otherwise, he must have been besieged again. Seeing Zhang Tong controlling the fishing boat to leave, Han Fei hurriedly shouted, Brother, don't go. What's your name? I will return the fishing boat to you later. Zhang Tong was taken aback. Is this guy a lunatic? Return my fishing boat? Seriously? Han Fei disdainfully said, Your fishing boat is not good enough for me. I told you, I'm just borrowing it. I will return you a better one later. No need. Chapter 39:1, Lurk. After hearing Zhang Tong's words, Han Fei's first reaction was that xuanhuan appeared here and attracted the attention of many people, so a large number of peak-level dangling fishers appeared nearby. However, Han Fei wondered why none of these peak-level dangling fishers had found her. But even he might not be able to find her so easily. In that case, Han Fei felt that he wasn't in a hurry to find xuanhuan. He'd better digest and absorb the spiritual fruit he had taken first. It wouldn't be too late for him to make a move when he discovered anything wrong in this sea area. With this in mind, Han Fei smiled at Zhang Tong, who was staring at him vigilantly. Okay, you can go now. Since you don't want this ship, I won't make it difficult for you. Zhang Tong did not tell Han Fei his name in the end. He didn't trust Han Fei, so he certainly wouldn't tell him his name. Seeing Zhang Tong quickly control the fishing boat to leave, Han Fei did not stop him. In his ear, Hexagon Starfish said, There seems to be something good on this person. I can feel it. Han Fei widened his eyes. Why didn't you tell me earlier? He has already left. What's the fucking point for you to tell me this now? Hexagon Starfish's eyes kept rolling. It's a bit dangerous, so I didn't tell you. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. A bit dangerous? Something that made Hexagon Starfish feel a bit dangerous must be truly dangerous. It seemed that he made the right choice not to forcibly keep this person. Although this robbery was imperfect, he had got what he wanted. Not only because he obtained a fishing boat, but more importantly, he got the information from Zhang Tong that there were many peak-level dangling fishers here. One day later, under a certain rock on the seafloor, a person climbed out looking vigorous. If Li Hanyi were here, he would have questioned who the hell was pretending to be him. At first, Han Fei wanted to disguise himself as Zhang Tong, but that guy was a peak-level dangling fisher. If he got caught, he might be in trouble, so he chose to masquerade as Li Hanyi. Because Han Fei didn't know many people, he randomly picked Li Hanyi to be his cover. He swam out of the sea and threw a spiritual fruit in his mouth. Then he glanced at the vast ocean and grinned. Well, except that I'm a little shorter than him, I should look exactly like him now. With that, he took the rusty stick out of Forge the Universe. It was not that he didn't want to remove the rust and bumps on the stick. In fact, he tried many times, but every time it was to no avail. He even tried dripping blood on the stick, but the stick gave him no response at all. Therefore, he could only carry this heavy stick on his shoulders. It was because he made a breakthrough in the cultivation of the indestructible body that he could carry this stick so easily. If it were someone else, this stick would easily crush him. Hey, you just refuse to play along, don't you? Fine, from now on, I will call you Embroidery Needle. Hey, Embroidery Needle, are you still not playing along? Embroidery Needle, if you cooperate, I will call you the best stick in the world. After trying for some time more, seeing that the damn stick still gave no response at all, Han Fei snorted angrily. Embroidery Needle. Han Fei sailed forward in the fishing boat. This time, he was no longer evasive. After rushing for half a day, Han Fei encountered a fishing boat. Stop. On the fishing boat stood an armorist, staring at Han Fei's fishing boat. The man asked in a loud voice, Brother, where are you from? Carrying Embroidery Needle on his shoulders, Han Fei suddenly turned sideways and swept away to the left. A figure was retreating sharply, and Han Fei's feet were already entangled by vines. He jumped up and picked with the embroidery needle, and the huge force pulled a thin figure out of the water. Seeing that the attack failed, the three people on the ground immediately gathered and looked at Han Fei in surprise. The female manipulator looked puzzled. You are not an ordinary soul warrior. Han Fei scoffed. Do you think I am easy to bully because I'm alone? On the ground, the armorist hurriedly said, Brother, don't get us wrong, we just wanted to test your strength. Han Fei sneered. Get you wrong? Can you explain to me why you want to test my strength? The armorist said with a smile, Brother, don't you know that the people in the undersea city are hunting demons? Han Fei was surprised. Hunting demons? Who are the demons? Of course, ostensibly, Han Fei said, holding his head high. Sure, otherwise, why would I take the risk to come here? The armorist said, Yes, that's right. Whether we catch Xia Xiao or Han Fei, we'll make a fortune. We are just surprised why you, an intermediate dangling fisher, came here. Aren't you afraid of being hacked to death? Han Fei rolled his eyes. Why should I be afraid? Although I seem to be only an intermediate dangling fisher, I have great strength, strong combat skills, and I am a soul warrior. But you guys are only advanced dangling fishers. Why are you so confident as to hunt Xia Xiaoshan and Han Fei? The cool-looking hunter snorted and asked, At least we are advanced dangling fishers. Whether you have the strength of an advanced dangling fisher or not, it seems that you shouldn't be here. I just came to try my luck. The battle of the strong has nothing to do with me, an intermediate dangling fisher. I don't think any strong master will have so much time to attack me. Why can't I be here? The three people on the opposite side were speechless. This fucking made sense. Whether Han Fei or Xia Xiaoshan, would they really care about an intermediate dangling fisher? The answer was definitely not. Even they thought they could easily rob Han Fei. Who could have expected that his reaction was so quick and his strength was not weak at all? The armorist smiled. Brother, to tell you the truth, we were led here by two peak-level dangling fishers. It is a pity that the three of us were abandoned on the way. You look quite strong. Why don't you join us? Han Fei almost laughed. Abandoned by others, they still have the mood to hang around here? Are these guys stupid? Han Fei refused. I'm not going to join you. 4 people are much more conspicuous than me alone. Do you think I am stupid? The female manipulator squinted at Han Fei. At least we're stronger than you. No matter how strong you are only an intermediate dangling fisher. Do you know how many people have the same thoughts as you? Why do you think you can win against others? No matter how strong you are, how many can you beat alone? Do you mean I'll be able to beat others if I join you? The female manipulator shrugged. At least there is a better chance of survival. As long as we find a spirit gatherer, we have all the 5 professions. Han Fei thought to himself, maybe I can join them and get in the undersea city? Han Fei looked hesitant. Where to find a spirit gatherer? Which spirit gatherer dares to come alone? The armorist laughed out loud. Then snatch one. Our strength is equivalent to 4 advanced dangling fishers. Can't we snatch a spirit gatherer? Han Fei secretly laughed. If it weren't for the fact that I don't want to reveal my real identity, you'd already be dead. Han Fei said hesitantly, Okay, but I won't do anything if we meet Han Fei. I'm here to find Xia Xiaoshan. Haha, okay. In fact, we are all here to find Xia Xiaochan. Who would really dare to hunt down Demon Han? We don't want to die. The armorist graciously invited him to join them, and Han Fei put away his fishing boat. He didn't fear they would trick him. If they dared to do so, he would just kill them. To Han Fei's surprise, these people didn't do anything to him. When Han Fei approached them, he faintly felt that they seemed to have been injured. It seemed that they had just experienced a big battle not long ago. Han Fei didn't point it out, but said with a smile, How are we going to find Xia Xiaoshan? The manipulator said, No rush. We don't have a spirit gatherer yet, so our spiritual energy is not enough to support the battle. It's better to wait. Beside Han Fei, the hunter asked, Brother, what should I call you? Han Fei looked at him with a faint smile. What about you? What should I call you? Armorist, Xiaowu, spiritual beast, cold flame turtle, contractual spiritual beast, purple soldier crab. Hunter, Zhoukai, spiritual beast, red brow shrimp, contractual spiritual beasts, butterfly starworm, and goldwater silkworm. Manipulator, Wang Qingyue, spiritual beast, sea green vine, contractual spiritual beast, red fox fish. After introducing themselves, all three looked at Han Fei a bit coercively. Han Fei knew what they told him was not completely true, but he didn't care because he was not going to tell the truth either. Soul warrior, Li Hanyi, spiritual beast, hexagon starfish, and I don't have a contractual spiritual beast. If Li Hanyi were here, he would take out a tortoise shield and smash Han Fei to death. Why do you fucking pretend to be me? Why? The other three people looked surprised. Hexagon starfish? How come I've never heard of that? You don't have a contractual spiritual beast? Han Fei said lightly. My contractual spiritual beasts all died in battle, and I haven't caught another suitable one yet. Chapter 39-2, Undersea City. Han Fei said that his contractual spiritual beasts were killed in battle, which didn't arouse these people's suspicion. From their perspective, it seemed that this was a very normal thing. After all, Han Fei was a soul warrior. For these close combat professionals, it was normal for their contractual spiritual beasts to die in battle. But they were puzzled at his spiritual beast, which they had never heard of. Although hexagon starfish was a mysterious creature, they were relatively timid by nature and regarded treasures as their livelihood, so generally they wouldn't appear in ordinary places, so few people had seen them in the sea. Besides, due to their poor fighting power, hexagon starfish would not come out normally. What if someone caught them as a contractual spiritual beast? When Han Fei exposed Master Hexagon on his shoulders, the three people were dumbfounded. What could this tiny starfish be used for? Han Fei snorted coldly. Although we are making up a group on a temporary basis, you'd better not trick me. I may not be able to kill the three of you, but killing two should be fine. The three of them were a bit frightened by his words, and then the armorist Zhao Wu smiled and said, Brother Li, you can trust us. We are now teammates. How could we trick you? Relax. Wang Qingyu added, Okay, now we only need a spirit gatherer. Should we wait here or take the initiative to find one? Zhoukai said lightly, Take the initiative to find one. Waiting here is a waste of time. Han Fei was puzzled. Wait a minute. Take the initiative to find one? Where would we find one? Zhao Wu smiled. Brother Li, you just came here, so you don't know the situation. Actually, the Undersea City is very dangerous now, and a large number of peak-level dangling fishers have come over. At this moment, they have probably all gathered outside the Undersea City. As long as we go there, there should be a lot of advanced dangling fishers who are alone. Han Fei frowned. How come? Zhoukai grunted. What else could it be for? Just because the peak-level dangling fishers mock our advanced dangling fishers for being weak, they will form teams with other peak-level dangling fishers without considering us. Han Fei nodded and thought, so that's why these people were abandoned. However, this was not bad. Their strength was neither strong nor weak and barely made do. Han Fei was only an intermediate dangling fisher now. He'd probably be unable to get into a circle of peak-level dangling fishers. The Undersea City was nearly 6,000 miles long and 4,000 miles wide. It was a veritable giant city. There had always been rumors about this place, and there were many versions. First of all, it was a huge square city with surrounding walls. There were 4 gates respectively in the north, south, east, and west, which were also called passes. After entering these 4 passes, you could enter the city. It was said that there was also an inner pass in the city guarding the inner city. Only entering the inner city could be regarded as truly entering the Undersea City. But as for what was in the outer city and inner city of the Undersea City, there were many versions of it. Some people said that there were a large number of dark creatures in the city. What was a dark creature? It was a creature that walked in the darkness like the darkwater rat. These creatures were usually brutal and bloodthirsty. Some people said that there were a lot of small secret realms in the city. While exploring the city, you would be sucked into a secret realm without knowing it. Many people never come out because of this, and no one has even seen their bodies. And some people say that there were a large number of spirits in the Undersea City, which were the souls of dead living beings. They howl day and night and will actively attack invading humans. There were too many rumors about the Undersea City, but the official version meant that the jumble of rumors was actually all correct. This Undersea City was a city under the sea left over from prehistoric times. Anything might appear in it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be these so-called rumors. Han Fei didn't talk much along the way and didn't ask the other 3 anything. That was because he didn't know anything about this place. If he accidentally said something wrong, he might spill the beans. Zhao Wu seemed to be a very talkative guy, and he kept speaking. Han Fei didn't know that much about the Undersea City, but after traveling with Zhao Wu for some time, he had known a lot of information about it. At this moment, Zhao Wu was speaking. Actually, even if we meet Han Fei or Xiao Xiaoshan, we're going to fight neither of them. How dangerous is it to fight them by ourselves? These 2 are very strong. I think we might as well explore the Undersea City. Many people have got chances from the city and then make a fortune. Wang Qingyu scoffed. Shut up. How many people go into the Undersea City every day? But how many people can come out with an opportunity? Zhoukai shrugged. Hey, actually, it's not bad to hunt down those who are alone. As long as we have money, we can buy opportunities on dragon boats. Han Fei looked at these 2 men with contempt. Come on, will the chance you got from a dragon boat allow you to fight dozens of people alone? Can the chance you get from the undersea city make you beat opponents of higher levels than you? My goal is clear. I can't beat Han Fei, so I'm here for Xia Xiaoshan. If you don't go, I will regroup with others. Zhao Wu hurriedly said, oh don't, brotherly, I'm just kidding. We all have a clear target, which is Xia Xiaoshan. But what if Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan rendezvous? Han Fei wondered for a moment. Could they, you think? Wang Qingyue smiled and said, the chance is slim. After all, these two people were not in the same place in the first place. It would be extremely difficult for the two of them to meet in this huge undersea city. But who knows? If these two people meet, I will quit anyway. In that case, we'll leave them to those peak-level dangling fishers. Han Fei nodded secretly. It seemed that it wasn't without merit to be on the wanted list. At least, people would be afraid of you. There were only 100 people on the wanted list of the level 3 fishery, and he and Xia Xiaoshan occupied 2 seats. Even he wouldn't be willing to fight 2 strong masters on the wanted list at the same time. Outside the undersea city, when they were about 10,000 miles away from the undersea city, Han Fei and the others had already encountered other teams frequently. Among them, the teams with a perfect combination actually accounted for less than half. During the period, there was no shortage of teams trying to get closer to Han Fei's team. However, after seeing there were 3 advanced dangling fishers in this team, they did not do anything in the end. Had it not been for the 2 big targets, Xia Xiaoshan and Han Fei's current team would have been wiped off before getting close to the undersea city. Zhou Kai frowned. There are more people here than we thought. Wang Qingyue nodded. Yes, however, these people may not necessarily come for Xia Xiaoshan. I saw many peak-level dangling fishers in their teams. They must have come for Han Fei. Han Fei asked, how do they know that Han Fei will definitely come? Hearing his question, all 3 looked at Han Fei. You don't know why he will definitely come? Han Fei was stunned. Should I fucking know that? Han Fei shrugged. I don't know. I'm here for Xia Xiaoshan. I can't beat Han Fei, so I don't pay much attention to him. Zhao Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Li, you are too unprofessional. These two have a big connection. It is said that they're having a relationship. They are actually lovers. Therefore, if one of them is in trouble, the other will definitely come to help. Puff, Han Fei stumbled and almost fell off the fishing boat. Seeing the 3 people looking at him puzzled, Han Fei pretended to be surprised and widened his eyes. Fuck, I didn't know that. Then if I kill Xia Xiaoshan, will Han Fei chase me down? Everyone, Wang Qingyue rolled her eyes and said, hey, wake up, stop dreaming. We admit that you are not weak, but you want to kill Xia Xiaoshan. Are you serious? Do you think it's so easy to kill anyone on the wanted list? Han Fei smiled but was helpless in his heart. Lovers? Where did these people get the news? When they were thousands of miles near the undersea city, there were obviously more fishing boats. Every few dozen miles there would be one or even many. Han Fei even saw a dozen fishing boats fighting in a melee from a distance. Peak-level dangling fishers were fighting each other, and a group of advanced and intermediate dangling fishers was also fighting fiercely. Zhou Kai looked for a clearing. Let's go. We're not going to participate in this kind of battle. Wang Qingyue controlled the fishing boat to leave quickly. Seeing that Han Fei seemed quite interested, she couldn't help saying, only you soul warriors like fighting. In a place like the undersea city, the more you gain, the more dangerous you are. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth and said, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Zhao Wu laughed. A lot of people think the same way as you. But we have a bigger goal. What if we get injured here? Han Fei said sullenly. Forget it, let's go. Quickly find the spirit gatherer. Otherwise, we may be taken by other teams. Everyone nodded. In this place where many teams gathered, the teams with a perfect combination were very dangerous. 1 hour passed. Wang Qingyue declared, the south gate of the undersea city is in front of us. Be careful. Han Fei and the others finally rushed to the sea area above the south gate of the undersea city. Han Fei looked around. When he found there were no fewer than 1,000 fishing boats scattered here, he gasped. He underestimated this place. If he had come in rashly, he might have been killed in a minute. After all, no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't eliminate so many fishing boats alone. Chapter 39.3 Ask for a battle in a provocative way. On the calm sea, thousands of fishing boats were scattered, making a lot of noise. Zhou Kai chuckled. Finally, we've arrived. Even peak-level dangling fishers don't dare to attack rashly here. Wang Qingyue nodded. This is an unwritten rule. If any peak-level dangling fisher attacks an intermediate or advanced dangling fisher, people will rise up against him together. Han Fei nodded. This so-called unwritten rule was set by intermediate and advanced dangling fishers to protect themselves. There were strength in numbers. Even peak-level dangling fishers would be afraid of a siege. Any advanced dangling fisher armorists? You're welcome to join our team. We need an advanced dangling fisher spirit gatherer. No more intermediate dangling fishers. We need 2, 1 advanced dangling fisher manipulator and 1 hunter. Our team leader is a spirit gatherer who is a peak-level dangling fisher. All peak-level dangling fisher team. We need a soul warrior. Be quick. Information. The latest information about Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan, real and cheap. You're not going to regret buying it. Han Fei was dumbfounded. It's fucking lively here. Aren't these people afraid of being deceived? Do they look for teammates in such a casual way? While Han Fei was thinking, he heard Zhao Wu shouting, we need an advanced dangling fisher spirit gatherer. Anyone want to join us? In a minute after Zhao Wu shouted, a fishing boat came over. At the bow of the boat, an advanced dangling fisher spirit gatherer looked at them and then at Han Fei. Why is the soul warrior only an intermediate dangling fisher? Han Fei carried the embroidery needle on his shoulder. Because average advanced dangling fisher spirit gatherers are not my opponents. The man took a few glances at him and then drove the fishing boat away, seeming not to believe what Han Fei said. Han Fei, Wang Qingyu suggested, you have to show your strength to them. Zhao Wu added, Brother Li, you can ask for a battle. Han Fei was shocked. Ask for a battle? Have you never asked for a battle before? The others all frowned. Now that Li Hanyi was a soul warrior, how could he have never asked for a battle? Han Fei had never heard of it. But there were so many people here, and he must not spill the beans. Han Fei coldly snorted. I usually fought in secret realms, so I don't understand the rules of you people. I didn't know it would be so troublesome just to explore a secret realm. Tell me, what is seeking a fight? The other three were a bit suspicious. In the end, they exchanged glances, and Zhao Wu smiled and said, it is to challenge a strong master of the same level and the same or different profession. Now, as an intermediate dangling fisher, your strength is not recognized, so you need to challenge an advanced dangling fisher to prove your strength. Glancing at the trio's looks, Han Fei knew he had to fight with someone, otherwise he would be suspected. Most of the people in the level 3 fishery should know the rules, but he didn't. Han Fei carried the embroidery needle, jumped on the water, and shouted holding his head high. I, Li Hanye, am asking for a battle here. Among those present, there are no advanced dangling fishers who look strong enough to me. Huh? Where is this dumbass from? An intermediate dangling fisher? He wants to challenge an advanced dangling fisher? Is this man crazy? Zhao Wu and the other two were dumbfounded. We just asked you to ask for a fight, but not to provoke these people. Look what you've done. You've just offended all the advanced dangling fishers here. However, Han Fei seemed to be completely unaware of what he had done, carrying the rusty stick on his shoulder and staring at others arrogantly. Hey. Boy, you are only an intermediate dangling fisher. Why don't you just fuck off? We are afraid that we will beat you to death as soon as we make a move. Haha, what a brat. Do you have any idea what you just said? Hey, you'd better find an intermediate dangling fisher to fight. We may look like bullies if we fight you. Ha. For a while there was an uproar of curses, laughter, and ridicule. Han Fei still held his head high. Isn't there even one who dares to fight me? You don't even dare to accept my challenge? Then why don't you guys go back to the ordinary fishery and catch fish and shrimps? As soon as he said so, a boy jumped out who was also a soul warrior and used double knives. The boy looked at Han Fei with a sneer. I will fight you, Han Fei smiled. Okay, however, when the boy jumped out, many advanced dangling fishers called him an idiot. Someone said in a low voice, how damn silly is this guy? Now that this intermediate dangling fisher dares to challenge advanced dangling fishers, he can't be weak. Why did this idiot jump out foolishly? Someone clicked his tongue. It is not certain that he will lose, but even if he wins, it won't be easy. In fact, he'll just give Li Hanye a chance to prove his strength. Han Fei carried the stick with a smile. Come on, you can attack first, the boy snorted. You know that there is an insurmountable gap between intermediate and advanced dangling fishers, right? The boy drew out 2 other knives. Obviously, he was quite good at spiritual control. The 4 knives cut open the water, turning up a curtain of fine water droplets that shot at Han Fei. Han Fei still carried the stick and looked at him with a smile. Hey, won't you even release your spiritual beast? Humph! As the 4 knives were getting close, suddenly from above the boy's head, another knife shot at Han Fei's face even more rapidly. Hey, single-horned shark! Someone recognized the boy's spiritual beast. From the glimpse, they recognized that it was the exclusive blow of single-horned shark. It turned out that this boy's 4 knives were just a cover-up, and his truly powerful attack was actually this last blow. But Han Fei suddenly stomped and a big hole sank in the water. Then he swung the embroidery needle at the boy without wasted motion. Just that? Behind them, the Zhao Wu trio was speechless. This Li Hanyi really didn't take his opponent seriously at all. Bam! With a loud bang, the water exploded, and Han Fei stood there carrying a stick 2 or 3 meters thick on his shoulder. But the boy was smashed into the water by the stick. Han Fei slowly changed the embroidery needle back. Although he couldn't refine this stick, he could make it bigger or smaller. The boy never thought that Han Fei's stick would be so heavy. At that moment, he felt as if a mountain was pressing against him. Although he still had dozens of combat skills, he could activate none of them. After all, he couldn't even resist this guy's single blow. In the distance, many peak-level dangling fishers exclaimed, "What an overwhelming power! Great strength, he is so strong. It seems that he is a heavenly talent." When the boy re-emerged from the sea, his face was pale and his hands hung limp, and he was looking at Han Fei viciously. "You are not an intermediate dangling fisher." Han Fei laughed. "I am. However, I don't focus on tactics but on strength. It's a piece of cake for me to beat you." The boy's face was green and red. This time, he suffered a stunning defeat. He couldn't even resist a casual blow from an intermediate dangling fisher. What a disgrace. But the Xiaowu trio looked at each other and were overjoyed. They didn't expect this soul warrior that they picked up randomly on the way could be so strong. Among all cultivation methods, physique was the most difficult to cultivate. And Hanfei turned out to be the kind of cultivator who specialized in physique. It was a miracle that such a person could be an intermediate dangling fisher. While the others were still stunned, Xiaowu hurriedly shouted, "We still need an advanced dangling fisher spirit gatherer. Who wants to join us?" "Me." A spirit gatherer came up, which showed his recognition of Hanfei's strength. The spirit gatherer, who had despised Hanfei just now, didn't move. He was ashamed to join them now. "Hey, I'm only one step away from being a peak-level dangling fisher. I'll join your team." "One step? You are clearly 2 levels away, and I am only 1 step away." Hanfei's team suddenly became popular. All the people present were smart people. During a battle, those who could really fight were only soul warriors and armorists. Hanfei's physique was so strong that few among the advanced dangling fishers present could surpass him. It was just because of this that many spirit gatherers recognized this team's strength and were willing to join them. Chapter 394, Entering the Undersea City Holding the Rod, Hanfei swaggered back to his boat, making many people want to beat him up. After Hanfei returned to the boat, another boat suddenly descended from the sky, and a spirit gathering array was established on the sea. A proud spirit gatherer landed in the spirit gathering array. "I would like to join your team." Zhao Wu and the rest of them were briefly stunned. Then they were all excited. "Welcome, bro. What should we call you?" "With you here, our team will be top tier." Hanfei glanced at the stranger, rendered speechless by Zhao Wu's reaction. He was merely a peak-level dangling fisher that he could kill easily. The other people all left seeing that a peak-level dangling fisher had joined. Hanfei nodded casually. "Fine by me," the spirit gatherer said casually. "I am Wu Liang, a peak-level dangling fisher and a spirit gatherer. My spiritual beast is skyward razor clams, and my contractual spiritual beast is the blue spirit shrimp." Hanfei was briefly stunned, as the man's spiritual beast seemed rather powerful. But what really drew his attention was the blue spirit shrimp, which was not from the level 3 fishery. The blue spirit shrimp? With a casual smile, Wu Liang looked at Hanfei. "I bought it." Hanfei's lips cramped. "I met a blue mystic 6 spirit shrimp before. It was very powerful." Wu Liang raised his eyebrow. "Oh, it's a mutation? Where is it from?" Hanfei shrugged. "I don't know," Wang Qingyu interrupted them. "Well, our team is full now. I think we're strong enough for the competition." Wu Liang glanced at them and said casually, "You're hurt? I can heal you first." As he talked, Wu Liang cast the healing technique on them one by one. Seeing how comfortable Zhao Wu and his teammates were, Hanfei couldn't be more scornful. "It's just a common healing technique and not nearly as good as the divine healing technique." After they left to treat their wounds, Hanfei asked Wu Liang curiously, "Hey, you are a peak-level dangling fisher. Why have you come to this team?" Wu Liang looked at Hanfei with a smile. "You are a soul warrior who focuses on body strength." "Why did you choose this team?" Hanfei replied. "Because I couldn't have come here on my own." Hanfei was saying that it wouldn't be easy to reach within 10,000 kilometers from the undersea city for individuals. Wu Liang asked, "You're here to hunt demons too?" Hanfei scoffed. "Why would I? I'm here to hunt Sha Xiaoan," Wu Liang remarked with a faint smile. "Sha Xiaoan? People believe that she's weaker than Hanfei. But do you really think you can hunt down a genius who explored the undersea city on her own and killed 28 people in one battle?" Hanfei said unconcernedly. "That's why I joined a team instead of hunting her on my own." After being stunned, Wu Liang nodded, convinced that this Li Hanyi must be a very proud man and an intermediate dangling fisher who was brave enough to seek battles in the undersea city. That was why he chose this team. Pointing at the sea, Wu Liang said, "The latest news is that someone saw Sha Xiaoan inside. Are you sure you want to go with them? Do you want another team?" Hanfei looked back at him and shrugged. "No, you really think I would fight hard? I'm just here to pick the loot." Wu Liang, he was rendered speechless, feeling that he had chosen a wrong team. Suddenly, Hanfei asked, "Is everybody on the wanted list hunted by so many people?" Wu Liang curled his lips and said, "More or less. What those people carry is much more valuable than their bounty." Hanfei secretly cursed. So, people were hunting them for their possessions, not for their bounty. Staring at Wu Liang, Hanfei asked, "How many teams have entered?" Wu Liang shook his head with a smile. "One." "Just one?" Hanfei didn't know much about the undersea city earlier, but after Zhao Wu's explanation on the way, he learned it much better. He wondered how one team could find anyone in such a huge place. Wu Liang said casually, "It's a team of 100 people." Hanfei, he said gloomily, "Could you make yourself clear when you talk? A team of 100? How is that possible?" At this point, Wang Qingyue spoke from Hanfei's back. "It's meant to increase their odds of survival. There are 10-person teams and 100-person teams who can explore a wider range with a higher chance of survival." Hanfei was stunned. He had never run into such teams before. 100-person teams did not exist in the Seaborn Prairie, where even a 1,000-person team wouldn't have worked. When the worm nests burst out, a team of any size would be annihilated if they failed to squeeze flash stones and escape in time. Han Fei asked. Then what are we waiting for? Glancing at Han Fei, Wu Liang asked. You don't seem to know the level 3 fishery well, do you? Han Fei replied casually. I'm new here. I've been exploring treasure troves on my own, and this is my first visit to a famous place. Oh? Everybody looked at Han Fei in confusion, not fully convinced. As a soul warrior, it was not a problem for Han Fei to explore treasure troves individually, but if he was bold to do so, he must be talented and capable. How could he have missed out on the undersea city? Wu Liang said. The odds of survival for a 100-person team are only theoretically higher. In fact, 100 people are insignificant in this place, and cases are not rare where half of them die. The rest of those people are simply waiting. Han Fei asked in disdain. For what? For the people inside to come out? Wu Liang said in surprise. Isn't it the best to take advantage of them? Han Fei looked around. With so many people out there, Wang Qingyu remarked, it's true that there are inevitable perils both inside and outside. At this point, Zhao Wu took a deep breath. Someone will run out of patience and go in. Han Fei said, I'm running out of patience myself. Everyone, while Han Fei's team was talking, another boat rose into the sky not far away. Is anyone joining the second 100-person team? 8 squads have joined us already. Don't hesitate if you want to come too. Other people may find the treasures earlier than you do. Hey, count us in. Bullshit. It's only been half a day since the first team went in. Nobody's back yet. We'll wait until tomorrow. We're not going. We'll wait another day. Count us in. We don't want to wait together with those cowards. The man in the sky said with a smile. Be quick about it. We've already got 10 squads. What could the first team have found in half a day? Chances are that they've already left through other gates. The undersea city is dangerous, but not life-threatening. If you want to come, come. If you don't, stop bitching about it. Han Fei raised his hands and shouted, We're in. Zhou Kai immediately said, Li Hanye, what are you doing? This is only the second team. We'll only be exploring the way for other people. Han Fei tilted his head in confusion. Is this how you usually hunt treasures? How can you get any treasure if you don't go first? I've explored dozens of treasure troves and I never backed off. If you're not going, I'll find another team. Zhao Wu frowned. Why don't we wait a while longer? Wang Qingyue said. No, I think we can go in. If anything happens, we can always withdraw from the group and retreat first. The man in the sky shouted, Hey Li Hanyi, are you coming or not? Han Fei raised his head. Yes. Wu Liang frowned but did not object. He had enough flash stones to keep himself safe, so he decided to follow them. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Wu said, Fine, let's do this. The rewards will be copious if we don't die. Let's go. Soon, Han Fei and his teammates rose to the sky too. Many more boats ascended, and soon there were 20 of them. This temporarily jumbled team was flying in the sky, and several peak-level dangling fishers roared, Don't run about in the undersea city. Be united and don't fight each other. Whoever fights internally will be killed first. Operation Demon Hunting now begins. Many people shouted excitedly as if they were going to war. Someone laughed. Hey cowards, I'm going to take a tour first. After I catch Xiao Shan, I'll give her a good treat. Han Fei secretly glanced at the man and decided to kill him after he got into the undersea city. Do you think I don't exist? You probably don't know how good I am until I tear your tongue off. Zhao Wu spoke to everyone telepathically. Let's just follow them. Don't lead the charge. All of a sudden, Han Fei clenched his fists and shouted, Demon hunting, demon hunting, demon hunting, demon hunting. Many people echoed with him. Han Fei shouted again, Let's go inside and kill each and every one of them. Each and every one of them, brothers, let's go. Everyone, right? Let's go. Chapter 395, You'll Throw It. When I tell you to gloomily, Zhao Wu and the rest of them spoke to Han Fei telepathically. Brother Li, can you be quiet? Those peak-level dangling fishers haven't said anything yet. Why are you cheering? Han Fei said solemnly. Because it feels great. Look how determined they are. It seems to me that they're just feeding their lives to the enemy. Everyone, Wu Liang said, you'd better lay low and not charge recklessly. Though your body is sturdy, I might not be able to heal you quickly if you're too heavily wounded. Han Fei scoffed. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Wu Liang was lost for words. Do you really? Your blood is already boiling and we haven't even passed the first barrier in the undersea city yet. How will you react after we pass the second? At this point, all of them recalled the boats and dove into the sea. 20 perfect combinations, 100 people altogether, all threw themselves into the sea. Of all of them, Han Fei was the lowest level as an intermediate dangling fisher. In the undersea city, 1,800 meters into the sea, everything was enshrouded by a dark daze that looked like the fluids of a squid. It went without saying that it was some sort of barrier. Han Fei realized, to his surprise, that every dangerous place had bizarre barriers, like the wall of seaweed in the seaborne prairie and the strange space here. Outside of the undersea city was a large number of abandoned roads and platforms and indistinguishable sculptures. Everything had collapsed, but even so, Han Fei could only imagine how splendid the city must have been with the statue almost 100 meters tall. He wasn't particularly impressed by the city wall, though it was 300 meters tall. After witnessing the dragon boat, he found a wall of such a height to be nothing more than child's play. Following the group for a while, Han Fei landed at the dark entrance of the undersea city. There was no telling how long the wall had been abandoned, but it was mostly ruined and riddled with holes and sword marks. The entrance was even more horrifying. Cold currents, mixed with sludge, were flowing out of it. Zhao Wu spoke telepathically. Entering the city is like going to a battlefield. Let's be careful with those weird cold currents. Wu Liang said, I can cast defensive arrays on you, but I don't think they'll be very effective. Han Fei asked in surprise. You know arrays? Wu Liang slightly shook his head. I've learned some basic arrays, but they can't resist great dangers. Have any of you been there before? Zhao Wu said. I'm the only one who has explored it earlier. The other three are all new. Wu Liang slightly nodded. Well, the outer city is safer. It's been explored many times. Xia Xiaoshan couldn't stay in the external city for long. All we need to do is to be careful after we enter the inner city. As he talked, Wu Liang began to draw defensive arrays with spiritual energy on his fingertips. Han Fei was immediately shocked. He had never seen anyone drawing a simple array in such a way. Couldn't it have been created by random stepping? Did he have to create it with his hand? Even so, Han Fei saw that Zhao Wu and the rest of them were looking at Wu Liang enviously, as if they hoped that they could be capable of the same skill. Han Fei immediately felt that he had overestimated this peak-level dangling fishers. It seemed that level did not matter in areas that one wasn't familiar with. Though Han Fei was not an expert, he could have created a regular defensive array by his foot, and he was much more skilled than Wu Liang was. Other than Han Fei's squad, the other people were making preparations too. Some were covering themselves with armor, some were fusing with their contractual spiritual beasts, and some were taking pills. What surprised Han Fei most was a person who was eating fish meat. Wang Qingyue said, don't underestimate that fish meat. Every sea creature has its features. This fish meat can definitely increase your resistance against the cold currents. Han Fei's eyes slightly constricted. Does it need to be cooked? Wu Liang said with a smile. Generally no, but I've met meat that must be cooked. When we explored a treasure trove earlier, the armorist on our team made food with a dozen ingredients. It increased almost 10% of our combat abilities. Han Fei, he mumbled, is being a cook really a class, like old Zhang said? No, I'd been too focused on food before, and I never paid attention to the simple qualities of the food. But that was because the ingredients were inferior. What if I find advanced ingredients? Before Han Fei could think more about it, the peak-level dangling fishers in the lead already announced that they should go in. Different from some treasures that were locked by certain barriers, the undersea city had wide-open gates that everybody was free to enter and exit any time. Then why did many people fail to make it out? Because they didn't have a chance to. At this point, the whole group entered the dark entrance in a line. Han Fei's squad was in the middle-to-end section. When Han Fei stepped into the gate against the cold currents, he felt that he fell into an ice cave. It was much colder than the Blue Sea Wandering Dragon daggers. As his capabilities improved, the coldness of the Blue Sea Wandering Dragon daggers couldn't affect Han Fei anymore, but here, the moment he stepped in, he sensed that strong water currents were coming at his face in freezing coldness. Crack. After no more than 10 seconds, the defensive arrays on Han Fei's squad were almost broken. His face changing greatly, Zhou Kai asked, This is just the outer city, Wang Qingyue said. Prepare your spiritual energy protective covers. Zhao Wu said with a smile, Yes, this is the outer city. These cold currents look dreadful and will weaken us by about 10%, but they're not too much to resist. Wu Liang spoke telepathically. That's right. Though it's possible to resist the water currents, we'll have to consume more spiritual energy. That's why every team here needs a spirit gatherer, or they wouldn't be able to endure for long. Crack, Han Fei snorted. So there's nothing here except the cold currents. Wu Liang shook his head. Of course not. These cold currents aren't fatal, and even the beginner dangling fishers can deal with it. You'll see the real dangers in a minute. The group swam forward against the cold currents. After about 30 seconds, the defensive arrays on Han Fei's squad were broken, and everybody trembled and started freezing. Han Fei even saw that, probably due to poor quality, the pants on someone before him were frozen and shattered while he was moving. Han Fei hurried to activate his spiritual energy protective cover. His clothes weren't good either, and he didn't want to become naked. That would be embarrassing. Thankfully, someone saw that and threw clothes to the naked man, stopping him from moving in nudity. The peak-level dangling fishers in the lead spoke telepathically. Remember, everybody, don't move or touch anything after we pass in the cold currents. Someone asked, Are we going to explore the outer city? The peak-level dangling fishers immediately replied, No, we're going straight into the inner city. Han Fei asked, Why are we not exploring the outer city? Isn't the inner city more dangerous than the outer city? Zhao Wu said solemnly. Every place in the outer city that can be explored has been explored. Those places are haunted by undead creatures. To pass the outer city, we have to pass them. It's unnecessary to fight undead creatures because they can't be killed. Wu Liang shook his head. No, actually, many places in the outer city haven't been explored yet, but not many people are interested in them. We're not absolutely certain that Xia Xiaoshan is in the inner city. She might be in one of the places in the outer city. Han Fei was quite shocked to hear that. Haunted? Undead creatures? What was that about? Expressionlessly, Han Fei followed the group. On his way, he saw a weird square that seemed to be a battlefield. Broken armor and weapons that were erect in the mud were everywhere. Even more dreadfully, human-shaped shadows emerged in the water now and then. Though they were not vivid, Han Fei was certain that they were in the shape of human beings. It seemed that a great war happened here. After about 20 kilometers, Han Fei's group began to cross the ancient battlefield. However, everybody had circumvented the weapons and the armor. Han Fei asked, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, can you secretly throw out a spirit explosion array?" The Hexagon Starfish said, "No, it's dangerous here." Han Fei said, "Cut the crap. You'll throw it when I tell you to. Just throw it ahead and make it noisy." Chapter 396, Traitor on the Team. The Hexagon Starfish had almost turned into Han Fei's epaulette. Few people paid attention to it because it never opened its eyes. The Hexagon Starfish did not use any arrays but simply pushed a stone out. The stone happened to fall upon a helmet that was almost rotten and then bounced to a ragged sword. After that, the sword was broken. Han Fei felt that the ground was shaking and a green and white mist popped up from the mud. Not good. Who the fuck touched them? Do you want to get killed? Let's continue and pass this area. Han Fei was almost of a mind to blow a whistle. He thought that it was great that this area was spacious, and it would be even greater if the undead creatures could kill half of the group. Same as Han Fei, Zhou Kai had never been here before. He was clearly panicked, and he asked telepathically, "What do we do?" Zhao Wu accelerated. "What can we do? Run," Wu Liang said. "Hurry up and be prepared for battle." Seeing that the mist not far away had been condensed into a human shape, he simply smashed the needle at the thing. Then, the water deformed and imploded. The mist had been blown up by Han Fei before it could take shape. Han Fei said to everyone, "Don't panic. Let's just fight our way there." Wang Qingyue said, "Don't. Those are undead creatures, or essentially lingering thoughts. You can't kill them." Han Fei roared. "Then what do? They will hit you if you don't hit them." At this moment, Han Fei saw dozens of shadows ahead of him. They simply used water as their weapons, and even more surprisingly, they could pass through the explorers' weapons and keep charging at their enemy. Shoot. How are we going to fight them? Are there any simple solutions? Wu Liang kept changing his position while he picked up spiritual energy with his fishing pole and smashed at the undead creatures, which would explode when they were hit but would not stop attacking their enemy. Zhao Wu said, "Don't panic. The undead creatures aren't powerful. Defend your soul. Those things will attack your soul." Han Fei simply cast a spiritual energy protective cover on himself, and he waved the needle unstoppably. Every undead creature within his reach was shattered. He was really using his strength. Now that he learned that the undead creatures could hurt his soul, he needed to work harder to smash more of them. While Han Fei was smashing hard, he saw that an armorist 100 meters suddenly grabbed his shield and hit it into his head. Bam! Han Fei trembled. Had the man just killed himself? Someone else suddenly fell on the ground, with nothing but feeble breath left. Then, dozens of undead creatures would lunge at them. They would stop struggling 1 moment later. Instantly, the 100-person team was a mess. Ahead, the peak-level dangling fishers roared, "Stop fighting and focus on running. The soul warriors will cover the rest." That was exactly what Han Fei wanted. He immediately went to the edge of the team and smashed his rod on the ground so hard that it almost caused an earthquake. Are you an idiot? Do you want to wake up all the undead creatures?" Han Fei responded hurriedly, "I'm sorry. I used too much strength just now. I'll pay more attention next time." He was delighted to see that he woke up almost 100 undead creatures after a smash. That was too easy. If the team weren't led by peak-level dangling fishers, he would be confident to kill all of them. Han Fei only regretted that he couldn't be too blatant. One mistake was a mistake, but 2 mistakes would raise suspicion, and if he made 3 mistakes, someone would probably take him down. But Han Fei wasn't hasty. This was just the first obstacle in the outer city, and a dozen people were already down. They were no intermediate dangling fishers, but real advanced dangling fishers. The dead people shared something in common, which was that they were mentally weak and could easily be traumatized. Then, with the soul warriors protecting the team, nobody else died. After a short while, everybody finally passed the haunted place. Someone bellowed, "I told you not to move. We've only just gotten started, and 15 people are already down." "Do you all want to die in the undersea city?" Han Fei bellowed with him. "Which son of a bitch did that? Get out and I'll teach you a good lesson." When Han Fei spoke, the man stared at him aggressively, but he simply curled his lips and responded to the peak-level dangling fisher with a smile. The peak-level dangling fisher snorted and didn't say anything else. He then said to everyone, "More freezing currents will show up. Everybody, pay attention to your feet and keep a distance from each other, but not too far away." Han Fei asked Zhao Wu, "Do we want to move ahead? That way, we can escape faster. Just now, I had to cover up for you, and I'm just an intermediate dangling fisher." Zhao Wu was having a vine from his sea-swallowing seashell. Biting it and taking a deep breath, he said, "That's right. We can't stay long in the freezing currents, or we might really be frozen." After a brief silence, Wang Qingyue said, "No, let's not move to the front. Who knows what's awaiting us? We can go to the front if everybody ahead of us is dead." Wu Liang agreed. That's right, we'd better reserve our strength. Particularly you, Brother Li, your attack was too powerful. You'd better not take action again from now on. Han Fei was rather frustrated. He had planned to cause more trouble, but seeing that everybody was obedient, he could only drop the thought. On the way, Han Fei saw a tremendous number of bizarre buildings and rotten weapons. He wondered how many people had died here. He asked curiously, what happened in this place? Why is it still so dangerous when it's already a wasteland? Wu Liang replied, nobody knows what happened. We're just passing the outer city without exploring it, or we would have been faced with graver dangers. But like I said, if we don't explore the outer city, the inner city, be careful. Before Wu Liang finished, a deep blue chasm suddenly appeared in the seawater, and weird cold currents gushed out. Han Fei saw that a person failed to dodge it, and one of his hands was hit by the cold currents. In the next second, the hand was shattered into ice pieces. Shoot, Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. Those cold currents seemed too dreadful. Thankfully, most of the people in the team were advanced, dangling fishers who managed to dodge the unexpected cold currents. There were no casualties yet. Intrigued, Han Fei asked, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, are the cold currents caused by an array? After a moment of consideration, the Hexagon Starfish said, maybe, I don't know. Han Fei was lost for words. Don't you have heritages in arrays? You don't know? The Hexagon Starfish said, I think they're caused by arrays, but I'm not sure. It's not in my inherited knowledge. Han Fei was rather helpless. He found that the cold currents emerged unexpectedly without any pattern. He could only speculate that there were unknown arrays here. He thought quickly and decided to wait until he got into the inner city. Right when Han Fei thought that he would be fine after he avoided the freezing currents, a riot burst out ahead of him. He found that a purple mass was spreading in the water ahead of him. Damn it, there's a traitor in the team. Not good, it's poison. Get out. Almost instantly, everybody left their position. Seeing that everybody dispersed, Han Fei immediately lunged into a dilapidated building nearby and accidentally stepped upon a decayed helmet. The other people weren't any more careful. Tremendous waves of undead creatures emerged in the buildings and charged at the intruders. But they were not the scariest part. The scariest part was that whoever touched the purple seawater was melting. After only one moment, the dozen people who accidentally touched it had been dissolved. Some were spun into smithereens by the turbulent cold currents, some were hit by the undead creatures and died in silence, and some wailed while they watched their flesh disappear. Han Fei smashed an undead creature and looked at the crowd. Someone had released poison. But why? He was quite surprised. Weren't they here to hunt demons? Why were they fighting each other before they entered the inner city yet? Wu Liang, Zhao Wu, and the rest of them landed next to Han Fei, partly because Han Fei was strong and partly because they trusted their own squad better. Wu Liang said, someone from this team released poison just now. Let's retreat first. Chapter 39-7, the 17th place on the wanted list. Han Fei didn't really care. He was even gloating a little bit. He had thought that the 100-person team would be awesome, but they turned out to be just a bunch of unorganized mobsters. What interested Han Fei more was the person who released the poison. Also, the purple poison seemed even more dreadful than the venom of the green arrow frog and the dry leaf worm. Even the advanced dangling fishers didn't last 20 seconds. Frowning at Wu Liang, Han Fei asked, how far away are we from the inner city? Wu Liang was about to talk when Zhou Kai suddenly appeared from stealth mode. We can't go back. Someone intentionally ruined the ancient battlefield behind us. It's been haunted. Strangling multiple undead creatures with the sea green vines, Wang Qingyou said to everyone, we can't stay here. We must press on. Zhao Wu cursed. Which son of Baich did this? I'll definitely beat him to death when I find him. Grabbing his rod, Han Fei ran forth. Stop fighting. Let's run. Han Fei noticed that the peak-level dangling fishers were gathering and seemed to be abandoning this place. Many more people had noticed it too. Briefly stunned, they all quickly abandoned their battle and ran to the center. The peak-level dangling fishers spoke telepathically from the front, gather in the inner gate. We'll find out who the traitor is. Hearing that, Han Fei began to run at full speed, stomping on everything on his way, including the remains. As a result, many undead creatures were rising behind him. Zhao Wu roared, Li Hanye, what are you doing? Han Fei said to all of them. Don't be an idiot. The undead creatures are not a big problem. You'll only waste your time if you try to dodge them. Han Fei had thought it through. As they said, the enemy of an enemy was a friend. Whoever released the poison just now was his ally in eliminating this 100-person team. Many people heard what Han Fei said and realized that it was true. Though the undead creatures were many, they took shape slowly and weren't fatal. What was fatal was the freezing currents and the one who released the poison. Therefore, everybody charged forward without dodging anything in their way. In the crowd, someone glanced at Han Fei and put on a weird smile, wishing that there could be more rookies like him in the team. When most of the people ignored the undead currents, there were more and more freezing currents in the water. They emerged every minute earlier but every second at this moment. Ah, stop! Stop now! Are you stupid? Don't ruin the environment. Don't touch the decayed. They will influence the frequency of the freezing currents. Who said that the undead creatures were not a problem? Get out, Han Fei secretly snorted. Get out? Do you really think I'm an idiot? Han Fei almost wished that the mayhem could be doubled, but Jokai suddenly left the squad and said to Han Fei coldly, "Li Hanye, are you intentionally stirring trouble?" Everybody nearby was stunned, and they all looked at Han Fei unfriendly. Han Fei replied innocently, "What's wrong with you? I've been the most hard-working one so far, and you accuse me of being the troublemaker?" Wang Qingyu spoke in the crowd. "Li Hanye, you don't need to do anything anymore, and stop touching the rotten weapons. The rest of you should not touch them either. There must be a great enemy within the team." A peak-level dangling fisher roared from the front. "That's right. Usually, there are no more than 10 casualties when a 100-person team enters the inner gate, but almost 30 have died this time. From now on, anyone with weird behavior will be killed instantly." Han Fei recalled his needle and opened his hands. "Okay, I'll stop attacking," Han Fei asked telepathically. "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, do you know which guy released the poison?" The Hexagon Starfish gave a negative answer. "I'm just a starfish. I don't recognize any poison." After a brief moment of peace, the purple poisonous mist spread out again a few minutes later. This time, it happened right next to Han Fei. Han Fei immediately stepped on the ground and flew to a side. In the meantime, he grabbed Zhao Wu and Wu Liang and threw them away. Boom. They crashed into a ragged building. The area where they had been earlier was already occupied by the purple mist. Behind them, the advanced dangling fishers failed to dodge it in time. Some were consumed by the purple mist, and some were partly contaminated. Zhao Wu trembled in fear. "Dear Mother of God, bro, thank you for saving my life," Wu Liang said with an awful expression. "What a vicious approach. It reminds me of someone." He suddenly rose and said to everyone, "Everybody, may I have your attention? Xuanhuan, the 17th place on the wanted list, may be among us." "What? It's Xuanhuan, the poison player? Xuanhuan, the poison master? Fuck him. Let's find him out and kill him." Han Fei was intrigued. He remembered a thing or two about Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan had a high ranking on the wanted list. He was the only peak-level dangling fisher on the wanted list who played with poisons. Han Fei paid special attention to him, the 17th place of the wanted list. Name, Xuanhuan. Gender, male. Professions, soul warrior, hunter spiritual beast, poison kiss, presumably a legendary creature, contractual spiritual beasts, 5 venom gold scorpion, exotic, good at stealth, mutated dry leaf worm, exotic, specialties. This man boasts strange disguise skills. He's good at critical strikes and poison explosions. Bounty, 4 million mid-quality pearls. Other rewards, 400 kilograms of spiritual spring energy, a demon-level high-quality art, a high-quality spiritual weapon, and 400 spiritual fruits. Remark, this man is very dangerous. He once performed a poison explosion on the dragon boat, resulting in the deaths of 100 people and the injuries of 1,000 more. His poisoning is weird and unpredictable. Be cautious. Note, this man is brutal and temperamental. He's suspected to be a lunatic. Recalling the information he read about Xuanhuan, Han Fei couldn't help but swallow. It was the first poison-playing expert that he had run into. He only bought a disguise skill on the Spectre because he saw that this man was good at it. Little did he anticipate that he would run into the man in person here. Han Fei asked, "Hey, are you sure? This guy ranks even higher than Xia Xiaoshan on the list." Zhao Wu was stunned too. "Seriously? It's really him? Is there still time for us to escape? We can break into the haunted place if we have to. Retreat, retreat. Let's get out of the undersea city and call for reinforcements. Retreat." Instantly, a dozen people ran backwards, not planning to hunt demons anymore. This Xuanhuan might only be the 17th place on the wanted list, but many people would rather face the top 10 experts than him, because his poison could kill them unexpectedly. Crack, 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 crack. 100 streaks of light suddenly burst out from the crowd. The colorful light mixed in the water currents, spreading to all directions. Explode. Someone, unable to hold back the pain, detonated himself, making the water boil and surge. An armorist lost his mind and unleashed all the weapons in his weapon box, attacking anyone blindly. Some manipulators went crazy too, and swept their green vines all over the place. Boom. The peak-level dangling fishers in the front were dazed too. They were strong, but only relatively. If those on the wanted list were so easy to kill, they wouldn't have fooled so many people into coming with themselves on the mission. At this moment, among the dozen peak-level dangling fishers, a man's skin began to fester. Then, as if his body was unplugged, hundreds of narrow golden brooks of water squirted out. Even the peak-level dangling fishers couldn't stop the brooks from drawing close. The 2 guys closest to the man were sprinkled by them. They took different reactions. One of them tried to block the golden brooks with his spiritual energy protective cover, and the other simply cut a piece of flesh off his arm when it was corrupted and quickly fled. As a result, the man who resisted it with the spiritual energy protective cover was fully enveloped in the weird golden water. Then, to everyone's shock, strange colors popped up on his body and his flesh began to bulge. "Disperse. To the inner city," the peak-level dangling fishers exclaimed. Just because they were strongest didn't mean they were invincible, particularly not for the experts on the wanted list. Now that the peak-level dangling fishers were running, the advanced dangling fishers naturally followed. On Han Fei's side, Wu Liang and the rest had fled 100 meters away. They were about to return. Han Fei was hesitating when someone suddenly said in his head, "Hey, have you watched enough of the show? It's time to take action." Chapter 398, Two Schemers. The unexpected voice gave Han Fei quite a shock. He looked around quickly, but this place was a complete mess. Everybody was either fighting or running. None of them seemed to be speaking to him. The voice in Han Fei's head continued, "Stop looking. We're both under disguise. Your disguise is fine, but your behavior has betrayed you." Han Fei replied, "What do you mean?" The man sneered. "You were already exposed when you instigated them to ignore the obstacles. A real explorer in a 100-person team wouldn't be as reckless as you. Nobody has unveiled you yet, but after they get into the inner city, they will immediately talk to you." "Do you believe me?" Han Fei responded. "So, are you helping me?" "No. They're hunting xuanhuan, but I don't want to. What I want is their sea-swallowing seashells. I'll use poisons and you'll stop the runners." "How does that sound?" Han Fei asked. "How are we going to split the loot?" The man said with a smile, "It depends on your capabilities. Be quick. Things will be tricky if anyone escapes." Han Fei's face slightly changed. He instantly set off and swam back at an unbelievable speed. Wu Liang and the rest of the squad were fast, but due to the blockage of the undead creatures, they couldn't swim as freely as in the sea. While they were slashing their way forward, they saw that Han Fei was crashing into everything on his way on a rampage. Zhao Wu roared, "Li Hanye, what's wrong with you? Stop setting the undead creatures free." However, Wu Liang paused and said, "Don't go to him." His face changed as he asked, "Who are you? How are you related to xuanhuan?" The mention of xuanhuan made Zhou Kai, Wang Qingye, and Zhao Wu greatly shocked. Not just them, those who were running backwards with them were greatly alarmed too. Han Fei raised his head and grinned. "Me and him? It's just a coincidence. You can't get out. You can either come back or die here. Make your choice." Zhao Wu burst into a rage. "I didn't know that it was a treacherous wolf that I picked up, damn it. You think you can stop all of us on your own?" Clatter, behind Han Fei, the shadow of a mantis shrimp appeared, followed by 9 crazily dancing chains. Staring at them with a smile, Han Fei said, "I really wanted to go in with you, but I didn't know that xuanhuan was here. It's nice to meet you." "Fuck, Han Fei. Damn it. Run." Zhao Wu turned around and fled, not intending to fight at all. Didn't the intelligence say that the 3rd place on the wanted list was in the Seaborn Prairie? Why had he come to the undersea city? Greatly shocked, everybody simply turned around and fled without a fight. Why would they come to hunt xuanhuan? Because xuanhuan was the 33rd place on the wanted list, and according to sources, she was in a special state. But as for these two, xuanhuan was the 17th place, famous for killing people with poison without shedding any blood, and Han Fei was even more horrifying. The man had fought all the way from the 59th place to the 3rd place. How could the advanced dangling fishers not be scared? They did not care whether he was a peak-level dangling fisher or an intermediate dangling fisher anymore. His name was simply too intimidating. In the crowd, a plain-looking young man felt that an ironhead fish just hit him in the chest when he saw Han Fei's 9 tails, wondering why he had run into this guy. He knew that Han Fei couldn't be ordinary. After all, a regular intermediate dangling fisher wouldn't have kept such a high profile in the undersea city, so he speculated that Han Fei might be under disguise like himself, and that Han Fei was stronger than he seemed. He didn't expect that Han Fei was much more. Seeing that everybody was scared back by Han Fei, and Han Fei was not attacking, he was lost for words. xuanhuan said, "I've heard a lot of things about you. However, why are you making them go back? You want me to kill all of them?" Han Fei replied with a smile, "My identity has been exposed, but yours isn't. You think we can kill all those peak-level dangling fishers?" In the front, the 20 peak-level dangling fishers stopped. "Han Fei? They were here to capture Xia Xiaoshan, but the man who allegedly was associated with her was here. Should they attack him or not?" Someone said telepathically, "Let's attack together while we're all here. Han Fei may be good, but he's just an intermediate dangling fishers. I'm told that he only killed 2 peak-level dangling fishers in the Seaborn Prairie, but there are so many of us. We have a good chance." Someone hesitated. "Don't forget that xuanhuan is also here." Someone agreed. "That's right. Han Fei is in the light, but it's not easy to kill him. Now that he has joined hands with xuanhuan, it's not as simple as 1 + 1. Someone proposed, who knows, escape techniques, summon more reinforcements. This is a great opportunity. After what he caused in the Seaborn Prairie, Han Fei must have more treasures than xuanhuan and Xia Xiaoshan do. Are you willing to let him go?" "I'll go." Instantly, a peak-level dangling fisher hunter entered stealth mode and swam hundreds of meters away in dozens of water currents. Han Fei subconsciously drew his saber and cut the water currents. But then he frowned. "I missed him," he said telepathically. "Hey, one of them escaped. He was too fast. I couldn't take him down." In the crowd, a golden line was weaving like a lightning bolt, withering whoever it touched. xuanhuan couldn't hold it back anymore and simply responded, "Then what are you waiting for? Kill the people here first. If the hundreds of people outside swarm in, what can you do?" Han Fei thought of something. "Let's keep half of them and release the other half." xuanhuan said, "No, as long as we're here, everybody else that's here will be killed. Those from the outside will not care who they are, but simply kill all the suspects." Han Fei secretly cursed and darted out all his blue sea wandering dragon daggers. He charged at the crowd and said, "Cast your poison on me." "Huh?" Xuanhuan was stunned. Cast poison on you? He had never heard of such a request in all the years he traveled the level 3 fishery. Actually, Han Fei had examined Xuanhuan's poison when the poisonous mist burst out. It didn't scare him, and he was not panicked at all when Zhao Wu fled. The venomous tulip was more effective than he imagined, and he had taken more than one poison-resistant spiritual fruit. There were still hundreds more in his Forge the Universe. So, he was not afraid of any poison in the level 3 fishery. While the crowd was crazily escaping, Han Fei chased them right behind them. Suddenly, he was covered in a purple mist. Everybody was dumbfounded. Weren't those two in a team? Why were they fighting? While they were surprised, Han Fei came to them as quickly as lightning, with poison on his weapons and his body. Instantly, some people were knocked away, and they began to scream a moment later. Damn it. Han Fei has the antidote. Let's run. In the crowd, Xuanhuan was quite shocked too. What kind of freak was this man? Why couldn't he poison the man? In the front, the peak-level dangling fishers were gloomy too after realizing that those two had formed a team. They were shocked by the efficiency. Han Fei did not even resort to his weapon but simply crashed into everyone with his unparalleled speed. After only one moment, dozens of people had collapsed under the weird poisonous mist. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Some squeezed their flash stones and simply vanished. In the blink of an eye, only 10 advanced dangling fishers were left and the rest had all flashed away. Someone who did not have a flash stone charged at Han Fei crazily. I'll take you with me if I must die. Boom! Han Fei was blown away by the man's self-explosion, but only by 100 meters. To everybody's shock, Han Fei charged back unscathed before he hit the ground yet. Everybody was dumbfounded. The self-explosion was useless? How sturdy was Han Fei to have weathered through the self-explosion of an advanced dangling fisher so easily? While Han Fei charged at the crowd, one of the peak-level dangling fishers raised his bow and shot 9 consecutive arrows. However, Han Fei simply grabbed the water-dividing seal and broke the arrows of spiritual energy easily. He even accelerated and appeared before a manipulator, cutting him into pieces. Han Fei declared, "You want to hunt demons? You should have been prepared to be hunted before you came in." After no more than 100 seconds, the 10 advanced dangling fishers were all executed without any survivors. Xuanhuan said, 30 of them have escaped. Han Fei said, "There's nothing we can do about them. Where are you?" Chapter 399, Conspirators. The peak-level dangling fishers couldn't have looked more awful. It happened too fast. They had planned to send for aid. If more peak-level dangling fishers came, they could surround Han Fei and Xuanhuan easily, who couldn't possibly resist 100 of them. But after only a short while, the peak-level dangling fishers had all fled or been killed. Some roared furiously, "Idiots! Idiots! Why did they run? The outsiders would not let go of anyone in here after they come in," someone asked in fright. "Where is Xuanhuan?" Reminded by him, the 20 peak-level dangling fishers all dispersed. They didn't know each other in the first place, and this was just a temporary team. Now, Han Fei had revealed himself, but Xuanhuan was nowhere to be seen. "What did it mean?" Someone bellowed. "Keep a distance from each other. Xuanhuan must be among us." Han Fei was quite curious about where Xuanhuan was too. If he had really been among the peak-level dangling fishers, why didn't he attack just now? Xuanhuan spoke telepathically. "Keep chasing them. You're covered in poison at this point. None of them will fight you. Chase them to the inner gate. I'll wait for you there." Han Fei was slightly intrigued. "Okay." Someone ahead looked back at Han Fei. "Han Fei, don't push us, or we will attack you together. You think you can resist so many peak-level dangling fishers?" Han Fei chuckled. "Feel free to come at me if you're not afraid of the poison." Everybody was lost for words. If you weren't protected by the poison, we would have already killed you. While chasing them, Han Fei sensed the poisonous mist on his body, which was really horrible. He felt that his spiritual energy was vaporizing even though he had taken things like the venomous tulip. Could this poison swallow his spiritual energy? He didn't care if the arrows hit them, he was merely scaring them off with the poison on the arrows. Damn it, hold another 100 seconds, we're almost at the inner gate, Han Fei shouted. "Xuanhuan, it's time to show yourself, you son of a bitch. If you don't, they'll really get away." Everybody was greatly alarmed. Someone spoke telepathically. "Enter the inner city separately. Don't gather." Han Fei roared. "Xuanhuan, did you hear that? They're entering separately. It's a good time to kill them one by one." Everybody up ahead wanted to cut Han Fei into pieces now that Han Fei caught their communication. Now that they were too dispersed, they had to speak more loudly, and Han Fei could hear everything. 100 seconds later, Han Fei finally saw the inner city, which was much bigger than the outer city. Some of them dashed in first. The rest of them were greatly relieved. They could find out which of them Xuanhuan was after they entered the inner city. Therefore, they gathered again after they dispersed. Of course, they were all on full alert, ready to squeeze their flash stones if anyone behaved abnormally. It would be even better if they could fight back instantly. Han Fei kept shouting, "Xuanhuan, where the fuck are you? They'll all be inside if you don't do anything. Bam, bam, bam." Hardly had Han Fei finished when glamorous fireworks burst out at the gate, and a poisonous mist was spreading within hundreds of meters. That was not all. He also saw a streak of golden light bouncing among the peak-level dangling fissures quickly. Bam, bam, only 3 of them made it to the inner gate. Of the rest, 5 abandoned the inner gate and escaped by squeezing flash stones, and others were instantly covered by the poisonous mist. Then, their bodies started rotting, with dark holes appearing. Some people were withering, and some had turned green. 8 people had fallen into the trap. Though 2 made it into the inner city, 6 didn't. After it was done, Han Fei saw a young man in his 20s walking out of a corner. The man said, "We did our best. It's not easy to hunt peak-level dangling fissures." Staring at the young man, Han Fei said, "Almost 50 escaped." The young man was staring at him too. He shrugged and said, 39 to be more exact, but only those who made it to the inner city will really survive. Glancing at Xuanhuan, Han Fei said, "Take your poison away right now." Xuanhuan asked curiously, "What spiritual fruit did you take? My poison is useless on you," Han Fei said. "Haha. Take a guess." Xuanhuan was not bothered. He glanced at Han Fei and asked, "Now what?" Han Fei's original plan was simple, to cause as much mess as possible so that no more 100-person teams would march into the undersea city. The cooperation with Xuanhuan was purely an accident. One of them wanted money and the other intended to save someone. They had different purposes, but the result was the same. Han Fei smiled. "Collect their sea-swallowing seashells now. Let's split them." Xuanhuan laughed. "You're demanding half? That's not fair. I want 70%. Han Fei sneered. "There are 1,000 people outside. Do you not want theirs, or do you think you can take them down on your own?" Considering for a moment, Xuanhuan said, "You're here to save someone. It will be difficult for you if I don't help." Pointing at the gate, Han Fei said, "There's a 100-person team inside and 4 peak-level dangling fishers just got in. But the undersea city is too huge. Xia Xiaoshan can't be hunted by them easily. She didn't get on the wanted list for nothing." Xuanhuan pointed outside. "What about the thousands of people out there?" Han Fei tilted his head. "Are you really so stubborn? We haven't killed many people yet. Let's try to make a fortune from the people outside." "Ha ha ha." Xuanhuan suddenly laughed. He stared at Han Fei and said, "I'm interested. As expected of the 3rd place on the wanted list." "Okay, let's split them. I've got a plan," Han Fei said. "You're more familiar with this place. Tell me about it." Xuanhuan's eyes turned cold. "Those in the outer city of the undersea city are just regular undead creatures. You're too sturdy to be hurt by them. However, not everybody is like you. You will have to attract a tremendous amount of undead creatures." Looking at the ruined outer city, Han Fei nodded. "Not a problem, but what next?" Xuanhuan suddenly laughed. "It's even harder to cultivate poison than to cultivate body hardness." "Do you really think I've shown my best?" Han Fei looked outside and asked, "How many people can be stopped in the outer city?" Xuanhuan squinted and said, 30% tops. Han Fei was secretly shocked. 30% was a lot. There were hundreds of boats outside. None of them would have believed that 30% of them could be killed by undead creatures and poison. Han Fei asked, "What about the inner city?" Xuanhuan's lips curled. "The hero souls in the inner city are significantly stronger than the undead creatures in the outer city." Watching Xuanhuan collect the sea-swallowing seashells with the golden threads, Han Fei frowned and asked, "How much stronger? As strong as 1,000 undead creatures?" Xuanhuan shook his head. "Of course not. I have a grass that I wonder if you have ever heard about." Han Fei stared at Xuanhuan in silence. Xuanhuan said, "The 3-turn dragon drool grass. It's unique in the level 3 fishery. It can," Han Fei asked in surprise, 1,000-kilometer redness? Xuanhuan was stunned. "You know that?" Of course Han Fei knew it. However, the plant was not recorded in regular books but only described in a complete collection of spiritual plants in the infinite ocean. The 3-turn dragon drool grass, also known as 1,000-kilometer redness, was developed in places with dragon blood. It was said that it was surrounded by fiery poison. It was a remarkable grass in the level 3 fishery. It contained a tremendous amount of spiritual energy and could help someone reach a higher level, like turning from a dangling fisher to a hanging fisher. The 3-turn dragon drool grass was quite powerful. To take it, one had to be strongly resistant to poison, which was the most important requirement. Secondly, they must be very sturdy. As far as hanging fishers knew, it was inedible for ordinary people and could be lethal even for peak-level dangling fishers. Probably only the hanging fishers could use them. Because the plant grew in environments of pure redness, it was hard to discover them. Han Fei didn't know where Xuanhuan found it. Han Fei asked in confusion, "Is there such a thing in the level 3 fishery?" Xuanhuan looked at Han Fei weirdly. "I obtained it by accident, but I won't give it away." "Well," Xuanhuan thought a moment and said, "I can give you the 3-turn dragon drool grass if you let me keep all the sea-swallowing seashells." Han Fei snorted. "Not interested. I don't need it to help with my breakthrough, and I don't need the little spiritual energy it contains. Let's just split the sea-swallowing seashells." Xuanhuan said, "Okay, let's do it before it's too late." Chapter 400, Perils in the Inner City. Though Han Fei did not trust Xuanhuan yet, he was not very suspicious of the man at this moment after the man had revealed his identity and shown that he was just here to make a fortune. Han Fei grabbed a bunch of sea-swallowing seashells and flapped his wings, marching forward. The battlefield in the outer city was quite huge. Han Fei simply hauled the 9 chains against the ground, collapsing the buildings that should have collapsed long ago. He raised dirty sand and mud from the ground. In the middle of the sand and mud, human-shaped shadows were emerging. At first, dozens of them were chasing Han Fei. A moment later, there were thousands of them. However, the undead creatures were too slow to catch up with Han Fei. As for those which took shape even more slowly, they simply lingered, not knowing what they should do. In the meantime, Han Fei ran into a peak-level dangling fisher who thought that Han Fei was coming at him. The man squeezed another flash stone and disappeared. When Han Fei raged past the gate to the inner city, he was followed by more than 10,000 undead creatures that were mauling each other. Xuanhuan was quite shocked. Staring at Han Fei while Han Fei swooshed by, Xuanhuan secretly cursed, "What a monster." Actually, Xuanhuan was much weaker than Han Fei in terms of combat ability. Faced with peak-level dangling fishers, Xuanhuan could only deal with 2 or maybe 3 with his dual professions. Now, watching Han Fei, who had been reckless since the beginning, Xuanhuan was quite envious, wondering how amazing it would be if his body could be as sturdy as Han Fei's while he kept his poisoning abilities. Outside, in the sea, outside of the undersea city, the people were still waiting. Someone said impatiently, "Why don't we form another 100-person team? Only the inner part of the undersea city is dangerous." But now that 200-person teams have entered it, the way is cleared for us. Someone said carefully, "Forget it. Let's just wait another day. 200 people are nothing in the undersea city. Let's see who comes out first." This place was unusually peaceful and quiet, without any fighting or quarrel. Someone was even in the mood for fishing. Bam! Suddenly, a person broke out of the water, raising a tide dozens of meters high. Huh? Someone is out? A peak-level dangling fisher is out? Many people rose quickly. But the newcomer said in panic in the next second, "We need reinforcements." Han Fei and Xuanhuan blended into the 100-person team just now. They're fighting in the outer part of the undersea city. Come. What? Han Fei was still vandalizing the area. When people surged into the outer city, he was still waving the 9-star chain randomly. Suddenly, he saw a dozen people at the gate. "Is it really Han Fei? Hurry up! It's really Han Fei!" With a smile, Han Fei waved at the gate before running to the gate to the inner city as quickly as possible while wagging his chain tails. After no more than a second, the gate to the outer city was crowded, but they were all shocked to see the undead creatures all over the place. Someone was lost for words. What's Han Fei's problem? The peak-level dangling fishers did not care about the undead creatures and simply pressed on. Kill anyone on your way. They weren't affected. They even found Han Fei naive. Did he really think that they would be stopped by the undead creatures? When hundreds of people swarmed into the city, the undead creatures were really vulnerable. After only a moment, most of them were shattered and few people died. Amidst the freezing currents, Han Fei hopped and dodged. Many spoke warily, "Be cautious of Xuanhuan. Everybody, march in a line and kill any hunter who intends to cut in the line." The freezing currents were rather powerful, but none of the newcomers were slow. Even though the number of the freezing currents had been increased due to the destruction to the battlefield, they only caused the deaths of no more than 20 people, which was insignificant compared to the whole army. Han Fei secretly cursed, "I'm in serious trouble." He wondered if Xuanhuan's poison would be effective. Things wouldn't end well if it weren't. Those people were already aware of Xuanhuan and Han Fei's collaboration, so they had been taking precautions. They simply tailed Han Fei without trying to catch him. The spirit gatherers cleared the unusual waves of spirit energy at the edge, and the manipulators separated the battlefield with various kinds of vines like they were a real army. Xuanhuan was gone at the gate to the inner city, but Han Fei was not panicked at all. He didn't see why Xuanhuan would give up this opportunity. When Han Fei landed at the gate to the inner city, the 100 peak-level dangling fishers all stopped. They were all armed and even fused with their spiritual beasts. Someone spoke telepathically, "Han Fei, you really think that you could have stopped us with your petty trick? Also, Xuanhuan thinks that his poison is so awesome." Dozens of people simply shot terrifying arrows of spiritual energy at Han Fei with their bows. Silently, Han Fei raised his head and looked above. Following Han Fei's movement, the peak-level dangling fishers all raised their head too. Then, they found that a purple mist, mixed with overwhelming undead creatures, were swooping at them. Han Fei grinned. "Hee hee! Come and get me." Right before the 100 arrows of spiritual energy hit Han Fei, he retreated gently and disappeared into the dark gate to the inner city. All the chasers were greatly shocked. Someone cried crazily, "Go into the inner city now." Han Fei actually admired Xuanhuan for his poisoning methods. Nothing was more effective than poison in a large-scale battle. In the outer city, while the peak-level dangling fishers in the front were running first, the advanced dangling fishers and the intermediate dangling fishers behind them all used their last resorts in fright. For a moment, spiritual beasts, contractual spiritual beasts, and weapons were waving crazily, imploding tremendous numbers of undead creatures before they arrived. But there were too many undead creatures. Any of them who managed to draw close could kill a person. Almost in the blink of an eye, the outer city was strewn with bodies. Far away behind a wall, Xuanhuan was watching the scene, sneering. He saw nothing but money. The sea-swallowing seashell of each person could bring him tremendous rewards. He had only thought to set up 100-person team, but he didn't know that Han Fei was here too. He was excited that the game got so big. How many sea-swallowing seashells could he acquire from the 1,000 people? On the other hand, hardly had Han Fei entered the inner city when he had an enormous sense of crisis. What he saw first was the glittering crimson glamorous grass hundreds of meters away. It must be the 3-turn dragon drool grass. But Han Fei did not intend to collect it at all. That 3-turn dragon drool grass had hundreds of weird colors. There was no telling how many poisons Xuanhuan had added to it. What was really dangerous was the monsters around the grass whose big eyes were wide open, as well as the hero souls that were much more vivid than those strewn in the outer city with their armor and their spears. A string of data appeared in front of Han Fei's eyes. Nami Undead Hero Souls Introduction. They will fight for the city again when they meet intruders. Level 38 Quality Undead Spiritual Energy. 3566 points. All SSSSSSPS. Though they were all undead creatures, those here were essentially different. The undead creatures in the outer city were just regular soldiers who were unconscious and only knew to attack, but Han Fei sensed that the hero souls here had their own minds. There were 100 such hero souls. They were all tall and magnificent, and they were aiming their long spears at Han Fei, with blue flames burning in their eyes. Die, die, die. The mysterious roars that sounded from hell rumbled in Han Fei's ears like thunder. Holding the water-dividing seal, Han Fei evaded the hundreds of slashes until he turned a sharp turn, leaving a gold and red trail of light, and jumped at the 3-turn dragon drool grass. When he approached it, he found that the grass was surrounded by bodies. There were enormous black worms dozens of meters long, crumbled crabs, squids that were being bitten, and hermit crabs that were feasting on those bodies. None of the creatures seemed to have been poisoned. They seemed to have been killed by other creatures. When Han Fei raised his head again, he found all kinds of eyes glittering from the dark corners in all directions. A myriad of creatures seemed to be hiding around him. Sweet Mother of God.